Check one, check two. Hello, everybody. Meteorologist Hutch Johnson. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. My software and computer just all shut down, so that happens sometimes. I've turned down the resolution slightly because I'm multicasting on a couple of networks, but I apologize. I don't know whether it's a hardware issue or if it's a software issue, but I'll keep you on top of it. Here we do have some reports to share with you. Severe thunderstorm warning for the Brainerd Lakes area. Storms are blowing through Wadena County. There are areas of shear with this particular thunderstorm cell, so I would heed the warnings, and in fact, I would seek shelter in a interior room of a lowest floor of a sturdy structure. So if you have a basement, get into a basement. Gusty winds in excess of 60 to 70 miles per hour will be likely from the storm. That's what's been happening as it's gone through. Not everywhere, but in isolated places. I'm getting reports of some pretty terrible damage in and around New York Mills, but I can't confirm that. I'm working to do the best I can here as we go through. But number one, 75 mile per hour gust happened in Wadena as the storm moved through, accompanied by 1 1/4 inch diameter hail. So that was not even under the greatest hail core that the storm had. That was north of the Wadena area. There is some shear on the leading edge of the storm as it's working its way through. Thank you so much for being a part. I just sent a notification out to my users of the weather app. Do you have it? And did you get the notification that I was going back live? So that's the power of it. I try to tap you on the shoulder and let you know we have strong to severe storms forming across the area. We're going to cover everything. This is looking at the radar now from the Minneapolis area as it's going into Todd County, Wadena County. So if you happen to be along Highway 10 here between Wadena and Staples, we're talking Verndale, we're talking you folks out here in Staples, Motley. This storm is making its way towards you. Gusty straight line winds. Many of these warnings say tornado possible. I am not trying to scare a soul with this. I am trying to diagnose where the risk of any spin is on the storm. Near Bertha, there is some rotation, and near Eagle Bend. And it has this backward C shape. And oftentimes at the apex or that area of the point here of that bow that's bowing back like this, right in here, that area is often where we see it. That's right over the Aldridge area. That doesn't mean a tornado is on the ground, but there is spin in this storm in places. That's why I suggest seeking shelter in the lowest floor of a very sturdy structure. Let's get you caught up on some warnings. A new one has been issued down south north of Long Prairie in Todd County from the National Weather Service office in Minneapolis. Less than 1 inch hail expected from this part of the storm, but 60 mile per hour gusts. I will return this to your regular type of a view here. As we go through. Severe thunderstorm warning here does have a hail core on the north side here, and we've seen a collapse of the hail core a little bit over New York Mills. So over New York Mills, we had 3.5 inch hail estimates showing up there, and now we've got some new information. So if you're in the path of this storm, it's moving in towards Motley, it's moving in towards Staples, it's moving into areas south of Nimrod, and big time gusts will be happening and accompanying the storm. Let me take another close look at what's going on with the speed of motion of the storm as it makes its way through. Tornado possible, considerable damage, 1 1/4 inch diameter hail has been observed, 70 mile per hour wind, that's also been observed. So hail and wind are real threats with this storm. Batten down the hatches, make sure the lawn furniture is tightened down. You don't want your picnic table to end up in the neighbor's house window. That is what's going on with these storms. Gusty winds and spin possible, meaning there's a lot of areas of rotation, and this storm, quite frankly, is a long, long ways away from any radar site. So it's hard to see what's rotating at the bottom of the cloud. The radar beam is hitting upwards of 2 to 3 miles up above the ground in these areas. So it does make it more difficult to define a tornado signature on the radar, but I'm doing the best that we can. Park Rapids up in Hubbard County here. We do have between Park Rapids and Nevis some thunderstorm development up here. These storms have not taken off, but this main thunderstorm cluster down to the south has caught up with these cells that were forming, and maybe they will join the party here and start working with this storm as it goes through. This was and has been upwards of a 50-mile wide thunderstorm, and it was a ball as it worked its way out of South Dakota, and that ball continues to march. It's a thunderstorm cluster called a mesoscale convective system, and there's multiple thunderstorm updrafts in this. It looks like we have 2 primary big-time updrafts producing hail here. Because it's flashing hail here, Because it's flashing hail here does not mean that that's what's hitting the ground in your particular area at this particular time as well. I've got some video I want to share with you of what's going on with the storm, so let's get to that right now. Thank you for being a part of Hutch's Weather. I couldn't do it without you, really. And I hope that you are making plans now for what's going on in your area with storms tonight that could form and become tornadic. We do have, this is a wind farm out here. That's not a reflectivity showing up in the middle of Steele County down there in the southwest corner. Hail reports coming in. Otter Tail area in Fergus Falls, there was a funnel cloud sighted. It was brief. So we got a photo here that we shared with you. Thank you for sharing it. Now let's take a look at what's going on here. We do have a backward C shape to this, so gusty straight line wind is definitely the case. Look what's going on south of Bemidji. Cabacona Corner right here, we've got this twist looking now to it, and then we also have increase in intensity with the cells. We're looking at it from a different radar, so that's probably why we're seeing a little more definition to this storm. I'm going to look closer at this. This area has been hit and shallywhacked the last 2 to 3 years with nasty windstorms. The brunt of this storm, I'll be clear, is well south of you. There's no warning here, but if you happen to be out at Camp Wilderness, you're right here in this area. Big time thunderstorms up in the area are strong, and there is some hail potential with the storm, and there is some wind potential with these storms as well. I do want to look at the velocity because this little notch that looks up here looks like nothing to many, but that is an inflow notch. This is an outflow from a storm that's collapsing and making its way through. In this area, is there any spin? So I'm going to look at that real quickly and we'll take a peek. And now as we're looking at the storm relative velocity, it factoring in the motion of the storm in this area north of the region, we do have some shear here. It's not very organized. This would be flow away from Mayville's radar. This is flow towards it. So we have some shear in this general vicinity. We also have some shear in this general vicinity as the storm is working its way right out here towards LaPorte. So you're talking about Highway 71 north, and then as you go east towards LaPorte here on 271 combined here, that area is where we're seeing a little bit of spin or shear with that storm. It's not deemed to be severe yet. It is a long ways from the radar, and that's what's going on there. We may have some other development taking place out near Twin Valley and the Glendon area, as well as the storms have mainly exited the area for now. But again, if you've been with me, you know that we do have a chance for some thunderstorm activity here a little bit later. So this is what's going on with a look at the radar. Some thunder and lightning on the backside, a big rain shield on the backside as it's working its way through. This complex of storms was just here, and now it looks like it's kind of it could be interacting with these storms that were individual cells earlier in Becker County moving this way. And now we've got this Becker County cluster of storms moving through Hubbard County. And we got this cluster of storms that's been going on since southern parts of South Dakota out there. When is the best time to check the strawberry moon tonight? Well, it depends on our clouds, but I think we'll be cloud free as we go into the nighttime hours. So I believe it's full somewhere just right after sunset or around that 9:30 time. So you want to catch it as it's coming up. Southern Minnesota will have a better chance. Northern Minnesota, not a very good chance. Southern North Dakota has a better chance. Western North Dakota has a better chance. Northern North Dakota, a lower chance because of clouds and thunderstorm activity. Good question. Thanks for the continued coverage. Yes, you're very, very welcome. I'm sorry that I got dropped off there, but my computer did just decide it was gonna not cooperate with me for just a moment. So I'm showing you now a look at composite radar. It's not my favorite because I can't see some of the detail with the storm, but we'll look at it a little bit more here in detail in a second. I wanna share with you your reports. They're very important and they make part of the coverage so fun for me to see what's going on. Let's share with you Lakes Country video clips and pictures that have been uploaded here and show you some hail photos as well. So here's another look at the Fergus Falls area. This is outside of town clearly. We got some corn out here. There was the funnel cloud near Fergus Falls. Alan, if you're watching, if you're listening, thank you for this. It was only on the ground for 5 to 10 seconds and then later, boom. Let's see, for clarification, funnel cloud in this photo went up around 5 to 10 seconds later. I have seen since. So basically that thing was pretty good sized and it disappeared fairly quickly. So there's some rotation under the storm. Can't rule a tornado out with this particular storm. Later in the afternoon, the storms that develop along the warm front will have a chance at some strong tornadoes. But this storm has been chugging across the entire state of South Dakota. Now, that's a look at that funnel cloud, and we did get some scary looking clouds, some heavy rain. Here's a rain report. Thank you for your rain gauge report here. This is a beautiful shot. It looks like 2.5 inches of rain south of Fergus Falls. Thanks, Nick. Is it Nick or Nikki? Nikki. I got to tell you what, for those of you who want to help support Hutch, I have a limited supply of Hutch's rain gauges here available, measuring to the nearest 1/100th of an inch. So if you want quality, this will get the job done. And it also has an overflow on it, so it can measure up to 7, 8 to 10 inches of rain. It holds it in the overflow, and you can measure it down to the 100th by pouring it into the inner tube. Those are available on my website. Look for the 14-inch rain gauge. And for all of you who have ordered, thank you so very much. Now, back to business here. Thanks again for a look at that. Now let's take a look at the hail. Well, a little bit of hail here. Not everybody gets the big stuff. Here is a nice little, I don't know exactly what size that is if you hold it next to something close, but it looks like a small marble size northeast of Fergus Falls. Brendan, thank you so very, very much for sharing your photo. I do appreciate it very much. So hail reported there. Now let's take a look at this little video clip sent in the Hawley area looking south. Okay, so looking south of Hawley, we have a tornado warning in Wadena. We better get back to that. This is a look at the clouds making their way through and wind. A tornado warning. Let me gather the information. Thank you very much. Here we go until 12:15. It is for areas in and near Wadena, Staples, Motley, Pillager, Brainerd Lakes area, and Nisswa. And that is a look at a cloud here that is forming. It's called a roll cloud. It's detached from the parent storm. So it's not. It's caused by the outflow, not attached to the parent thunderstorm up above, but scary. This is caused by the outflow of storms. And look at the wind gusts and the poplar trees there, I believe. Thank you, Laura, for sharing that photo in and around the Hawley area. Here is a picture from Lakes Country real quick before we get to the tornado warning. This is 11:20. This is Rose. Let me see if that's... yeah, I guess it is. It's approaching that. 11:20, Rose Lake, wind and constant rumbling and thunder, and the tarps over the pontoons there and the watercraft taking a beating, the white caps everywhere. That's more than walleye chop out there. Here's a look at the tornado warned storm right now. Let's get back to that. Thank you for your uploads. Keep them coming. Now let's go back to the new tornado warning. So we have a tornado warning in effect. This includes Verndale, and it also now includes areas out here. There's 2 different warning boxes because we have 2 different National Weather Service is working this storm. This is from Grand Forks. This is from Minneapolis. They each have their own county delineations. So Hutch works with a lot of different weather service offices here and trying to keep you informed. Let's take a look at what this warning says. This is a tornado warning until noon. It's a radar indicated tornado and 1.25 inch hail. Locations in the path of this storm will be the north side of Staples, including the school and the airport. And then as you go down, it's going to stay north of the Highway 10 corridor here as you go out towards Motley and the Pillager area as you're making your way out toward the Brainerd Lakes area. So now we'll take a look at the rotation, but let's see. It's moving east at 41 miles per hour. 2-inch hail now is the thought from the National Weather Service office in the Minneapolis area. And again, this is moving towards Nisswa, Pequot Lakes, and East Gull Lake. Get out of these areas if you're in a camper and get to a sturdy structure now. You have some time, but it isn't a lot. I'm going to track it first, then we'll identify the exact location of the rotation. It's going to be back here in this nonsense. And let's see if I can get my, oh, I gotta see what's going on here. Okay, so let me go back to another single site radar view here. And then I think I will go over, it's going to be close. I don't know which radar is closer. I think the Mayville radar is still closer. So here's a hail core pushing out. We got rotation on the front side. It's likely over Staples now heading into the Motley area. As we take a look at the storm relative velocity, here is the spin. Very, very strong spin. Remember, this is over 2 miles up in the sky. It does not mean this is what's happening near the ground or where the location of the tornado is near the ground. These tend to lean back into the updraft. So if the updraft is coming into it this way, it leans back this way. So possibly the tornado is a little bit more advanced and down here near Motley as you go up to the north-south corridor there on Highway 64. So again, new scan in there. And okay, here is the rotation right here. So that's kind of confusing. Let me take a look at that and double check that this is the right scan. Yes, it is. So lowest level scan. Here's a scan a little higher up, and we start losing it because it's out of range of the radar. So we do have rotation here, and we have rotation here. That's where the rotation is. Now let's see if I can get my drawing measurement tool to measure the rotation. This is the movement east, pushing 45 to 50 miles per hour. So let me zoom out just a bit, and let's do it right here. This is the area on the south side, with the rotation being on this south side, where it's going to be near Staples now, 1143. You have time to seek shelter, get out of campers, mobile homes. If you're on the lake up here, make sure you're getting off of that and you get into something sturdy. Please get to the basement if you have one. If you do not, make sure you're in a home or a building that's anchored directly to the ground. Brick is better, and put as many walls between you and the storm as possible, please. Basements are better because you're below the level of the flying debris. If you're watching Hutch and you're outside caught on the road surface here, get off the road. If you see the tornado or see a tornado, travel at right angles. If you can't see the tornado moving, then it's coming right towards you. You either need to make a decision to travel at right angles and take a left or right turn and go fast and get out of its way. But if it's real close to you, get into a sturdy structure or get out of that vehicle and get into somewhere low. It can be a ditch. Your chances of surviving a storm, there's mixed signals on whether you talk to emergency management or if you talk to the National Weather Service, and different research shows that some say it's best to just drive your whole car in the ditch and stay in the car. Others say no, get out of the vehicle and lie flat on the ground. You're better off that way. So again, travel at right angles to the tornado and get away from it. And if you are camping out in the lakes country, now is the time to act. Brainerd, Nisswa, Lakes area here, Baxter, all of you will see this storm moving in by around 10 minutes after 12 on this Monday, midday now. So midday, a tornado warning is in effect as it's working its way across parts of Todd County now, moving across the Staples area here. Right now, heading out towards Motley, heading towards Pillager, heading in toward the Brainerd Lakes area. Please seek shelter. Take it seriously out there. If you have reports, pass them along so I can pass them along and we can pass them along to the National Weather Service. You can also call your local authorities. They pass that information on to emergency managers, who also pass it directly on to the National Weather Service. Thank you for keeping me in the loop as I provide the best coverage that I know how to do. And if you're new to my channel, thanks for watching. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and for the better part of the last 30 years, I've been covering weather as a chief meteorologist on broadcast television here in the Northern Plains. And now I'm streaming live on my own company for you. So thank you much. You make it possible. Tornado warning here through the Brainerd Lakes area. This big yellow box is a severe thunderstorm warning. We're talking about big time hail potential from the storm as well. Let's go ahead and take a look. I got a lot more photos that have come in. And again, thank you so much for sharing all of these. Okay, so thanks again for uploading your photos and your video clips, and we'll get to those. I've got more of them coming in as we speak. Multitasking here, multitasking. Okay, so in the path of the immediate concern is the tornado warning moving through Staples now. It's moving through the Pillager area. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. We do not have a confirmation of anything on the ground at this particular time, to the best of my knowledge. And I'm keeping my eyes on the National Weather Service's updates here. Let's see. This will be a hard tornado to see. There's a lot of rain, and if there is a tornado, it could be embedded in rain in this storm as well. So even if you're looking out the window, it's not something that you're going to be able to see. So please, that's a good point from the National Weather Service. Don't be gawking out the window looking for this puppy to show up. It may be wrapped in rain. You might be getting rain, and the next thing you know, you got tree limbs flying through your house windows. Get to an interior room on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Lakes area, now's the time to respond and get out of the path of this tornado and get to a sturdy structure. So if you're camping on the lake out here and you're in an RV, now is the time to get to that sturdy structure. Please do that. These are some communities that are in the path of the storm. Pequot Lakes, you are also in the path of this storm. I didn't, the line I drew did not update your area, so I will do that now. On the north side of the storm, we're going to take here that's got rotation as well, moving off to the northeast at about 45 45 to 55 miles per hour. Here's where it's going to be in and around Lake Shore about now. 1207, Pequot Lakes by 1211. Same thing for Nisswa. So that's the timing estimate based on the latest speed of movement. Breezy Point, Traumald, as well as Cuyuna out there at about 1225 to 1230, and then on towards Aiken at about 1241. So that's your tornado warning update with this storm. Here's a look at the radar, regular radar data. It looks like a blob. So the rotation is here. The rotation is here. Multiple updrafts, so a couple of different areas of rotation. But the strongest was down here on the south side earlier. This is all moving off to the east. It's a good idea to seek shelter in that interior room of the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. And if you happen to be on the north side of this, you can expect some gusty wind from that storm. So this blob that's right down here is the original blob. This thing has been trucking along since parts and areas down in South Dakota. We're talking near Pierre, South Dakota last night. That storm originated, and now it's where it is, and it's continuing to move into parts of central and now off towards northeastern parts of the state of Minnesota right now. Let me turn this off. So again, thanks a lot for all of your input, for uploading your photos and being a part of the broadcast. And we'll take a look at our forecast here for the rest of the day. This is not the only event that's going to be going on in town. Now, as this storm exits and we start to get a little bit of clearing on the backside, we got to be watching for the development from now on for the rest of the day of things like this north of the warm front here. So wherever the warm front is setting up here, we'll take a look at that. But we essentially are going to see the development or the potential development of a bunch of thunderstorm cells tonight that could be making their way to the north and east, and strong tornado possibilities will exist out of that. This is that's a leftover storm from last night at about 6, 7 o'clock. These started down near the Nebraska border, and they trucked all the way across South Dakota, and this one lived all night and now is trucking its way. It's heading in the general direction of Duluth and the northern I-35 corridor and the North Shore. And also we have increased development in and around the Walker area, Leech Lake, and also Bemidji. This part of the storm is not severe at this particular time. As we take a look at where the hail threat is the worst, let's try to track the hail for you with these severe thunderstorms producing hail and gusty winds. We have a hail core. This is co-located with the updraft producing the tight rotation and the tornado warning as well. New tornado warning on the north side now, just coming out. This is on the north side of the storm system, northern parts for you folks out here north of Brainerd Lakes, north of Nisswa and Pine River. Nisswa is under 2 tornado warnings right now. So doesn't mean that that's exactly what we're seeing, but we do have 2 separate tornado producing thunderstorm cells here making their way off to the east now as we go through. The latest tornado warning is moving east at about 50 miles per hour. It's a Doppler indicated tornado. And again, you want to be seeking shelter, getting out of mobile homes, RVs, campers, manufactured items, tents, and things like that, and find that storm shelter. Please do so now. There are a lot of lakes areas, as we all know here. It is a Monday. Some people like to extend their weekend and hang at the lake just a little longer. And if you happen to be at the lodges north of the Brainerd area, Long Lake area out here towards Crosby, here's Mille Lacs. These areas here are in the path of this tornado producing storm, or potentially tornado producing storm coming out of the Nimrod area. Now let's take a look at what's going on with the we know that there's some hail cores out here near Staples. Let me go ahead and finish that thought here. 1 to 1.5 inch diameter hail possible right along Highway 210 on the south side of Staples is this little line here. So anywhere here where my folks used to live out here on Highway 210 south of the Staples area and just off to the west, and on Highway 10 that goes through Staples, that's where the hail core is. That's also where the rotation is, and we're going to look at that right now together by looking at the storm relative velocity from the Doppler radar in Mayville. I say that to myself to remind me the beam is coming out of Mayville. This is the rotation here on the south side, Staples area. It is on the east side of Staples. We have another rotation right here, and that is north of Staples. I was pointing that out last, and that's likely what has produced the warning for the north side of this storm as well. Let's take a look a little bit to the north and see if there's any more areas of rotation. Pretty tight rotation here. pretty tight rotation here. And these are moving east at an average speed of about 50 miles per hour. So some communities in the path of the new tornado warning are highlighted for you here: Pequot Lakes, Jenkins, Pine River, 50 Lakes, Cross Lake, and Emily. I almost said 50 Lakes. So keep in mind, the storm will be moving out toward these areas. It's moving fast. So now is the time to take your tornado precautions. That should include getting out of your campers, getting out of your RVs, and getting into a sturdy structure as soon as you can. Moving east at 50 to 55 miles per hour. Staying under the speed limit for now. Pine River, 1207, Lakeshore by 1208. The storm will be near you. Pequot Lakes, 1211, and that's the same for Nisswa, as well as Cross Lake and Ironton, about 1220 to 1230. It'll be in that area. If it does continue, Crosby, you're in the path of this tornado. You're also in the path of this other second tornado. These can, kind of go in different directions as well, but it could be in your area by around 1230. Emily and Aiken are also in the path of that tornado warned storm. So 2 tornadoes fairly close together, 2 tornado warnings in effect right now for them. A serious threat. And we got a little bit of a bright spot starting to show up here near Bacchus as well, with some rotation on that part of the storm. So the gust blowing out of it, the spin in the atmosphere along what could be a warm front starting to set up and establish. We do have the Hackensack, Longville, and Reamer area thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible from that storm, I would say. National Weather Service Forecast Office says that the warning for the area, this is the yellow box around the entire area that you see right over here. This big yellow box, that says we have a tornado possible. Damaging threat is destructive, 2-inch diameter hail, and 80 mile per hour straight line winds. That's Brainerd, Mille Lacs. That's from all these storms heading your way. But we do have 2 tornado warnings now within the thunderstorm warning. One for this rotation right here, one for the rotation in and around the Staples area right now. So that's what the National Weather Service says, moving east at 40 miles per hour. Different speeds. The tornado part of the storms, they're estimating 50 miles per hour. And keep in mind, we want you to take action now. And please report any severe weather to your local authorities, as that allows us to pass the information along to others in the path of the storm. So very good. Let's see if we got a question. Yes, a second round earlier today is supposed to be around 2 p.m. for the FM area. All right, let's go over the forecast real quickly here, not to diverge from the tornado threat that goes on, but it's good to review that as well. If you're new to the channel, please take a moment and consider hitting the subscribe button on my YouTube channel, trying to grow that following. And the more people that hit the subscribe button or the like on the videos, then the more people that get a chance to see the videos as well. So please consider doing that. If you're watching on Facebook, welcome. Thank you. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. 30 years of coverage as a chief meteorologist in the region of the Northern Plains here on broadcast television. And about 2.5 years ago, now almost 3 years ago, I started my own company, Hutch's Weather, and I'm keeping people informed here in the Northern Plains. So it's what I do, and I'm honored and humbled to have your support, your trust, and thank you very much. We did get some 60 mile per hour gusts as this puppy moved just south of the Moorhead area here. So this is in Glendon, 61 mile per hour gusts as that big storm made its way through. So there have been some big gusts. There was a funnel cloud sighting in and around Fergus Falls. We showed you the image of that moments ago. 62 mile per hour winds. Big time hail reports coming out of the storm as well in Lakes Country. So here's a few of those. Let's see if I can get those to work for me here. 75 mile per hour gust in Wadena. We do have some hail reports here. That's a 1.25 inch diameter hail in Dent or near Dent. We got a 1 inch diameter hail 5 miles west of Nimrod in Wadena County. And then in Wadena, a 75 mile per hour gust, but we also got a hail report of 1.25 inch diameter hail there as well. Thanks for your comments and questions. Let me go ahead and pop out my comments on Facebook. I want to keep everybody in the mix and in the loop here as we all try to keep up with the storms today. Okay, we got trees down reported here. Thank you for your report and thank you for your video clip. We'll get to that momentarily. We're going to look at the forecast. Samantha, thank goodness for you as well. Thank you. Fargo Moorhead resident, now living elsewhere, and we stay at our camper. Yep, so at the BLA in the summer. Oh yeah, I knew I could count on you for being on right now. So thank you, and thank you for your kind words. I do appreciate it. And all I can do is my best, and I feel like we all deserve that, whether we live in the big city with the TV station or not. So here we are, keeping you covered with the details today. Will this hit Little Falls? Well, the Little Falls area is a ways away. We have some afternoon thunderstorms, but I do believe the best chance at severe storms tonight will be to the north of you. These storms are north of Little Falls. There is a little bit of a extent down to the south here, but we can see your area down here in and around Little Falls, and St. Cloud is likely not going to see it. It's going to be really close to the severe storm that's just north of you. So this is moving off in an easterly direction. This one could expand just a little bit south. So we will keep our eyes on your area here. Just north of you by not too far, this warning near Randall and Fort Ripley as you approach the Brainerd Lakes area out here. And again, we do have some pretty good spin and shear showing up in this particular storm as well. Right here near the Staples Motley area now. It's exiting Staples, heading in towards Motley. This looks like it's wrapping around and coming out this way. So we do have inflow coming into the storm here. There's your outward motion, and here's your rotation. That's approaching Pillager now. So if you're in Pillager, seek shelter. It does look like it'll stay well north with that particular part of the storm. I'll keep my eyes on this for you, though. You can count on that. So right now, this storm, not the case. As we go into the afternoon, yes, and we're in the afternoon almost. Now, you're starting to see some development here. Models showed this happening last night, that we'd see some development in the afternoon. This will be along a warm front. Let's go to an analysis page here. So bear with me while I load this puppy up if I can and see what we got here. Okay, boom. Yeah, gotta look and see. Gotta look and see. There we go. Okay, so somehow I got on wind gusts or peak temperatures today. So we're starting to heat up in the Missouri River Valley out in the Bismarck-Mandan area. We're already hitting 80s, and look what's going on out to the east. We got some very hot temperatures taking place out here with some 80s in and around Little Falls, mid 80s for you. Okay, now let's get back to what's going on here with the radar. My apologies. Okay, so thunderstorm watch has been expanded to the Arrowhead of Minnesota and the I-35 corridor here near Mille Lacs and all the way out towards Hibbing, Cook, and the Boundary Waters. We have some strong storms out there, and the North Shore seeing strong storms that are exiting off and over the big lake. So anybody out on the lake now is seeing big time storms out here on Lake Superior. That's heading right toward the Apostle Islands again, where there was some strong storms earlier. Right now, I don't see anything severe up in those parts. Strong storms up through Hubbard County and up in the Bemidji area. No reports coming in, and there's been no warning for that north branch of the storm. These all formed this morning out in Lakes Country in Becker County and moved north. This cluster of storms on the south side has made its way all the way from parts of southern South Dakota overnight into northeast North Dakota and northeast South Dakota, I should say, where tornadoes were reported this morning. So Emmaville update. Sky got very dark. It rained heavy. Not as bad as now, and the sky is a bit lighter. Rods and reloads. Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate your report from Emmaville. That is the Camp Wilderness area. You guys take awesome care of those kids and campers out there. And I'm so glad that I've had my kids out there and you watch the weather and pay attention, because it's super important to keep our kids prepared, and staying informed is the best way. Not severe up there. It's nice to have that confirmation from your report. So thank you so very, very much. I do appreciate it. Ann says, thunder and light rain north of Bemidji. So far, only 1/100th of an inch. Okay, so you got yourself a good high quality measuring device out there north of Bemidji. We got some shower activity up there, a big umbrella of shower activity going on. Here is a look at a map. You're seeing some light isobars on here. Let me see if I can make those a little bit darker. Dun, dun, dun. There we go. Okay, so now this is important information to look at. We've got low pressure developing, and it's right here. That low pressure is defined basically by where we're seeing the winds start changing directions and where the pressure is the lowest. So we have a low pressure center right over Pierce, South Dakota, an extension of it extending right up into the James River Valley here. Wind accelerating around that low pressure, and it's coming at us from the south. This is warm, hot, humid air, and it's dangerously hot out there. We have a high heat warning, excessive heat warning in southern and central Minnesota, and also a heat advisory in the Red River Valley. Heat indices today will reach the triple digits for some areas. We have south winds that are strong, south-southeast heading into this way. Then they become easterly. And over here in Bismarck, they become northerly. Strong storms, Minot to Dickinson. The risk of severe there is not zero, but it's not nearly as high. Why? Because we have the heat and the humidity here, and things are a little bit cooler there. Now, as we go through, this is our low pressure center. It could take on its own rotation around it and separate from this one. And in fact, that's going to be likely. As this one deepens and strengthens, there's going to be a warm front that starts showing up from it. Now, a warm front, you'd think, oh, I got to look at the temperatures to find where the warm front is. So let me turn on the temperatures on here. That's one step, but it's not the best step to locating where front is. It is the wind shift area. So look at these temperatures are kissing 90 already in the Twin Cities down here south of Wilmer. And then the rain cool there here as we go along the interstate down here towards you folks in the Alexandria area, 70 degrees in Brainerd right now, 68 Bemidji, rain cool there. On the backside here, as the day clears, if we get clearing and sun, then we're going to start seeing the instability increase and the atmosphere becomes loaded. But look at the temperatures in Aberdeen. This storm moved through there. So it does look like we've got warmer air down here, and the south winds that are coming around the low will be bringing that warm air up. Where is it humid? We look at the dew point temperature. We'll see the more humid air on the hot or warm side of the warm front and drier air slightly on the north side. So the warm front looks like it's setting up to be right in this area here. Okay, and then that's where we're going to have to be watching for the development of the possibility for rotating thunderstorms. And not only that, the wind shift is, again, that best place to look. So I'm going to pull this back up. And now we're going to look at where that wind shift line is. If we look at actual observations, which we can do here in a minute, we'll have wind on the north side of the warm front moving from east to west. Okay, on the south side of the warm front, they're going to be moving more from the south. So this area here looks to be where the warm front is, just out here. Anywhere along and north of that warm front is where we have some spin in the mid and upper levels of the atmosphere, because our upper level winds are coming from this direction. Surface winds blowing this way. You see the crossing going on there? That's called shear. It's like a piece of scissors. Look what my arms are doing. Okay. In the different layers of the atmosphere as we go up, if we get winds blowing at different directions, the air in between starts rolling. So if we have rolling air doing this, and then we have a thunderstorm cluster like this, or thunderstorms that form in this rolling atmosphere, the thunderstorm creates an updraft, and it can cause that updraft to tilt and reach toward the ground. So that's what happens in these storms. It'll take these rolling tubes of air, bend them up in the updraft, and we get parts of the thunderstorm that's rotating clockwise and counterclockwise, and that's the birth of a supercell thunderstorm. Chances of supercell thunderstorms this afternoon with the heating of the day are quite large, quite high. Now we're going to take a look at the satellite view here, if I can find it on my list of products here. We want to look at the visible satellite imagery right now, and we'll take a look and analyze as we get into the forecast discussion here where the clouds are. So this is loading up, I hope, and let's take a look, because I don't think it's clear everywhere. Okay, here's water vapor. All right, so looking at the water vapor imagery, this tells us where the atmosphere from the satellite is seeing high amounts of water vapor through the atmosphere, and it co-locates with the thunderstorms moving through. Now let's see if I can look at the visible satellite. What I'm looking for is to see if we do have some clearing ongoing here, and let me see. All right, there we go. So this is visible satellite, and we are pretty cloudy down here. So where this storm has traipsed through, we still have some clouds. We have the south winds coming up. We have more of an easterly flow out here. We have an area of low pressure forming right here. If we get some heating into the area on the backside of this storm out here, as this one exits is what I mean. So as this cluster of storms exits here, if we get some clearing in the area, and we're starting to get a little bit here south of Fargo, Moorhead, that atmosphere starts becoming less stable. And as that happens, if we get the heating that we need and we get some bubbles of air starting to rise, the atmosphere is definitely primed for some volatile weather today. So now as we go through, bear with me, what I'm going to do is put up your photos again and we'll go through them because I do have a couple new ones to show you. And then I'm going to load up the forecast view here on this other monitor. So bear with me, I'm looking for your photos and videos and we got a few to share with you. And here we go. So we'll put those up. Get back onto the, I think we need to get back onto the tornado warnings here. Okay, we do have a report now of a funnel cloud 1 mile north-northwest of Motley. So we'll get to the pictures later. One funnel cloud has been reported. Oh, let's get to the pictures. We got a couple new ones in. We'll catch up on that. This is a video in Frazee as the storm moved through. Wind and trees downed in the yard in the north side of Frazee, east of DL, Detroit Lakes, for those of you not in the immediate area. So we do have wind blowing, them big time pine trees out here in the backyard. This is in pine country out there. And as you look out, we have other trees out there, but some trees have been downed on the edge of the property there. So thank you very much. I'm so sorry for the damage on your property there. Kylie, thank you for sharing. This is Frazee, east of Detroit Lakes, in your yard, north of Frazee, east of DL. Thank you so very, very much for sharing that. And again, we're sorry that you went through that. We have some weather observers here. This is just two little future radar people watching the skies and waiting for thunder. Those two love to watch Mr. Hutch. Grand Forks, Carmen Otto, thank you very much. Oh, look at them out there just keeping their eyes on things. And, you know, if it really gets stormy, we don't want you watching out the window. But thank you for watching, and I'm honored to have you as viewers over there in Grand Forks. Here's a video clip, and this is in Richwood. Thank you, Tanner. Low west wind facing south towards DL. So we're looking at this, and look at these low clouds that are forming. So it's so humid out here, we can actually see the clouds moving up into the thunderstorm or out of the thunderstorm, whichever it may be. But definitely some low clouds making their way through, the wind off the ground moving through. I'm not sure of the time of this. It says it was at 11 a.m. So definitely a cool shot there of the clouds scraping the trees. That's how low the clouds are in our region today. And that is why if we do get some twisting storms, funnel clouds and tornadoes. Walker, we have a tornado warning out towards Deer River right now. So we're going to get back to covering those. I have to stay caffeinated. It could be a long day. Walker, Deer River, tornado warning. Tornado warning continues here. Big time line of storms all the way from the Bemidji area, the Lake Bemidji area, through Leech Lake, straight down into the Brainerd Lakes area. 1, 2, 3 active tornado warnings right now. Let's take a look at what we have going on with the Deer River storm. There was a warning issued first, and then in the Walker area here, it looks like we've got a little bite taken out of the storm. So another little bite on the far south side. That can be caused by a rotating updraft. The rotation of the updraft, if it's spinning pretty fast, will act like a centrifuge, throwing raindrops out, and we get a little weaker echo area in the storm. But let's take a look at the velocities and the warning. Warning first, tornado warning until 12:45, 1.5 inch diameter hail, and a radar indicated tornado. Now this storm again moving east at about 49 to 50 miles per hour. Let's track it next. Next we'll track and tell you when it will be, where it will be, and the rotating part of the thunderstorm is here as a hail core included, moving off to the east northeast, and let's put it in here at that speed of about 50 miles per hour. Let's call it Federal Dam area 1222, Boy River by 1225. It is over Walker now with a hail core just north of town towards Cass Lake. Zemple on towards 1248. Deer River by the time we get to about 1249. Grand Rapids, you are in the path of this line of thunderstorms that is severe out there as well. So hail, significant sized hail potential with this cell as well as rotation. Where is the rotating part of the storm right now? Let's take a look. Again, I caution all of us and myself, it's a good reminder that this radar data is a long ways above the ground. So this is where the rotation's being picked up. We have this area here, motion away and towards the radar right here. So the rotation is just outside of Federal Dam, just south of Cass Lake and north of Walker. It's moving right into the Bena area and the Deer River area. So if you're camping in this area here, in the Leech Lake area, please seek shelter, get away from the windows on the lowest floor of a sturdy structure. Once you're out of things like mobile homes, RVs, and campers, and you get to a sturdy structure, think of it this way. You want to get to the lowest floor, hopefully in a basement, to be below the level of the flying debris. If the debris is flying above the ground, get below and underground. Now, if your basement have windows, that's okay. You want to get into maybe an interior room, maybe a hallway, maybe a closet, and get underneath something that protects you. In my home, I have a bi-level, so I like to get underneath the stairwell if a tornado warning is issued for my area. So get to the lowest floor possible, put as many walls between you and the storm. So if these are walls, you're making that debris fly through more walls before it gets to you. So get down low, tuck down, have your cellular device handy, and Hutch will be here to tell you when the threat is over. So that is a look at the tornado warned storm. Now we know where the rotating part of the storm is. It's right here. Let's take a look at some of these velocities that it's seeing way up high in the cloud. Look at the velocities here. That is big. Think about this. The storm is moving to the east, and it's moving to the east at 50 miles per hour. And we're still measuring wind toward the radar at 80. Think about what that means. That means that wind has to be blowing at that's just ridiculous wind speed. So we have very, very strong shear showing up right here, just near Walker and north of Walker, heading right towards Federal Dam right now. Dangerous storm, rotating, and a tornado warning for Leech Lake. It's right over the lake, I do believe right now, and it's heading towards the dam. So keep that in mind. There is a bad scan here right now that has some junky data in it. I'm going to switch to a higher elevation angle real quick. Here it is. Oh, we got a new one there too. So there is the rotating part. It's moving out over Leech Lake right now. If you have boats, campers, RVs on the lake, get out of those, get off of those, get to a sturdy structure. They've cleared the warning for Walker. Now Cass Lake is clear, and this rotating part of the storm is here. I do see some shear. It's a lot weaker than what we're seeing here near the Cass Lake area still though. Now let's update our viewers down here in the Nisswa Brainerd Lakes area. It's just now crossing into the Nisswa area north. Notice this as we're looking at velocity data from Mayville, North Dakota, a long ways away. We're talking a good couple miles to near 3 miles above the ground. We still do have some Brainerd area rotation. There's the funnel cloud report in the Motley area that came in. So there was a funnel cloud reported there, and we do have some evidence of, well, there is some motion toward the radar in Brainerd and away from the radar here. So it's getting a little less organized. Look on the backside of this though. You've got some shear on the backside of the storm system as well. So there is some spin, and it's fairly strong there. These storms do some weird things. Rain wrapped, you're not going to be able to see them from the window. So be sure that if you're in Nisswa, if you're in Pequot Lakes, big time storm, let's look at the wind estimates and the hail. Hail first, we'll go ahead and go there. See what the hail's doing with all these cells and where the strongest, brightest hail cores are showing up. I might have to switch radars here. We're getting a little bit closer to Duluth. That might be a better radar to use. Maybe it'll let me now. I couldn't, there it goes. Okay, hail core right over Walker Leech Lake. That's also a good sign of a very strong updraft. So between LaPorte and Walker, a hail core here, capable of some significant sized hail is this storm out here. And we're looking at 1 to 1.5 inch diameter hail on the north side of Leech Lake, moving east at about 50 miles per hour or so. So that's that part. And near Walker, here's where we got the rotation moving over Leech Lake towards Federal Dam right now. So that's the rotating part of the storm right there. So seek shelter from that one. Now we do have some smaller hail down near Hackensack here. What size is that smaller hail? It's still severe, probably closer to 1 inch in diameter. Pine River, 1 inch in diameter possible from a couple of the cells here. Let's see, 3/4 of an inch or nickels falling out of the sky there with the 50 Lakes area and the tornado warned storm near Jenkins, but some hail potential as well. And the strongest hail's heading towards East Gull Lake here with 1 1/4 inch diameter hail on this south storm, the strongest one. That's going to be very close to the Brainerd area. So on the north side of Brainerd, where Hutch used to live, right up here on the north side of town, we definitely do have some concerns about some hail and some rotation right in and around the Brainerd area here. Heading down towards you folks, and you were asking about Little Falls, we do have some near nickel, 1/2 inch to nickel sized hail potential from the cell just north of Fort Ripley that will be crossing the highway corridor here as we get into the next little bit. That's 371 moving in from the south into Brainerd as we go through. And there's 210 heading out to Pillager and Motley. And we do have some rotation that's pretty close to that highway as well. That's what's going on. Let's see. Yeah, I think that Duluth radar is the best one for this particular line of storms at this time as we go through. So let's go ahead and look at the spin again. And from the Duluth radar, it might be a little bit closer and easier to see here. So as we take a look on the south side, the greens would be motion toward the radar. The reds would be motion away from the radar. And let me see here. Okay, so we do see now that the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for the Brainerd area. That one's been canceled. And now as we look up here, we still have a tornado warning. We have some motion toward the radar in towards Cross Lake. So some pretty good sized wind gusts will be moving in on the north side of the storm. And if there is any rotation, it would be on this south side, but it's the opposite way of what we would normally expect. Let me look at this from multiple Doppler radars because it is looking so high in the sky. It doesn't always give us the best information. It's very high up there. So let's see. So these warnings for these areas that are far away from the radar site, it's sometimes good to do what I call double Doppler, triple Doppler, get confirmation. Where's the rotation? Here's motion towards the Twin Cities, motion away. We still have some pretty tight rotation on the south side of this storm, moving in the general direction of the Cross Lake area and in Nisswa now. If you're in Nisswa, Pequot Lakes, there's resorts here. You want to make sure you're seeking shelter in that safe spot. Get to that sturdy structure. Get out of campers and mobile homes. It's over your area right now. And get to a more sturdy structure and get to the lowest floor possible and seek shelter in that interior room, putting as many walls between you and the storm as possible. And again, this is the Nisswa area. So kids, if you're home alone, parents are at work or whatnot, and you're watching Hutch's coverage here, we just want you to calmly get to the lowest floor of your basement, the lowest floor possible. Don't go wandering in the streets. If you are in Cross Lake, 50 Lakes, Emily, Crosby, you have some time. It's time to go to the basement of a sturdy structure. And hopefully your family has a plan for when severe storms come to your area. If you happen to be in a structure or a camper, you do need to get to a sturdy structure that is available to you and get to that low safe spot there. So get to the lowest floor possible, get down low, cover your head. Pillows are not a bad idea. And then wait for the storm to pass by. It's going to be noisy, and it definitely will be scary if one of these moves over your area. Here's a look from the Minneapolis radar. The Duluth radar wasn't showing the shear in the storm here. By East Gull Lake, there is some weak evidence of shear, and I still see some not far from Pillager out here of motion towards Minneapolis and motion away. So there is some shear at elevation, well above the ground here. How far off the ground are we? We're a long ways off the ground. Yeah, that Nisswa one is pretty evident there. So let's go ahead and continue to look at that. My apologies. There we go. Look for the right tool. Okay, so now what we're doing is looking from the Minneapolis area, and we're telling you that this is about 11,500 feet above the ground that we're seeing this rotation. So it's not necessarily as strong as we would need to see for us to be confident that it's capable of a tornado. That's why the tornado warning for this area was allowed to expire. But on the thunderstorm warning for the area, which you still remain under a severe thunderstorm warning, Baxter, Brainerd, the Gull Lake area, the Long Lake area, Riverton to Crosby, there's still the tag that says tornado possible. So what Hutch is doing is I'm showing you there's still some spin in this area of the storm approaching the East Gull Lake area. It's small, it's way high up there. It doesn't mean a tornado's on the ground, but there's still spin evident. Pillager, another area spin, a big area of spin, and a little bit more pronounced here in the Nisswa area on the north side of the Brainerd Lakes area. So very high up off the ground. That makes this data a little bit harder to be as confident with regards to where the rotation is. But when we see strong rotation like we have in these, it does give us some confidence. Then moving out over the Walker area as we get up on the north side of this cluster of thunderstorms here, the tornado warning continues. I do not think that the radar from Minneapolis is going to do the best job. Look, it's going through a lot more storms on the south side of it before it gets to the information here. So sent mystery gift. Thank you, Jake. I appreciate that. I'm in Merrifield. Hi, good to have you on board there, Unisonic and Bell 6 Dandy. Staples is clear. Thank you very much. We do have the Staples area with the storms exiting Staples and Wadena and pushing off toward the other area. So appreciate that. It does look like the rotating part of the storms is pushing off a little closer to your neighbors off to the east in the Brainerd Lakes area and Walker and pushing in towards Grand Rapids. I'm going to switch over to the Duluth radar. It is much closer. It should be showing some more clean data here. Let's see what we got. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on with the radar here, but we got a bad scan here. Somehow maybe a bird ran into the radome and he's stuck to the outside of the radome out there and causing some problems. But we got us some noisy data right here. Let me go to a elevation angle a little bit lower. Ooh, yeah, look at that. We got the 0.2 elevation angle. This is going to be a little lower. That might be what's going on. They switched their scan modes here. So as we take a look at this, we do have this Federal Dam area, which was in the area of spin and shear. It's there. The wind blowing back away from the storm here, not as strong as it was, but there's still evident rotation south of Bena near the Federal Dam area. There is some here, but when you see purple, you can't be confident that this wind is still blowing the other way. So we don't know for sure. If we fill in the blanks here, though, it looks like this might be a outflow boundary that's making its way in, a big surge of wind from the west pushing in, and this is the rotating part. We have another area, nice rotation area showing up here near the Boy River on the south side of the tornado warning. So there could be a couple of areas of shear and spin going on with this particular storm. Please heed these warnings and make sure you and your family are safe. There is a lot of lakes area folks out here who are enjoying themselves, but right now running a little nervous, and rightfully so. Get out of your campers, get out of your boats that are anchored at the dock here on Leech Lake in that area. That's passing Leech Lake now, heading towards Federal Dam on the north side of the big reservoir there. Heading in towards Grand Rapids, you are all in the tornado warning. The tornado warning is in effect until we get to 12:45. So let me take a look at this. Here's a single site radar data, and now let me go refresh this. It's a process. I even have notes to remind me what to do. Thank you for being live during the storms, Crystal. Thank you. I appreciate any of you who are just joining me. You may not know this dude. A lot of TV stations in the area. There's Fargo, there's Duluth, there's Minneapolis, and then you get storms in the mid area here that nobody seems to cover sometimes. And I'm here to cover them for you, and I don't have to go off. I don't have to get back to your regularly scheduled programming here. I am the regularly scheduled programming when it comes to weather like this. I do it summer, winter, all year long, and I'm here at Hutch's Weather. I've got my own website I launched a couple of years ago with my friend Joe. Thank you, Joe. You're the bomb diggity. And he helped me put together one heck of a website, hutchesweather.com. But this year, and just this year, I've launched a weather app. Search Hutch's Weather in your app store. It's free. And it is exclusive in our area, the only one that gives early notifications to twisting storms. That's right. If there's a twisting storm in your area and it's strong and persistent, I don't warn for every little twist that shows up on the radar, then a notification goes out to your device. And if you allow it to follow you and you're driving over the hills and through the woods and a warning is issued for a storm, it'll notify you then too. It's a powerful tool to keep you informed, and it's your best defense really against storms. If you're traveling across the region, if you're hanging out, relaxing and maxing at the lake and you're just enjoying yourself, it'll send you an alert, as long as you have cell phone coverage, obviously, and there isn't some problem with the communications. Big time Boeing segment of storms here, becoming very, very pushy looking, very, very windy looking. This whole line of storms is warned from the top of the storms down to the bottom of the storms with severe thunderstorm warnings. Anywhere along here, we could have wind gusts upwards of 70 to 80 miles per hour. We also have some areas where we could have some spin and rotation. Tornado warnings are in place for those. Most of these warnings have a verbiage that says a tornado is possible. So a tornado is going to be possible with these storms, and we have a very high likelihood of one here in and around the Federal Dam area, another one heading on the north side of the Brainerd area here, north of Nisswa, heading in toward the Cross Lake area at this time. I'm going to go ahead and seek and destroy some questions here. Let's start with a look at the YouTube channel. Thanks for joining me on my YouTube channel, trying to grow it. If you do like the content, please hit the subscribe button. It means a lot to me. If you like the content here and you're enjoying the coverage, even liking the video does help so that it gets out to more people and helps them be informed. And if you don't mind, what works better than word of mouth? Nothing. Tell a friend and let them know Hutch is covering the weather for you here. I do appreciate it. There's a mile of feedback and questions here. I won't be able to read every one. Wind picked up like crazy out of nowhere. Phrase E, that's for sure. Thank you very much. I don't think here in Fargo, or even much as here in Fargo, got hit with anything. No, we had some wind on the south side of town, Chris. Thank you very much. This big bad boy has worked its way out. It skirted the south side of the FM area barely, but there were some burps of wind from the storm. We got nothing with regards to big time hail here. This is now crossing out. Our chance will come this afternoon in Fargo, Grand Forks, for strong tornadoes. We'll go over your forecast. Thanks for the hearts. Thanks for the love. You all are the most bestest. I don't care what anybody says about you. I appreciate that. That helps people see the content here and actually helps people get my stream. So that is appreciated. Let's see. That Dragon Scribe says, Hutch, what is the current risk weather-wise for the FM area this afternoon? There's an enhanced risk of severe storms as we go through the day. This is going to get updated here in a little bit. At about 1 o'clock, they usually update from the SPC. We got leveled up to a level 3 severe thunderstorm risk. See all the wind reports that happened with this thing as it moved through Richland County, Wilkin County, Otter Tail County, Becker County. Now it's here. The meat of the storm did not even move through, but we got wind reports all over the place out here from personal weather stations and the like as the storm blew through with 50 and 60 mile per hour gusts. And wow, look at that, 63 to 68, I thought I saw flash up there. Big time wind gusts on the south side of the FM area. We're talking Glendon, Dilworth. I saw those. We had a funnel cloud reported that's not showing up here. That was in and around the Fergus Falls area. And thank you for that report. I tried emailing to ask and request you, the uploader of that funnel cloud, the precise location and the precise time. The National Weather Service would like me to answer that. So if you do and are still watching, I would be humbled if you emailed me back at hutch.johnson@hutchesweather.com. And I'll pass that information along to the Weather Service office. Okay, so here's a look at the severe weather risk as we go through the day from the Storm Prediction Center. Notice this enhanced risk is for this cluster, this mesoscale convective complex, we call it, moving through Walker, Brainerd. So the enhanced risk is getting cut off now by the Storm Prediction Center. This is uploaded in new information. It was all the way through this area, including Fargo, and they've trimmed it to where this storm is now. So this is the enhanced risk, and it's for this mesoscale convective complex of storms pushing its way through the Brainerd Lakes area on towards Hibbing and out to the areas near Duluth. A lot of terrain out here as well. Now the rest of the area is in a level 2 in yellow. That's a slight risk. A slight risk of severe weather means that we could see numerous severe thunderstorms form, but they won't form everywhere. And us meteorologists sometimes get knocked, and sometimes it's rightfully so. But it's likely because of a lack of communication, and I have more time, so let me do my best to articulate what this means. The areas in yellow have the most energy in the atmosphere available to produce severe storms. It doesn't mean a storm is going to form everywhere in this. So yes, we're telling you Minneapolis, Duluth, Thunder Bay, all the way out towards Badette, if you're out here on the Rainy River, if you're up here in Lake of the Woods, if you're in Fargo, Grand Forks, the Devil's Lake area, Jamestown, Valley City, Bismarck, Aberdeen, Sisseton, Watertown, all the way to Sioux Falls, Montevideo, south of the Minneapolis area as you go towards Albert Lee and leaning back into northwest parts of Iowa. So we're talking about Spencer down towards Sioux City and out towards Grand Island, Nebraska. All the yellow means is if storms form in that area, they could quickly become severe. The main threat in this area, let me show you. Now the green, let me define that real quick, is called marginal. It's that 6-7. It's that Maybe we could have some severe storms or not. They'll flirt with severe criteria. Severe criteria is 1-inch diameter hail and 58-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So in the green zone, that's where we could see a couple of storms become severe. We could have strong storms, but severe. The flashy green area is just garden variety, everyday thunderstorms. That's for you folks in northeast Montana, Fort Peck, Lake Sakakawea in part, all the way down here towards the southern end of the Missouri River Valley as it moves through Yankton. And then all the way down here, we got some absolute chances in Des Moines of seeing some good old-fashioned garden variety thunderstorms. So the enhanced risk is for the cluster of storms moving through now. We expect development a little bit later, and we'll go over the forecast right now real quickly. Now, here, let's look, and let me turn off this silly timestamp up here so you can see. This is for your Monday and into the evening. Now, the risks for severe weather per and from the Storm Prediction Center and from Hutch. I'll go over some of this chances with you as we go through this. So this might be a good part for me to go through and highlight. So let's take a look. The tornado risk has been extended. Okay. This part of it is likely extended so because of this this storm moving through. We also have an identification here of where the warm front is likely setting up. Anywhere north of this in the flashy, we have a 5% chance of tornadoes. Bismarck, Devil's Lake, if you're up in Walhalla, Cavalier, Pembina, if you're up here in Hallock, if you're up in Roseau County, War Road, Minnesota, Baudette, the Bemidji area, all the way down here into the Brainerd Lakes area, Detroit Lakes, Fergus Falls, Fargo. This isn't for the storm, all for the storm that just passed. This flashy area is for strong tornado potential as we go through the afternoon. Warm front setting up here. Along and north of the warm front, there's more spinny in the atmosphere. What that means is we could see EF2 or stronger tornadoes if they form in this area. Doesn't mean they are absolutely going to form. Now, elsewhere, outside of the flashy, this means we have a chance of tornadoes. About a 5% chance in the brown box of anybody seeing a tornado within about 50 miles of any one point. So we could see a few tornadoes up here in the northern part of North Dakota. Not everywhere, a few tornadoes. And it does mean that if we see a tornado in this flashy box, strong EF2 tornadoes will be a distinct possibility in this area. Elsewhere, we could see tornadoes form. The likelihood of a strong tornado is a little bit lower, but we still have a risk of tornadoes from Omaha, north through Sioux Falls, Sioux City, all the way in towards Montevideo, the I-90 corridor of parts of southern Minnesota, the Twin Cities. Duluth has a chance of tornadoes. Bismarck might not have a chance of tornadoes as we go through, and that's the tornado threat. We are experiencing right now a hail and wind threat. This is the area where we could see some really big time hail over 2 and up to 3 inches in diameter as we go through the day. So definitely the flashy area here is where we could see the really big hail developing as we go through. Elsewhere, yes, we could get hail if storms form too in those areas. And then the gusty wind, we have that with these storms. Now notice this. This is because of our MCS, we'll call it a mesoscale convective complex that's working its way through the parts of northern Minnesota heading toward Duluth right now through the Grand Rapids area. It does have a couple of tornado warnings, but gusty straight line wind potential with that wind bag of a storm continues, and there is a 30% risk in that area of seeing gusty winds. The flashy, what does it mean? It means we could see some winds gusting over 80 miles per hour today. We have already had some gusts of 130 miles per hour plus in parts of South Dakota when this storm right here developed. It developed down here and went chug, 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 chugga, chugga, choo, choo, all the way up here, and now it's moving this way. So that bad boy has been laying down the heat since it's gone all the way through South Dakota and now is heading toward the North Shore. So that's what's going on there. So that's a look at that. Now let's take a look at your hour-by-hour forecast. Thank you very much for watching. If you're new to the channel, please pound that subscribe button on my YouTube channel. I know I have always wanted to say that. I see other YouTubers do it, but I appreciate it. It helps me grow my following here, and you get notifications if you hit the notification bell. And also, thanks for watching to everybody out there. Looks like we got that tornado report that was reported near Motley. No other tornado reports, funnel cloud report, I should say. This thing, as is this backward shape here, that little appendage hanging out near Brainerd, that is sometimes an area where we do have a chance for some rotation. That's called a hook echo on the south side of the storm. This is a bowing segment of the storm. Think of a bow and arrow. When you pull the bow back, that bow just kind of bends. At the apex of the bow, where it really comes to a point, there's a couple different areas of points, one right here, definitely one moving into Grand Rapids, and there's a notch there. This part of the storm here has a point that's right here too. So moving into Grand Rapids is evidence of wind, and we have a thunderstorm that's probably caused by the outflow developing now over Grand Rapids, and that has a little hook echo. Look at that little boy. Okay, so now we've got this tornado warning continuing. It was near the Federal Dam area. Want to get to the analysis on the storm relative velocity, see if it's still showing up bright and loud and proud. Okay. Here is the lowest elevation angle scan from Duluth, and we still have some shear in this storm right over here. Strong wind towards the radar near Reamer, and stronger winds away from the radar. This is looking like it's a rear flank downdraft coming out, surging out of the head just south of Deer River. Inflow going in here, and we have some shear here. We have some more shear right here in the middle of it too. So Deer River, you are right in the path of a rotation on the storm, and areas south of Deer River on the south side of this. This is likely what we would have a very, very strong wind gust area. Now let's check that analysis with Hutch's wind burp estimator. So this storm forming some wind burps on the south side here. Look at this. As you go in towards Deer River outside of Federal Dam, we do have some gust potential here in this area that is going to exceed 65, 70 miles per hour heading into Reamer. We're talking 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts in this area, and we could see some 65 mile per hour gusts even from this little guy that's starting to form out ahead of the storm. That is forming because of the outflow of this other storm. It's like, boop, it's going to kick off another thunderstorm out here, out ahead of it. So that's what these clusters of thunderstorms kind of do. All right, we do have some rain reports coming in, I think is what we see. Oh no, wind damage reports here. So this is Pillager. Let's go ahead and take a look at your reports. You can share your reports with me here. You can share them with your 911 operators or your local emergency managers, and they pass it to the Weather Service. This is truly an important part of the communication process when covering storms. If you have severe weather when it's safe to do so, please pick up that phone, call your local emergency manager there, and let them know. Hey, we got a tree damage here. This call center, trees down on County Road. Let's see, I got to move this northward. So north of Pillager, trees down on County Road 1 and Orchard Park Lane. Time is estimated by radar. The time of the report, noon 05, 4 miles east-southeast of Casino in Cass County, Minnesota, near Pillager. More wind damage. Trees down, Highway 64 and 96th Street. Time estimated by radar, noon, and that was wind damage reported there. Funnel cloud sighted just outside of Staples. This is on Highway 10. And in the Motley area. So this was 1 mile northwest of Motley. A funnel cloud from a storm chaser was reported there. We do have some wind reports in and around Wadena, a measured report of 55 mile per hour gusts, some Sabika hail, 1 inch diameter there. And we do have a 75 mile per hour wind gusts in and around the city of Wadena in town, accompanied by 1 1/4 inch hail reported by the public. So that's what's going on there. Perham, a 1 1/4 inch diameter hail. The Highway 10 corridor here getting rocked with some wind gusts of 62 mile per hour winds in Frazee. You shared photos on hutchesweather.com of the Frazee area storm rocking some trees out there. So thanks. I'm sorry about the damage, but Kylie, thank you for sharing your photo and video actually of the tree damage that you experienced. Otter Tail Lake, tree fell and took out power 1 mile west of Otter Tail Lake. So that's good to know. Thank you very much. Let's go to that update right now. So here's what we have going on. Boom. Okay. Stand off to the side, please. Yeah, okay, I'll try to do better. I've got to be close enough to my information here, and I'm still trying to keep everything flowing, including the information. So a lot of feedback from you guys. Let me see. I do appreciate it. I'm not trying to skip out or ignore any of it, but I can't read every comment coming in here. I'll be subbing and downloading the app. Hey, thank you. That's Bell 6 Dandy. Appreciate it. We do a lot of traveling, especially in the summer, so thank you, and I thank you as well. So those are the storm reports. We're going to put up the wind bag measurement tool here. Tornado warning continues. It's moving into Deer River now. You should seek shelter, get into the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, and get out of things outside of the federal dam area, which is right over here, and pushing into Deer River. You want to get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes, and the like. There is a tornado possible along this leading edge here, but right now we're not seeing the evidence of as much spin or shear as we did earlier, as it's pushing through Brainerd now, Cross Lake, Nisswa. Gusty straight line wind potential from the storm in these areas exceeds 60 miles per hour in some estimates that we were looking at here moments ago. So keep that in mind. I'll turn the timestamp back on there. So, all right, that's a look at our region. That's a look at our area. That's a look at the radar right now from Duluth. Let's go back to the Mayville radar and see if we're seeing any development here in and around that area, because the storms are expected to develop here in the and near the warm front. A new tornado warning has just been issued, by the way, for Hibbing. I will get to that. So 63 mile per hour gusts in and around Fargo. We do have a couple of storms starting to form. Hutch needs to watch these cells and storms very, very closely as we head into the afternoon hours, because these will be forming in and around and near the warm front where there's some spin and shear in the atmosphere. So the new tornado warning, I'll try to stand off to the side a little bit more and heed your advice. I do appreciate it, and thank you for the reminder and being pleasant about it. So I try my best, but sometimes I have get attached to the screen here so I can see the information as well. How's Grand Rapids looking? You can see right now your area is looking like we got very windy storms moving their way through. The backward C shape shows that we have gusty straight line winds heading into Grand Rapids and Hibbing right now. Thanks again for following me on my Facebook page. Anybody that follows, we're pushing 90,000 followers on my Facebook page. I'd love to get to 95 or 100,000 followers. That would be wonderful. And I know you're out there. Please click the follow button. It helps my content get out to more people. Strong thunderstorms moving into Grand Rapids right now. The hail core is moving in. There is a new tornado warning for you. The tornado warning is in effect until 1:30. Radar indicated rotation and some hail up to about penny-sized hail through about 3/4 of an inch in diameter. This says it's moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. So the warning is not for what's over Grand Rapids here. That's a stout cell, but this one here, let's take a look at that rotation. At last look, the rotation was right here, not far from the Deer River area. And now we do see that we do have some hail potential moving into Grand Rapids here, but it's not going to be huge hail at this particular time. This backward C shape tells Hutch we have a lot of strong wind likely heading into the Grand Rapids there, not far from you folks working at the mill, right? So we do have that going on there. And let's go in and take a look at the rotation with the storm relative velocity from Duluth. And again, the new tornado warning, let's see. Oh, I'm looking not from Duluth. That's why it looks so muddled. It's too far away from Mayville. So let's use the right radar, Hutch. Okay. All right. So now as we're looking at the radar, I got to stand off in the corner here and do my best to let you see. But Grand Rapids, we got motion away from Duluth there, strong motion towards. So this is the motion, the area of rotation now. It is near and south of Zempel and heading in towards Grand Rapids now. If you are in Grand Rapids, if you're in Warba, and if you're in Hibbing, you should be seeking shelter now for the tornado. The rotating part of the storm is moving right over you. You're also going to experience some areas of strong straight line winds, likely Grand Rapids and Point South, with the rotation moving in right here. Again, the speed of this it could have been accelerated by the new development that's showing up out here. So I'm not sure I believe that the tornado is actually moving at 65 miles per hour, but I'm going to use it for now to estimate the timing of the storm and the rotating part of the storm. So here's the rotating part of the storm. We have a couple different areas of it. One up here north of Deer River, right up here. Another one here south of Deer River heading into Grand Rapids. So you got this Deer River storm moving up through here. If you're in Deer River, you're under a tornado warning for this part of the storm. Deer River and north, there is some rotation and shear right there moving into Deer River. And then here heading in toward Grand Rapids on the south side, right at the Highway 6 intersection, boom, we got another spin showing up on the storm there. So I'm going to track that spin right there and the spin near Deer River, both of them, and give you some estimates. Moving off to the east, we'll use the 60+ mile per hour. Grand Rapids 12:52, it's on its way. Coleraine by 12:57, and after 1, Nashwauk, as well as Keewatin and Hibbing by 120. That's way out there. Hibbing, you're on the outside of the tornado warning. Kinney and Virginia out there. I believe they call that the birthplace of hockey. At any rate, it's a fun area to look, explore. If you happen to be in a mobile home, manufactured home, now is the time in Hibbing and Kinney and Virginia. If you happen to be camping out at any lakes areas out here, including you folks out there in Nashwauk, as well as the Chisholm area, now start thinking, where can I go if this tornado is coming towards me? And how long will it take me to get there? And start your plans now. If you are in the tornado warning area, seek shelter, get to the basement if you have one. Get out of things like mobile homes, manufactured homes, and get into more sturdy structure. The rotating part of the storm is moving into and near you folks in Grand Rapids now. So that is a look at that. The rotation right here, pushing its way in to the Grand Rapids area. There is the area of rotation south of Deer River, moving right along the highway. Now remember, this is elevated a little bit and tornadoes can kind of lean, so it doesn't mean that's where it's on the ground at this particular time. A little bright spot showing up right here as well, with a burp of strong winds coming out of the storm here, heading toward the Warba area. You do have a tornado warning there as well. Again, this little area of spin separate from this one. They're different. And so yes, we can see from these storms multiple areas of spin because it's such a huge storm. Earlier, we were measuring a 50-mile wide swath with the storm as we take a look at it on the radar. Now, as we take a look at it now, look how long it is north to south. It's got a little more oblong here, but basically, we're looking at a storm that extends 100 miles north to south. So it's a 100-mile long cluster of thunderstorms, an organized mesoscale system that's working its way through the area. So keep that in mind. Big time hail possible from the storm in isolated places. Here's a look at the hail core, Grand Rapids, and points south towards Hill City. We have a bite taken out of the storm. There is some spin there. We just showed you on that bright spot on the radar on the south side. And we have this other notch showing up here. That's a Grand Rapids area, possible tornado moving through. On the north side, that one would be rain wrapped. There is an outflow right here pushing out, surging. And in these, somewhere in this area here, there was rotation that's moving through. And also we have that cell up here. Now there's only one tornado warning that is in effect right now, and it does include the entire area. The river up here, there's some spin and rotation there. And then the Grand Rapids area one. And then we have the one possible area of spin down on the far south side as we speak. So a few different areas and very gusty straight line winds just because of this backwards C shape that's showing up on the radar. Here's a kidney bean storm forming outside. That's an isolated cell, a standalone cell. Sometimes those can really amplify quickly. It will likely become part of this rapidly moving storm here in the near future. But this is north of the Floodwood area and out near the Meadowlands out there, and it's just now forming, so we'll have to keep our eyes. That is not the tornado warned storm, by the way, this big monster on the backside. That is the one. Crosby, Brainerd, we got a wind gust damage report out here. ASOS station, 46-mile-per-hour winds between the Riverton area with Brainerd. So that's sub-severe, but still a gust report, and it's helpful as the storm works its way off to the east. So thank you very much. Okay, if you're new to my channel, another thing that I do have is the ability for you to upload from my app, right from your mobile device, what you're seeing out there with these storms. So when it's safe to do so, you can upload photos right to my my app, and I can see them come in here, and then I share them with everybody as we cover the weather together. So here we have, you see those little kidney beans sticking out on the south side of Brainerd? That is a little bit of a suspicious area. I do want to inspect this because there is what's called a tornado possible verbiage on this entire area. It doesn't mean everybody's going to see a tornado, but these outflows that really have some serious punch can quickly cause a tornado to develop. And we're not talking about a gust-nado. These will be some stronger tornadoes. So that little appendage hanging down on the bottom side there, it could be the onset of a rear flank downdraft, and in that area where it intersects with the updraft, we can get the possibility of a tornado. So let's take a look at that from the radar in Duluth. So yes, we do have some wind moving away from Duluth here and toward just outside of Brainerd. This would be on Highway Boy, I can't even see right now. Let's see. That is Highway 18. My apologies. As we go east of Brainerd. There we go. Highway 18 east of Brainerd. We do have some spin showing up with this storm. A wind report of 50 plus miles per hour, but some shear now on the south side of this storm starting to take shape. This is moving toward the north side of Mille Lacs right here in the Garrison area. So please keep in mind a stout line of storms. You'll be on the southern flank of it. You folks were asking out in the Little Falls area. We're still seeing that things are a little bit on the quiet side there. And the main brunt of this storm staying to your north. As we continue now, continuing coverage of tornado-warned storms and severe storms, a monster storm cell that's worked its way out of South Dakota and now pushing through parts of central Minnesota. So from Grand Rapids, here's Hill City. We got a little bit of a discrepancy in the winds here starting to show up where we got some wind blowing toward the radar here. And away from the radar on the other side. Big time winds moving in. I'm going to look at flat out straight velocity. These winds should be moving right into the radar beam. Right into the radar beam means we can get a really good estimate from the Doppler radar velocities of how fast the winds are being detected inside the storm. So as we look along the leading edge here, we're seeing some 50, 60 mile per hour gusts potential in and around the Hill City area. That's a good estimate there. As we go up to the north, we're seeing some 60 mile per hour gusts or more working their way into Grand Rapids, being measured by the radar at radar height as well. So taconite, Nashwauk, that band there is a rotating storm. The rotation is right here near Grand Rapids right now, and it's moving in that general direction of you. It's moving very fast, so please heed the warning now, seeking shelter in that interior room away from windows on the lowest floor possible. Let me go down to a lower elevation angle and see if we're seeing even more. So we are seeing a little bit of shear down here near Warba as well with the storm. It's not as strong with the inflow, but it may be masked here by what's going on this side. But yeah, we are seeing some shear still making its way in toward the Coleraine area. And that looks like what we got going on. It looks like it's becoming what we would call outflow dominant. This would be a surge toward the radar right into the beam of the radar here. Very, very windy and wind potential in Grand Rapids right now as that storm works its way through your area, moving east. Says at about 60 miles per hour. There is a now new thunderstorm warning too, or a thunderstorm warning for Cook in towards Tower as we go in here. Let me take a look at that real quick and get us up to speed with that. Okay, we have tornado possible, moving at 60 miles per hour to the northeast as it's working its way into this area. We do have 1.5 inch diameter hail potential and some 60 mile per hour winds. That does correlate very well with the measurements of the wind that the Doppler radar is reading blowing into the radar toward Duluth from Grand Rapids. There's going to be a little bit more energy with that. Let me explain. As the radar beam crosses these winds, it's coming in at this angle right here. See that? Boom. So it can measure winds toward the radar, but these winds are likely blowing this way. So they're a little bit across the beam. So I think the estimates from the Doppler radar are a little low where we have this pooch, and we may be even seeing some areas that could get some stronger winds than that as we go through. Let's see if I can put the surface gusts up there. So let's take a look at those as they populate. So gusts across the area right now at wind sites. Now we don't have any information coming in from this because there's no gusts reported, and we don't have wind instruments at every location. So a Doppler radar is a cool tool because it's a remote instrument, but it can only measure the wind that's moving exactly down or away on the beam axis. That's it. It can't measure the actual wind direction if it's blowing across the beam at an angle. So for that, we have to either use trigonometry to calculate the true wind, but it's better to have a full circle of wind around the area to do that process with. We'll talk about that at another time. So we still have this backward C shape, a bowing line segment right at the apex of the bow. We've got some rotation moving through Grand Rapids now, and it's moving off and in towards Coleraine and Marble. That's the area Bovey, it looks like, and heading in towards Keewatin, Nashwauk. Those are the areas in the path of the gusty winds and the potential tornado for the tornado warned part of the storm. Down here near Aiken, we do have some wind blowing toward the radar. Almost all of it's blowing toward the radar here, which is a good unidirectional sign. We like to see that. This is straight velocity. Let's go ahead. Oh, we got a new tornado warning. Nope, they just shaved off Grand Rapids out of the tornado warning. So that's what's going on here. A new update now. Grand Rapids, the threat or the rotating part of the storm is now moving right down towards Bovey and Marble. Here it is right here. That is the area where we do have some shear still evident in the storm. There is some back here. There's a lot of it, but it's not as strong as this. So Bovey, Marble, and heading into Keewatin is the area here on 169 on the corner as we go through. This tornado part of the storm is moving right towards you in the central part of the tornado warned box. So again, not everybody in the tornado warning area here is going to see a tornado, but that's something to keep in mind as well. So we're not saying that everybody's getting one. Let me see a couple other questions here and then we'll move on. Oh boy, I'm really behind. We have sirens, rain like crazy, and thunder like crazy. This is by Pine River. Thanks for your update. What do you think about Hillsboro? I love Hillsboro, and I do think we'll have a chance for some storms, Fargo and points north this afternoon if we get the right amount of heating, and we are in that area. Let's go through the forecast now. A lot of you want to know, so let's send out that notice, or why don't you share with your friends here. Hutch is going over the forecast now. That's a good way to pass the information along. So, pardon me. There we go. I lost my window of communication. Okay, there we go. Dylan wants to know if this MCS will be classified as a derecho. The specific definition of a derecho is a unique one, and a storm has to be basically producing terrible wind damage for a pretty long swath. 1 year ago, almost exactly, we had that derecho moving all the way from Bismarck, North Dakota, and it went several hundred miles through Bemidji, and it really laid waste to a lot of areas, grain bed damage, gusts of over 100 miles per hour. This one has some gusts. They're upwards of 60, 70 miles per hour as they're working their way through. They're not the 100 mile per hour gust, except we did get a 135 mile per hour gust as it made its way through parts of northeast South Dakota. So I am honestly, I'm unsure as whether they'll categorize that because the wind gusts have weakened since. I'm happy about that. But we are seeing some tree damage, but last year's storm that went through Bemidji flattened tens of, or thousands and thousands of trees. I think 20,000+ trees were flattened by the storm. Correct me if I'm wrong there. So my guess is maybe not, but I'll leave that up to the Storm Prediction Center and what their analysis shows afterwards. Here's a tornado warned part of the storm. I want to go over the forecast here momentarily because we should have some more development starting to take shape here as we head into our early afternoon. So bear with me while we load that up. I want to get you folks in tune with the forecast ahead. And get watered and hydrated and caffeinated. Okay, so now as we take a look at the forecast information together, I'm doing this flying solo. What do I mean? I have not reviewed this. I'm not sitting back at my desk saying I got to get ready for a 12 o'clock newscast or whatever that is. I am on the whole time. So you're watching behind the curtains meteorology here as we take a look at a couple of different models. This is the most recent run of what's called the HRRR, the high resolution rapid refresh model. This thing updates every hour. That can be good. That can be bad. It sometimes changes its mind, but it's usually the best in the first couple hours of helping us define where they think the storm is going to be moving here. But also, what it's been doing a fairly reasonably good job here as well of late. So now, let's put this puppy into motion a little bit if I can. Oh, we only got 1 hour of this model run in so far. Hutch is asking for it to do something it can't do. Okay, so now we got it. Okay, so this run was done last hour. Here's our mesoscale storm making its way up into northeastern parts of Minnesota. Look at this. Does this look like what's going on? No. It extends all the way down to the south. So this model's, I'm not going to call it junk, but it's not something I'm going to put a lot of weight in this particular model run. Let me go to the 1 hour earlier model run and see if that's more gooder. Okay. Pause. Whoa, 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 you're getting ahead of me. My eyeballs can't work that fast. This is a little better, but there's no way that this looks like what we have going on as the storm is moving its way up to the north and to the east. So I don't like any of the HRR models right now. I'm sorry, I just don't. Now, there's not many other models that I have access to that update every hour. And that's why they can sometimes be not the best, you know. So let's go ahead and take a look at a longer range model and see if we can find one. As we go into the current time here, we're at noon, so we're looking for something around 19Z. Here we go. Now, this one says at 19Z, we should be seeing storms firing in the Red River Valley of North Dakota. That's not happening yet, but what it does mean, here within the next hour or two, if it's going to happen, this low pressure system that we did show you diagnosed not far from the Jamestown area is going to start intensifying. As that does so, we could see some development near the Fargo area. So I'm not trying to scare anybody. This is just one model's rendition. And this one, is it doing a good job with that? No. Nope, it didn't even have a very good start off on that. So I'm going to skip to another one. This is what we do in meteorology. We look at which model is starting out with the best information and that looks accurate in the first 6 hours. If it can't forecast right the first 12 hours, then how can we have confidence in it later? And the answer is nope, you can't. So but thunderstorms never really ever do, and even winter storm forecasts don't always turn out exactly like any one model. So that's why we like to take a little bit of this and a little bit of that and mix it up. This is the late afternoon and early evening. So mid-afternoon, we should see storms developing here somewhere if they form. Now, that means we need enough ground heating. Right now outside, let me take an observation. Yep, I got sun in Fargo. Okay, so we got some sun filtered by the clouds right now. That's going to add heat to this hot, humid air mass. And boom, if we get a few areas where we get updrafts to form in that sunny area, it's going to be along the warm front here. Where's the warm front? That's where we'll have the twisting. So if this low moves through, here we got this warm front. It's showing up way up here as we go toward the afternoon and evening hours. Again, I'm not certain that I have confidence in this model at all. So that was the ARW. Let's look at this one. None of them have the MCS in it, and that's going to have to be okay. But I will tell you what's going on here. The MCS, as it's working its way through, is leaving behind this huge swath of rain-cooled air, worked over air, and air that it's used some energy out of, and it's leaving behind it clouds and a rain-cooled pool. Now, as it does so, once it clears out, we got strong south winds that are going to bring the heat back into the area quickly. So that's what we're looking for. That MCS is now way over here, and now we've got the chance for some sun breaking out across the Southern Valley. That's why I believe if we see storms forming, it's going to be in that clearing spot I showed you on the satellite moments ago in this area. This particular model here showing storms firing near Bismarck, way out to the west. See how different it is? Do I believe this? Could this happen? Yeah. Will it happen? Well, if they're the ones that are going to get the heat, then will we get the moist air into it in the inflow? And the answer is, yeah, that is a possibility to see that. So we'll see where the storms fire, but one of the best tools for watching that is also going to be watching the visible satellite imagery and watching for a cumulus field starting to form. Let me see. This model has done good with temperatures lately. This is a Canadian model, and let's see what it says. Well, let's go start at the noon hour, and it has the cluster of thunderstorms out here. I like it. Nope, we're not seeing all this out here, but notice how this one kind of smooths from image to image into each frame. So I'm not a real fan of that, but essentially this low that forms right here, boom, heat, warm front. Okay, so this area here would be the area of concern for any storms that form in this situation as we go into your mid-afternoon hours, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock rock, and any of those storms that form moving north along this warm front that's going to be right about in this area where my arm is, will have the chance of a strong tornado or two, hail that'll be very large in size. We talk 2 to 3 inches, and then we could also see some gusty straight line winds. On this side of the storm, marginally severe to scattered severe storms will be possible. It's just dealing with a little less moisture in the air, dealing with a little less instability in the atmosphere. But because you're getting more sun out there out west, those could be pretty stout too. So that's a look at our forecast. So what does Hutch do with all this information? I say, well, we got to watch where things develop in real time. And I like to call that nowcasting. So when we're nowcasting, what Hutch likes to do is take a quick look from time to time at the satellite. So let's see if I can find the satellite. Boom. And tornado warning does continue for Hibbing. I want you to be seeking shelter in your interior room, away from windows, on the lowest floor possible. We're going to get back to this deal. Now you know the forecast. Anywhere here in the central Red River Valley and northern Minnesota, we can see some redevelopment once we get some energy back into the atmosphere after the exit of this system. So Red River Valley counties of North Dakota and Minnesota, chance for some thunderstorms. I'm going to draw what I think, and I do want to characterize that based on what I see with regards to our satellite view here. So bear with me while I'm squinting a look at the map here. And here's the visible satellite imagery loading up. Here's another channel of the visible satellite imagery loading up. This is better. Okay, what you're looking at here, the sun is at high noon. It's straight up. We are seeing some shadows from these thunderheads that are forming here. But as the sun gets lower in the sky, here's a cumulus field starting to form in the hot air down to the south. I'm going to turn off wind gusts now, and we're going to also turn on the temperature. So let that come in. So temperatures are in the 70s, dew points are in the 70s out here, and now we're popping 80 degrees in Fargo here. So we're starting to get warmed up. Here's your warm front down south. Now there has been some terrible storminess out here, but look at what's going on here. You got 86, 84. So there's that low pressure system down here near the Redfield area. And that is an area where we have a warm front. And this storm, make no mistake about it, is laying out a cool pool behind it as you go through. Here's that cool pool. So now we have a warm front setting up shop right here. And in and along and north of that warm front is where we're going to have the best chance for storm development. Heat equals storms. We remember seeing on the radar, this stuff was starting to form some storms out here. And as they form here, the atmosphere in that warm front at the surface has east winds blowing in it, and above we have winds coming from the southwest. That's not a good combination. There is some spin and shear in the atmosphere. So it does look like if Hutch was making this forecast now, our warm front location somewhere in this general vicinity, we do have some pretty serious weather to talk about if we get some storms popping off. Now that we're getting up into the 80s to 86 degree range, we're reloading the atmosphere down south a little bit. The warm front will move north. As it moves north and we get storms forming, if they form, then we have all modes of severe weather that will be possible. So that's the best forecast I can give you at this particular juncture. And then again, as we take a look ahead, I did prepare that 7-day planner for you. Why not show it to you here? A hot one expected in Fargo today near 90. I refrained from using 90s all the way through last week because quite simply, I knew there'd be a chance of thunderstorms, and when those come through, it can really mess with that. Also, we've gotten a lot of recent rain, so the ground is saturated, and it gets a little bit harder to get up into the 90s when we're just really soggy soils up here, and the clouds start developing. So 85 to 90 degrees, and through the next few days, we will have a good chance at a sizzler on Thursday, the 2nd of July, and then as we head into Friday for the home base here in Fargo Moorhead, we do see that things cool off as we head into the holiday, but the thunderstorm chances do return. Little too early to be too confident in the track, the timing, or any of that. Scattered thunderstorms. I'm not calling for a washout on your celebration of Independence Day whatsoever, but storms will be a part of it. In the morning, we could have some storms. Again, in the afternoon, not everywhere though, so keep that in mind. So that is a look at that. All right, here's what's going on with the latest on the radar. We've done the forecast a little bit. Afternoon thunderstorms are going to be likely. I'm watching the radar here and the satellite imagery to see where cumulonimbus clouds start to form. When they do start to form, as we get lower sun elevation angles in the sky, we'll start to see, pardon me, we'll start to see the area. Look at Sioux Falls popping 90 degrees, 93 Sioux City. Hot air, humid air, likely the upper levels of the atmosphere are heating up here as well. And as the upper atmosphere heats up, that's going to cap the atmosphere. Thunderstorm development down here is not impossible, but these temperatures will have to reach real high values to pop through that warm air that's above the ground. So that's called a cap. So thunderstorm development is going to be more likely where we'll have some warming taking place here where we do get up into those 80s, but we also have that warm front around, and we do have a chance if any of those updrafts can form, we'll start to see these white things start to show up like a big old pimple on a round spot. And if we start to see these little round spots, that's the top of an anvil cloud reaching up and spreading out like this as it hits the stratosphere. So essentially, we'll start watching for one or two of these cells if they start to take off with some energy. And then the thunderstorms that are forming out here in the western Dakotas, we don't see any with some super duper high cold cloud tops. And we'll take a look at another satellite view for that. It's kind of fun to look at the water vapor view, but also the infrared, which is a measure of the temperature. The coldest cloud top heights are right here where we see these temperatures that are red. Those are red because those are the highest cloud tops that reach the highest part of the atmosphere where the temperature is the coldest. And we can see where thunderstorms are forming here in the atmosphere as well. When we have thunderstorms of significance, like what we have going on off to the east for our neighbors in the UP out here, those are some pretty tall, cold cloud tops. And we even have a thunderstorm warning in the northern mitten of Michigan as well. So here's what's going on. Let's get back to what's going on here. Look at this near Grand Rapids. That is a big time heater. I want to see if there is a chance that we have some cloud top data coming in from Duluth. We do have a wind report in Grand Rapids. Let's check that out. The wind was 52 miles per hour measured there, 55 measured there, 62 measured on the north side by Deer River at a personal weather station at Deer Lake. Now, the rotating part of the thunderstorm and the high cloud tops are right here. That's where the updrafts are punching the clouds way up high in the atmosphere. Hutch, how high is that? Hutch, I think that is about 55,000 feet in the atmosphere here where we're seeing these red colors. So these are now 55,000 footers up here, pushing up towards 60,000 feet, capable of supporting some sizable hail when they get that high. And also, we do have that area of updraft here and another area of updraft here with a couple different hail cells or cores possible in that storm. Now, as we take another look here, let's take a peek at what's going on with regards to the shear and the spin in the storm. And then I'll get out of the way. Okay, here we go. All right, so storm relative velocity. We have a big area of tornado warning. There is some away motion from the radar and towards on the north side. Here is the outflow from the thunderstorm that's punching into the incoming updraft right here. So we do have some, well, there's an area of spin right outside of Hibbing right now. So if you're in Hibbing, gusty winds over 55 miles per hour are going to be likely to punch their way in. We do have some shear showing up right here on the tornado warned storm. The tornado warning is in effect here for the next few moments, but not too much longer, and it's reaching the edge of the warned area. So 1:30, but the rotating part of the storm is reaching off in toward the edge of the tornado warning. So we'll see if the tornado warning does continue. I will say this, it was looking a little bit more defined earlier, and it is getting closer to the radar site in Duluth, which means we can see that definition a little better as well. So it's mainly following the 169 corridor. You can see this backward C shape to this storm's leading edge. Along the leading edge, we got the south winds out here. That's why it's in away motion there. Then this is an outflow from a part of the thunderstorm. It's giving a component of the motion toward the radar here in Duluth. And then the actual wind direction is going to be this way, kind of where this pooch is pooching out right there. So where that Boeing line segment is, that's where some of the strongest winds are usually found. We have a long thunderstorm warning that continues all the way down now, and moving on the north side of Mille Lacs here, I'm seeing some potential shear, but also keep in mind this is along an axis here that looks like this. And along that axis here, this is more of a roll. So you can think of it as motion away from the radar and motion toward the radar, but this is closer to the radar site than this is. So what we're seeing is wind blowing away from the radar, and then you get up a little higher and it's blowing like this. So this is kind of a roll in the atmosphere, and it also could signify that we have some convergence at this lower level of the cloud inside, where you got some rear flank downdraft coming back and then an updraft going in like that, which does create what I was just describing, that roll. That's moving over the area of the northern part of the Mille Lacs area here, north of Garrison and towards Aitkin out there, south of Crosby. So there is some shear in the atmosphere right there. So we'll keep our eyes on the skies with regards to this, but I'm not seeing multiple areas of real tight spin or rotation. We're getting much closer to the Duluth radar, which gives me a better definition of what's going on there. And now Hutch is going to continue the coverage until we find out if this warning for the tornado continues. And then you may see Hutch go to a little bit of a break. Now, let me share with you what you're going to see when I'm on break. I'm still here. I'm still working, but you're going to see something like this, some music playing. I think it's cool. And again, the model guidance isn't up here because I shut it down, but we'll talk about that. The model guidance will show up in this window. The upper window is your radar data. It will cycle through views of the radar. And also, we'll have some safety tips in the upper right-hand corner, some meanings for you up there, as well as some forecast graphics possibly as well. and I'll continue to update stuff because I've been analyzing things in real time since I woke up. Went to bed at about 6 a.m. as the storms made their way out of the area last night and moved up into parts of Canada, and the tornado warnings canceled in the Devil's Lake Basin. And I got about 3-4 hours of sleep, and then boom, tornado warnings. And I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Let's get on the horse. And we saddled up, and here we are. So this allows me a chance to recoup. I am here. I am watching storms, and let's see what this tornado warning does, because it's now moving outside of the warned area. The fact that we do not have another tornado warning already for the areas out ahead of the storm is a pretty good sign that they may let this tornado warning expire. Right up here, I'm going to pull up my full screen radar. In and around Hibbing, there's a little pooch right here, a little area where we could have some spin, but right here near Hibbing and points north, some shear still exists in the storm. It's weaker than it was, but you should still be seeking shelter in Hibbing and out here towards Nashwauk. As we look on the backside inside the storm here, by the way, as well, we do have some areas and pockets of wind blowing towards the radar and wind blowing away from the radar. This would be a rain-wrapped rotation back in here, so you won't even be able to see it, some heavy rain. If you have a report of severe weather, thanks for sharing those with me. You can upload those to hutchesweather.com. You can upload them via my app, and I've got a few new ones here of folks. All right. We'll go ahead and share those with you here as we wait out to see if this tornado warning is going to be continued or not. My gut tells me that the main risk is kind of gone from that original couplet, but seek shelter and stay in the shelter in this pink area here. We have a rotation area here, a little bit of shear on the leading edge here, and north of Hibbing there's some shear. And then down here, this is not shear, this is just inflow into the storm, and then the outflow of the mothership coming up overhead of the top of it. That's normal, and that is the gust front that's being blown out after it. Hutchesweather.com is your source for weather information. If you happen to lose power at your home and you don't have access to watch me on your YouTube channel or TV, then head over to your cellular device, hutchesweather.com, or download my new app. Search Hutch's Weather in the App Store today. There's a video link button, and boom, it'll take you right to the live stream right on your cellular device. No matter where you are, I'm there. A little weird, but that's the way it is. You know, this day and age, we can get the coverage to you where you are. Photo upload section of the website you can find by going to the home page and clicking on the photo button right up top, view pics. That's where we are right now. Let's see. I don't think some of these did make their way in, so let me go to another screen here. All right, we'll go to this screen for a second. Look at this. This is the mothership. This is what we have going on. This is the storm that made its way all the way from Pierce, South Dakota, and it chugged through the Aberdeen area, dumping a tornado, 130 plus mile per hour gusts. And that bad boy, you can see, what is that little ripple you're seeing there? That's called a gravity wave. That storm, that updraft is so strong it's punching into the stratosphere. This flat top, that's the top of what's called the troposphere, the lowest slice of the atmosphere. That's about 10 miles up there or more. And as you get up to that troposphere, and where it interacts with the stratosphere, the thunderstorm clouds spread out and they pancake. That's why thunderstorm clouds are called an anvil, and they spread out at the top. But this is showing evidence even into the morning hours this morning as the sun rose on the day, that there were little bubbles coming up over above the stratosphere. Those are overshooting tops of that thunderstorm, indicating the strength of the updraft was just extremely powerful. Look at the effect it had on the bands, the gravity waves and those wave clouds that show up outside. That's when you look out and you see wave cloud 1, wave cloud 2, kind of street or rows of clouds. Down here, near the surface, we have warmer clouds here. This is in the southern winds that the atmosphere has in it today. And we definitely have some cloud streets starting to form here in the south flow, moist air. When we get this sunshine here, when we get the sunshine here in the little breaks and the atmosphere starts heating up, we'll have the ability to destabilize the atmosphere. But this bad boy right here, as it's moving off to the north and east, does have an impact on what's going to happen this afternoon. It has made a cool pool, and it's made its own cool pool and cold front. So that cool pool and cold front is sitting here in this area, and now the sun's starting to come back out, and the south wind is trying to push this cool pool away. You can actually watch how slow that process is. It's taken a while, but the south winds that are strong, hot air can't move, dense air. Think of it as trying to push a boulder, right? It's heavy. The dense air is much more dense, so the warm air coming in from here starts rising up over the top of that cool pool, and that cool pool slowly advances northward. So this storm is leaving a boundary that's going to be a warm front this afternoon, and it will impact who sees the severe weather. The atmosphere is amazing. It's fun to study. It's a Rubik's Cube every day. And what we got out here are garden variety thunder showers that are forming up here. We have some energy, we have some lift, we had some sun, and boom, we got thunderstorms out there. Let's see what we get out here as we get into the afternoon hour. Where this warm front goes, we can see the south flow of the low-level clouds here making their way up back into the I-94 corridor. So the warm front is moving towards I-94 right now. We can just see it right here on the visible satellite imagery. There's your warm front right in this area. That's where the south winds are making and advancing northward. And the lower levels, here they are. Those little low-level clouds, you see the little puffy cumulus clouds drifting northward. That's your warm front. As it advances northward, those cumulus clouds will advance northward. If we get hot enough and we reach what's called the convective temperature, boom, we'll start to see some more big pancakes like this one puffing up in the atmosphere. These will be more isolated. This MCS, huge cluster of multiple thunderstorms. We're going to start seeing individual pancakes form here and there. And think of it as an upside down flushing toilet. I know, kind of gross, but let's pretend the toilet's empty. Now, as you get a rising motion, it's just like the tube of water going down the toilet, okay? So rising updrafts that are rotating, that's what's going on, only it's an upside down thing. And you'll start to see that water spread out as it hits the troposphere, and we're going to get these little pancakes or anvils shaped things that start forming in our area as well. So that's what we have going on right now. We have it happening across our area. Thanks a lot. I got to approve this. There they are. Now I'm going to go back to your pictures, and on the tornado warning is still in effect. The storm is now actually surging out between Hibbing and Virginia. So we'll get back to that in a second. Thanks so much to every one of you who have uploaded your photos to hutchesweather.com. Thanks for being a part of the show. You help me help you by letting me know what's going on with your photo uploads. So here we go, back to it now. I apologize for the delay there. It was kind of fun going over that. Look at the rain. Fill in the rain gauge. Here's the 1 inch mark. Here's the 2 inch mark. So we got over 2.5 inches after the storm passed. Pam in Fergus Falls, thank you so very, very much. Now, I appreciate everyone measuring rain, and this is a great place to measure rain. If you are measuring rain and it's somewhere near your deck, this is just a photo taken, so don't knock Pam here. But if you're going to place a rain gauge, try to get it out in the middle of the yard somewhere, and I'll tell you why. If you have winds like we did today with the thunderstorm, and let's imagine this is where the gauge lived, but if the gauge lived here next to a building, if the wind was coming from the building side, then many raindrops would be shadowed and miss the gauge. So you want to stay away from trees because trees can shadow wind. If raindrops are flying in, and my rain gauge is sitting here behind a house, okay? Raindrops are flying in, hits the house, hits the roof, runs down, goes down your gutters, and it doesn't hit or land in the rain gauge. Now, if we have an event where it's just a garden variety rain shower all day, the rain's falling straight down, it don't matter if you measure it on your deck or the middle of your backyard. But you do want to try to get away from objects like your home, like your roof, by a few feet, or mount it up a little higher if you can, to get away from what's called a rain shadow effect. And that will give you an even Steven look. So I have one put on the deck, but it's put up pretty high up there on the roof line, but it still gets rain shadowed from time to time. So having one on the other side and averaging, also a good way to average it. Wonderful report, Pam. Thank you so very, very much. Now, here's a look at what we saw of the mean clouds roiling and toiling and swirling over the top. This is Cass Lake. Angelina, thank you so very much. This is 1 o'clock in the afternoon. So as we look out into central Minnesota, those skies were ominous, gray, dark and swirly looking out there as we go through. And another look here. This is, oh, terrible. I am sorry. This is a screenshot. I don't know if this is somebody from their picture, but I hope so. Yeah, Sean, thank you very much. Lake Bemidji, lakefront tent is destroyed. So a tent blew right into the tree and just got mangled. So that's terrible. Sorry to see that, Sean. Bemidji, continues to be the spot that Mother Nature seems to pick on regularly. A tree fell, power line 1 mile west of Ottertail Lake. Boom, power outage. Look at there, you've got yourself the transformer laying on the ground. If you come across this stuff, you got to be extremely careful. You don't want to walk across them power lines. It can be extremely dangerous out there. So keep that in mind. All right, it looks like, or it sounds like we're going to have some new information coming in soon from the Fargo Grand Forks area. So I'm going to move the radar over here and keep that information handy dandy. Is it a watch? I'll bet it is. I'll bet some of that south flow along the warm front is coming in. So have new information coming in for you here momentarily. Okay, another picture. Here is a look at Frazee, and this is a look at a video. We saw this earlier, but we'll go through it again in case you missed it. Big windy storms, Frazee. This is on Highway 10 or near Highway 10. It's north of Frazee and east of DL. And you'll take a closer look here. You got some trees down here on the property along the tree line out there. So some gusty straight line wind potential from that storm, and other pictures, pardon me, uploaded today. So keep your pictures coming. Sean, I'm sorry. Bemidji just continues to get picked on. This is an interesting picture. What the heck is this? Look at that. Is that a mosquito on the windshield or no? Storm system just south of Hawley created this interesting formation. Yeah, look at that. So rural Hawley, Minnesota, Bernadine sharing this. That's a cloud up in the sky. So that's a scary looking cloud. Looks like a mosquito on a windshield, don't it? But again, the air was so humid today, temperatures in the 70s, dew points in the 70s. You start that air rising even just a little bit and clouds start to form and they take awesome shapes. This is called a scary looking cloud. Some call it a scud cloud, so that now you're learning a little bit about those. It does look like the National Weather Service in Bismarck here. I'm just trying to catch up. Takes me a second, so bear with me and thank you very much. I'll try to stand aside here too, trying to keep you all in mind. All right, I'm going to take a look at something here. We got what's called a mesoscale discussion. So let me open up another piece of software. Hopefully it doesn't cause my computer issues. We're going to put this up there and we're going to learn something together. The Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma, they're the ones that put out these slight moderate risks of severe weather. And what we're going to do is together take a look at what we're showing here. I want to go to the right graphic. So here's a look at the radar graphic. Now there is a mesoscale discussion for central parts of North Dakota. That's where we saw the thunderstorm clouds starting to form, but also there's some patches of clearing there, which adds some energy to the atmosphere. These discussions put out by the Storm Prediction Center here basically give us an idea of what their thoughts are on what we just talked about. So it'll be interesting to share and see what it is they say. So from Bismarck through Rugby, Devil's Lake to Jamestown, they've got this area and they say, we're watching this area and this is what we think. So I'm going to go ahead and open up what they think here and we'll look at it together. So they do say a watch is likely in this area, an 80% chance of a watch. This discussion happened at 12:41. It was an hour ago. We still haven't had the watch. So that noise I heard might be the issuance of a new watch coming out from the National Weather Service. So I'm just trying to catch up to the details here. Bismarck. All right, so Belfield tornado, I was covering that a couple of nights ago. Bismarck says they've released a public statement on that. It was an EF1, 90-mile-per-hour winds, Belfield, North Dakota, and points north. If you recall, we were covering that one. So thanks, National Weather Service. They surveyed. Basically, we have to go as meteorologists and engineers and look at the damage caused by it to get a wind estimate. Let's get back to the National Weather Service office in Grand Forks and see what we got. Massive water carnival tent blew down. Lakeside, Minnesota 197. We showed you a picture of that. I don't see anything new coming there. I'm just double checking. It's always good to double check. So thanks for being patient with me. I don't see anything new other than the fact that this mesoscale discussion that's flashing in your face here is something that we'll look at together right now. So let's see if I can open this bad boy up. Severe watch likely. Here's what the Storm Prediction Center is watching. I'll move this over to this side, and it's just reading, but essentially tornado risk possibility out in the western part of the Dakotas, 100 to 125 mile per hour winds, gusty straight line winds to 70 mile per hour, and 2.5-inch diameter hail possible from thunderstorms out there. A severe watch is likely, about an 80% chance that they're going to issue it sometime soon. Visible satellite radar trends, we were just looking at that together, right? Indicate a gradual increase in shower and thunderstorm development across western North Dakota. Now, that activity is located west of the north-south stationary front, inverted trough located in central North Dakota, and in a zone of increased forcing ascent. That's that warm air rising as it works its way through. To the east of that area, we have dew points in the 70s, so it's real humid and there's fuel for thunderstorms. Also, it says the boundary layers are contributing to a moderately unstable and uncapped air mass with capes of 1 to 2,000 joules per kilogram. So what that tells us there is there's upward forcing that's in the area. That's really strong forcing, but it's not excessive. It's, I mean, we see some 3, 4, 5,000 values coming through the area, and we'll show you that in a second. Current expectation is for surface-based storm development to cover the vicinity in the trough area out in western North Dakota with some forcing going on out there. Veering winds aloft, so we got a turning of winds as we go up through the atmosphere. And the risks are going to be very large hail, as we talked about, upwards of 3 inches in diameter, and a few tornadoes possible. And some CAM, or convective allowing model guidance, showing that the initial storms could evolve into a bowing segment. That's what we're seeing now moving through parts of Minnesota, to be supportive of a damaging wind threat as we go through. It does look like we got a new tornado warning behind my back here as well. A new tornado warning has been issued. Let's go over that from the National Weather Service for this bowing line segment that's working its way through. See that little nugget right there, that pooch? That's the tornado. That's a signal, a sign, a signature on the radar called a hook echo, and the rotation of the updraft right here causes a centrifuge effect. That twisting throws rain and hail outside of this area and puts it over here. And in some cases, that can be a debris ball or it could be a RFD. But in this case, we'll go ahead and take the National Weather Service's word for it. If you happen to be right here in Ankara, you're right in the path of this puppy moving off to the north and east. Seek shelter in that interior room. Again, this is an active tornado warning for a radar indicated tornado. Let's put this over the top here. Will it let me move it? It will not. Okay, so then we'll play this way. So again, radar indicated tornado, 3/4 inch diameter hail are going to be the main threats from that particular storm as it moves off to the north and to the east right now. So we'll get back to the radar data with that. So again, rural areas, we're talking about Lake Vermilion though. So if you're on the big lake up here, this area, you're going to want to make sure that you're seeking shelter. Get out of campers, cabins, RVs now. You have moments time. Let's get back to the other radar here. I'll be able to do a little bit better job of covering this with that, so we can see the velocities and all that stuff a little more clearly, I believe, on this other radar. So let's go back. Here we go. Okay, so there's your new tornado warning. The other one has expired. Here's the bowing segment. Gusty winds are burping out in this direction. We've had recent reports of 60 mile per hour gusts moving through Hebbing, heading up into the areas here not far from Ely, and of course Lake Vermilion. So as you look at Tower, that area there, a lot of folks like to camp out in this area, right? Lake Vermilion on this side. If you're in this area, a rotating thunderstorm with strong shear is located right here where we have the reds and the greens next to each other. Let's see, this tells us if this is a radar indicated tornado. We don't have eyeballs on it, and it's moving off to the northeast at 69 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and estimate when that puppy is going to arrive and where. Now, the tornado or rotating part of the storm is not going to hit all of these communities. Let's just say that right now. But if it's moving at 70 miles per hour, you do not have a lot of time. So the main area of impact is going to be very close to areas near Tower and points west. At 148, it hits Tower. So it'll be about 148 where my hand is right there. So do please seek shelter, get out of campers, cabins, and seek shelter into the big structures and buildings that are in and around the area out here. Not a lot of them, but find them and know now where you can go to be safe, because you have a little bit of time. It's 1:48 before it reaches you. That's 10 plus minutes, 10 to 15 minutes before this rotating line segment makes its way towards you. Gusty straight line winds, some hail, but the main threat is a tornado from this cell. This is from a monster storm that has been rolling through our area. I'm not calling it that name to scare anybody, but this big storm has made its way all the way from near Pierce, South Dakota to northeast parts of Minnesota in the Arrowhead here as we've gone through the overnight. This was last night at dinner time. It was forming in and around areas south of Pierce, South Dakota. So that's what we have going on there. If you're in the path of that, that is a dangerous storm. Severe thunderstorms continue down to the south. All of these yellow boxes are severe thunderstorm warnings. That means we're expecting gusty winds to near 60 miles per hour. Some can still contain some 1 to 2 inch diameter hail. And now I've got these colors on here so we can watch the velocity as it moves into floodwood. There are some areas with some spin and shear on the backside of the storm way back over here. We'll analyze that together. Now, along the leading edge, we can get little pockets that start forming, and I've been watching for those as we go through. Not seeing any clearly defined tornado signatures on this right here. Down to the south, though, we do have some signatures down here of the potential for some pretty stout rotation south of Aitkin and on and in and around the Mille Lacs area. So that's what's going on. Now let's take a look at some front row seating, if we can, of these storms. We're going to go to some DOT cameras here in the state of Minnesota. We'll call that up right quick and we'll go take a look. Now there's the warned area, and we got a lot of DOT cams. A lot of these are pointed at pavement. That's the job of these. I want to look at this Mille Lacs storm and see what we can see on the south side. We have traffic, we have heavy rain, bending and bowing trees out there. And again, we do have some what looks like, well, wet roads at the very least, and green grass. That's good. And there we go. So big time heavy rain with the storm making its way through. No cloud views though, and I'm not knocking these cameras. That's not what they're there for. They're for DOT sites to watch the roads in the winter so we can monitor road conditions in the winter. But for weather nerds like Hutch Johnson, we like to use them to see if we can see any information coming out of the storms. Now, everywhere it's purple, we have thunderstorm warnings. This is a look at a camera here. This is on Tamarack. This is Minnesota Highway 210, I believe. Is that what it is? Yeah, Minnesota Highway 210. Just sideways rain coming in a deluge out there as that camera is inundated with some heavy rain making its way across the area. So we do have that. And again, very heavy rain showing up there with gusty winds causing the trees to really bend as the storms make their way through. Thank you so very, very much. I want to throw a personal debt of gratitude out here to At Home with Carmen for your support of Hutch's Weather and your gift on my YouTube channel. Thank you so very much. Thank you very much for the comments and whatnot. I appreciate it. Joe, I appreciate it. Joanne Benjamin. And then it says, what about the Fargo area? Any storms? Well, there will be a chance of severe storms in the afternoon and early evening hours here in Fargo. And that chance moves north towards Grand Forks. It moves towards Thief River Falls if the storms form at all. And we're watching to see. Now, there's a chance for some storms out in western North Dakota, and I'll take care of you folks out there as well, as and if they become to get severe. So that's a look at what we go. Let me see. I'm sorry, Ella Langley fans. Okay, let me go here and let's go get this up here where I can actually read it. Okay, it says, I'm in Minnesota and I'm in my basement hiding, and we are in the red part of the storm. Ella, please let me know what storm you're talking about. What community are you nearby? And I will give you a personal update right now. Also, we'll keep you updated. Ella, I want to answer your question though, so I'm looking for an answer quick. Where, Ella? That's what we need to know. Let us know, and I'll tell you what we got going on. I don't want people stuck in their basements all day, but that's a big, big storm covering numerous counties and over 60 to 80 miles north to south coverage. So it's a big time storm out there, and that's pushing its way in. Thank you for joining me. If you're new to the channel, my name is Hutch Johnson. I've been a chief meteorologist in broadcast meteorology for the better part of the last 30 years, and now I have my own company called Hutch's Weather. It's a pleasure to have you on board with me here. I'm watching for Ella's reply. Looks like we got Damien saying, what do you think about the Turtle Mountains? Will it get nasty today? It could get nasty later today in north central North Dakota. There is a chance of strong tornadoes in north central North Dakota to northeast North Dakota. All right, other looks and views of the storm as it moves up toward, let's go to the tornado warned storm. Can we see it from here? Likely not. There's just so many trees up in beautiful northwest Minnesota that we're just not going to have an easy time seeing the direct base of these clouds over here unless it's right on our doorstep. So now let's take a look from more inside the storm. This is Hibbing. We have Hibbing now with some storms that are exiting the area. There was some rotation, very tight rotation. Now we can at least see some clouds, but they're dark, rainy side storm clouds out there moving through the Hibbing area. There's a couple on the highway north as we go in towards the area to the north of Hibbing. I'm not seeing anything there. I'm continuing to watch. I'll be okay, Ella. Just be safe. Okay, so stormy weather. High winds that were experienced coming out of the east. We live in Village Green and Moorhead. Thank you very much for your report. They were very strong winds making a mess. Well, I'm not far from you, and I had no winds at my place. So isn't it amazing where those winds channel themselves to? Indeed. Thank you for your report. Latest report. If you're in your basement up here, as far as the tornado warned storm, I'm going to try to get up in the general vicinity of the tornado warning. There's no cameras up here that are going to help me unless I can see it from Hibbing, and I'm just not. Here is a view of a Minnesota DOT camera out there. We can play the video. This is at US Highway 53 on the south end of the Virginia Bridge. Now, as you take a look at this, we'll put it into motion. You can see, oh wow, look at the wind blowing over the bridge, and they got the sheets of rain flying through. The cars are driving through standing water on the bridge. They're slowing down, and there is a tornado warning very, very close to this particular area. It's not in this area, but very gusty straight line winds on the bridge in the area of Virginia on the south end of town. Look at that. I could watch that all day. I mean, be careful, folks out there. It's a dangerous storm out in your area. Now, that is on the south side as we look down here, but that's what we're seeing as these storms are now moving north of the Hibbing area. Big time wind, heavy, heavy torrential rain, some hail cores within the cells as well. And now the National Weather Service has said, to heck with it, that we're just going to put a whole warning out for the entirety of the Iron Range. So northeast parts of Minnesota in the Arrowhead from Grand Marais, Silver Bay, Hoyt Lakes, Ely, all in a severe thunderstorm warning in this yellow box that was just issued by the National Weather Service Forecast Office in Duluth, Minnesota. Tornado possible, it says. 1 1/4 inch diameter possible in spots, not everywhere in the warned area, and some 60-mile-per-hour gusts. So we will walk through this. We'll walk through the first thing to look at is the velocity on this tornado warned storm. Is it still there? Getting a little farther away from the radar site, I'm going to step up in elevation or step down in elevation angle here. Bear with me. Okay, so let's go up a little bit and see if we're seeing this tight rotation still. I am not. Okay. Tornado warning still in effect. Oh, it might be rain wrapped. So we do have a little bit of evidence of some shear in the storm back on that on this side here, but it's still way back where the tornado warning started. Where it was originally, you can almost see the backwards kind of hook, if you will, on that side. Let's go back to the regular radar data. Okay, my computer's acting a little goofy. Shut down just a couple of products here. And okay, so that radar software seems to be locked up right now. So I'm going to see if I can kill it without killing my whole broadcast. Okay, there we go. Maybe. Yeah, okay. Whew. All right. So there, some sort of a thing. I think I'm riding the cowboy just a little hard today and it's not happy with me. So I apologize for that. Okay. All right. We do have some spin and rotation in the storm moving off to the northeast at 69 miles per hour. It's heading in the general direction of Tower. Folks in campers, RVs, and mobile homes, get out, seek shelter in a sturdy structure, get to an interior room. A hallway's better than a big, like shopping center type of situation. Of course, we don't have big malls and stuff out here, but we do have, casinos and the like. Get into a sturdy structure. There's still some shear in this storm. I'm just not seeing the evidence of it being as strong as it was a little bit earlier. Looking down at the lowest level scan, we do have some shear. Well, no, it looks a little bit more unidirectional. There is a tornado warning that is in effect for this storm as it's moving to the northeast at a very fast clip until 2:15. So for the next half hour or so, I'll keep you posted. And then anywhere along this big curvy shape thing here, there's just one tornado warning that'll replace all of, or excuse me. There's one thunderstorm warning in yellow here that replaces all of this. These winds are blowing, and along the leading edge, we can get echoes like this that start to show little areas of possible shear and spin. So there's language here that says a tornado is possible. So if you are in the boundary waters with no signal on your phone or whatnot, you're at the mercy of what the sky is showing. This is a very gusty storm. Do not stand by the tallest trees out there for lightning and for the wind damage that can cause trees to fall. And if you are near a sturdy structure, you need to get into it right now. That's what's going on. We got Moose Lake. We got a severe thunderstorm warning out for your area as well. As we take a look, you're looking at the velocity scan. This is a tornado possible, 245 warning for 1 hour. Thunderstorm threat is considerable, 1 3/4 inch diameter hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds near Kettle River, Barnum, and Mattawa as we take a look at that storm. So that's what we have going on, approaching the Duluth area. That's heading right in towards Cloquet. We do have some shear and spin in this storm as well as it's making its way through. Now, the green is motion towards and the red is motion away. It's pretty unorganized spin and shear in this storm, and there's quite a bit going on the backside there where we have wind gusts interacting with the south winds that are coming into the storm from the south. So southeast winds coming into the storm. The radar's measuring some shear or spin along the leading edge. This is clockwise shear though, so I'm not poo-pooing it, but it's not usual that we see clockwise spin causing a tornado. It's not impossible though, and that's what we would have here is counterclockwise shear right there in that little nugget on the south side of McGregor. I'll go ahead and take a look at a couple of pictures and see if I see any evidence. The nugget is still there, but I'm not seeing any of the... That's weird. Okay, so as we look on the back side of the storm system, we're getting some interesting signatures. The blue would be a lower similarity of the targets. And when you have targets that don't look alike from a dual polarization radar, some pulses go out horizontally, some pulses go out vertically. And as those pulses with different orientations go out, we're seeing unsimilar targets right out here on the back side. So that's something that we'll keep our eyes on. Is there some sort of a circulation or something back there? I do like to look at the ZDR, but oh, there it is. And no, I'm not seeing any red ball there, so that doesn't necessarily correlate to a debris ball. Tornado possible with these storms as they make their way through. Hail is going to be the main threat from that particular cell. Look at the hail core on that. Here's your updraft part of the storm making the hail core, and on this leading edge is where we could see some shear. We got a finger down here, a little dangly on the back side of that, or on the south side of that floodwood storm as well. A couple of different areas to watch out for shear indeed on those storms. So, all right, here is a look at what's going on across the region. FM, let's go, it says. You know what? We're here to cover them, and I'm ready. And I'll reload here as we get into the afternoon hours waiting for storms to develop as we take a look at the regional picture here. Watching from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Thank you much. CDawn16, good to have you on board. If you've not done so yet and you're new to the channel, if you're watching on my YouTube page, please hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. It helps my channel grow, and I do appreciate it. And I'm here for you. So if you have questions, let me know. Thank you very much. Also, if you're watching on my Facebook feed, it's good to have you on board. Please hit the follow button. I'm at like 86,000 followers, I think, and I'd love to reach 100,000, so help me do so. Push the like button if you like the content. That'll help this particular video get out to more people today, keeping them informed as well. Hi, Emo, good to have you, Pop. See you, tornado in Ely, question mark? Well, let's go. There is a tornado warning near Ely. This little pocket storm is not what the warning's for. The warning's for this big monster storm that extends more than 70 miles north-south at last measurement. This is a newly developing storm, as are these little clusters out here forming in the south hot, humid air. Well, actually, this hot air isn't hot air because it's coming off the lake. South wind's coming off the harbor is going to be cool, but still humid, right? So it's making new cells out here in the arrowhead of Minnesota as we get out into St. Louis County and the like. Those areas are going to see some stout thunderstorm activity. Moose Lake, you got a big kidney bean heading towards you south of McGregor. Big time hail potential from that cell. I'm just trying to keep up. I'm sure I've got more photo uploads from you. Oh my goodness, look at this. Yeah, thank you. I got to approve them first. Beautiful cloud photos here. Thanks to everybody for taking part in this coverage and helping me help everyone else in the path of these storms see what's coming their way. Sent 6-7 for 6-7 joules. All right, 6 or 7, we'll take them. Appreciate that very much. Lump into fall. Jump into fall, not lump into fall. Feels like 101 here in southern Minnesota. Oh my gosh, you want to take a look at that together? Let's do it. But first, let's take a look at your videos and photos too. Tornado warning in and around the arrowhead of Minnesota. That's near Ely, all the way back into Tower, if you know where that is. So we got the casino up there. You should be getting out of your campers and RVs right now and seek shelter in these sturdy structures that are available to you. Rotation in this storm along this leading edge, gusty winds and some hail, but the hail core not as strong as some of the storms down on the south side of this. The wind gusts, though, where we see the backward C shape, which goes all the way around here. A big time wall of gusty winds. Not everybody will get the strongest gusts, but in places where we see it pooching out, that's where it's most likely strong, and that's where we have some rotation. Moving right into Tower right now, the rotating part of the thunderstorm. Make sure you're seeking shelter, get to the lowest floor, and get out of an RV and get out of a camper and get into this sturdy structure now before the storm is on your lap. So it's probably close right now. Thank you so much. Now let's see what else we got here. Sorry, I have to prove photos as they're coming in fast and furious. Now we're going to go to those. Okay, so we'll get back to our storm coverage right here. I want to get more of a regional view. There we go. And now let's take a look at your uploads and your contributions today. So thanks so much. Heading over to my website, hutchesweather.com, you can upload photos. We have damage photos, we have videos. Short video clips are allowable right from your mobile device. If you download my weather app, you can do so by hitting this button right here on my website. Search Hutch's Weather, though, in your app store. It's available on Android and it's available in the Apple Play Store. It is free and it does give you early alerts, and it's the exclusive one in the area here that does twisting storms. So you can get an early alert to these twisting storms moving their way into the area, sometimes before a tornado warning is even issued. So thanks a lot for letting me expand on that. But please, I'd love to have more people jump on and download Hutch's Weather app. Let's go ahead and take a look at this video clip. We looked at the rain last. Let's take a look at this. We got a tree down here. Big size tree just snapped right at the base. South Moorhead. Are you kidding me, Scott? Thank you very much. I'm really sorry. Oh my gosh, what a beautiful tree too. And you know what? There must have been some isolated winds hitting South Moorhead here. I'm in South Moorhead and I didn't get it here. I mean, I might need to go outside and check out the real world, but I've been busy here by the computer. Look at the mimosas clouds over Scott's house there. South Moorhead. This is the same storm that's moving in towards Tower, Minnesota right now. And it will move south of the metro area of Fargo, Moorhead, and blue wind in here. And there's what, 250,000 people in this area, and boom, that tree just went down. So I'm really sorry about your loss there. I hope everything else is okay. Scott, thank you for contributing your photo upload there. Mamata, I just said that. Now in Bemidji, all the way in central parts of Minnesota, north central. Stephanie, thank you. This is the Bemidji boiling of the cloud. These are called Mammatus clouds, shaped like mammary glands. That's where they get their name from. And basically just a lot of lumps in the sky. That thunderstorm rises, the updraft causes rain and hailstones to develop, and then it hits in the upper atmosphere. It starts spreading out like this. And there's little interactions with the air in the upper levels of the atmosphere that cause this just turbulent looking. If you're flying through this, by the way, it would probably be one of those rides where you're, you know, when you get washboards on the country road, that's what it would feel like on the airplane when you're flying through that, because you're going through updrafts and downdrafts, and that causes those wings to do this on the aircraft, and it's no fun. And that's where you need that little baggie in the front seat in front of you. Thank you, Stephanie, for sharing that shot in the Bemidji area. And by the way, Bemidji, tent destroyed, lakefront tent out there, must have been having some fun out there in the area. Sean, thank you so very much. And thank you for your support of Hutch's Weather, by the way, Sean. I really appreciate you very much. I hope things are okay there in Bemidji. Once again, Bemidji gets whacked. And here's a look at another photo. Oh yeah, look at this baby. See there, it's defined as a low cloud, a lot of damage and wind with it as it rolled over. Bemidji, Stephanie, thank you. Okay, so what you're looking at, this is called a roll cloud. It's different than a shelf cloud that you set your coffee cup on, right? So this is not a shelf cloud. It is not attached to the parent thunderstorm at all, but is an awesome, awesome example of a cloud that forms when the outflow from a thunderstorm scoots along the ground. That's rain-cooled, dense air, and it lifts the humid air in front of it, and it causes a cloud. Look how low that is to the ground. I think Stephanie could have reached up and touched it and grabbed it. That's how low that roll cloud was. These roll through at the speed of the gust front, and that's caused by the gust front, and they roll like that. That's their name. So that is a roll cloud, different than a shelf cloud that's attached to the parent thunderstorm. Incredible view there. Pedro is not happy with the storm damage, and I'm sorry, but what caused that roll cloud was the outflow from the thunderstorm that moved through the Bemidji area, causing that tent to blow over. And that cloud, as it was rolling in, was a sign that things weren't good and some ominous winds were coming your way. That's a roll cloud. That is a textbook, classic, awesome example. Thank you. Here's another tree that's been downed. And we have 11-year-old Logan out here standing next to the tree. Looks like Logan has some work to do. Is that a Predators sweatshirt? Okay, whatever it is, that away, kiddo. Thank you. I got to tell you what, snapped off at the base again. This is at the great-grandparents' yard after the storm hit Wadena. So we do have some tree damage reported in Wadena. This is from Shelley. Thank you so very, very much. And Logan, thank you. Be careful out there with the chainsaw out there, because we don't want any injuries there. But ooh, that's a big tree snapped right off at the base by those thunderstorm winds, right crack-a-lackin' at the base. Okay, we got a video clip here. This is from Aitkin, Minnesota. Nicole, thank you for being part of the coverage here. The Brainerd Lakes area. And check it out. We're looking at the lake shore. It looks like something there, right? And we got the bird feeder out there with maybe a squirrel saying, I'm going to get some more nuts. Now let's go see what's going on here. Oh my gosh, we got big time hailstones out there Monday, 1 p.m. in Aitkin, Minnesota. Woo, look at them balls bouncing out there. If you have a chance, Nicole, why don't you somehow let me know what the largest size hailstones were? Those bouncy balls look pretty big out there, and I imagine it does something to the water as well. Thank you so very much for your contributions to Hutch's Weather. To all of you, you can go to my website, hutchesweather.com, hit the viewer pick section here, or you scroll down on the main page just a little bit, and we'll go to that now together. So you scroll down on the main page a little bit, you can either hit viewer picks, or as you scroll down, you can join my live. So if you lose power at your house, Hutch is still on. Just grab your mobile device, make sure it's charged up as you go into your safe spot, and stay informed right there. You don't have to bring the TV on with you as well. This has watches, warnings, and advisories, so we'll go over that. Tornado warning is working its way towards Tower, Minnesota now. Severe thunderstorm warning for the area. Looks like we got a flash flood warning or something also taking place there. We do have a heat advisory in the Red River Valley and I-29 corridors of Minnesota and North Dakota. And then also, this is just the excessive heat warning. This is where we're going to have some danger for folks out there, particularly the elderly, folks working outside. Heat indices up above 109 will be possible in these areas. So again, if you want to know what the warnings are on the map, you just click on that bad boy with the green, and it says it's an aerial flood advisory. There's also a thunderstorm watch. There's also a thunderstorm warning for that one spot near Virginia that I clicked on at that particular time. So it works kind of nice. And elsewhere, here's another spot where you can view the photos or upload the to the gallery here, short video clips of weather and nature, and also your contributions. The more information you put in the content of the report helps me pass along to the Weather Service what's going on. And we got a rock guitar over here. What's going on? I'm not going nowhere, but I got to tell you what. You must know Hutch Johnson because I like to play a little guitar. It's my hobby when there's not storms around here. Yeah, baby, let's do some guitar. Let's rock it, but not right now. We got some other rocking to do. All in all, we have a website put together through my friend Joe. Thank you, Joe, for all your work. For Love of Dog Rescue, if you are familiar with Pedro, my prognosticating puppy, I got to tell you what, he came from For Love of Dog Rescue, and I just love to support them. So thank you for your contributions to For Love of Dog Rescue. You can do that right on my website down here. Your Hutch's Weather app, you can also download it right from this. So you can upload your photos right from the Weather app as well. Thanks so much for being a part of Hutch's Weather as we have continued coverage. And now we got some more photo uploads right here. Okay, more damage reported in and around the region. Boy River, Minnesota. We were covering the storm moving through your area as well. So let's get back to the storm coverage here. Talk a little bit about what's going on the radar. Tornado warning does continue. Look at the line of storm reports for the northern flank. Wind damage, wind damage, wind damage, wind damage, wind damage, wind damage, tornado. And there have been tornado warnings along the way too. Tornado warnings along the south side. We got wind damage, wind report, hail, hail. So more of the hail potential is down on the southern flank of the storms right now. As we look at it entering the Duluth area right now, Hoyt Lake, Babbitt, this Boeing line segment, there's a pooching out, new development. This is on the North Shore. So you get these south winds blowing up the harbor. It hits the Iron Range. And again, it's elevating the terrain off the river, off the big lake here. And then boom, well, we get some new developing thunderstorms out there. A lot of terrain out here, rapidly moving water. We do have that aerial flood advisory in effect for the region as well. Rainfall estimates we'll get to in a second, but going ahead now, look, you got a classical shape taking place. You see the little comic cue right here? Whoo, whoop, swirly, swirly, girly. Look at that guy right there. Okay, this is now possibly starting to take the shape of something called a mesoscale convective vortex. So what does that mean? This is like its own low pressure system now, okay? So here's the center of the low pressure, wind coming in on the backside, ripping winds on the backside, gusting straight line winds heading into Babbitt, gusty straight line winds heading to places south of Babbitt towards Silver Bay in the near future, and Ely, and a tornado warning. So that little curly cue there shows that this cluster of thunderstorms has now developed an area of low pressure on the inside of that as we go through. This could be thought of as the cold front around that complex of thunderstorms. And again, it's going to just keep developing new storms. It's moving in on the Duluth area as we go through. So right now, no warning for Duluth, but we do have a northwest flow that'll be pushing its way into your area as well as two harbors, some pockets up here. See these little pooches out here? That's a gust blowing out. And in this pocket right here, we could have some gusty winds or rotating winds, and right there too. So I'm going to check that out for you right now as we look at the storm relative velocity. So those little hook echo type things in those areas or pooches can sometimes be indicative of some shear that's going along with the storm. So as we take a look closely north of Duluth, I'm not seeing any clear evidence of anything too strong. There is some motion away from the radar here and towards here, but no, I'm not seeing that. So we do have some strong gusty straight line winds. The text of the warning says tornado possible. There is a tornado possible, and in these little pooch pockets that you see here, that might be the best or area where I would be concerned about the tornado. Now let me go ahead and look at the standard radar data here. And I do just want to go ahead and see if my computer will let me loop it. Loop it. Let's see, time. Okay. Sometimes it's good to see the movement of the storm. The different parts of the storm sometimes take movement in different directions. This is moving northeast at 69 miles per hour. It's moving into Tower, Hoyt Lakes, Babbitt, and all you folks out here in the beautiful part of northeast Minnesota. Okay, so you can see the storm is pretty much chugging just almost due east-southeast right into the Duluth area right now. It looks like it sounds like we are going to have some more updated information to pass along to you now. The tornado warning does continue. The tornado part of the storm, as you can see, the rotating part moving through the Tower area. There's a little pocket there. There's another little pocket just outside of Tower. It's moving through heavy rain. as it makes its way up. And now it's moving into no man's land up here. So if there's anybody out here enjoying the wilderness area outside of Ely, that is a dangerous storm, a tornado warning. Seek shelter, get as low as you can. And if you have access to a cell phone to a camper out there, let them know what's coming their way. If you're in the area south of Ely, we got a Boeing line segment that indicates some strong gusty straight line wind potential with the storm. And we'll go ahead and analyze that now that we know the movement of the storm. The strongest storm hail-wise is moving toward the Moose Lake area in the southern I-35 corridor, south of Duluth, I should say, not the southern. And that hail core is just now exiting the Aitkin area and the Mille Lacs area at this particular time. So that's what we have going on. Let's see. We get I bet we got a watch issued. I better plot those watches. Thunderstorms starting to take off in Dickinson, Bismarck. A line starting to form here. So things are starting to increase in activity across parts of western and central North Dakota as well. I'm going to put up a composite radar where we sew all the radars from across the country together in one image. This is the area where I'd be concerned about seeing these pop up very quickly. We also have some severe thunderstorm potential out here to the west, as we just read the discussion. The greater storm intensity shows up here on the 83 corridor between Minot and Bismarck. And then we have some storms out in western North Dakota from Dickinson on up into the oil patch near Williston, Sidney, Montana. So that's what we're seeing right now. And this is the storm that started way down here early in the day and has made its way all the way up to the north and to the east with an impressive string of severe weather as it's worked its way across the region. So this is what we have going on right now. Active tornado warning does continue. It sounds like we got information here. So let's see what we got. Okay, I'm not ignoring you. I am communicating with the National Weather Service. I'm thinking that we're going to have a watch coming out here pretty soon in our area. I'm seeing the development of storms, this environment here, as we talked about today, in an area where we definitely do have some shear and spin in the atmosphere. There's spin and there's buoyancy in the atmosphere here as well. And these storms are starting to take off from Jamestown in the James River Valley through Kidder County, all the way up towards the Foster and Eddy County areas and along the Highway 2 corridor here in Grand Forks. So we'll watch those very closely. The big monster storm that's been the bully working its way out of the region here, the mesoscale convective system that's working its way off to the east, could be a vortex now with this little spinning nugget at the top of it. You see that little comma there? That's a low pressure center. That means this system has organized a rotation of its own. Each individual thunderstorm cell in here having some rotation. A big hailer on the south side. Big gusty wind Boeing segment of the storm here with a tornado possible tag. Storm moving in toward Duluth, but just on the north side of town, looks to be picking up in intensity, just a pinch, as we are seeing right now. Let me take a look at the Bismarck National Weather Service, see if we got a watch coming. Yep, watch issued. Tornado watch has been issued for our area. So here we go. Let me turn them on. And that's what we got. So a huge area now is under a tornado watch. So allow Hutch to send out a notification. Thank you for letting me do 5 jobs at once here. Do you have my weather app? Get it, because you're going to get yourself an update and alert from me right now, and I'll show you how it works. See if I spelled everything right. My mind is doing too many things at once. Not a multitasker. I once tripped while walking and chewing gum. If you have my app, you're getting a notification right now about a tornado watch. Okay, so the tornado watch is going to be highlighted on the app. It's just being issued. It does include most of eastern North Dakota and western Minnesota here as we go through. These storms forming are in a spinny environment. It looks like they're firing on a line from Jamestown north up into Grand Forks. There was a low pressure center here, and any storms that form in this area have that risk of some very spinny environment to work with here. We did have that thunderstorm make its way through. I do want to take time to pass along to the National Weather Service a link to my page here with some damage that they can look at and assess, because there's a lot of it coming in from you. And thank you very much. So I need to continue my communication with them and you and me, so I know what's going on. Let's turn on the watches here and see what we got. Tornado watch issued for our region. As we head into the nighttime hours, we'll get the specifics. It's just coming in, so let's take a look. Boom, there's your tornado watch. It includes Bismarck for this line of storms here. It includes Jamestown, you in Steele, Devil's Lake, Grand Forks, Fargo, Moorhead, Polk County, one of the top 2 tornado counties in the state of Minnesota. It does not include at this time Becker or Otter Tail counties. Okay, so again, I did mention that this big monster storm that's moved through has laid down its own cone pool and is sitting here. It will be interesting if we get some sun south of it, if we get some development out in this area, and then I'll watch that. That's just a theory Hutch has on what could be happening as we go through the day. This tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. So it looks like you and I are going to be together for another 8 hours here talking about weather. And I'll be back and continue to keep you updated here in North Dakota. This is my home base. I have been working in this area. Many of you may recognize me from my nearly 30 years of coverage of weather here, from parts of eastern Montana through western parts of Minnesota, northern parts of South Dakota. And I cover this whole area now. And thanks to you, for all of you who have followed me and supported me over the months, I'll continue to do so. So this is a labor of love. It's my, I really like the way I get the opportunity to do it now, which allows me to interact with you and answer questions as they come along. So if you are still in the basement here as this storm is moving through, it's a good idea. Gusty straight line winds to 60 miles per hour have toppled trees. You saw some damage in Bemidji caused by the storm. Trees down in Fargo, Moorhead, and the storm did not move directly over us. It was south of us. That was from the gust front that blew out. So even if you live near this bad boy, way up here, there's going to be a chance for a burp of wind. You saw the picture of the roll cloud coming through Bemidji. That was the burp of wind. That puppy moved right over the area there. So these areas have hail potential here on the south side, tornado possible. These areas up here north of Duluth have gusty wind potential, isolated smaller hail to around 1 inch in diameter, tornado possible anywhere. But here is a tornado warning, and that's where you should be seeking shelter in that interior room. So tornado watch has been issued until 10 o'clock tonight for Fargo, for Grand Forks, for western Minnesota, and all the way out to the Bismarck-Mandan area. I've got you covered there too, Bismarck. All my friends there. Tower, the storm is over you, moving to the north and east. Here is that low pressure center. There's going to be a wild, wicked wind shift through there. Gusty winds from the south earlier are now being slammed at you from the southwest, and then it's going to swirl around and change directions once again. Later today, it'll return back to a southerly wind probably once this big monster moves out of town. Now let's take a look at the single site radar data here. Okay, this, all these little nooks, if you will, are areas of concern for some twist or spin. We can't tell that from this radar scan, but we can look at the velocity scan. Let me take the tornado watch text off and put the tornado warning on for this one. Tornado warning continues for 5 more minutes for this area. Notice, it said the storm was moving at 69. It clearly is not moving at 69 miles per hour. It's still only in this part of the box. It should be about at the end of it. I think we're talking about the movement being a little bit less than that. So I'm going to do a little real-time analysis right now on the speed of movement of the storm. The National Weather Service, we all have our hands full here trying to cover. This is an ideal description. This thunderstorm complex is a cluster of a dozen or more thunderstorm cells. There's one here that's a hail core, another hail core here, and in between we got a rain one. So we got multiple thunderstorm and hail and just rain cells working their way through. There is some hail markers in a couple of these. The average speed of movement is what I'm looking to get out of these. each section of this storm moving in a different direction. These are moving northeast. These are moving a little bit more east as we look at them. So this motion here on that part of the tornado warned storm is moving northeast at 51 miles per hour. Northeast at 51 miles per hour. Behind it, a lot slower, 35 miles per hour. So 50, 65, that's pretty darn close. We'll go ahead and use the 50 mile per hour speed of movement. Here's where the leading edge of that is, and I'm going to cut back into the leading edge just a little bit, and we'll put up there 55 miles per hour. So it said 50, but we'll go with 55. And there are no towns, so it's just rural areas in the path of the tornado warned storm. You are still in the tornado warning in tower. You should still be in your tornado safe location. The tornado warning does continue until we get to the hour of 2:15. So for the next 3 minutes, I'll keep you apprised. Is there tornadoes back in the rain here? Likely not back in here, okay? But in this leading edge here, we can have some rain-wrapped tornadoes and rotation that's really hard to depict on the radar when it's muddling through all of these different storms. So now, as we look at the North Shore, these storms here near Babbitt and the Arrowhead of Minnesota, let's go ahead and clock those. The average speed of movement looks to be about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Let's go with 40 miles per hour for this bowing line segment. First of all, here's your bow. It means winds are coming this way, so you can get a gust of wind out of the west. Here we could see some areas that get gusts of wind. Look at this. This outflow from the storm has burped out over 2 harbors, and now we got development of a new thunderstorm cell here because of the burp and the roll cloud that probably popped out. That's coming up now. So we got a youngster growing up here in this complex of storms. Same thing goes just north of Silver Bay. Again, average speed of movement of these appears to be about 45 miles per hour or so. So we're going to take a look at that bowing line segment, meaning wind is going to be the main threat from this little cluster of storms, moving a little bit more east, and we're going to put it at 45 to 47 miles per hour. Again, no big communities in the path of this storm. What you can see here with the change in color, as subtle as it is, this first zone is the 15-minute zone. So it gets to the color change in 15 minutes. Then in 30 minutes, it gets out here near Silver Bay. And then as we get out a little bit farther, that's the 45-minute zone out there. So that's how Hutch's color scheme works on there. Now let's look at what's going on down here near Two Harbors and the Duluth area. This whole mass is moving into Duluth right now. We have plenty of cameras there on the DOT camera network, so we're going to go there. Where is it moving? How fast is it moving? It's moving east at about 35 miles per hour, but by golly, that line is kind of doing this. So Proctor 216 on towards Arnold and Carlson around or just after that. Thompson, same thing. Duluth 219, Superior 224. So it's moving its way through, and two harbors we'll see it at about 233 as we go through the upcoming just a little bit here. So severe thunderstorm there. We have a couple of markers here of shear. These are rotating thunderstorms that the Doppler's picking up in Cloquet. So what does that mean? Oh boy, we got a big time tornado vortex structure that just disappeared off the radar there. So some spin showing up in this cell here. Now it is a supercell thunderstorm here with some tight rotation. So we got a mesocyclone there, and there. So we do have some rotation showing up in some of these cells that are moving towards Cloquet. And that's why the National Weather Service has used the language tornado possible. These nuggets that you see here where it's just really cluttered is either new thunderstorm development, collapsing old thunderstorms, or it's an area of inflow interacting with outflow. So there could be some spin and shear in this, and I will analyze that for you now. So flooding concerns out here. There is some 1 inch to 1.5 inch diameter hail at the latest estimate on this particular cell. That's moving east at about 30 miles per hour. So Duluth, you have stuff moving in here, but this is going to move in down through Cloquet and come at you just a little bit later. Again, moving east at about 40 miles per hour. So let's track this guy here through Cromwell, Moose Lake, boom, Shakalaka. Let's put it at about 40 miles per hour. That will be in Willow River 226, Sturgeon Lake 227, Barnum 236, 249, Cloquet in your area. I'm expecting this storm capable of sizable hail to 1.5 inches in diameter, gusty winds to about 70 miles per hour, and a possible tornado in isolated places to be by Carlton and Renshaw by around that 2:50 time frame this afternoon. Hermantown, Proctor, also hockey towns, right? 305 for you folks out there. All right, let's take a look and clear this bad boy off. And that's what's going on in and around the area there. So tornado watch issued for the Red River Valley counties of North Dakota and Minnesota. Tornado watch issued for western and parts of central North Dakota as well. And we'll put that back up there. If you happen to miss it, here is a look, or if you're just joining me because you just got the Hutch's app notification, bear with me while I load up the watch. Here it is. So the new tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock. It does include Roseau War Road. It does include the Hallock area, Kennedy. It includes the Walhalla, Pembina, and Cavalier, all the way out through Towner County. Botno is a cutoff here. And you get out here, as you go out in that Rugby area, it's in for you, but not Minot, not included in Minot. Velva, Towner, Granville, out downwards to Garrison on the Highway 83 corridor. It also includes Lake Sakakawea, where we did have some confirmed tornadoes, or it looked like confirmed tornado pictures and images to me, down here in and along the south shore of Lake Sakakawea and the north shore of Lake Sakakawea, Morton County, Burleigh County, all the way straight down into Grant and Sioux counties in North Dakota. And then as we get down into South Dakota, we got Corson County and our neighbors out here as we go out towards Brown County and all the way out towards Aberdeen and Sisseton and Roberts County, South Dakota as well. So those are the areas that we're worried about. McPherson County, you're in there as well. It does not include Big Stone, but it does include Wilkin. Tornado watch does not include Lakes Country right now. We'll keep our eyes on the skies for you. We do have some thunderstorm development in these areas, and to do a quick analysis of these storms here that are forming in an environment that is spin heavy. We have the strongest cell right over New Rockford right now, and that cell is really starting to take off with some hail core potential. And look on the south side. Do you see this? We already have a hook echo near Carrington. Big time hail cores right here moving into New Rockford. This cell is developing and rising. How tall are these clouds? Oh, we'll look at that in a second. I do want to take a look at the storm relative velocity. So let's do that. And what this will show me is if that little hook that was forming on the south side of this is showing any signs of rotation yet. Not yet. I'm not seeing it on the latest scan here from the National Weather Service Doppler radar. So we'll see as that thunderstorm starts stretching out what's going on. Do we have thunderstorms in and around the Fargo area here? Let's double check that by looking at the actual reflectivity data. A couple cells are just now starting to develop. So yes. These cells firing here, the cells firing out west are all in a rotation-rich environment. We do have a couple of cells up near Thompson to Grand Forks starting to form as well. Will they be tornadic? No, not all of them. But there is a chance tonight with the spinny environment that we have over us. And then we can take a look at a couple of tools that I have. These are modeled data, but at least it gives us an idea of some of the compatible area. This is the significant tornado parameter for right now in the area. Significant tornado parameter is the tornado parameter for strong tornadoes. And it still does persist a little bit out towards Hibbing where the storms are moving out into the Arrowhead of Minnesota. Not seeing it right now, but that threat increases here a little bit later in the afternoon. So we'll go through that in just a moment. The supercell index. Where is the atmosphere ripe for some supercells? Let's see. That's out to the east, and right now that index appears to be low. I'm not sure if this is working correctly. Here's the Cape. Nope, that's not working correctly, but Cape is a convective atmospheric potential energy right now. It has everything off to the east. We do have some convective atmospheric potential energy off to the west out there. We wouldn't see thunderstorms forming. So I think that this is maybe some old data. The Storm Prediction Center still has the enhanced area for severe weather here following the MCS, the Mesoscale Convective Complex into Duluth now. In our area, the yellow, anywhere you see in yellow, there is a slight risk. It's a level 2 on a 5-level scale of seeing severe thunderstorms as we go into the afternoon. The green, by the way, is a level 1 risk on our Monday for seeing severe storms. And that's what we have going on across the region right now. I will address a couple of questions, and then I need to take a break here and then come back shortly. So I'll do that in a moment. But right now, turn the clock back on and we'll get back to the radar data here. So I'll be watching storms exiting the area and heading on toward the North Shore. I'll be watching storms out west developing in this environment rich with rotation. I do want to point out what it is we're looking at. That last estimate that I showed you was ridiculously bad. So now I'm going to go back to a model, and let's go to a high resolution model and show you where this model has a risk for some spin and has a risk for some tornado parameters and such. And it does and has for 3 days lit up the forecast model map here for me. So as we take a look at the significant tornado parameter here, this is from the latest model, from the high resolution rapid refresh, or HRRR model. The red areas you see here, this parameter takes into account where we have the chance for thunderstorms, where the updrafts will be strong, where we're going to have rising air, where the cap isn't terribly strong, and where we have spin in the atmosphere. It's trying to take all of the things we need to make a tornado and tell us where that risk is greatest. So as we started in at the 1 o'clock hour here, and what time is it now? On the latest timestamp 2:22, that's where it is. Now look where it moves. So this is where the tornado watch starts down here. This is extremely, or not extremely, but very high values of tornado parameters. So in the Sisseton Hills area here, if we take a look at these numbers, we're looking at 5 to 6 for significant tornado values in these areas. This doesn't mean anything if we do not have a thunderstorm in the area at about this time frame. So here is 1, 2, 3 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m., and it's just really focused on this area. Notice here, there's a big blank there. Why? That's where the big MCS, mesoscale convective complex, moved through, and there's a huge cold pool here at the surface. So any thunderstorms that form here, yes, we could still have a thunderstorm on the radar or on the future radar, but it won't be attached to the ground because there's a cold pool below it. So we may have a lower chance of some spin. Now, as we head into the afternoon hours, these numbers get even more bigger as we look at this particular model's rendition. And we're talking about significant tornado parameters in and around this area of 6 to 7. That's in the Wilkin County area. That doesn't mean a tornado is going to be on the ground. Please don't take it that way. It just means that's where the spin in the atmosphere is going to be pretty strong. So notice that as we look off to western North Dakota, we have a risk of tornadoes out here in Bismarck, Mandan, all the way up to near Minot. But notice where they drew the watch box. Nope, not into Minot. Why? This is where the significant tornado parameter is higher. We could still have tornadoes, but they're not expected to be the stronger or significant type, EF2s or greater. So this is where the chances will be greater for those. There's a little pocket right here where we were just looking at the storm in and around the Castleton area as we go through. Now, anywhere storms develop in this area, we do have an increased tornado parameter as we go through 7 o'clock at night tonight, and that extends off into Minnesota. Will storms form here in Minnesota? That's a big question mark because we have the cloud layer over the top of us, keeping us cooler. There will be a warm front advancing north, and this is your location of your warm front right there. You can see it on this model. Then the threat increases as we go into beyond the dinner hour, 8 to 9 o'clock in parts of Lakes Country out here. So keep in mind, it doesn't mean that we're going to have a tornado here. This is just where the spin in the atmosphere is very good. And if a thunderstorm forms in that environment, well, then we have to be paying attention. So now is the time to review your tornado safety plan. You've already done it once in these areas, right? So we may have to do it again as we approach through the post-dinner hour time frame. And then it evaporates and burps out pretty quickly, but reappears on the map in northern and western parts of Wisconsin as we go through the overnight hours tonight. Here's a look at the future radar with this, but I want to show you that convective atmospheric potential energy. So let's take a look at that. I want to look at some surface-based because we're talking about storms from the surface. We'll go back to a now time frame. And where the watch is issued, we have enough ample energy called convective atmospheric potential energy. We're looking at CAPE values of 1 to 2,000, like the National Weather Service and the Storm Prediction Center said. Look at what's going on down here. This is energy in the atmosphere. Why? It's hot and it's humid. So that's why the energy levels are exploding out here. This is ridiculous amounts of energy. We're talking 4,000 to 5,000 joules of CAPE in some of these areas of southern Minnesota. On the Minnesota River here, 5,000 joules of CAPE. Up down here as we go in toward the Morris and Benson area, 5,000 joules of CAPE. But if we have hot air above us, rising air hits that, it's a cap, it's not going to happen. So there's been plenty of examples of days where we have all the energy in the world, but the thunderstorms just can't quite get off the ground, if you will. But these up north will have a chance. These in the Red River Valley counties of Minnesota will have a chance. So that's where Hutch is concerned. I'll keep watching things right here. as we go through your afternoon. The tornado warning has been allowed to expire right now in parts of the Arrowhead of Minnesota. So we will keep you covered right here. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. If you're new to my channel, please consider liking the channel. Please consider hitting the follow button on my YouTube channel. Please subscribe today. It does help me get out. Like the video if you like it. Upload your video and your photos to help me help you cover the storms as we go through this all together on Hutch's Weather. Thanks so much. By the way, I'm not going anywhere. I will be back
Hutch's
momentarily,
Weather.
but I'll leave you with this for now.
We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's weather.com. Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com. We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission. When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready.
All right, I didn't get very far, but I did manage to, well, take a little sip of coffee. Severe thunderstorm warnings for Minot area, just south towards Garrison, right on the Highway 83 corridor for this thunderstorm cell here. Now in Morton County and parts of Grant County near Flasher, a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued by our National Weather Service forecast office here in Bismarck, North Dakota. I want to go over this real quickly and get you caught up with what's going on there, because these are new warnings from the weather offices there. So now we'll go ahead and take a look at the single site radar data. I will switch over to the Bismarck radar momentarily so we can get a closer view into the teeth of these storms. First, the storm just south and west of the Bismarck area. This is heading into the general direction of you folks in Morton County, southern areas southwest of the Mandan area. So if you go on the 1804, 1806 corridors, that's where this is going to be forming and moving through. Hail core moving into Flasher. There is a little hook on the bottom side of that storm. No tornado warning yet. Let's read what the Weather Service has to say. Thunderstorm warning, considerable damage, hail threat, 1 3/4 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour gusts at this particular time. So big time hail core on this storm as it's working its way off to the north and to the east at 17 miles per hour. That means flooding potential tonight in areas that have seen storms coming through the last couple of days. So big time rainfall amounts from a storm moving at 17 miles per hour. If it's raining at 4 inches per hour, like some of these gully washers and worm stranglers can do, that's what we're going to have going on. So moving northeast, 17 miles per hour. And let's take a look at the estimated area of impact. Now, this is going to be in rural portions of the county. Flasher, you are in the warning, and moving at 17 miles per hour, it's going to take a while to get to the edge of the box. So Flasher is about the only populated community in the path of the storm. But if you are out in rural portions of southern and eastern parts of Morton County here, Almont is here, New Salem Sioux's right here. So you get this picture, you're entering the Missouri River Valley here. This storm is going to be 15 minutes to the first blue color. The second blue color, that edge is 30 minutes. So it's about 15 minutes to get to Flasher at about 250. So that's that particular storm. Big hail potential and also some gusty straight line wind potential with that storm as it works its way off to the northeast at 17 miles per hour. Seek shelter in the interior room away from windows. Moving into Minot, we've got a kidney bean shaped storm right here over Benedict. Big time hail core, a lot of lightning picking up, updraft coming in this way, and we do have a little nugget bite taken out of the storm. That's sometimes what we will call, or I will call it what it is. That's a hook echo. Let's see if that storm is warned for anything other than hail. We got 1 1/4 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts moving north. 22 miles per hour. Whoop, 2-inch diameter hail now. Just updated, okay? That's because we got some strength in that update as it works its way through. That warning is in effect until we get to the time frame of about 3:15, so for the next 45 minutes. So let's take a look at that. Now, I do want to take a look at the severe storm relative velocity with this cell here. We have motion towards Bismarck here. That's Bismarck radar, and away here. So in the area of this little pooch, that is a rear flank downdraft. Very gusty winds coming out of this as it's working its way to the north. So you have some shear along the leading edge of that storm. It's moving towards Velva, it's moving towards Sawyer, and it's moving at 20 miles per hour. So a rotating thunderstorm already developing out in that area. It's a weak rotation, but I will call it a chicken. What it is, it's a chicken. And there we go. So this little chicken's moving off to the northeast. It's moving at 20 miles per hour. We'll track it for you. And here is the leading edge of the hail core. And the, whoopsie, I'm going to redraw that. That did not go well. My drawing skills, not so good. There we go. Okay, moving northeast 20 miles per hour, not 43. Let's draw it down, draw it down. Let's go to 24 miles per hour. It will be near the Sawyer area, 307, and near Velva at 311. Very strong, large hail potential. Some shear located in this storm. I'd watch that one very closely. Let me go into the Deering radar too. That's a little bit closer to this storm system as compared to the radar site that is off in towards the Bismarck area, which is what I'm using right now. So getting on up here. My apologies. There it is. It's hidden. Okay. We got the hidden radar site here. There we go. Okay, so as this data loads, now let's take a look at, this is like a closer radar. We're going to look at a lower slice through the lower part of the cloud. We still see the hook echo from this radar as well. It's right here, little notch taken off the storm, big time hail threat. That hail, as it collapses, it might just be building right now. I don't know if the hail's hitting the ground with this right in this spot. That's something to behold with regards to radar. It only shows us what the radar is seeing up at cloud level. It can't tell if it's fallen down to the ground or if it's still in the building phase. Either way, hail the size of 1.5 to 2 inches in diameter will be possible from this cell. Is there rotation right here where we see this hook? Let's take a look at the velocity from the Minot area radar, the Deering radar. I'm not seeing it. There is what we call range folding in here. That's an area that's got some noisy data back that we can't trust, but there is some greens in here, very small pixels. So not too worried about that with this particular storm at that particular scan level. I will go up one scan and see if there's elevated layers of shear in the storm, and I'm just not seeing it. So that's a good sign there. Keep in mind, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, a little bit of very weak shear starting to show up in and around that area of the nugget or the little hook echo right there that Hutch will be watching for you very closely. Severe thunderstorm warning for Sawyer, for the Velva area. We just timed it out for you. That's moving northeast in the general direction of Minot. It's moving at 20 miles per hour, and that's a look at what's going on across our area at this time. If you're in the path of these developing storms, rapidly developing storms, please be aware they could quickly become severe. We have a tornado watch in the entire area until the 10 o'clock hour. That does include the area of Bismarck. It includes the area of Devil's Lake, Jamestown, Valley City, Fargo, Grand Forks. It includes parts of Lakes Country, including Polk County, Norman County, you folks up in the Red Lake Falls to Thief River Falls area, Marshall, Roseau County, and Hallock as well. I'll put that map on there so you can see the tornado watch that is in effect here as we set this back in motion for you. The rotating sirens here will go off, but basically as we go through, it's going to rotate on this map for you. Duluth, you now have a severe thunderstorm warning as well as the storm works its way towards your area. That's in Duluth. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell down here, the Barnum area cell. That Barnum area cell had some bigger hail in it, 1-inch hail, moving east at 31 miles per hour and 60 mile per hour gusts heading in the area of Superior and Duluth shortly. So we'll keep you posted right here. But again, you have that mesoscale cyclone system here. This is a mesoscale convective complex of storms working its way up into the Arrowhead and the North Shore, now working its way out on the waters, very gusty winds. And this storm, as it collapses over the Lake Superior area, will have no trees in the path of it to stop those winds. So those could be some pretty big waters out there on the Lake Superior area as we go through. Again, here's a look at the tornado watch that's in effect till 10 o'clock. We're talking 70 mile per hour gusts as well as 2.5-inch hail possible in these areas as we go through the evening hours. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. I'll keep you apprised of the information right here. Make sure you download my weather app. It's free. It's on the Apple Store. It's on your Android store. Search Hutch's Weather Today. Get it. It has early alerts to approaching lightning, to approaching hail, to approaching rain, and exclusive, the only app, you won't find this at any of the media sources around the area, to twisting storms. It lets you know before those storms sometimes even get warned for a tornado, giving you extra time to prepare. I'll keep you posted. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thanks so very much for your uploads of photos and reports of severe weather. Please include in the text as you're typing it in exactly where this happened, exactly when it happened, and maybe the largest hailstones that you saw. All of this is very helpful. We pass it along to the National Weather Service Forecast Office as the information comes in. Thanks so much. We'll keep you posted right here. You're watching Hutch's.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. we're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, on Hutch'sWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. For the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports, the Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' lie with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you.
behind any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the
find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the
behind any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we come live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the
any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the
Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together.
Getting ready,
Stick around.
tornado warning, Bismarck
Hutch is
area.
back in a
Gonna
moment
update
to
that.
take your
More
questions
Minot storms
and
sliding
track
off
the
the east of
latest
Minot.
alerts.
Gonna cover that. All coming up here right quick.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's cold.
Check one, check two. Here we go. Hello, everybody. Meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Storms rolling off over Lake Superior, still severe. The Ashland area and the Apostle Island seeing severe thunderstorms. Line of storms pushing their way from Warren. This is parts of western Minnesota. This is parts of eastern North Dakota, north of Grand Forks, the Highway 2 corridor. Tornado warning in effect south and west of the Bismarck-Mandan area. Severe thunderstorm rocking through Minot right now as we head into the afternoon. We do have snow, believe it or not, west of Red Lodge. Get the skis strapped under your feet, then 6 to 12 inches of snow possible there in the elevated terrain. Let's go ahead and get you caught up with what's going on right here on the radar. So we'll pause it here and we'll go ahead and take a look in. Now there is a tornado warning also in the area of a tornado watch. Now in this area today, we are expecting the chance for some tornadoes out in western parts of North Dakota, and that's what's happening right now. We do have a greater risk for some strong EF2 tornadoes out here to the west today. So west of Fargo, I'm saying. So Devil's Lake Basin and the northwest parts of Minnesota, a chance for violent tornadoes. This line of storms is forming, it's moving, it has been sub-severe along the Highway 2 corridor here as it moves into the Devil's Lake Basin, where we already had a line of storms this morning. And then here we have the tornado warned cell that's pushing its way up in toward the Mandan area. So we'll get you caught up on what you can expect from this right now. So we're going to switch the radar view over here. Again, the tornado watch is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight. Had a chance to eat a donut. I feel a lot better. I still need another cup of coffee, but here we go. Let's talk a little bit about what's going on with the velocity from this storm that's working its way into the Bismarck area and Mandan and Lincoln and the 1806 corridor here. So here it is. Getting ready to cross over. I did click on the Bismarck radar, so let's see if it wants to load up for me here. Pardon me while I try one more time. Okay, that's the Minot radar. Now let's try Bismarck one more time. There it is. Okay, so here we have a outflow boundary. This looks like it's a rear flank downdraft that's surging out from the backside of the storm. This is an inflow, the hail core pushing up into that. So in this area, that's the rotating part of the storm. We'll check in on the rotation. Big time lightning display showing up, an increase in lightning from that very strong updraft as it's pushing its way. Here's the drop point where you drop right into the Mandan area and head into the Bismarck-Mandan area. And it is heading right in the direction of that location in the Mandan area right now. Nonetheless, there's a good size hail core with this cell. This little green feature you see here is an outflow boundary. The burp of gusty wind blowing out gust front coming in toward the Highway 2 corridor. That could be excessive wind indicated by that little green line right there. And it extends all the way down into Grant County and now pushing down near the Cannonball River as well into southern Grant County. So a gust of wind, likely a roll cloud associated with that as it's working its way down to the south and east. Here's a look at the velocities to get you caught up on that. And you see this, and it also has that curved shape to it. The radar is right here. This is a low-level scan. We have a wind away from the radar here and toward the radar here. I don't see big-time strong wind away, big-time strong towards, but there is still shear and a notch taken out of the storm right here in this particular area. That's in Morton County. And as we look into the Morton County area and Mandan, this tornado-warned storm, by the way, is moving off to the east. It's in effect for about another 11 minutes, 10 minutes or so. Moving northeast at 33 miles per hour. 2.5-inch hail. Those are some big hail balls falling out of the sky from that particular puppy. Let's hope it hails out before it crosses into Mandan here, but there's a healthy hail core with this puppy as well. So again, that movement is at about 33 miles per hour. Tornado warning been extended into Mandan, Bismarck, Lincoln. Seek shelter right now. Here we go. If you are in the path of this storm, moving into a populated area, you can actually see this little hook shape even in the velocity data here. So that is the tornado. And let's see if this is still a Doppler indicated tornado or if we have confirmation. This is a radar indicated tornado. We're talking some big time hail balls here, about 2.5 inches, moving into the western side of town from the southwest. So if you're down on the south side of Mandan near Fort Lincoln, if you're out there and if you're in the River Valley south of town here, as you go out to this area, that's going to be a very bad point for this storm. It's the big old choo-choo train ride there on the south side of Mandan as you're visiting the park. So you need to get out of places like that, get out of mobile manufactured homes and seek shelter in an interior room away from windows at this time. So again, if you're new to the channel, welcome. My name's Hutch Johnson, a meteorologist here in the Northern Plains for the last 30 years. I've been a broadcast meteorologist now. I'm on my own here working as a chief meteorologist for Hutch's Weather. I'll cover weather nonstop. We've been going since this morning. And here is a look at the Bismarck-Mandan area tornado-warned storm pushing in. So as the crow flies, this rotating part of the storm is just right here, and it's moving right towards Mandan, and it's moving at 33 miles per hour, 5.2 miles away. So it will not take long to get to you. And in the Bismarck area, you could still see the storm moving in on the north side of the Bismarck-Mandan area. And also we do have some threats down on the south side of the storm of seeing this as well. So again, it's only about 8 miles away from Bismarck and the Capitol building here. There's the expressway on the south side of town, I-94, moving through State Street, running north and south. That's Highway 83 as we go through the area. So that's what we have going on right now in and around the Bismarck area. Let's take a look at the timing for the ETA. And again, I want to confirm the movement. 30 miles per hour. We'll go ahead and draw the leading edge of the rotating part of the storm. We'll analyze the hail core separately. The rotating part of the storm moving east-northeast here in this general direction, 33 miles per hour. I'm going to have to back off a little bit to get a speed of wind of about 30 to 35 miles per hour, and we'll put it in. This will be pushing into Mandan by 3:31, so we got 9 minutes to prepare for this storm to be making its way into the area. Tight rotation on this cell, moving right into a populated area. The river isn't going to stop a tornado from forming. The river isn't going to protect it. It's just one of those things where it's what's going to happen with this as it makes its way into town. Drops down the bowl as you go into the west side of Mandan. You drop down the hill. You drop into the low-lying areas near the Lincoln area here where the National Weather Service Doppler radar is located. And again, all of the terrain around there does enhance and actually change storms as they work their way through. But this wind coming into the storm system, feeding in from the south and from the west here, definitely going to continue as it works its way into the Bismarck area. So if you're in Lincoln, you're at the airport, South Bismarck right here, the expressway, even North Bismarck here on State Street, as you go north, these areas are all in the path of the storm, and more recently or sooner, it will be in and around the 1804 and 1806 corridors. Here's 1806. Again, as we go into the Mandan area. So 1806 is right here, and that's going to be on you a little bit first. So if you're even out down south of Bismarck, you're a very strong thunderstorm making its way towards your area, and it has a very distinct rotation signature on it. Strong, gusty, straight line winds will be possible. The radar is looking right into the storm. Let's look at the velocities of the wind on this. How fast does the Doppler radio velocities measuring here? 60, 70, 80, 60, 70 miles per hour possible. Let's look at the hail core with this cell as well. Okay, so there is your hook echo. It's moving right into Mandan. We have outflow boundary coming out on the south side from the wind. There is the hail core moving along in south of the interstate area here as well. So as you go outside of Mandan here, that's where the storm is. It's just moving in to the overlook point right here. There's rest stop as you're getting into town on the west side. And then here, as you go into town, there is a huge distinct hook. What happens here is this rotating updraft is coming up, it's spinning, and it's rotating, and all raindrops and hailstones get spun out of that like a centrifuge and back here. That updraft is strong. It's supporting the development of some big time hail on the backside. Let's take a look at the hail size estimates right now on the most recent scan for you here at the National Weather Service Doppler radar in Bismarck, North Dakota. So here's a look at the hail tracker. That hail core, we know it's right up here approaching Mandan. So if you're in Mandan here in the River Valley, as you're going in, boom, here it is. That is a big time purple hail core. That's a bruiser, we'll call it. As we take a look at some of these digits here, we're looking at 2 to 3 inch diameter hail with this cell. That's an enormously strong updraft and here you see the hook echo right here, even in the hail core data where the rotation is coming out of it. It's moving into Mandan now. Kids, if you're home alone and folks are at work, get to the basement of a sturdy part of your home. If you happen to be in a mobile home, it's best to get out and get to a more sturdy structure if there's one by. Get to an interior room. Okay, that means put as many walls between you and the tornado as possible. So go to the basement if you have one. Get to the lowest floor if you don't have a basement. It's got to be a sturdy structure. You do not want to be in a trailer house. You don't want to be in a manufactured homes. Get out of those somewhere more sturdy. And I sure hope that you and your family have discussed that in your local situation. But calmly get to the safest place you can in an interior room away from the windows. Think of a hallway. Most hallways don't have windows that I know of. So you go down a hallway. Is there a closet that doesn't have windows in that hallway? You can get in the closet and you can hang low. Get down low, put a blanket over you, pillows around you, and wait this storm out. There is big time hail, noisy hail that's going to be pushing in on the north side by the high school up here on the north side of Mandan. This is all moving to the north and east. So with any luck at all, the main hail core does not hit, but you got the refinery out here. A lot of infrastructure going on. You got all the hotels on the strip as you're going up and out through Mandan and Bismarck here as the interstate turns out of town, goes up. Here's the park, the old high school, the new high school. You got your hail core pushing up to the north and east now as it's working its way through. It looks like to Hutch, the hail core was going to follow this track where my hands are here, the main hail core. The rotating part of the thunderstorm is moving right into Mandan, right into northwestern Bismarck. Here's Bismarck State College right here. Hutch taught meteorology there for a number of years, like 17 of them. And this is where that storm is crossing in. There is the community bowl as you're getting ready to cross, looking out over the river valley there. So that's the part of town impacted by this storm. Now, as you look down here on the south side, as you get in on the expressway loop down here on the south side, you are also in the path of this storm. So you're looking at the south side, the expressway loop, as you go by the hotels, the mall, Kirkwood Mall, the south side here, that's going to be the closest area to the rotation in this storm. If you are in the path of this storm at all, seek shelter. These things can kind of change direction. Right now, it's moving to the north and east at a pretty steady clip. But if it veers off this way, then more of populated Bismarck becomes in the track of the storm at this particular time. So please keep that in mind as I continue to effort to inform people what's going on here. Thank you for your updates. Thank you for your photos and uploads of stormy weather as we've made our way through a very active couple of days here in the Northern Plains. Now, here is that little hook showing up with this storm. There's the rotation with this storm. It's moving right into the west side of Mandan right now and the south side of Mandan. Here it is. Here it is, pushing right into town. The new scan should come in momentarily and we'll have you up to date. There is one lightning strike right over the river here, it shows. That's right by Bismarck State College and right there as you're crossing the bridge. So this is where the expressway meets up and then you head over to the interstate out there on the south and west side of Bismarck. The northwest Bismarck by BSC seems to be more west-northwest from my deck. West-northwest what? The winds? Thanks, Eric, for your report, by the way. In Northwest Bismarck by BSC seems to be more west-northwest. Some of these cells are being missed in the storm velocity to the south to north motion. Look at the southeast of Minot. We'll do that. We'll get to Minot in a second. This is moving into a big-time populated area. Let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on up there. We do not have a warning. We do have we got an appendage hanging off this. That is a hook echo right there, Velva, making its way towards Granville. We looked at this before. I'll change this over to the Doppler radar up in the Mandan area here. Excuse me, the Minot area. My apologies for that. Hey, let me see. I got to get rid of that. Okay, here we go. So this will load up the latest radar data from Minot. This storm here, separate. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's pushing in towards Granville. The radar data is not loading for whatever reason. We'll go ahead and try another radar. There we go. And now we'll go back to this radar. See, you can see the hail core on that. That was from the Mayville radar, and it was showing a huge hail core. This hail is getting lofted way high in the sky. There's the bite taken out of the storm. That would be the hook echo on that particular storm. Is there rotation? Well, not only do you have the hook echo right here, that could be a debris ball. It has a very distinct shape to it there. Let's go ahead and take a look at that bad boy right now. So as we're looking at the velocity on this, if you're in the Bismarck-Mandan area, there is a tornado-warned storm with very tight rotation moving over Mandan in the next minute. Here is a look at some shear with this particular storm. Motion towards is weak, motion away is very strong, but it is in the right spot right here. As we take a look at some of these velocities right here, let me see if that's inbound here. As we look at, oopsies. My apologies, my eyeballs aren't working up there. Okay, so yeah, look at this is outgoing wind, 145 miles per hour. So we got some big time outbound flow here showing up. That's some terribly strong wind. I don't know if that's supported by multiple scans. Let's go down a little bit. Yeah, there's still some very strong outbound wind next to inbound wind. There is some very strong spin with this storm south of Granville. Let's go ahead and time this out. That could be a tornado possible storm as we go through the next few minutes here. Tight rotation possible. This is a considerable threat of 2.5-inch diameter hail, and it's moving off to the northeast at about 25 miles per hour. So that storm there is indeed a dangerous sucker as it's pushing through Velva now. On the way to Granville, the hook echo you can see is over on this right side. That's going to be moving northeast. Okay, we'll track this one up that way, and then we'll get back to the tornado-warned storm moving there. If you're in Velva, Granville, this is the rotating part of the storm plus the hail core. You can expect big-time hail from this storm. As it's moving its way to the north and to the east, it is going to be making its way into the Granville area by about 3:49. The rural areas south of Granville and off to the east, that's where the hook is starting to show up out there. Gusty, very gusty straight line winds, and the possibility for some rotation in that storm could mean the possibility for a tornado. I'm not telling you there's a tornado warning on that. There is not. Big time storms north of Beulah, heading toward Beulah Bay, Hazen Bay area, and Lake Sakakawea right now, where we had yesterday tornado up by the Riverdale area, I do believe. Going back into the Bismarck area, now we're going to call this a double Doppler situation. We're looking at it all the way from the Minot radar base out there on the north side near Deering. You're looking at the velocity display storm relative. Here it is. It's still getting picked up all the way from Minot, high up in the cloud. Strong motion towards, strong motion away. Now notice there's going to be a tilt. This is way up high in the storm. So you're looking at velocity from Minot being right over Mandan, and that's about 9,500 feet off the ground. Now let's switch the radar over to the in-town one, dual Doppler looking at this, and what is it showing? Right up underneath the cloud now, the lowest level scan is showing red's motion away, green's motion towards. Here is the tornado right here, and let's see if we have an associated debris ball. I'm marking the location of this. Do we have any indication of debris? right in this area. If we switch over to the single site radar data, we don't have any debris signature there. It's kind of back here a little bit where we have the end of the hook. But yes, we do have some wind evidence kicking in here. Remember, this goes down the Missouri River Valley here and starts pushing downward. Very clear echo return here in the updraft part of the storm, though, in that weak bounded echo region. Okay, so that's what we're looking at there. Now, as we take a look at the storm system from another view, let me take a look at a couple of dual pole products here. We have blue in the spot where my finger is. This means we have targets that are being hit by a horizontal and vertical pulse. This shows very unsimilar targets. That could be debris. That could be debris. Seek shelter now. South Mandan. Moving into town right now, there it is, the newest scan. So it really is jumping in and down the river valley. We still have the blue debris area right over 1806 right now. I'm going to go ahead and take a look at the single site radar data. Here's that. Yep, same spot. We have the blue. This is now possibly a ball of debris heading right towards Bismarck. A tornado-warned storm is in Mandan right now. You're looking at the expressway right here as you go where it joins back up with Interstate 94 and you merge and you come together into Mandan here over the Missouri River Valley. Here's Bismarck State College as you're looking there. You look north towards the refinery in Mandan. Hail core aplenty moving right through town on the north side of Mandan. So anywhere from basically your exit here towards the highway off toward the oil refinery, as well as the new high school up on town. Big hail core up there, upwards of 2+ inches in hail, and there is your tight rotation. Is this a debris ball? Is this because what can happen is debris starts showing up with reflectivity on these lower elevation angle scans. Let's go up in elevation angle and see what we got. And look at that. We got this huge area. Now there's the new scan. Boom, in it comes. It's right on the edge of the river valley. This is the upper level scan, not too high. And then there's the lower level scan. So there's some lean to this as you would normally expect. Let's see if we have other indications of debris possible with this storm as it's working its way in. We'll do that. We'll get a front row seat here momentarily. This is called the difference in reflectivity, and I'm not seeing red in that area. That's a good sign as we go up in the cloud. Let's see if we see anything up higher. No. Okay, so now we've analyzed this thing pretty good. We're going to take a look. You got a tornado moving into the Bismarck-Mandan area right now. Hutch is going to go to a look at our camera network out here and see what we got. So the North Dakota Department of Transportation has awesome cameras in and around the Bismarck-Mandan area. Let's get right in on that and take a peek right here from the side of Mandan as we look into the area. This is what we're seeing making its way in. This was 3:11. Your current time is 3:35, so that is a little bit on the old side as the storm was still approaching the area. Now let's get down into town here where this tornado warned part of the storm is. Boom. Now we can see it. So you got this low hanging base. You got scud clouds here that are not attached to the parent thunderstorm. I don't think that's attached to the parent thunderstorm. So again, without video, it's hard to see, but we do have that view from the Mandan area. This is at I-94 milepost number 156 out there. As you're looking across this area, we still have the dark skies out to the direction, and then it's a little bit more clear. Let's look from the Capitol building and see what we can see. I think we're looking off in the wrong direction there as we're looking from high atop the Capitol building. Wow, Weezers. Okay, so you're looking off, I think, off to the east out there. Now let's take a look up into Mandan here and another I-94 view, and Shazam. Here we got the huge downdraft part of the storm right here. You can't see any sunlight behind it. Here you're seeing low-hanging clouds, and that is also another core as we're looking on the Interstate 94 Tyler Parkway area. And in this particular view across the river towards Mandan, that's where it's coming up over the hill out there. Do notice this, these cloud bases are pretty low, but they're not hugging the ground. That's a good sign. But the bottom line is that this air is still humid enough with dew points in the 60s to allow for low-hanging clouds from these, and those low-hanging thunderstorms that are closer to the ground have a little better chance at making their way down to the ground. Let's go into mid-Mandan here near where things are happening again and see what we're seeing there. I'm seeing the leading edge right here. It's kind of behind the screen there of an inflow part of the storm. So that's interesting to see. I wish I could share it with you, but I cannot. Thanks all for your views. If you're new to Hutch's Weather Channel here, I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Been covering the weather here in the Northern Plains for the better part of the last 30 years. A solid close to 10 of them was in the Bismarck area. The last 18 I've been out in the Fargo area. Here you go. Okay, so here you got inflow going into the storm. That is nasty out there. You're looking from the Mandan area, I-94, milepost 155. You're looking off in the direction of Bismarck out this way. As you take a look here, you're seeing what looks like a low-hanging part of the wall cloud or the inflow of that storm. So kind of a tail of inflow going into the storm. Some call it a beaver tail type part of the storm, but that's what we're seeing on this particular side. I'm not seeing contact with the ground. That is a mean-looking low cloud, though. Let's take a look from another view. And there it is. Wow, look at that mothership look to the cloud as it's rolling into town right now. So if you're in Bismarck, Mandan, this storm is now moving over and across the Missouri River and into the Bismarck, Mandan area as we speak. We're going right back to a look at that radar to analyze both storms, Bismarck and the Minot area. Tornado warning continues for Bismarck and for Mandan for a radar indicated storm with 2.5 inch diameter hail, and it's moving to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. Where is the rotating part of the storm now, Hutch? The radar is right here. This is the area of the south part of the hook echo, and this is the tornado. You're looking at Bismarck State College. You're looking at the north now part of Bismarck here on the north side. So this is basically the Capitol building, BSC. All of those areas are seeing the rotating part of the storm where we have this area here with no echoes showing up. So that is the rotation. That is the area of concern. On the backside of this updraft, we have the hail core moving into North Bismarck right now. And these areas here, seek shelter, get into that lowest level of a sturdy structure and do it now. This is moving off to the northeast pretty quick. It's likely very close to or crossing over the interstate corridor. And that's why I keep looking at what's going on with these cameras in and around the area. Its movement is to the north and to the east. So if you're in any of the neighborhoods here, as you go to the expressways exit out here, the first exit as you come into the Bismarck area right here, you got the loop that goes around. You go by the penitentiary, you go down here. I think that's Walmart down there, and you go up to the north side. This is where it's going to head. So these neighborhoods here, as you go north of the truck stop here, that's exactly where it's heading. So this neighborhood here, that's where the rotating part of the thunderstorm is going to be moving as we are talking right now. Again, moving at 30 miles per hour. You can see it's going to be making its way off to the north and the east of the Bismarck area as we come through the next few scans. I'm going to slice it. I'm going to dice it. We're going to move at 30 miles per hour, and it's going to be on towards Wing by 444. And rural parts of Bismarck, this is still Bismarck proper right here. So it's moving in to central Bismarck right now. You're talking State Street. You're talking the Highway 83 exit here. And you're talking the Capitol building, and also down by the airport, you've got the bottom side of the hook echo coming down here. Big time gusty wind on this side of the storm as well as we work our way through. Now let's take a look at what's going on in Bismarck with regards to the camera view from the side of town. I want to look at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network camera out there and see if it offers me anything at all in the Bismarck Mandan area to take a peek. And we do have the St. Anthony Mandan camera pointed west, the wrong way. That storm is moving out, but you can see there's a little tail cloud of inflow into the storm. You see all these little detached clouds going right into the parent thunderstorm over there. Cool view indeed. We don't have another view until we get out towards McKenzie. This is looking northwest. So you can see this is going to be where this storm is going to be heading in this very direction. It might cross the path of this camera view. So again, that's a look from the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network, a wonderful page. You can search NDAWN, N-D-A-W-N, to find out more information from that site. Now let's go ahead and take a look at the road cameras here in North Dakota. A couple of them should be right in the path of this particular tornado-warned storm as it's moving into Bismarck and Bismarck North proper. Let's take a look here. Now this is what you're seeing from the top of the Capitol building. That ain't much. You can't tell anything from that view right there. Here's a look as you go down towards, I believe, State Street from the Capitol. And then again, as you take a look at the other view from the State Street exit, there it is. So here is the mean clouds that are rolling through. This is the wall cloud, the lowering of the cloud base right here. This is where a tornado would come from. I do not see anything in here that is making contact with the ground right now at this particular time. But this is a dangerous rotating storm. There is your wall cloud showing up on the imagery right there from the view from the State Street exit at I-94. Looking at where this thing is going, let's see if we can see it from the Bismarck lanes, that southbound view. Let's go around the other way. Nope, it's too bright out there. I can't see anything from that. Let's look at this as you drop down toward the river valley. Here's the BSC view. Let's see what we can see from the cameras in this general vicinity on I-94. Here we go on the west side. Now you're looking at the wall cloud on the other side over here. I am seeing a lowering a little bit over there too. But again, that's the area of the storm that we're really concerned about there with the rotation as it's making its way through. Right on this edge of the camera, right over here, I'm seeing some evidence over on this side of a little lowering right there on the edge. You see that as well? So sometimes these wall clouds do go through a cycling process, and that's what we have moving into town right now. So good news is I'm not seeing camera evidence of anything wicked on the ground. Storm's spinning like a top though. Seek shelter, stay in your shelter. This is a view from the other side, more east of the Bismarck-Mandan area, I-94 milepost number 160. So we're closer to the east side of town here. Very dark as you're looking over off to the side over here at the high school. Now, as you take a look elsewhere, we do have, okay, that's all that camera's going to give me. So let's go into the next one here on the other exit at, oh my goodness. Okay, so this is viewing from the exit, the first exit you reach when you're coming into Bismarck from the east, and you're looking west, and that storm is crossing through Bismarck now, and you can see all of the low-hanging clouds associated with that, the wall cloud, the huge amounts of rain and hail that are associated with the storm as well. Will anything come across Grigla later today, tonight? There is a chance, yes. It looks like Dakota is asking, Dakota Maxwell, Enderlin, how about it? There is a chance of storms in and around the Enderlin area later tonight. We'll keep you posted. There is a tornado watch in the area until 10 o'clock tonight. We'll keep you posted. And again, we'll keep you posted as to the development of these storms. There's no guarantee of thunderstorms in any one community. So if you're asking me whether a storm is going to hit a certain community, I cannot tell you. Nobody can tell you with an emphatic consistency that that's what's going to happen. Here's a look from Apple Creek farther out. You can see the dark clouds there. No definition. It's just a little bit too far away, but definitely a dark, low-hanging cloud making its way into the city right now, and it's making its way in the northern parts of the city and northern parts of the interstate at this time. So we're going to do this. We're going to look at Minot now too. Let's go ahead and take a look at the latest radar data and the latest radar scan that I can show you. And as we see on the northern side of town, I got the wrong radar here. There we go. Okay. So this is the hook echo right here. That is the rotating part of the storm. I was looking at cameras from this side. All we're seeing is these low clouds. This is the hook echo. Here is the area of concern. It's now exclusively on the northern side of the interstate over here with the rotation. Boom, severe thunderstorm warning for the continuation of this as it works its way through. The Weather Service office is right here. The storm is heavy. We do have the hail core right here. A lot of lightning leading along the edge of the hail core, and that is your rotating part of the storm right there. And as we take a look at the velocity display with regards to this same storm, this is going to show us, oops, I must have clicked on the wrong one. My apologies. There we go. So we do have, do we still have some velocity showing up? It's a little muddled, okay? And the rotating, the hook echo is right up over here. We're seeing a lot of noise coming at this. So as the radar is looking in this general direction, there is the 26th Street Hill in the way here and stuff like that. So it looks like we're getting some junk and some bad scan data. I'm going to pull up on a little bit higher elevation angle and see, oh, that's the only elevation angle I can get for this data set. So we'll just rely on good old-fashioned, let's look at good old-fashioned velocity. Here we go. So as you're looking, you got motion away from the radar here, you got motion toward the radar here, and that this is the bite taken out of the storm right in this general vicinity. So we still do have some rotation in the cloud. There is a low-hanging wall cloud structure with this storm as it's working its way through. It is now out of Mandan. The tornado-warned part of the storm is moving out of Mandan. Things are still noisy there. As you take a look at the radar display, though, the hail core has even jumped the river now. And so Mandan, things are looking a little quieter there. And now we still have that hail threat here, and we have this hook echo that's very clearly defined here as we go out not far from the area where we would exit to go out to Minokan, starting to push off in that general direction. So here is your Bismarck Expressway moving into town. That's the first exit in town as you're going around the expressway loop. from the Interstate 94 corridor. You go north, you got all these communities up here. That's where the rotating part of the storm is pushing into northern and east Bismarck, northeast Bismarck. 2.5 inch diameter hail, gusty straight line wind potential for that storm. The new warning, by the way, for Burleigh County heading out towards Wing is considerable damage, 2-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour gust. It does not say anything about a tornado threat with this storm. In other words, it doesn't say tornado possible at this time. We do have the hook echo that's working its way across there. Hutch will keep his eyes on that. So for now, Bismarck, Mandan, you got hail on the north side of town here, just up north on 83, fixing to cross 83 right now. As it's moving off to the northeast, it's moving at 30 miles per hour. Let me time it out for you folks. That's the next step. Here's the hail core all the way to the hook echo. Whoops, it didn't take it. Okay. All right, so here is the hail core and the hook echo. It's smaller than the warning box that you see, but Reagan will be in the path of the hail core of this thunderstorm. 4:21 should be the arrival time. Same thing goes for you folks out here in Wilton. It'll be a little bit earlier than that by maybe about 10 minutes. So about 4:31, a chance for that storm to be in and around very close to Wilton on the north side of that storm. So it's moving off to the north and east. Wing, you'll see that storm approximately by 4:40 as it makes its way through. So that's what's going on in the Bismarck-Mandan area. Let's see, no warnings at this particular time in the Devil's Lake Basin, but boy, do we have thunderstorms all about. Here's the Minot storm, and now Garrison has a severe thunderstorm warning for the cells on the south side of Lake Sakakawea, moving right over the big lake. Get out of your campers, get out of your RVs, and get to that sturdy structure, please. This is a gusty storm, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch diameter hail potential with this storm as it's moving northeast at 32 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and take a look at the track of this cluster of thunderstorms or thunderstorm line. Ah, shucks. Let's go try that again. Okay, my Crayola is running out of Crayola. All right, so as this one moves to the northeast, it's heading right towards Garrison. It will impact the Pick City area here shortly as well. But Garrison will be there by 4:21. That's about the half-hour point. Here's about the 15-minute point or so. So it's making its way in towards Pick City and the south side of Lake Sakakawea, then the north shore of Lake Sakakawea as we cross into the 1804 corridor between Garrison and the Bend over here. So that's where it's heading. Max, it'll be on towards you by around 4:40. Let's see if that storm is showing any signs at all of any shear or rotation. And we'll take a look, and on the front side we got motion away from the Bismarck radar. There's motion towards, so it looks like there could be some shear or spin on that leading edge of the storm that's heading in toward the Pick City area right now. So that's over Lake Sakakawea and heading towards Garrison. If I do recall, we have a North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network and a site camera up here near Garrison. So let's get on the north side of the lake and see what we can see. Wetness, heavy rain. There's some dark clouds from White Shield approaching up behind the banner out there. So the storms are brewing, heading across the big lake. There's another look at the low-hanging clouds. Just look how low they are down there to the field of whatever that is. Is that flax? It looks like nice and yellow in the field out there. So that's what we have going on as we're looking out on the north side down south towards that. And let's look in towards the area here at Garrison. Okay, so the dark clouds are approaching. There's the waters from Lake Sakakawea. There is the area of the near the shore on 83. So, oh, that's Highway 200, the dam road. Yep, that's the dam road. Okay, so that is where this storm is right now, and it's pushing up in toward the south shores there, not far from the Beulah-Hazen area on this particular camera view. Now I'm going to go over to the Endon site and see if I can see any cameras showing me any more with regards to that storm as we continue our coverage here, or I continue the coverage here of the storms moving through the Zap area and heading in towards Pick City at this time. So let's see what we got. We got big time. That looks like some hail balls falling on our crops out there. You're looking at the Pick City camera 8 miles to the south and west. So it looks like we definitely have some hail and very heavy rain causing some field to take on some water there. One view from these cameras, by the way. Here's a look at the Garrison area. You got the low-hanging clouds out there. This is looks like that leading edge. That is a shelf cloud if it's attached to the parent thunderstorm. So shelf cloud making its way right over the area here. You're looking off to the west of Garrison. This is located 13 miles northwest of Garrison, by the way, so it's not right there. As we take a look in and around Max, what are we seeing coming our way? Already still some standing water in the fields and the storms looking to the west out there. This is going to be coming at you from the southwest. So basically the left side of that screen out there is where that system will be making its way in. Let's see if we can see it from center in Oliver County. Yep, this same storm. This one is a little bit closer as we look to the southwest to what's coming out of the Bismarck-Mandan area here. As it's looking off to the southwest towards the storms coming in towards your area. So that is a look at a few camera views out there. Now, as we take a look at our radar views of what's going on across the region, we'll keep you caught up. The tornado warning, we'll check in on that out there in the Bismarck area. There's a sliver of that left. Just this little area here on the backside. There's your hook echo that's on its way out of the area out here. And it still is showing some motion away and motion towards. It's just not very pronounced or strong at this time. So it looks like the National Weather Service is going to, for now, allow that tornado warning to expire. The new severe thunderstorm warning is in effect till 4:45 for that storm movement. Northeast. 30 miles per hour, 2-inch diameter hail and 60 mile per hour gusts batten down the hatches. The Garrison storm warning lasts till 4:20, moving northeast at 32 miles per hour. 1 3/4 inch diameter hail is going to be a possibility from that particular storm, and that's what's going on with that. This storm up here near the Deering area shows some signs of spin and shear on the leading edge of it as we take a look out over here. And we'll go ahead and switch this over to the Deering radar, which is right in the tooth of the storm right here. And as this one loads up, hopefully with some new data, we could hopefully see what it is seeing. So into the storm right here, it is not picking up low level shear. This will be really close to the ground here. So that's good news. This is more unidirectional flow, all from the south. Very strong gusty straight line winds are possible with this storm to 60 miles per hour and some hail bones rocking the storm out of there about 1.5 inches in diameter. That's what's going on. We have thunderstorms out across parts of eastern North Dakota. The Mayville radar showing some details here. I'm going to put this up. I'm going to address a couple of questions here as we continue coverage, all day coverage as it's turning out here in our area as these storms are in a volatile environment today. So these are rocking up in the Devil's Lake Basin all the way up towards Grafton and Park River. No development of significance that we're seeing yet. There is some right down here. Down in the southern part of the Red River Valley, so we'll be watching that closely. One way to watch that closely as we look in on the Lake Superior area here, the south shores from the Superior area out towards Ashland, Mason, as well as Salon Springs, showing a severe thunderstorm warning that has been in effect or placed in effect. We'll look at the Duluth radar here and show you what it's going to tell us. A bowing storm here, gusty straight line winds to 60 miles per hour, 1 1/4 inch diameter hail. It's moving east at 44 miles per hour. So Ashland, Bayfield, and the Apostle Islands are getting hit for, I think, the second time this morning or today already. Now another big batch of storms is moving through here. Earlier, not that long ago, this last batch of storms producing 50 mile per hour winds, 60 mile per hour winds almost here in La Pointe. And now another severe thunderstorm is going to be heading in your general direction, moving to the east at about 44 miles per hour. I'll clock that for you folks in northern parts of Wisconsin. Boom, shakalaka. 45 miles per hour puts that storm not far from Mason and Ashland in the near future. 4:32. So you got about a half hour yet before the next wave moves in, just as this one's still exiting your area. Because multiple storms have crossed through the area, there could be a concern for some flooding in these areas, Hutch thinks. Let me go ahead and show you a look at the storm total precipitation estimates for these storms. Now, a couple of rounds have already moved through. So over the lake here on the north shore, this is the south shore of Lake Superior. Here is the Apostle Islands. That is some serious rainfall, but it's over the big old Great Lake out there. So that's where it's hitting a lot of it. Let's go ahead and take a look at how much rain is estimated. 3 to 4 inches in and around the Apostle Islands and over the lake. But as you approach Ashland here, 1 inch already and another batch moving out of the Lake Nebagaman area. So that's on its way to the east at 40 miles per hour. So that's what's going on there in parts of northwest Wisconsin and just off to the south of the Apostle Islands going on right now. Here in Grafton, Park River, Fordville, Lankin, all the way out towards Starkweather and Devil's Lake, we have scattered thunderstorms developing in an environment with some spin. None of these storms have the updraft strength from the storms that we're seeing out to the west, possibly because some of the air that was sucked into it may have been infected by the cool pool down low from this big monster storm that's moving off to the east. So we'll keep you posted. We got a hail report here to pass along for the storm that is working its way towards, I think it's Granville. Let's see where it's at. Yeah, moving into Granville, a 1-inch diameter hail reported. This was 3 miles northeast of Simcoe as it made its way through. 60-mile-per-hour gusts also recorded. So wind and hail both recorded. Look at this hail core near the Garrison area pushing into across Lake Sakakawea right now. That is a big-time hail core right over the lake. The kidney bean shape to it says we got some wind that's going to collapse out of this storm. Think of the rain and hail core collapsing and then the wind burping out in this direction. So we could see some very intense gusty winds from this storm as it collapses. We're talking 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe more, and 1.75-inch diameter hail moving right over the Highway 1804 corridor here, the Lewis and Clark trails across parts of central North Dakota. So brace for some very gusty wind potential. Let me get you an update on some of the latest estimates of wind gusting out of this storm. So give this just a second to load. I hope it does. And then we'll take a look at that. If it doesn't, we'll switch radars here real quickly. And let's go to the Deering radar here and see if that one can give me some wind burp information. There we go. Okay, so it looks like we should get some. Okay, so now as this storm is crossing the big lake right now, the orange colors that you see here are indicative of the gust potential of the storm. And it is right at about 60 to 65 miles per hour in a few spots. So as you go west out of Garrison and on this part of the arm of Lake Sakakawea, some 60 plus mile per hour gusts are heading toward the north shore of Lake Sakakawea right now. We're talking about the 1804 corridor here with Highway 28. They're going up in toward Ryder. Gusty straight line winds, that's where they look to be the strongest. We already had a measurement of some gusty winds here in the Granville area. That's heading up to Deering right now. And then in the Bismarck area, looking at the gusts from that region, let's see if we can switch the radar over to the Bismarck radar. It should give us a little bit better gust analysis of the storm that's exiting Bismarck-Mandan right now, heading off to the east near Reagan and towards Wing. So, I don't think it wants to give me any data. Give me 1 second here. I'm trying to coax it. We got a wind gust report out of South Mandan coming in. Let's see if I can get there's no data. It's not giving me nothing. Okay. All right, so we'll let this data come back in. Well, wind gust report on the Mandan side of the river, 63 miles per hour, 4 miles south-southwest of Mandan was measured at an end-on site there as the storm made its way through the Bismarck area. So 60 plus mile per hour winds. Looking at the wind gust estimates here, we do have some pockets up here with some very strong winds. Look at that, 65 to 70 mile per hour gusts possible. So we do have some very stout winds coming out of this storm, pushing into the Reagan area and the Wing area. And this will be crossing the highway. It's also impacting Wilton with some gusty winds as well. Could be severe as well. So these areas prepare for gusty straight line winds. We got a new hail ball report north of Bismarck here. Let's take a look at what that is as we continue the coverage here for you. 1 3/4 inch hail reported from a National Weather Service employee. Off duty reported golf balls out there and 60 mile per hour winds, and one window on the house was broken. So some damage from the storm as it worked its way through, unfortunately. Strong storms moving through the Burn area right now with some gusty wind potential with those puppies. We're talking 50 to 60 mile per hour gusts possible from that. As well as that particular thunderstorm cluster works its way in. Here in and around Grafton Park River and the eastern part of North Dakota, we can try to load up another radar scan here and see if we've got some wind estimates of value for this. So let this load up. There it is. So these storms are burping out the potential for some wind as well right now. Not sure that it's being confirmed on the ground, but the calculations are 50 plus mile per hour winds for parts of Walsh County, North Dakota. right now. Those winds will likely be coming and moving from south to north with the storms as they push their way through. So now I'm going to put the radar scan up here. I'm going to address a couple of questions, and we'll keep you covered right here on Hutch's Weather. Thanks for watching. I'm going to put the composite radar that glues all the radar sites together, garrison the heater with regards to the hail core. Now, a couple questions on my YouTube channel. Let's go and see what's on your mind. Right now, it looks like northeast Bismarck, light rain and rotation. When you go to Minot, cannot believe they haven't issued. Eric, thank you for your report. So yeah, no reports of a funnel cloud or a tornado down there up in the Minot area, just off to the east of town. There has been some rotation with that cell, so just keep in mind that it's in an environment with some spin in it today. Let's just put it that way. Is the storms going to hit Anoka County, Minnesota? So off towards the Twin Cities we go, and as we go out in that general direction, you're in the hot, heated part of the atmosphere today. There is an excessive heat warning. The air up above the ground is very hot as well, and so the chances of thunderstorms in that area are a little lower because we have what's called a cap. But if they do fire, and there is a chance they do, if they do fire, they could be very, very strong to severe as well. So you are in the area of risk, a slight risk in that area of severe weather today. But the problem is it's so hot, the atmosphere may not be able to get to the temperature needed to bust through what's called the cap aloft above the ground. All right, so that's what's going on there. Let's take a peek now at what's going on with regards to your questions. Again, thank you very much for your feedback and your questions and your comments. Where'd they go? Let me see. I know they're here somewhere. Okay. Family in North Bismarck reporting diamond nickel-sized hail with heavy winds. Thank you at 1H. I appreciate it. Mary says, thanks for all the live in Augusta, Wisconsin. Son works there in Superior. You betcha. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate that. Everyone stay safe, she says. Hutch and crew, you are wonderful. Thank you very much. Loop it, Eric says. Well, I'll loop the radar. We'll go ahead and do that for you while I'm putting it behind me. And that gives you an idea of where the storms are moving over the last little bit. I'll zoom it out too so we can see more of the region. Southeast Montana, seeing some storms moving out of the Miles City area here, heading in the general direction of Glendive. That's pretty strong as well. So you can see the movement of the storms pushing up to the north here, and the lightning as well. And that is where things are firing right now as we go through. We'll update your forecast here. But first, I'm going to go ahead and answer just a couple more questions. North Bismarck, we got the light rain. Eric says this. Anoka. Okay, reflectivity, velocity, CC, possible debris. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate it. The Jones Glazer, crazy. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. So for all of you joining, thank you very, very much. Darth Mac says, the bubble too strong. Stay safe. Okay, so Bismarck bubble, protecting it from severe weather fallacy, but there is some terrain around there that can influence weather of all varieties. I've experienced it coming down the hill as you're going down into the airport valley down there in the river valley. Canola's popping right now. So I was looking at canola out there in the field. Thank you very much for clarifying out there. All right, now as we continue, it says, Keegan says it's here. It's yellow warning for tornadoes. No, the yellow is severe thunderstorm warning. It was pink for the tornado warning. So as it's looping, just so you're aware, on Hutch's graphics here, the yellow is the thunderstorm warning box. The pink is the tornado warning box. So that's what we have. There is a tornado watch for most of North Dakota and parts of the Red River Valley counties of Minnesota until 10 o'clock tonight as well. So thanks for your question. I'm glad I could clear that up. Are you just across the border? Definitely heading your way. All right. I'm near Neyland. So yeah, okay. So if you're up in parts of Manitoba and Saskatchewan and Estevan area here, we got some storms crossing the border. And yeah, south of Brandon, as you're going across the port area, there's definitely some very strong thunderstorm activity. This one's the hail bomber right here as it works its way through. And by the way, for our Canadian neighbors, if you are watching from north of the border, let me just share with you this. Okay, so what I'm going to do is show you the Canadian watches and warnings really quick. I know that there's some severe weather alerts up in the area of southern Manitoba and parts of Canada, so we'll turn those alerts on so you can see those as well. The colors might be different, but let's go ahead and just go over the basics. You have some yellow showing up on the map here for Winkler, Manitoba, as well as Winnipeg and Point South. The yellow is oh boy, that's hard to read. It's a tornado watch, okay? So there is a tornado watch in the yellow counties here that does include the Winkler area. It all goes all the way out down here towards Baldur as well. So those are areas in a tornado watch that goes out towards Thunder Bay almost. So we do have the tornado watch spreading across the very far southern Prairie province here. This is Manitoba and then on towards Ontario. And then this peach, or I don't know what color I'd even call that. I'm not good at my colors. That's a severe thunderstorm watch that's in effect for your area. We have problems with a lot of rain. So we do have the rainfall warning in effect for you folks up here off to the north and to the west of Winnipeg and north of Brandon out there as you get into the Bois de Sioux, and also I think it's also looking into the Lake Winnipeg area as well. Heat problems out here. I think the pink is a heat warning out there as we look into other parts of Ontario heading into the afternoon hours, and a heat warning way up in the northern reaches of Alberta, So we got some hot weather up there as well. Dangerous heat and humidity in those areas. So that's what's going on in and around you folks in parts of southern Manitoba right now. I will pause this loop for just a second and show you that we do have one thunderstorm warning right here in this orange color. That's a severe thunderstorm warning that expires in 2 hours. So this is a long-legged thunderstorm warning out here for this part of Manitoba. And if we zoom in, we can show you a couple of communities in the area. So we're talking about Boivin. I don't know my French very well, but I wish I did. North of Bottineau, though, and north of the Dunseith border crossing here as you're going through that area. So that area has a severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now for those storms near Bottineau that are crossing the border. So that's what's going on there. I'm going to turn these watch warnings and alerts back off for now so I don't get too much information on these graphics all at once. So, all right. Okay. Thanks again. I appreciate your questions, and I hope you're getting the information you need. Thanks for watching, whether it's from the U.S. or Canada or other parts of the United States. My name is meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and I've been a broadcast meteorologist for the better part of 30 years, taught college-level meteorology in and around the region here for the better part of 20 years. Glad to be monitoring weather and broadcasting it right here on my streaming channels. Let's go back to the latest radar showing a smattering of storms. This one's moving northeast. These are moving more straight north or north-northeast. And these have not been severe yet. We do have some lightning and some small hail potential at times from these cells on the north side. And now let's take a look at the analysis map here so we can take a check at what's going on. By the way, the tornado warning has expired for the storm moving into northern Burleigh County now, but it is a hail core swinger. So we're expecting some ice balls to be falling out of that as it approaches you folks in and around Wing, North Dakota. Garrison, you got a hail monster out there that's exiting off the lake, and it's moving right on 1804 in this general direction, moving towards Max right now. Still some big time hail potential from that as well as we go through the afternoon hours. So that's what we have going on in and across our region right now. And I had started on a couple of questions, and let's go back to just a couple more. All right. Light rain, Washburn, all safe, good to know. Delora says 1.1 inches of rain at the ranch North Bismarck with a quarter and pea-size hail. So in North Bismarck, that puppy was rotating pretty good. So I'm glad to hear that you're safe out there measuring rain. Hello from the Turtle Mountains, Manitoba. Good to see you out there, Damien. Thank you for watching. I appreciate it. And there is some storms racing out of the Bottineau area here, crossing over through Dunseith and into parts of southern Manitoba right now, heading up in the general direction of the Brandon, Manitoba area, where there is a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell crossing the border. The United States and Environment Canada have different thresholds for what's severe, so keep that in mind with regards to what's expected and how big the hail might be. Those hailstones might be 3/4 of an inch, so we're talking about, maybe 2 centimeters on the big side at best, so keep your eyes on that. Eric, thank you very much. Base velocity picking up. Boys of Ain, thank you very much. I appreciate that, my oil community. I'm learning some French here today. Oui. Yeah, so thank you. Boys of Ain, Boys of Ain. What about Devil's Lake? Okay, so in Devil's Lake, we have strong thunderstorms. They're moving off to the east. There's nothing severe yet. And those storms, as we continue to monitor them, trucking up to the north at a pretty good clip. Now, remember, our winds at the surface are moving 30 miles per hour or more, so these storms are racing up toward the international border. Langdon, Walhalla, if you happen to be in Netchi, if you happen to be in Cavalier, these storms are pushing toward the Pembina border crossing as well, and right through Grafton. At times, they're pulsing up with some hail that could be a nickel in size, and we're watching it really closely at this particular time. I will take a quick look at the velocity on these. This is a very spinny atmosphere here, but what you're looking at is the Mayville radar, and all this velocity is red, meaning it's all blowing away from the radar. And when I look at the storm relative velocity, because the storms are all moving north, I'm looking for greens next to reds, and this is showing, well, by golly, we got some storm motion velocity that's showing motion toward the radar. So that's what we got going on. No real big evidence of strong shear in the storms here. There is some strong shear on this side, but this storm is now moving out. That's a new one developing on the south side there. Another warning for Minot area, then Max, for the cell that's moving off of Lake Sakakawea has just been issued by the National Weather Service in Bismarck. And that particular thunderstorm warning is for, let's see here. We're talking moving north-northeast about 40 miles per hour, 1.35, or excuse me, 1 3/4 inch hail and 60 mile per hour gusts will be possible. Prepare to batten the hatches. As we batten down the hatches, let's take a look at the Deering radar and look at the velocities here and see what we got. And it's thinking, calculating. Storm relative velocity, these storms moving north-northeast, so we either add storm motion or subtract it to the winds measured by the Doppler velocity so we can be sure we're looking at the right amount of shear in the storm. The Garrison storm does have some pockets of shear in it, so keep that in mind as it's moving now north of Lake Sakakawea, heading towards Max. There's a pretty good hail core on this baby as it's working its way through. So there is some shear showing up from the radar in Deering with motion towards the radar here, motion away from the radar in red. And that doesn't mean a tornado is on the ground, but it certainly does mean that we have some shear present in that particular storm. Another couple questions here from the YouTube channel. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you very much for slamming the subscribe button. I'm welcoming everybody to my channel here, and I do my best to answer as many questions as I can. Anything going to pop in the Twin Cities? I think it's too hot. The way the models are showing, most of it will be north. Hutch, what's Fargo going to look like tonight? Right now, the thunderstorms are forming all to the north of us, and the only way to answer that question is to take really a closer look at what's going on with the clouds on the satellite, because we are starting to get some sunshine on our day, and that can destabilize the atmosphere and make storms a little bit more likely. So as we take a look at this, and let me pop this up and look at the visible satellite imagery here. Pardon my eyeballs. And I know I'm standing really close, but I just got to be able to see. One of the things I've enjoyed in life. There we go. All right, so now let's take a look at this. So down here in the Fargo area, we had this big monster storm come trucking through. We have wind damage in Fargo, a lot of it, damage from the thunderstorms now. And those moved through the lakes country here, and they've left behind a smattering of clouds and a whole pool of rain-cooled air sitting at the surface of the atmosphere right now. So as we stop and plop and look at your temperatures right now across the area, we have to see some recovery. Look at this. You got Detroit Lakes with a ridiculous 90. Here in the Wilkin County area, ridiculous Wheaton, 90 degrees and 81 Fargo. Look at Jamestown, 95. Can you see where the cool pool is sitting here? Somehow, Detroit Lakes has really gotten into the heat. Look at Grand Forks up here. You didn't have any impact. That's 91 degrees there. Unbelievable temperature differences here. So that big storm that dumped all the rain has a pool of cool air sitting near the surface, enough clouds to keep us from getting warmed back up. Fargo, we're getting some sun outside. That's clear. That's warming us up. Could we see thunderstorms form? Yes, it's possible. We probably have to reach closer to that 85 to 90 degrees to see them start rocking back up again. And the fact that we are hitting 90 in a few of our communities here, and we're not seeing thunderstorms make their way up into the atmosphere yet, is telling that we've got a little bit of a cap in the atmosphere as we go up. What does a cap look like? That's a good question. We'll talk about that later. Is there rotation north of Botno? Damien, good question. Let's take a look. When for Fargo? Bad Gamer Goral. All right, good to see you on board. Thank you very much. It just depends. The models showed some thunderstorm activity now and then pushing north. Basically, the thunderstorm activity is pushing north. It's north of the Grand Forks, now 79 degrees. Oh, maybe this was a old temperature. A second ago, I thought it said 91. So maybe it did. Maybe the temperature was old. Okay, yeah, 79 right now in Minot, 81 for you folks in Thief River Falls. We do have, it said 95 in Jamestown, now it's 79. So the 95 must have been erroneous. Here's the heat. That's in southern parts of Minnesota. We have temperatures in the 90s there and no thunderstorms. Now you'd think 90-degree air is hot. It should be rising. It's humid. It should be rising. And if it rises, it should make a thunderstorm cloud. Nope, it's not happening because as the air starts to rise, there's hot air above it. And the hot air that's rising says, oh, hey, more hot air. I don't need to join this party. I'm going to go back down to the ground. So that's what's going on. Thank you very much. I appreciate your questions. Let's see. Zachary. Hey, could you please give me a quick update for Hallock, Minnesota? Thank you. Hutch, I'm getting more storms for Hubbard County tonight. That's a question. Hubbard County. Where's the center of the storm system currently located? Okay, a couple questions I can address with a forecast run. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, as we take a look at the latest radar data here, let's go ahead and take a look at what's going on with the analysis at the surface. To do that, I'm going to turn on this. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. All right. So low pressure, couple different areas of low pressure. I am going to put isobars every 1 millibar so we can really see the detail. Now, low pressure, south wind, hot air, including aloft, moving into this region, keeping things very hot. This air here near the surface, though, is rain cooled. So you see, we have temperatures here in the 90s blowing in. This cool pool of air laid down by this bad boy is laying at the ground and it's hugging the ground and it's happy down there. It's rain cooled. It's 60s to 70s, as you just saw. This 90-degree air is moving north with fast winds at 25 miles per hour, but it's getting forced above and it's not really lifting like it is, just kind of gradually rising. So we're not seeing anything there. We don't have any areas here where we have that, but this is a cool pool of air. There's a warm front here, and this little warm front that's associated next to this cool pool of outflow here, there could be initiation along this line. So we need to watch that area if storms form. We got to get to the convective temperature out there, and I'm thinking that that might still be around those mid-90s in a few spots. We'll see. So right now, the main threat is up to the north. We'll keep our eyes on it. But yes, this low pressure center is right here. Now, here's a look at some very windy conditions that are blasting their way through the Rapid City area and Black Hills. Those are recent reports, by the way, and these are non-thunderstorm gusts of over 50 miles per hour. So on the backside of the low pressure system, this cold air coming down the elevated terrain causing almost severe level gusts down there. Now, as we take a look at the isobars here, pardon me, I got to go back up here and let's turn this down to high sensitivity, 1 millibar spacing. So the winds are not as ridiculous as they look. I'm just plotting every millibar. So what we're looking at here is this south wind bringing the warm air up, and the wind shift is happening right in this area. South here, east here, this is your warm front. So yes, we still have a chance that thunderstorms could form. Now we'll take a look together at the latest forecast. And again, somebody was asking for details on what's going on here with this storm up near Boys of Ain. Let's go ahead and take a look at that, and let's go ahead and pop a look at what's going on with regards to the velocity in that storm. Storm relative velocity, here it is. Now, this is from the Deering radar, so we'll get a pretty good look. And what I'm seeing with the storm relative velocity is no, I'm not seeing any reds, which would show motion away from the radar and towards. It's just pretty unidirectional flow at this level of the atmosphere that shows an inbound wind coming in from the south. So here we go. The wind is from south to north in and around this part of the state, and it's all unidirectional, even though we have thunderstorm activity in that area. So as we take a peek now at the flat, straight out velocities, when we take away the storm motion, there is some motion toward the radar and a little bit there, but this is not corrected for the motion of the storm itself. which you just saw, makes it disappear. So that's something to keep in mind there as well. So no, I don't think there's any tight rotations showing up with that cell that's crossing the border up north of Dunseith and heading up in towards the area north of Botno here. There is some spin or shear in the straight velocity display here, but as my coffee is brought by, thank you so very much. Thanks, Pedro. Man, have you taught your dog how to bring you coffee? Pedro and Amber, thank you. All right, okay. So we do have a cup of coffee now. I'm good to go for the next little bit. Now, not a lot of shear or spin taking place on that. Thanks a lot for your questions there on my YouTube channel. Please, 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 I'm trying to answer your questions. I'd love to have you hit the subscribe button on my YouTube channel. That does help me out a lot. Okay, let me go down to the most recent questions and I'll go backwards. We're in the hatched area, but I don't see any rain on the forecast for Shelley. The hatched area doesn't mean you're going to get storms. The hatched area means that if we do get storms, they could quickly become, bring the possibility of a strong tornado in parts of northern North Dakota and northwestern Minnesota. It's not a guarantee. You might not even see rain if storms don't form. So that's just it. Please don't let this risk. Risk is different than the actual occurrence of a thunderstorm. We can't predict where any one little thunderstorm that's 10 miles in diameter is going to form. No model does it consistently every time. So because of that, I can tell you there's a risk for tornadoes in our area today. I can tell you there's a risk for severe thunderstorms in our area today, gusty winds and hail almost up to 3 inches in diameter. However, I can't tell you exactly if a thunderstorm is going to hit any one community today. I hope that makes sense. Our atmospheric science is not at a skill where I can say next Thursday on the 32nd Avenue and 22nd Street, I'm expecting a lightning strike. Now, man, if we had that kind of technology, you wouldn't need Hutch here, standing here with my cup of Java. Thank you much. How bad will Grand Forks get? Is this storm making it? This storm's making me nervous. Emma, thank you. Right now, the storms are forming all to the north of you as I back this up and show you that essentially, no, the storms making their way north of Grand Forks are not severe at this time. There's nothing forming yet down here yet. There is a warm front down here. Will they form along that warm front? Is there a chance? Let's look at the latest model together. Let's answer a lot of questions here. Thanks for watching. My Facebook fans out there, if you're watching and you haven't hit the follow button, would you please do so? I'm asking you to do me a favor, because by doing that, more people will be served up my videos and my lives when I'm covering weather for people of our region here in the Northern Plains. So thank you for doing that. Now, let's take a look at the forecast together. And I'm going to look at a couple. Again, I've said this a couple times today, but this HRR forecast that you see here is updated every hour. Sometimes it isn't worth the paper it's put out on. Other times it does a pretty good job. Here's the exiting mesoscale convective complex working its way out over and on the south shores of Lake Superior. Now, as we take a look here, it has the low pressure system way up here and another one down here. We just looked at the analysis. It's more down here. But nonetheless, let's go ahead and have a look-see at what this model says. This is the latest run that came through. Is it going to show any thunderstorm formation south? The answer is yes. There is a chance. Remember, I was showing you here, we have this rain-cooled air right here from the big monster storm that went through in the overnight hours through South Dakota. That rain-cooled air is just sitting here in this area. Warm air is trying to come into the area, and as it moves north, then we have a chance. But we also have a cold front coming back around from the other side. So as that comes through, we do have a chance of storms. Will they be tornadic? Well, there's a chance, but this almost looks more like a cool front type of a setup here. Northwest winds. When your winds become westerly or northwesterly, the risk for these real strong tornadoes will drop in your area. So that leaves the threat out on this side here. So there looks like there's a warm front here. There's a warm front up here. And indeed, there could be some strong thunderstorms tonight, but look how fast they move out of the valley as we go through this hour. This is 24 plus 2, that's 26, right? And then you subtract 5, that's 2,100 hours, Hutch. So we're approaching that dinner time hour there as we get into the 3, 4, and 5 o'clock time frame. Boom, out we go. Well, we're after the 3 o'clock. This is showing that any time now, this is showing any time now, storms could form in the Southern Valley. We'll believe it when we see it because we've been watching the satellite. We'll see the clouds before we see the big rain and hail. Does that make sense? So that's why I keep checking the cloud cover on the satellite view to see if we're getting enough sun to initiate some storms. Now, these storms as we go into the 10 o'clock hour, here's 10 o'clock, we'll be moving through central Minnesota, a smattering of storms back here. Back here, nope, I don't think we'll see severe back there. Gusty northwest winds, cooler, drier air, bye-bye 99 degrees or chances of 80s and 90s. And better yet, bye-bye humid, sticky air as we go through. And then as we continue our trek through the in late night hours, another round moves through parts near Duluth, all the way down the 35 corridor into the Twin Cities, and that's it. That's this model. That's not your forecast from Hutch. That's one model. So Hutch is going to look at another model. That's what a meteorologist does. We kind of analyze models. We look at current trends. We see which model handles the situation the best. Maybe it's a blend of models, and then we go forward from there. Here's 7 p.m. tonight. So let's go back a little bit. This model is showing that the low pressure system down here could be forming some storms. But look at this. This was Monday at 19Z. So that's 2 p.m. We didn't see that form at all. So this model is OTL. Out to lunch. Okay, I don't know when it's expected to return. So we're not even going to look at the rest of that one. That's what the game of meteorology is. Does this look like our current situation this morning? Nope, nope. And then as we headed into about now, nope, don't look anything like that. We have a line of storms like this, but it's way over here. So that is not a good rendition of what's going on. So you get the feel like a lot of these models are having a tough time. Here's a Canadian model. This one's a little bit closer to the low pressure center, not far from us here. That's very close to what's going on. Don't pay too much attention to the rainfall. See how it just kind of smooths from one frame to the other, what's going on. Yeah, this one is showing some storms working their way through parts of the Highway 200 corridor and points north. It is showing the Minot to Bismarck activity as it's working its way through. It is showing it moving its way in, and boom, low pressure. This is the dinner hour. We're talking 6, 7 p.m. We could see some development. This Canadian model, by the way, thanks Canadian friends, that this one is probably the best one of the bunch as far as being closer to the actual setup that we're seeing. So that is what Hutch is looking at. This is probably the best one, and because of it, I'll go with it. Now, does this mean everybody gets a tornado after 7 p.m.? No, but if storms form, there's going to be a warm front in here, and because of that, we'll have some spin and shear, and I'll be watching for it. That's all. Please don't panic. All I want you to do is review what you should do if a tornado warning is issued. Tornadoes are tiny creatures. Some of them can get pretty monstrous, but a monstrous tornado is a mile wide, right? A mile. Okay, so you think about a mile. If it goes into a town, that's absolutely devastating. If it's a football field wide and it goes out in the field, it's not fun for the field, but essentially, that's how small these things are. We can't tell you which storm will be, but what I want you to do is say, tonight, between now and 10 o'clock, we have a tornado watch. And I live in a manufactured home, for instance. If I live in a manufactured home and there's a tornado warning at 9 tonight, do I have a place to go? Do I know where I can go? Because I should not stay in a tornado. Think about that. Let's say I'm camping on Devil's Lake. I want to plan, okay, I'm in a camper, I'm on Devil's Lake, there's a tornado watch. But I know that there is a sturdy shelter in a building right over here that I can go into if a tornado warning is issued, but I need to give myself time to get there. So those are the kind of things I want you thinking about now as we go through. Active severe thunderstorm warnings do continue across parts of central North Dakota now. Just off to the east of the Minot area here, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for this cluster of cells. And now you see the little hole in this storm right here with 2 waves of surging bow echoes here. This is a rear flank downdraft that has surged out in waves. 1 hail core collapses, 2 hail core collapses. The first one made that, the second one made that. This is an outflow boundary. It's interacting with the updraft of the storm. This is the updraft that's feeding into this storm and making the hail in the first place. This is called a hook echo. It's rain wrapped. You won't see it from Towner, but that is a hook echo. That means that is a rotating supercell thunderstorm. By definition, that is a rotating severe thunderstorm. Now, in that severe thunderstorm that's rotating, we got 1.5 inch diameter hail potential, and you got 60 mile per hour gust potential. Does it say anything about a tornado? Does it look like it could tornado? Let's look at the velocity again, storm relative velocity. And in this area, we do have wind blowing in toward the radar here and then away from the radar here. This area here, if I mark it with my finger, got to put my coffee down. I'm getting serious now. So if I mark a circle right here, I'm trying. There we go. So about there is where we have the velocity couplet, we'll call it. That's where I'm indicating some spin or shear. Is that in the same spot as this? So we're going to switch over to a correlation coefficient. Is there blue in there? Not bright blue like we're seeing over here. So no, there's not that there. And then is there a higher difference in targets here? No, there's not. So I don't have a debris ball or anything like that to verify that we have a funnel on the ground, but there could be some spin or shear right there, okay? So not a tornado in all likelihood, but it is a rotating supercell thunderstorm with some rotation moving right toward the highway corridor here between Towner and Upham at this time. So there is a look. Did we just get some red in that same spot? No. Now, what's all this blue out over here? So it's a good idea to keep my eyes on that and look, and that is an area where we have different targets because we got some raindrops maybe falling in there, maybe a hailstone mixing in. We got all kinds of different things going on here. Maybe even some wind that's falling. If you got a hail core here and it collapses, sometimes it can push the wind back towards you from the other side. You see this little circle right here? That's like a bow or outflow possibly moving the other way. So that's a pretty serious hail core that's moving through that area that's causing that kind of a signature on the radar. Max, whoopsie. I put my colors away, put my crayons back in their box. Here we go. Okay, so now Max, you got a big time hail core making its way through from Douglas to Max, and this is moving off to the northeast. At last check, it was 30 miles per hour. This hail forecast from the National Weather Service says 1 3/4 inch diameter hail, 60 mile per hour winds, but we're really starting to see the DBZs cranking out of that, the reflectivities. So let's go ahead and check with that hail core and the hail size estimates with Hutch's Hail Tracker. That's the HHT for short. I'm waiting. I'm being patient, Mr. Hail Tracker. What you got for us? It's not populating, so I'm going to sneak into Bismarck and see. We got a lot more hail reports coming in from Bismarck, by the way. So here's a hail up to 2 inches in Mandan from a trained weather spotter from 1.5 to 2 inches in size. Lasted 5 minutes. Remember that hail core moving in? Redonky donk. Now it moved to 1 3/4 inch diameter hail when it jumped over the river. Boom, big time hail, 1 3/4 inch diameter hail from the National Weather Service employee on the north side of town, and 1 inch diameter hail a little bit farther south of that, not far from 83 as you're going north of town there. So some big time hail reports coming. Now let's take a look. We got a hail ball producer moving right into Wing right now. Wing, prepare for big time hail if it isn't hitting already. This is an estimate of the maximum hail size that the cloud is producing at this time, and it looks like it's upwards of 2 to 3 inches in diameter. 2 to 3 inches is the estimate. If it falls out of the cloud through this warm, soupy air, it might melt, it might be a little smaller. That's just an estimate. But keep in mind, that's some big time hail crossing Highway 25 right now, moving northeast at about 30 miles per hour, or is it 40? Let me double check that. Moving northeast 30 miles per hour. So that will be crossing the Highway 36 corridor here very shortly, moving out of Wing in northern parts of Burleigh County. That is a hail bubble, that's for sure. Now there's another hail bonkers going bonkers in the Max area, and max hail size in this is upwards of 3.5 inches. Okay, this bad boy is really popping the hail. It takes a strong updraft to make hail estimates reach 3.5 inches. Will that hit the ground? It's hard to tell. By the time it falls down through the rain and the warmer part of the cloud, it melts a little bit, but big hail is heading right now into your general direction. If you are on the Highway 23 corridor here north of the Max area and on Highway 83 right now, that is just ridiculous. Now look up this guy up here, a little bit lower on the hail potential from this cell moving its way toward the Towner area, but that's the one with a little bit of shear. Now this hail, when it collapses, could make some very, very gusty winds. So that's going to increase our wind gust potential from the storm as well. So as we take a look at the wind burp estimator by Hutch's storm analysis tool here, we're going to see that we do have some 70-mile-per-hour wind potential simply because we have some ginormous hail that could collapse out of that thunderstorm cell. So if you're near Max, that's what's going on. I am going to take you to a look at a front row seat view of Max as we take a look at the North Dakota Agricultural Weather Network and the North Dakota DOT camera network. And we do have some right in Max. So let's run right there. And where'd you go? We'll go with this one. So this is Ryder. We have storms in your area. I'm trying. There we go. Okay. So here we got some low clouds that are not attached to the parent thunderstorm. So those are some roll clouds. Those are caused by the outflow boundary from a storm. So the burp of wind coming out, forming a cloud that's moving ahead of the storm or back from the storm. So those are kind of an interesting feature up there in the atmosphere to see. And they tell you a little something about the cloud. I can't see anything from that particular vantage point. Here we go. Now we're in Max. Now you're looking at the old wind tower there on Highway 83. We got the dark clouds making their way through. As we turn around and look at other images, it says not available. Aw, shucks, Max, come on. Let's see about this one. That's more gooder. Okay, so now we're taking a look at 83. You got northbound, southbound traffic, and you got the storm making its way into the Max area right now. Big old dark clouds, ominous skies, some lower hanging clouds, a little lowering here and there. Not a lot of spin or shear showing up with this particular storm. It's mainly the hail threat with it as it's making its way through. So on that Max storm, that's what Hutch is seeing. Now we'll go to the Endon camera network and see what it's showing, because there is a camera right here in Max. Spell it M-A-K-C-S, Max. And there, boom, holy buckets of steaming bolts. Look at the inundation of hail and wind and working its way through. Now, that was some serious hail size potential with this storm, upwards of 3 inches. Look at that. I can't tell what size that hail is. By golly, I got myself a call. There we go. Okay, so in and around Max, there is hail falling. I do believe I'm seeing hail streaks in the picture coming at different directions. Hail balls there. It's hard to tell from a still image, and it certainly isn't clear, but that's what's hitting the ground as we go through Max. Let's look up just near Sawyer, looking off to the west, and we're not seeing that. We got a lot of low, scary looking clouds. Look at the beauty there, huh? That is just fantastic. A lot of green across North Dakota right now, and it's just a pretty thing. We don't need hail on our crops. That can go away if you ask Hutch. I'm going to look at this storm from the other side, Garrison. Oh my gosh, look at that. Looking southwest, things have cleared there, and it's like, oh, I will not repeat that. That was it. That's the last time I'm doing that today. You're welcome. Okay, and that is what we have going on there. Now let's take a look at the Wing area in northern Burleigh County. This is Wing. Okay, big time storm making its way through there. There was a hail core on this one as well. This is 8 miles north of Wing, and we're looking to the southwest as that storm is making its way through Wing right now. So it looks like we got some heavy rain, and that's all I can tell from that particular vantage point right now. Looking north of Wing towards Denhoff, this is looking west, so I'm not looking into the teeth of the storm directly. Now let's take a look at that storm that's moving out of the Granville area, heading towards Upham and Willow City. That is off to the north and the east here. Let's take a look at this Bantry view. Okay, so there's looks like some hail streaks coming across this thing in a couple of spots too. So we could be having some hail hit in and around that area. The hail core is not as strong with that storm, but it's certainly out there. I do want to check on Devil's Lake and points north since some of you have been asking. Yes, let's take a look. This is Niles in the northern parts of Benson County. We have very low clouds. Remember, our dew points are in the 70s out here. So it's just, these are ground huggers out there right now. In an environment that is capable of some spin today, the deal is we don't have the same strength updrafts in northeast North Dakota right now as we're getting out to the west because of the warming that they've had. And here is a look at a soggy field out in Webster, 1 mile to the north of town there from the Endon camera network. That was taken at 4:30 this afternoon. Then as we look up in towards the Brockett area, things aren't looking too bad rather. Let's go out to Grafton. I don't have any cameras there. This might be the closest I've got to you. Look at this really cool shot here. Do you see that? That's just a wandering, lonesome, it's called a roll cloud, R-O-L-L, roll cloud. And when a thunderstorm burps out some wind and that cold, dense air just kind of flows out across the prairie, it lifts the hot, humid air that's on the ground up and it makes a little cloud like this. And those clouds sometimes roll their way along. They don't mean a tornado, they don't mean anything, but they can mean, if they're moving fast, that there's a big burp of wind behind them. And sometimes when one approaches, it's moving fast enough you can tell, uh-oh, something weird's coming. And sometimes they kick up dust in front of them as well. So Adam's view of a cool roll cloud out there right now. I don't have anything near Grafton. Let's look across the river in the Warren area. Some gray skies there. And that's all I'm seeing across our area. Let's go back a little closer to Rock Lake, Candu, Clyde. Let's see, we got some storms there. Woo-wee! That looks like a wet proposition there. Clyde is wet. Perth. We got dry roads there showing up on the camera. Some higher base clouds. See, they're not as low huggers to the ground in that particular view, telling us a little bit more about the atmosphere there. Webster, we do have some storms moving through. That's pretty wet in Webster. Soggy fields in Webster. That is a look at what's going on. Active severe thunderstorm warnings continue. Big time hail from a few of these cells is going to be continuing. They're moving generally at a speed to the north and to the east at 30 miles per hour. I'll keep you posted. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Please don't forget to stay tuned. Check in with me. I'll be keeping up with the broadcasts throughout the day. And I'm going to pop up the radar here now so we can all see together what's going on region-wide, not just in the areas of concern immediately. Tornadoes will be possible. Big time hail with these cells here, more heat in the day, providing with a little bit better opportunity for these storms to stretch out and make some hail with strong updrafts. We have very humid air out here. It's very hot down to the south. Could we see development? There's a couple of little pimples here that Hutch needs to watch, and I will promise to do so as we go through. The other thing I'm going to be watching and looking at from time to time is the satellite view across the area, and it's important to keep your eyes on that because we're looking for new cumulus cloud development with these storms as they continue to develop in and around this area of concern here. So some models were showing somewhere from Jamestown, somewhere in and around the Fargo area and points north, a line of storms forming. We got some sunshine filtering in through the clouds right now. Temperatures are on the rise. We know we're humid. Will we reach the convective temperature? There's no way to tell for sure, but if we are, it's going to be in and around this area. We could see some storms firing. Am I seeing any evidence of a change in the field here? No, I can't say that I am. Let me see if I can loop a little bit and you can see low-level clouds tracking with the southeast winds. Big-time high clouds from the tops of those thunderstorms moving out of parts of central North Dakota right now. So it's this south flow that's trying to push away this rain-cooled air from this MCS that is making its way off to the east now over Lake Superior into northern Wisconsin. So it's this south wind that will start bringing the heat and warming things back up in our area. And one of the things we keep an eye on is that temperature and the dew point. So now we're rocking back up into the low 80s for the Fargo area, 82 in Fergus Falls, but look at our neighbors down to the south. It's 88 degrees down there. We had those storms blast through you folks in the Wheaton area, you folks in and around the Britain, South Dakota, and Aberdeen, 88 after a terrible start to the day there. Why are there not thunderstorms there? It's hot. It's humid. The upper atmosphere is too hot, but it's going to be along this warm front boundary here that we do have that opportunity for a few storms to fire today, and they could be severe. These storms forming up here in northeast North Dakota, they are not the towering ones. We'll show you the difference. These individual cells, They look like the bottom of a toilet. We talked about that. Turn a toilet upside down and the air is just shooting straight up in the atmosphere at great velocity, making a high cloud shoot over the top. You're looking at the shadow of the cloud here because the sun is starting to get a little lower in the sky. So that's the shadow of the cloud. I love visible satellite imagery. Here's the other storm that's making its way across the Lake Sakakawea area, 2 of them. This one here, big, tall, towering cloud, one updraft, one area of huge development. And here we have big time shadow on the downside, or the downwind or down sunlight side there. Same thing for that. So we're looking for any cloud that's starting to look like a little pimple with a bright white top on the top of it as well. And we're just not seeing any reaching the upper levels of the atmosphere. What does that mean? It means that we just don't have the strong updrafts yet. They're probably being suffocated by the cap in the atmosphere that is just above the ground. The air above the ground a little too warm, and our temperatures here not warmed up enough yet to really release that cap. It could happen today. A couple models are still showing it. Many models are still showing it, but many of those models aren't starting out very good, and I just don't believe them. We do have some heat returning up here to the Red Lakes area and as well. Some sun starting to shine on the day, but this is that pool of cooled air from the nasty windy thunderstorms this morning. Temperatures in the 70s. So the warm air that's coming in is gradually rising over the top. It's not sharply rising. So that's what's going on. Could there be storms? The answer is yes. I'll be watching everything right here. Thanks for being a part of Hutch's Weather. Please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Like the videos if you like them. Hit the like button and share it with friends. If you're on my Facebook page, please hit the follow button. I'll be back right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thanks for watching. I'll be keeping you all informed as we have severe weather rocking through the northern plains.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we gon' live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's cold. Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, I'm HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's cold. Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your
see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we come live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your
see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resets the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your
the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we come live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm, anywhere, anytime. Our Hutch.
Up. Hey everybody, meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. I've been talking to myself here for the last couple of minutes, but what I'm pointing out is that there has been an update from the Storm Prediction Center on our chance for tornadoes. The flashy area has increased. All morning we're talking about the mesoscale convective complex that moved through the region. It has knocked down what looks like dozens of wind towers in central South Dakota as it went through with 130 plus mile per hour winds. That storm moved through. We've been talking about, and I've showed that cool of pool air that lies on the ground here. Down to the south, it's hitting the 90s. Now, along this boundary here, that is a warm front right there that is caused by that MCS that made its way through the region. What's the fact of that? The Storm Prediction Center says, hey, we're upping the risk of tornadoes and thunderstorms back up to an enhanced risk is in this area. So as we look at that, here is the orange area from Grand Forks, Mayville through the Highway 200 corridor. This is Norman County, Monoman County. This is Clearwater County and Bagley County, Hubbard County. We're talking Lakes Country for Becker and Otter Tail County, as well as our friends once again in Richland County. These areas here, the Red River Valley counties, through some of our most populated areas of North Dakota, as well as parts of western, northwestern Minnesota in Lakes Country, including Thief River and Red Lake Falls, are all in this enhanced risk area. Why? It's that cool pool down to the south here that has laid down a pool of cool, and that is acting as a warm front right there. There is wind blowing this way. I've had that wind diagram up. This is the area where we expect the possible initiation of storms. So it's now an enhanced area. Where those storms go, well, they're going to move from south to north. We'll have some storms fire up here and then move off to the east as well. All modes of severe weather will be possible. I'm not saying we're getting a lot of tornadoes, but this is why Hutch is vigilant and has been broadcasting all day on the stream here about what's going on and what I'm thinking and walking you through this. So thanks for watching. Again, an enhanced risk has been issued for Fargo, Moorhead. And as we go through the evening, here's that tornado threat. It's up to 10% now. Bemidji, Fargo, Detroit Lakes, Fergus Falls, Crookston, Foston, Fertile, Beltrami, Grand Forks, East Grand Forks, all the way up in towards Red Lake Falls, Thief River Falls, and down into Richland County for Wahpeton, Breckenridge. We're talking Barnesville on Interstate 94. This is an area of 10% risk of a tornado within 50 miles. That is double the 5% risk area. So if storms form here, there's so much spin in the atmosphere. Not only could we get storms anywhere in the flashy area here, if thunderstorms form now, we're talking about the ones that form here in a bit, they will be in this environment where they'll be volatile, they'll be surface-based, meaning that hot, humid air will finally be coming at it and rising from the surface, and the spin will be there. We could see some strong tornadoes. Northern Minnesota, go through and review your tornado plans now. We'll keep you posted on that. Now, we do and have been watching the satellite imagery together as we've gone through the afternoon hours, and that's something I will keep watching for you. The visible satellite imagery can show us where the clouds start forming first, and that field of clouds will be critical in us diagnosing exactly where that threat is going to lie as we go through. So the visible satellite imagery, something we're watching. Look at the clearing punching up here. This is where we're going to start seeing that sun really baking through, rising temperatures in the 80s, and a storm or two could start popping. And once they do, the game is on tonight. Here are the big thunderstorm towers forming near Minot, the one moving out of Bismarck, the other one's crossing the border. Those are towering storms out there. They're not necessarily the ones that are in the area where we do have the enhanced spins. Storms forming in this area now through the remainder of the evening. Tonight, we're talking, these could be a little bit on the later side. We'll keep you posted. So that is something that we're watching, and I'll continue to monitor for a field of cumulus or even a couple of cumuluses that start to fire off and start looking bright white on the cloud tops like that. Once that happens, all modes of severe weather will be possible as we go through the evening hours. So that is your update. Right now, the latest radar shows we have severe thunderstorms out in parts of western North Dakota. Those are moving off to the north. Here's one in the Kidder County area that's moving off to the north and to the northeast. This is moving northeast out of the Minot area. This is the one that was over Lake Sakakawea. And look at the trail of gusty wind reports with that 59 miles per hour, 70 miles per hour. You're helping Hutch's Weather cover the situation as we take a look at your photo updates out here. Again, big time. Now, check this out, Bismarck. This is what hit your area as we went through. And I got to tell you what, thanks to all of you who have trusted me to cover your weather, number one. And thank you for being a part of Hutch's Weather by sharing the trees down. This is in the Well, this is Motley area. Thank you very much. Snapped from the storms this morning. Caleb, thank you very much. I'm very sorry. I hope there wasn't too much more extensive damage to your area. These are the hail balls that blasted out of the sky north of Bismarck by 4 miles off of the US 83. So you know the road. We were talking about the storm. The hail was on the north side. The rotating spinny was on the south side. Look at that. I don't have a measurement here. Thank you so much, Mark Schrader, for uploading. And again, that was from this afternoon just before 4 p.m. That is some big time hail balls. Would love to have a measurement. You can drop me a note. Let me know how big the largest hailstones were out there. That's North Bismarck, redonky donk hail. We also have some photos out here of more trees down. This fella's doing all he can to help things out. Strong winds came through behind the morning storms and took trees and power in Vergas. Thank you, Bailey, for sharing, and the puppy getting in on helping on the cleanup as well. A number of severe weather reports across the region today. And again, your coverage, your story helps us know what these storms are doing. Here we got some crazy looking clouds out there from the sunny to the dark within an hour across the region. This is 2 miles north of Grafton. It looks like we're doing a little bit of mowing there on the side of the highway. So thanks for the work you're doing, Tristan. I appreciate the view of the clouds in and around your area. And not a great day out there for area producers out there with crops under the gun from big time hail. Thanks again for all of your photos. This is power out, power down shots. Here's a roll cloud rolling in ahead of the storm. We got some hail reports out here from the storm. This is Aitken area, Minnesota. We have some video from crazy clouds, again, getting the field work done, hoping there's no hail on any of these beans as they're working out through the area there as well. And we continue to see your amazing photos of the day. You can peruse them here. This is Bemidji getting whacked by wind once again, unfairly so, as that wind continues to be a threat as we go into the evening hours. These storms are now rolling off on the south shore of Lake Superior heading into the evening hours. So thanks for your reports of severe weather continuing through the area as we go through. I'll keep you posted, but the risk for tornadoes is still there. Even though we're very quiet right now, we're starting to get the solar heating we would need with the temperatures we would need. So I'll keep you posted right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I'll have the 4-panel up here for a little while I grab a bite to eat and reload, making sure that we're ready to go. I may need to also shut down the stream so I can restart the stream so it don't get shut off in the middle of go time. I'll be here. I've got my tennis shoes on and big cups of coffee ready. Be aware, storms at 4 tonight. This is, by the way, the model guidance panel. This is the latest forecast model.
What you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay.
I'll turn that down. This is the latest forecast model from the high resolution rapid refresh model. It's not always the best model, but it gives us an idea of some storms percolating up in the Red River Valley, moving off to the east as this storm system rolls through. All modes of severe weather will be possible. Storms forming in parts of east central North Dakota right here. Boom. Those could really be some doozies if they do indeed take off. I'll keep you posted right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Thank you so very, very much. I will be back. I'm getting a bite. We're going to get things set up to launch, and I'll keep you ahead of the storms right here. Download my weather app. The directions are behind me over here. You can scan that in for the Google Play Store, the Apple Store, and get those loaded onto your phone. It gives you early alerts, and it's the only one in the region that gives you exclusive twisting storm alerts sometimes before a tornado warning is issued. Please download it. Give it a test drive. Let it follow you. Let me know how it works tonight, because it's going to be possibly a busy night. Just because the atmosphere is loaded with energy does not mean we are going to see it turn out like this, though. So please be aware. I will be here to monitor the situation as we go through the evening hours tonight. Again, thank you so very much for being a part of Hutch's Weather. I'll keep you posted right here as we go through the evening hours. But for now, let me get some dinner, and I'll be back with updates here right.
If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your
See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we come live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on Hutch'sWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchsWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your
chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we come live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your
chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we gon' live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's cold. Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, our HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here, just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's cold. Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your
We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call. Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your
We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is the weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, on HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you, no matter the storm. Anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
And hello, everybody. Meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. We're going to update you on the severe thunderstorm risk tonight and get the forecast out to you here for what's expected as we go through. As we approach the 6 o'clock hour, we have nothing going on in South Fargo. We've been watching what's going on there. I'm going to pause this loop of radar data that I've been leaving you with and let you know what's going on here. So for now, we're going to get started with a look at this. Hey everybody, I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and here we do have a severe thunderstorm continuing still in the Minot zone here, moving to the north and east. We do have a flash flood warning taking place up there with copious amounts of rain, numerous storms passing by the Botno area here. And as you take a look, that warning's in effect until 9 o'clock tonight. Now, the amount of rain from these very high, and we talked about that the last couple days here on Hutch's Weather, because our dew points are so high, there's a lot of water in the air that we usually don't have here. More storms near Dickinson. Yes, they could be strong to severe. Look at south of Wolf Point, Montana, moving in towards Brockton, Culbertson. Strong thunderstorms there. Glendive down in towards that Medora area. Thunder showers pushing into your area for those of you enjoying beautiful Badlands of parts of North Dakota. Here is a look at what's my concern as we go into the evening hours. Down here, we had a storm make its way through as a mesoscale convective complex from Pierre, working its way right down through here, and now it's exiting out that back way over there. Okay, this bad boy made its way through this entire area, 130 mile per hour winds, knocking down wind farms out here, serious damage just off to the east of here. It caused damage in Fargo, and it didn't even touch our area with the main part of the thunderstorm. Wind toppling trees, even just not far from Hutch's place here in South Moorhead. All that said, this area, what that storm did was it laid down a pool of cold, rain-cooled air that stayed there through the day. It was also protected by the canopy of cloud cover over this, and it didn't heat up. Meanwhile, down to the south, we had temperatures rocking and rolling up into the 90s. As the clouds vacated this area, we had temperatures rocking up into the 80s as well. So now, as we take a look at our current situation, and we were talking about this on my coverage a little bit earlier, we definitely have some problems going on here because we have a warm front established by this cold pool of air. That cold pool of air that burped out of the mesoscale convective complex here stayed near the surface in parts of Minnesota while that heat to the south worked its way in. So when we look at temperatures, we have temperatures down in southern Minnesota that are ridiculously hot. And now we're talking about 90s, heat indices that are topping well into the 90s as we go into the late evening hours here. And we have 82 now as the atmosphere is starting to warm up. Look at this, 90 here, 82 here. Here's our rain burped air, right? You can see it. Cold, dense air, even though we have south winds rocking up through here, having a hard time moving this warmth. So your warm front located right here, very easy to see. And a warm front has east winds making its way through this area. So east winds here, south winds here, low pressure out over here. And that's that analysis map that I've had up throughout the day. So let's look at this together. Now, as we analyze low pressure, wind around it generally in this counterclockwise fashion. South wind here, hot, humid air fueling into this area. Remember, it's running into this area up here where we have the rain-cooled pool from our mesoscale convective complex. Along this boundary right in here, that's where we're going to have the best chance for seeing twisting storms that could be volatile as we go into the evening hours. Now, we do have thunderstorms up to the north. They are severe. They have been severe. Hail and gusty wind, that main threat from those. As these storms fire up, things are going to be a little bit different because of the twist in the atmosphere. We do have a tornado watch until 10 o'clock for the Red River Valley counties, all of most of North Dakota and parts of northwest Minnesota, including parts of Lakes Country here. We will likely see some changes to that if storms fire at all. So we have what's called a cap up there in the upper levels in the atmosphere. We'll talk more about that. But again, I am concerned about this zone here where we have the change in wind direction. That's your warm front right there. Low pressure out here. Here's your kinks in the isobars. We've talked about them kinks the last couple of days, and it's getting kinky right in here. And when that happens, then we got that shear in the atmosphere. What is shear? Wind at the surface will blow this way, and around the low pressure system, see this area here where low pressure system is forming all the way out towards here near Aberdeen. So it's kind of spreading up this way, one low pressure area, and one here. This one, as we head into the evening hours, if it closes off and as it moves through, it could enhance some of the lift that we're going to have here, which could help overcome the cap of the hot air just above us. If it does, this area here is going to have winds that blow back this way. Now, the upper level winds are blowing in the opposite direction. That is amazing amount of shear, and it's going to be right in this area here. So now let's take a look at your hour-by-hour forecast to get you off with the latest information you're going to need as we go through the evening hours. Now, this hourly forecast update is only as good as the model, and not all of these models have been starting out with really fantastic information. But let's go ahead and pick the one that I think was the best. west, and that was the Canadian model, as a matter of fact. So let's get us into the evening hours here. By the way, a weather balloon sounding is going now. They're launching weather balloons across the nation and across the world here within the next 1 hour or so. And it takes an hour for it to rise up through the atmosphere. Then we gather the information we need in meteorology to run the models again with real data through the whole depth of the atmosphere across the entire world. So that's why these models don't come out, and sometimes they get off kilter because we don't start them with real good information. So this is, again, a look at your hour by hour forecast. As we carry this through, you're going to see a chance of storms forming as this low lifts out of the southeast and starts drifting off to the east, and the attending warm front down in this area. So if storms form down here, Fargo, Lakes Country, and much of Minnesota will be in the path of these storms. Storms can also form out here near Jamestown and Valley City. So that's why we have that enhanced area of severe storms. Their motion will be to the north and to the east as we go through around 10 o'clock. This is where it stopped, and those will continue to drift around through, and then they're gone and out of here by the time we get through the middle of the overnight hours, and that's the way it looks. Now we're going back to another model to kind of highlight the details with regards to our atmosphere's potential for some pretty significant spin and shear in the atmosphere. So let's go to the latest model that I can show you here. Hit play, boom, shaka, and laka. See if we can get that going. All right. Okay, so this goes through the project, or the production of the storm. We're going to look at severe weather significant tornado parameter. These are the areas where we have that warm front right here. This wind moving this way, the upper level wind moving this way, a lot of shear and spin for an updraft. If the updraft forms in a thunderstorm, it's going to be a rotating updraft. This is Breckenridge, Wahpeton. This is Fergus Falls, Pelican Rapids, all the straight way out to areas just south of the Twin Cities. That includes Mille Lacs, and it also includes the areas in and around the Brainerd Lakes area, Little Falls down here. A lot of spin in the atmosphere. So as that warm front and warm air here kicks off some thunderstorms, if we get storms firing here, there's just a boatload of spin. Where does it go? It focuses into Minnesota and quickly goes padizzle as we go into the night, and that's the way it looks. So that's the spin that we're concerned about, and why we have that enhanced risk area now in our area, and why we have that concern for a broader area now, a widespread area of tornado risk. Now, there's a lot of energy in the atmosphere for updrafts, so we're talking big time hail potential from storms if they form, and that's what we'll be watching for as we go through the evening hour. Now, here on Hutch's Weather, I'm going to keep your forecast information coming. But again, hot weather down to the south, warm, cool pool up to the north here. That along that boundary is where I'm expecting storms to potentially fire. For your information, I saw that Reed Timmer's in the area. That's not a good sign. If that don't make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. We have all of this atmospheric energy here as well. But there is always times when this atmospheric energy is in place. We have all the ingredients for a real fine lutefisk dinner, but it still kind of tastes yucky. It doesn't really pan out the way we thought. Because of that, we got to just keep our eyes on the skies. So I'll be monitoring for severe storm development. We do have severe thunderstorms working their way through parts of North Dakota right now, and I'll keep my eyes on that for you as well. You're going to see me doing a little bit of work behind the scenes here as I leave the stream up for you. We have an International Falls storm that I'm going to cover right now for you from the Duluth radar. There is an active severe thunderstorm in Koochiching County, Big Falls, pushing on up through Little Fork and on its way towards the Rainy Lake area. Check this out. It's moving to the north and east. It has a little kidney bean shape to it. It doesn't look overly pink on the radar, and blue, meaning that the hail core isn't the greatest now. Maybe it's lost some intensity. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour gusts as it works its way across 217 and up in towards the Rainy Lake area. So please pay attention to the warning. Here is maybe the hail core is on the right edge of it, and we'll keep our eyes on that particular storm right now. So it's moving off to the north at 35 miles per hour. Here is a track on this severe thunderstorm warned storm moving off to the northeast. And here we go. Island view by 6:47, not moving directly into International Falls, but it could be close. So I'll keep my eyes on that for you as we go through the evening hours. Elsewhere, Wisconsin storms moving through the out and into the UP of Michigan right now. Those are still stout, backwards C-shape. And as we look at that area here in the UP, there are going to be some torrential rain and stuff making its way through those areas. So here is a look at your entire area. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now. We do have hail reports, wind reports, and just terrible, terrible storm damage from the overnight storm last night, from near Pier all the way up through parts of Roberts County, near Sisseton, through the Lakes country. A lot of trees damaged. And once again, thank you for all of your photo uploads. I'll continue to keep coverage coming your way right here. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I'll be back in a bit here to keep you informed. But looks like now we got no thunderstorm warnings, so that's the good news as things are loading up. The Kidder County storm was severe. That is now dropped. That's kind of a long, skinny storm. These individual thunderstorm cells are moving to the north and east pretty quickly. We're starting to see a line of a couple of storms there. When this thing unzips, I like to call it, when things unzip, if it's going to, what we want to watch for on the satellite. So if you want to watch along with me, you'll see me kind of tinkering around in the background. If my stream goes off, there's a time limit. And they'll give Hutch a timeout, and I'll have to restart the stream on the Facebook side. If you're watching, please hit my follow button. I really would appreciate you following me. I do not take your trust in my weather information lightly. And because of that, it helps my channel grow, and Facebook serves it to more people. If you're watching on my YouTube channel, thank you so very much. And we'll keep the stream going on YouTube, but I will try to restart things on Facebook so we don't get dumped off of there. So, we'll go through things like your forecast. We'll talk about the new storms. We'll talk about safety. We want to keep you informed that tornado risk is not here to set panic in. It's just the fact that if storms form, we have very plentiful twists in the atmosphere along this warm front boundary right here. And again, we're watching for any big, bright cloud tops that are going to pop up into the upper atmosphere as we head into the evening hours. So what we have here, sunshine, 80 to 90 degree weather, 85 to 90 degree weather down here, slamming into the cool pool, warm front here, spinning the atmosphere. If we can get any storms to fire here, that's what we'll be watching for as we continue through the evening hours. There is a little line of development right in here, kind of like a cool front on the backside of the storm system. So this could be the initial trigger for some of the storms as well. So warm front, and we have this little storm line that could be trying to develop in this particular area as well. So watching warm front, watching this, storms firing here. Yes, models say that could happen, and I'll be here to keep you up to date. So review your storm plans is what you can do right now, and I'll send out the notice when I'm coming back in for some big time weather coverage on the app. What? The app? What's he talking about? Well, let me tell you what I'm talking about. If you have a mobile device, log on, head over to hutchesweather.com and hit the download the weather app button on my website. It's right at the top here, and there's links there for your Android device. There's links there for your Apple device as well. Download the app. My website has the information. This is where it comes in handy. Should you lose power, you can watch my stream right from your mobile device, your laptop, or whatever. So if you're going to your tornado safe area, you can click on this and keep up with Hutch as we go through. So I'm live. We got all this going on here. This is also where you can upload your viewer pictures. Scroll down through the page. Thanks for thinking of and supporting my sponsors as well. But again, on the weather app, it's a great way to stay ahead of the storm. And it does give you alerts to approaching lightning, and also exclusive, no other media app out here at all has a notification sent to your phone for twisting storms, sometimes before a tornado warning is issued, giving you and your loved ones extra time to get to that safe space. So if you're out and about tonight, we do have Lakes Country out here under the gun with a chance for some storms. Also in the Devil's Lake Basin, also in the Grand Forks area, northeast parts of Minnesota as well. So northeast North Dakota, northwest Minnesota, all under the gun for some severe weather tonight. I'll keep you posted right here. Thanks for watching Hutch's Weather. I will be back with more as we go through the evening. For now, we'll get you back to some fun music, and I will get to work on putting together my coverage plan for the remainder of the evening. Thank you so much for your trust. It's not taken lightly.
You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. We rise on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, on Hutch'sWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready.
Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates, real-time coverage, the voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's Weather!
Stay safe! Stay ahead! Stay with Hutch's Weather!
Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates, real-time coverage, the voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's Weather!
Stay safe! Stay ahead! Stay with Hutch's Weather!
Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates, real-time coverage, the voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather!
Stay safe! Stay ahead! Stay with Hutch's weather!
Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates, real-time coverage, the voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather!
Stay safe! Stay ahead! Stay with Hutch's weather!
Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates, real-time coverage, the voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather!
Stay safe! Stay ahead! Stay with Hutch's weather!
Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com. Local television and radio, they go silent when the storm goes loud.
Anyone actually covering this tornado warning?
Yeah, Hutch does. In a world where the news waits for 6 and 10, one man brings you the storm while you're in it. Critical updates. Real-time coverage. The voice that stays with you until it's over. This is Hutch's weather! Anywhere, anytime, at hutchesweather.com.
You're watching Hutch's Weather, live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch, it's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch is weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at HutchesWeather.com.
You won't find any hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. While Hutch resends the maps, make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. doomsday weather. Ready? You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts. Wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. See you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise,
hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's Weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep those reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill, take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light with eyes on the sky. We stand by your side through the ice.
hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitoring the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch's
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm. We see you in the chat. Keep the reports coming. Hutch is monitoring your local updates in real time. If you're seeing a change in the weather in your area, drop your city and current conditions now. You are our eyes in the field. Let's build this forecast together. Providing live coverage for the thousands of you across the northern plains is a responsibility we don't take lightly. Thank you for trusting Hutch's Weather. Grab a quick refill. Take a second to share an update from your neighborhood in the chat. And we'll be right back to continue monitoring these developments together. Your safety is our mission.
When storms arise, we gon' light. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice
hype here. Just the data, the radar, and the truth. Thank you for trusting Hutch's weather for your severe weather updates. But Hutch resends the maps. Make sure your notifications are turned on so you never miss a critical update. We're back real soon to keep monitor of the threat. Stay weather ready. You're watching Hutch's Weather live. We're taking a quick breather. While Hutch prepares the next data sweep, check in from your neck of the woods in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing out your window. It's how we stay weather aware together. Stick around. Hutch is back in a moment to take your questions and track the latest alerts.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
Don't wait for the next update to stay safe between Hutch's live reports. The Hutch's Weather app is your best way to stay alert. Grab it now and never be caught off guard by the changing weather. If this coverage is helping you stay prepared, consider giving the stream a thumbs up. It helps the system push these alerts to more people in the path of the storm.
When storms arrive, we go live. With eyes on the sky, we stand by your side. Through the ice and the snow, through the blizzard's call, Hutch's weather, we're here for it all. Standing strong with you. No matter the storm, anywhere, anytime, at Hutch'sWeather.com.
We see
Hey
you in the
everybody, getting
chat.
ready to go live
Keep
here
those
momentarily,
reports
waiting
coming.
for my new
Hutch
Facebook
is
stream to
monitoring
join.
your
That
local
one you have to
updates in
reset
real
every little
time.
bit, so thanks for your
If you're seeing
patience.
a
And I've been
change in the
looking
weather
over
in
the
your area,
forecast update.
drop
I've
your
looked at
city
these
and current conditions
weather balloon
now.
soundings. We have more coming in. We're going to go over it
You
all.
are our eyes
Will
in
it
the
tornado?
field.
That's the question. What's going on? That's
Let's
the
build this
question.
forecast
And
together.
in this update, we're going to talk about all of that as I douse the music and let's dive
Providing
in.
live
You're
coverage for the
watching Hutch's
thousands of
Weather.
you
All right,
across the
here we go. Okay, first things first, as we head into the evening hours, the radar's been showing you what's going on. We have a new thunderstorm watch to update you on. We're going to do that. We have details with regards to the atmosphere. What's going on? Where are the storms? Is there going to be any storms at all? It's a question that I'm going to do my best to answer the most accurately I can as we head into the evening hours. And we're going to go over all of that in this update. We'll have your forecast and we'll look at a couple of models together. We'll also look at the balloon soundings that are coming in right now. Those balloons are launched at 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time worldwide. All that data goes into this snapshot of what the atmosphere looks like right now. and that goes into our forecast. We'll then show you what a weather balloon data graph looks like, and I'll show you what a cap looks like on that sounding data. Right now we have a smattering of thunderstorm activity out there, but let's get started with the new watch, shall we? So we'll go ahead and plop that puppy up here and make sure everybody's happy. It looks like we can hear me. My mic looks like it's working. Give me a thumbs up if you say, does it say a flood warning? There is a flash flood warning up here, not far from you folks in Botno here, as we have had some inundated with some rain showers. So there is that. Here is a look at the tornado watch that is in place. As we go into the evening hours, this is in effect until 10 o'clock tonight, so for the next 4 hours or so. So that's what's going on with regards to that, and that's what we have going on. Almost looks like something trying to develop in eastern South Dakota. That's right. So let's take a look. First things first. No matter how many models you look at and you're sure that this is going to happen or that is going to happen, it's a mistake to just rely on models. So looking at what's going on outside is really a key. Let me set the stage. This is what's going on with regards to our weather as we head into your evening tonight. And I do want to verify something. Sometimes my computer falls asleep just a little bit. So give me just 1 second while I verify something. Yeah, there is our fancy tornado watch that is in effect until 10 o'clock, and that is it. So let's go ahead and take a look at your latest and greatest on the current conditions. Let's start with the basics because they're important, the temperatures. Today we're watching a warm front. The warm front set up here. That big, nasty thunderstorm that we started our day with started last night down by the Nebraska border. It rolled all the night through this area, and then it dumped a load of cold air that has sat here in northern Minnesota all afternoon long. 70s there, 60s right now off Duluth. It is cool here. Here's your warm front. Now along the warm front, we have not seen much movement of this warm front northward today because this dense cool of air with our south winds. What happens along a warm front, you got dense air that don't want to move near the ground, and that's the cool pool. Warm air hits it and it starts rising slowly up, not sharply up, slowly up. So that's kept the cloud cover in the area and kept you locked in the 70s out there. That reduces the chances of thunderstorms. But now we've got the 80s and 90s down here. Will this air, as I've been talking about a cap in the atmosphere, break the cap? Will it rise enough? We've risen to 82 in Fargo. If they form, they're going to form along this boundary here that's coming in from the west or right along this boundary. Either one is a possibility as we go through. And we're watching development. Now, for storms to create overnight problems, we need moisture in the air, and there are boatloads of moisture. Check out this swamp rear end, for lack of a better term, type of atmosphere. 76 degree dew point, 77s, near 80 down here in Rochester. What? Are you kidding me, Smalls? This air is worse than Gulf air. This is ridiculous. It gets added to by our fields that have evapotranspiration going on from all of our agricultural crops out there. The heat evaporating that moisture from those plants, increasing dew points to near 80. This is unbelievable. If storms pop, there is so much water in the air, we're going to have very heavy rainfall potential with these storms tonight with dew points in the 70s. What might take a whole month to get 1 or 2 inches of rain could fall in 10 minutes in this kind of a situation. So we do have the humidity rolling in, and what keeps these storms fueled into the late night hours is a south flow of this warm, moist tongue into thunderstorms. But we don't have thunderstorms. So where are they? Let's talk about what's called a cap in the atmosphere. To do this, I'm going to go ahead and reload a page for you. It's going to storm bad in Moorhead, Brandon says. Is it? Let's answer the question. What do we got? There is a chance of very strong thunderstorms tonight with a lot of spin in the atmosphere. So let's go ahead and take a look at what we have going on with regards to the atmosphere as we went through. Now, the National Weather Service launches these fancy pants weather balloons. Look how dry the air is here. Dew points in the 20s. That means we have to cool it from the current temperatures now to 20 degrees to 30 degrees for a cloud to form. It's 80. That means we need to cool 60 degrees. Are you kidding me, Smalls? We ain't going to do that. If we lift the air out here in the desert dry of the mountains of Wyoming and the mountains of the Black Hills, we're going to have to lift that air a country mile and a half before we cool it enough down to make a cloud. That ain't going to happen. We ain't going to get severe weather, and nary a raindrop makes its way down to the ground when we have dew points in the 20s this time of the year. 70s, though, Look at our temperature is 80 in Fargo. I mean, it's practically going to form a cloud the second the air starts rising over us. So we got to get that rising air. What's going on? Let's take a look at that satellite, another tool for us to keep our eyes on the skies. So with regards to our severe weather chances, we got to watch for any of these thunderstorm or cumulus clouds that are trying to form across the area and see whether or not they're going to make it. So let's go ahead and take a look at that visible satellite imagery right here. Now, what we've been watching is a little bit of a line right here. It's getting closer to sunset here. So the sun angle is lower in the sky. And now as we see these storms, we're seeing a little evidence of a few thunder clouds here trying to form up. And that's where models are showing some of them forming, by the way. And then down here along this boundary with the warm front and the cool pool that's kind of lying stationary and stagnant right here, that's going to be the impetus for, if we get storms, the area of concern. So the fact that we've cleared the skies out has helped us warm up a little bit in the Southern Valley. You'd mentioned it yourself. It's swampy. Is it swampy where you are? Drop me a comment. Let me know. What about Gary, Minnesota? Gary, Minnesota, as we look off up into this area here, we do have the clouds out there. Storms form here. They'll move east. And yes, Gary, Minnesota has a chance at strong to severe storms. The Storm Prediction Center says we are in an enhanced area of severe weather potential. This is for tonight. This was updated. And now here are the risks that are associated with these storms as we go through the nighttime hours. What is the risk of seeing a tornado, for instance, tonight? Well, that is percentage-wise calculated and put up here based on model runs, and it says we have about a 10% chance in this circle, Grand Forks, Fargo, Bemidji, and all areas in between, Lakes Country, Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls, 10% chance. But not only that, if a storm forms, and this is the tornado risk area, anywhere in this area, we could see tornadoes. The green area has a lower risk. That's the lower risk. The brown area has a 5% risk. That's really high for our area. 10% is ridiculous. So if this doesn't say we're going to have tornadoes, what this says, and I get to articulate this as best I can, is that we have a 10% chance at seeing a tornado within 50 miles of a point. And if storms form, this is the area with the best chance at seeing tornadoes. This flashy area, Jamestown, Valley City, Devil's Lake, all the way up to Roseau County, all the way out through Bemidji towards Walker again, Brainerd Lakes area, straight south to the South Dakota border here, all the way out towards almost the Interstate 35 corridor. That flashy area is where we think that there could be the chance for strong tornadoes tonight, EF2s or stronger. So if storms form, that's the big question we're going to answer in this analysis with Hutch here, then that's a problem, and that's what we're watching for. Now, a couple things to keep you ahead of the storm here, and along with it, we aren't seeing a thunderstorm forming now that has me concerned yet. It's not starting to fire off yet, but we need to keep watching the radar. That's what Hutch has been doing. But in the meantime, why not do a little forecasting? And not only that, in the meantime, all other modes of severe weather are going to be possible as well. So let me finish here and say that the hail threat is going to be throughout this entire area. The flashy says, yes, we still have a chance at big time hail over 2 inches in diameter with these storms. Virginia, Bemidji, this entire flashy area. Yes, we could see thunderstorms down south, but the chances there are a lot lower because the atmosphere is capped. Thunderstorms start forming and there's hot air above it. What are we talking about there? There's a wind threat tonight, a strong straight line wind threat, flashy, big, huge area. Wind gusts tonight as we go through the evening hours and into the early overnight hours. We'll have a chance. So now what we do, now we know the current situation. We know that we have a loaded atmosphere, a fuel keg of energy with water in the air and hot temperatures. This air should rise and form all kinds of stormy weather, but will it? Now here's a look at that model we've been showing you throughout the day. We're going to continue with a look at this really quickly, and we'll look at a couple, but this one is showing scattered thunderstorm development right here in the Red River Valley. If those storms form, they could quickly become severe. Watch which way they move. Do you see this? This is kind of along and ahead of that warm front too. So any of those storms, if they take off, could be volatile fairly quickly. Now this lights it up as we head towards about 7 to 9 o'clock. So between now and 10 o'clock, if these don't fire, it probably isn't going to happen. Now, as they move off to the east here, all modes of severe weather will be possible. Here is our air mass. It's spinny. If we do get isolated cells, that could even be an increased chance for some tornadic thunderstorms as well. These do blast through Lakes Country, so Brainerd Lakes area, Walker, making its way once again through the Hibbing area, straight down onto the I-90 corridor here, Montevideo, and heading out towards you folks out there near Albert Lee. By the time we get to 5Z, this is when the clock strikes midnight. You know what I'm talking about? That's where these storms are going to be. So they will race out of here. I've been covering storms all day long, and since last night, I did take a nap overnight, and as I went to bed, there was a pretty strong cell to the southwest of Pier, and that puppy moved all the way through and became a mesoscale convective complex. That's the one that moved through this morning with the damage all over the place, tornado warnings aplenty. Thank goodness we didn't get reports of numerous tornadoes making contact with the ground today. So again, as we approach midnight to 1 a.m., these storms will be pushing through Rochester. You're out here in Red Wing and along this Iowa border down here with Minnesota on the I-90 corridor. And again, as we get beyond midnight, the risk of severe weather will wane a little bit, but these storms will be quickly flushed out of here by a stout westerly wind. When your wind becomes westerly or northwesterly, it's that dry air punching in here through South Dakota that's really going to shut down that severe weather chance. So we're on the home stretch here. Now, will these storms form? Now, not all models show the same answer. Not all models are showing the same solution. I'm just going to run through another one here that's going to run. Brand new models are going to just start running when the weather balloon data that started at 7 p.m., the balloon pops, comes back down, and then we put that into the computer models, and it takes at least till about 8 o'clock for them to come back in with anything. But look at this, very similar, although it's showing thunderstorms exploding through the northern Red River Valley. Is that possible? You betcha. So either one of these scenarios could pan out, but I do expect, because the warm front is down here, I do expect that if we get any of the volatile type of stuff that could have some significant spin in them, that's the ones we need to watch. So I don't know where the chasers are. I'm not watching that, but I will tell you that's where we have the warm front out here, and down to the south is the area I'm concerned about. Starting in or near the Red River Valley, moving east tonight, that's going to be the trend. Most models show that. Now let's work together with something else fun here, and that is called the weather balloon data. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do my very best to show you something here, and it's going to take me just a minute to take it up and put it on the screen here. So let me see. All right. We're looking at the Storm Prediction Center's website. The Storm Prediction Center is an arm of the National Weather Service and NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. These are times when weather balloons were launched, okay? So we started out this morning, and then this afternoon we had a few more that were launched across the region and the nation. And what I'm looking at here is at around the midday hour at lunchtime, a lot of weather balloons were launched, and I'm going to select some in our area. So we go here and select these stars. This is Bismarck's weather balloon. This is Aberdeen's weather balloon. I hear some noisy McNoisersons out here, and I better make sure. We have a severe thunderstorm warning for Towner County, North Dakota. I'm getting to that in a second. This is the weather balloon sounding. We're going to click right here on Aberdeen and Bismarck. We'll start with the Aberdeen one, and I'll go ahead and click on that. Now, what is going to happen when I click on this puppy? See if I can. Oh, I need to do it on the website. Okay. Is we basically are looking at the weather balloon sounding that went up. The red line is the temperatures of the balloon as it went up. It took an hour to go up about, up to about 10 miles in the atmosphere, then it pops and falls back down. The green line is the dew point temperature. Remember, we started showing you temperatures and dew points at the surface. Now, it's really a little bit on the difficult side to see, so I'm going to see if I can zoom this in, and we'll lower the screen, and then we'll zoom it in some more. All right, now we're getting situated. What you're looking at here is as the balloon went up, the temperature in the atmosphere at noon in Aberdeen went up and the temperature stayed the same, and then it warmed above the ground. The temperature line went to the right. That shows it's warming just a little bit. That is a cap. Just off the ground, not very high up, there's a cap. And then if we break that cap and it heats up warm enough to start an air bubble rising, boom, we got us another cap up here. This is a little higher in the atmosphere as well. So we have a couple of caps over the top of Aberdeen this morning at noon. That's made everything very hard, even though your temperatures ripped up into the 90-degree range today. We really warmed it up. It starts rising, probably broke this first cap. We got a couple clouds trying to form rising air. Oh no, run into warm air, we're gonna run down. That's good, right? It shuts off the thunderstorm chance. Now, the energy that we talk about, that cape, is the actual area inside this curve. This is our rising parcel of air from the surface. Boom, it rises, and if it makes it to this point, Do you see it start making area in between this? The bigger this area is, the more cape you have. We calculate exactly how much area is in there, and that's your cape in joules per kilogram, right in there. So that's what we're watching. The atmosphere also, when we have the temperature and the dew point lines really close together, that means it's saturated, and that means that we have a lot of moisture to make clouds. It gets a little drier up there as we go through that layer. So that's what's going on. I hear a lot of noises coming in. This is a great stream. What's up, dog? I appreciate that. What's up, dog? My name's meteorologist Hutch Johnson. Thank you so much. So we're watching this cap. This new weather balloon sounding will tell us what's going on. And now we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Towner County. I better just double check that. We will get to it. Tornado warning. We are now breaking away from this explanation to go to the tornado warning. So here we go. Let's get on this. It is on, folks. We have a tornado warning up in Towner County, so Rock Lake, Can-Do area in North Dakota. So that's the cap we're trying to break. Can we break it? You betcha we can break it. It's a possibility as we go through the evening. If that little cap breaks there of warmer air aloft, then boom, the game is on. But that's the big question of the day. So we'll keep our eyes on that cap. But now we got to go to the north and cover a storm up in and around our neighbors to the far north along the international border. And I will tell you, thanks to all of you who are watching, this is literally right on the border here right now. Boom, shakalaka, we're going here. Where are we going? Right here. Okay, boom. The pink area, pink boxes on Hutch's weather map, that's the tornado warning. Notice how close it is to the international border. The storm is moving in the direction of the chevron or the arrowhead here. It's moving up into Canada. Can-Do, Rock Lake, and western parts of you folks out here in that Langdon area have a severe thunderstorm warning. That's the yellow box. Botno, that is a flash flood warning. Where's the radar data? Well, let's turn it on here. It appears that I need to get to a radar that's a little closer to this. So let's go to the, I think this one's closer. Let's go to the Mayville radar. I called it Mayville, that's Deering. Okay, here we go. Tornado warning for this storm working its way through here. This tornado warning is a radar indicated one. I don't have confirmation. 1-inch diameter hail and a possible tornado moving northeast at 37 miles per hour. This possible tornado is located right in here. We'll take a closer look at the velocity stuff here. Sarles down to Calvin, all the way out towards Rock Lake. Now, Hutch likes to rock, but that storm has rocked through Rock Lake and it's moving to the northeast. So where is the shear in the storm? These storms are in what I call radar no man's land. That's an area where we don't like storms because the radar is so far away that it's looking very high up into the clouds. So this is very clear to see, though, from Deering, the Minot area radar. Motion towards Deering here, motion away from Deering. It's heading right into Sarles. This is a dangerous rotation. It's very tight. If you are in Calvin and if you are in Sarles, I want you to now calmly gather your senses, look around you, and get to the basement of a sturdy structure. If you're in a mobile home, a manufactured home, this is a very tight rotation here. And again, the speed of movement of this tornado is to the northeast at 37 miles per hour. So now we diagnose for you exactly the leading edge of the rotation to give you a little bit of time. Oh, it just jumped. And that means we got more motion there. Okay, so let's get 27 to 30 miles per hour. Sarles, it's almost on top of you, but Calvin, it will be in your area. Now, the rotating part of the storm is not in Calvin. There is another area of spin, but I want to point something out here. This is really an incredible thunderstorm to think about it. Here you've got wind blowing away from the radar in Deering near Minot and towards. Do you see that? That's clockwise spin and shear. So here we have a tube of rolling air, and this thunderstorm moved in and formed, and it bends that updraft, and we got an area of counterclockwise spin on one side of the storm, clockwise on the other. Classic supercell thunderstorm structure here. This is the tornado part of the storm heading into Sarles. You have until 7:25. Let me turn the clock on. I beg your apologies there. It is now 7:19. You have about, you have about 2 minutes in Calvin for this part of the storm to get to you, but there is that opposite rotation, clockwise rotation heading towards you. I'll time that for you. But this counterclockwise rotation, the Doppler indicated tornado heading into Sarles. By the time we get to 7:25, you have 4 minutes to calmly get to the lowest floor in a sturdy structure. Get out of a mobile home, a manufactured home, get out of an RV or a camper and get into a sturdy structure now. That's a very dangerous storm working its way to the northeast. It's moving at about that 30 mile per hour clip. And let us know I'll let you know when the okay is sounded as we go through. Now, for our neighbors in Canada, that storm is moving up in toward the Canadian border. And thank you for watching and trusting Hutch's weather. I'm going to switch my radar over here on the Canadian side so I can take a look at it and watch your area with you and keep you alert to the situation as well. So we'll turn on the Canadian warnings. We'll turn on the American or US warnings for the storm on this other radar here. I got a switcher on over to the sensitive single site radar data, the high resolution stuff. Let's turn on the same radar data. And now this one has better mapping for my Canadian neighbors so we can tell you where the storm is heading there, taking you there, and I'm taking you there now. Here we go. So this radar shows the tornado warning, a little different color. It's a reddish pink. Here's the tornado warned storm we just showed you is moving into the Sarles area right now. Now, as I sneak this guy over here, we can see a little bit harder to read the city size here, but there is a Snowflake up there. That's the name of the community, and it's basically moving into rural portions of southern Manitoba. And just on the other side over here would be your neighbors to the west in Saskatchewan. So that's what we have going on right there. I don't see a lot of other communities in the path of this storm. So rural parts of the prairie provinces here between Manitoba and Saskatchewan on the provincial line there is where that tornado and tornadic warned storm is heading. Also notice the backwards C shape to it. This tells me there are also gusty straight line winds with this storm that are potentially working their way through. Now, as we take a look at some of the communities in the path of that storm, I don't know that we have any storm chasers up here, but I can tell you this, I appreciate all of you watching and your feedback by heading over to my app or my website when it's safe for you to do so. You can pass along reports of weather that you're seeing in the storm as it's making its way towards you. So here we go. Here's Sarles. It does look like we have that storm moving into your area. The rotating part of it is coming in. Now let's go ahead and turn on the velocity display. Pardon my eyeballs while I turn that on. There we go. And now you can see the spin is right back here. And there's Sarles, and it's moving right over your community right now. So please seek shelter. That's a dangerous storm pushing its way to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. That's what's going on for our Canadian neighbors. Now, as we take a look from the Minot area radar at the stormy weather that's going on up to the north, I will turn this back on to the regular radar view. And let's see what we go. Let's go to the high resolution radar data. We have another mean looking storm up here. This isn't too far from CFB Shiloh, I guess, and then out to the south and east of the Brandon, Manitoba area. So Highway 1 in parts of Manitoba. This thunderstorm here, that you can almost see it looks like a comma shape out there. There is going to be some gusty straight line wind potential with this. This arrow or line tells us the direction the storm is going to be moving, and it's going to be moving in the general direction of your neighbors in Carberry and Sydney. Is that storm rotating? Let me pull up the rotation on there for you and take a quick peek at the storm relative velocity. Yeah, but look at this. I'll share this with you. We see bright greens moving towards the Minot radar. Not bright reds, so it's a little bit weaker outflow this way, but there is some shear here, but it's broad, and it's separated by this light gray color. The light gray is more of a zero speed. So what this tells us is this is a very broad rotating supercell thunderstorm. Yes, it's capable of producing a tornado, possibly, but right now that rotation is broad. This is what we would call gate-to-gate shear, and the storm is producing motion immediately next from one beam to the next beam. Right next to each other, we have wind blowing this way, next to, and the next beam wind blowing the other way. That is called in meteorology gate-to-gate shear. One gate is that beam next to the next beam. So that's what we're looking at. Okay, monitoring the storms down here in and around the Aberdeen area. Is anything firing off? We have a couple of cells starting to form here now. Just look at this southeast of Fargo. I see one in Richland County. Not a big puppy. It's a small puppy. Does it have any bark? It doesn't look like it yet. Is it going to be able to break the cap? Let's see. What are the storm cloud tops on this bad boy right now? Pardon me while I reach the sky. Kiss the sky. What's the lyrics say? Answer in the comments below. Echo tops. Here we go. So these storms now that we're looking for to break that cap, they've got to get at least above about 1,500 meters. That's 850 millibar level to even reach that cap. Devil's Lake, we have a pretty tall thunderstorm up there. That one is in the red. What does that height mean? Let me go put that over the top of my little finder here. And you see, it's right behind my melon. So it's about 50,000 foot. That's a big, tall, towering cumulonimbus cloud just north of Devil's Lake up there. It is in Ramsey County in the Devil's Lake side of Devil's Lake, and it's moving off to the northeast. That's a tall, towering thunderstorm there. So these storms that are forming here in the real hot air mass, boom, thunderstorm warning taking place right now for Richland County and the Sisseton area. This is in northeast parts of South Dakota, pushing between just south of Roberts County. So in Wilmot as well as Bradley, this one is starting to take on some intensity. Let's take a look at the height of this cloud top. What does that say? 51. We have 51,000 foot cloud tops with this one. This has broken the cap big time fast, and moving in towards Summit, we have a thunderstorm that's forming in this area. Can the cap be broken? Yes. Where did it break? In the air that's near 90 degrees. So south of Sisseton, Agency Village, Browns Valley, and also down here near Spring Grove Township. There's Rosslyn, and we also have Graceville on the Minnesota side of things, Ortonville on the Minnesota side of things. This storm is moving in this general direction. Is it rotating? This is right now a thunderstorm warning. It's a severe thunderstorm warning. We also have a heat advisory in effect for this particular area as well. So bear with me while I dance to the right side of the screen here. Thunderstorm warning is in effect for this particular area. We'll get to my other data here for you. So we do have stout to severe thunderstorms starting to fire now south of Fargo, moving into Lakes Country. So you'll see this will cross. I want to let you know, in Fargo, Moorhead, the risk for these tornadoes and nasty stuff is now, and it's with these. So tag a friend, please. Tag a friend in the comment and share with them that Hutch is here covering the weather, and you can have my brand new weather app to keep you ahead of the storm. I would love to hear from you if you're getting my early alerts to twisting storms on these, because I have yet to be around a twisting storm when one of these have gone off. So it's a brand new app. We're working it, but we have notifications that set up to let you know about twisting storms that are coming your way. Can we break the cap? Yes, we can. It's broken down here. Can these storms take off and reach the heights of the storms that are down in South Dakota right now? The air is not as hot up here near Fargo. Look what's going on north of Glendon. Can you see it out your window, Glendon? Look to the north. We have ourselves another thunderstorm that's starting to tower up. Look how small that pimple is. This is a thunderstorm cloud with a 47 to 50,000 foot cloud top. We should be able to see it from Fargo, Castleton. It's going to tower above everything else out there, although it's very soupy air. And if you got some swamp hiney out there, that's because it's hot, it's humid, and it's just impossible to cool off. Moving northeast right now, this one's building. And again, not raining yet. It's just building up, and I'm monitoring that one as well. So let's take a look and see if any of these monster or tall cloud tops are producing any spin, and what are the reflectivities looking like. We'll start with the reflectivity. Here is the Millbank area storm. Millbank, South Dakota right here. We got this nice little kidney bean shaped storm moving into Corona, heading towards Foster and Wilmot. This storm is a severe thunderstorm warned storm, and we do have some white core showing here for the hail core, so that's building as well. Twin Brooks, you're on the south side of the storm. You are in the warning, but this is moving east of Summit. Even though you're on the edge of the warning, your threat is not in your area. It's moved off to the east right now. So this storm, does it have rotation? Let's analyze that with a look at some Shazam. We'll look at storm relative velocity here. And this is again from the Mayville radar. Let me see if I can turn on. Oh, nope, that's Aberdeen. That's the one I want. So do we have spin or shear in this storm coming from Aberdeen? Not quite yet. It's not looking like it's spinning like a top at this particular time. We'll need to watch it because the atmosphere is volatile in this particular area, and particularly along and north of the cold front up, the warm front up to the north. So that storm is firing right now. As we look up here, these cells are trying to get going up here. Again, I'm looking at velocities, so we're watching to see if any of these storms have spin. Let me change the radar over to the Mayville radar. Here we go. Now we see the wind field here blowing towards Mayville. It's moving in from generally the southeast. The east-southeast is the way the wind is moving, and then it's blowing out this way. So this means, because we have east wind here, this is on the north side of the warm front. That's the wind direction we typically get north of the warm front. Where the warm front is, we'll have a south wind. And do you see this S curve here? This is where the winds become southerly. So we do have some southerly flow in and around the the Fargo area that'll fuel these thunderstorms. So that's what's going on, and we're watching it very closely. Very cool little S shape here on this velocity signature here. It's a storm relative velocity, but you get the idea that our winds are changing as we go up, and they're changing in a fashion where we have some winds that'll be coming out of the south. This makes sense here with our warm front here. Easterly winds fueling into these thunderstorms out to the west. 7:28 is your time. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson. If you're new to my channel, I've been a broadcast chief meteorologist on television for the better part of 30 years here in the region, and about almost 3 years ago exactly, I formed Hutch's Weather, and now I'm streaming for you. I love it. You ask me questions, I do my best to answer them. You give me feedback and upload your photos, I get to answer them. I don't have to stop for commercial breaks. I don't have to stop for programming. I can keep you covered here during the entire event. You can get me on your cellular device, and I've just launched a brand new weather app. So if you don't have it, I welcome you to go check it out. And my weather app is available to all of you for free. Search Hutch's Weather in your app store today, taking you to a quick look at the app here on my cell phone. This is the icon. If you search Hutch's Weather, you'll see this is it. Now, when you tap on the icon, it's really cool. This is called a widget from my app. So if you hold down on this, once you download it, I recommend picking between 1 and the 10 widgets that I have available for it. So you just hold down on this and it says, oh, I want to install a widget. You go through and you pick your widget, and you might want a widget that just has a simple, small detail about what's going on now with the currents. If you want to know more about the daily forecast highs, there you go. If you want to know more about weather and highs in the hourly forecast for the day today, there you go. If you're like me and you want radar right on the home screen of your phone so you can see it locks into your current location, Shazam, that's the widget you want. Place a widget on your desktop. Maybe it's the 7-day high forecast. It looks pretty standard like that. Anyway, you pick your widget, install it on your desktop, and you're golden and you're ready to go. When you open it up here, my sponsors make it all possible. You're going to have a lot of sections. This is the video link. If you click this right now, you're going to get this live stream right on your phone. So if a tornado warning's coming to your area, have my weather app handy, then go to your safe place and open me up on your cellular device. And you'll be able to watch this live stream right now by clicking on this bad boy. And once it does, it's going to say, hey, yo, do you want to see the live stream? Hutch is on live now. You just hit the play button and Shazam, we got you covered. Oh, hey, there's my Weather Kid program. For those of you interested with kids, love to have your kids sign up to be a Weather Kid here, thanks to my friends at Luther Family Ford. But by the way, once this goes, then boom, it's going to start right up with this video, and you're going to see this. That's me talking right now. So no matter where you go, no matter where you are, Hutch has got you covered, and you're streaming right here on my brand new weather app. Now, if you don't want to see the video, one of the tools that we have here on this is what I call the app. You got your standard forecast in here. It's really cool. But the weather app here, when you go to the radar, this is the Radar Plus, I call it. Why is it plus? Because it has more than your standard app does. You got your watches and warnings. You can turn those layers on. You can see storms here. See, I've turned on these storm tracking arrows here. This lets me see, is there twisting storms in the area? Are they just hail cells? What are they? So you can click on these little boxes right here. You can find out more details about this storm. So now what I'm doing is I'm breaking in and covering severe weather with my weather app for you. This storm out here by Millbank, I'm going to click on this cell and show you what it shows. If I can. My fingers are not working quite like they should. There it is. This is a storm that has high winds as the main threat. We have a max DBZ or reflectivity of 61. This doesn't mean everything to everybody, but it's important information. That means that storm has some high reflectivity and it has a hail core with it. But high winds are also a main threat of the storm. And it also says it's moving northeast at 36. So you have an idea. It draws the line out showing you the arrow where that cell is moving, and it keeps that updated at all times for you. So that's one of the tools about it. But on this, if you click this or the layer button, you can turn on and off what layers you want on. And here's the power, the powerful one. I heard today we had some power outages. Say what? Yeah. And in fact, I saw pictures of fields and fields of downed power lines out there in South Dakota and wind towers in South Dakota. Those huge, ginormous windmills, somebody was calling them. Well, they're They're power generating wind turbines. They were knocked down, fields of them. It looked like dozens to me. Let's look at state power outages or county power outages. Turn those on. I'm going to turn off the overlay for the alerts so we can see the county fills for county power outages. Which counties have power outages? Let's go back arrow to the map. Now, we don't have any power outages here. The map is gray. We're looking good and golden. Oh my goodness. You can tell where we had the big time windstorm make its way through areas of South Dakota. This is Highmore. In this area, towns were leveled, 130 plus mile per hour winds. You get this on Hutch's weather app at your fingertips. Also for winter weather people, I keep you up to date with winter road conditions as well. So keep in mind the app is here, it's free, and all of this is at your fingertips. Thunder, lightning. If lightning is approaching you and you're on the golf course, I send you an alert. Lightning's within 15 miles of your current location, it says, and then you can open it up and check it out. Please give it a test drive. Please download it. I could cover the whole night of severe weather with this bad boy right here. We're going back up to the north. This was the tornado warned storm. It's making its way through. See the red line? That is a tornado cell. It's crossing the border right now. We can use the app to click on the square the best we can. This is a tornado with a high risk of a tornado moving north-northeast at 48 miles per hour. If you have this app and you are in Canada, is it showing you a tornado warning? Did it give you a spinning storm alert? Let me know in the comments. I want to know. This says it's a max DBZ of 58, so not as big of a hail core as a storm to the south. We do have some power outages here. The green and the blue have different meanings. The green means we have 10% of the area of this county possibly without power. Oh no. Oh no, maybe we had a tornado on the ground if we're losing power up there. Blue, that's a little lower. Less than 10% of the county here is without power. But this storm is making its way up into parts of southern Canada. And now you can clear this and take her on in and look at your communities in the path. Crystal City. Will it work in Canada? Yeah, you betcha. Thanks a bunch to all of you who have tried out the app, and let me know in the comments what you think of it. But again, let me know your improvement ideas too, because you helped me design this for you. So that's what we have. I'm going to turn these power outages back off and turn the warnings back on, put it back onto the national radar here so we can see. Here's our alerts and the radar. I've got the lightning turned on, and boom, we got our tornado watch. We have our heat advisory in the light pink. The dark purple here is a heat warning that's in effect right now. Storms firing along the border. They're coming to very close to Fargo right now. So let's get back to our radar. I see a lot of these storms are forming, and I want to point this out. When you see them looking like teardrops or kidney beans, that's a sign that we are getting that supercell structure already starting to form. So this storm right along the I-29 corridor in Richland County, they're firing off, and they're firing off pretty good. They're going to be moving to the north and to the east. Will these storms hit Fargo? It doesn't look like it. It looks like they're going to pass, but not too far from us. They're moving northeast. So there's not even an arrow here telling me the direction that this storm is moving, because they're not huge enough cells yet for this to track. So this is me covering the storms here with the Hutch's Weather app. I'd be honored to have you on board with that app and let me know what you're seeing with regards to the app. Please let me know. I'll keep you covered. Now let's get back to the regular coverage that we have going on. So there is a risk of tornadoes tonight. There's a risk of severe storms this evening, and we'll continue to keep you up to date with the latest right here. If you are in parts of the northern Towner County area here, north of Sarles now, this storm is crossing the international border. Here's the radar display, and that is working its way right across the international border right now. Wind moving towards Minot, wind moving away. Here is the spinning tornado that is on the ground in that particular area. Here is a look at the warning. It is still a radar indicated tornado. If you have seen a tornado or have damage, it's important to share your information. And from my app or from the website, hutchesweather.com, you can upload photos when it's safe to do so and let us know. Please be descriptive in your comment section there about what you're seeing, where you saw it, exactly when you have seen it, and that really does help us. So the tornado threat is moving out of the lower 48 and into our neighbors up here on the provincial line here as it pushes up into Manitoba here shortly. Strong storms, a line of curved storms here means gusty winds moving into northern Stark County and pushing up into that McKenzie County area. As we go up north of Dickinson, Dunn County will be in the path of this storm, I should say, as well. So that's a pretty stout cluster of thunderstorms. So Killdeer in the path of that storm, as well as rural portions of Stark County and north near, well, let's see, that's on the highway corridor between Dickinson and Killdeer there. That'll be making its way in. So a strong thunderstorm. There could be a couple of pockets of hail. Weather Service is saying our hail risk is going to be ½ inch, 50-mile-per-hour gusts there. That's again north of Dickinson, north of Belfield, where there was an EF1 tornado the other night north of town, and I was covering that. New England, we got a strong cell heading in towards your area. As we look down into this Slope County area here, and we are seeing the storm system moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour, 3/4 inch diameter hail and gusts to 40 miles per hour, moving in the general direction of New England. It's not severe. Bismarck, Mandan, you got another round of storms coming. You had an active storm system working its way into town earlier today, and it had the tornado warning moving right over the top. We got your photos, and you uploaded pictures of the monster hail making its way in as well. This storm system does not have a warning associated with it, and you can rest easy that it's not severe, but we do have a hail pocket down here on the south side on 1804. So you're looking at the University of Mary right here, and to the south and east of town, this is 1806. So if you're in the river sands down here doing some camping, you got another gully washer, worm strangling storm out here coming its way into the Missouri River, crossing out into Emmons County and Burleigh County on the north side, Emmons County on the south side down here. So Cannonball down here on the Cannonball River as it dumps in toward the Missouri River Valley, we do have a stout thunderstorm cell here. So there's that storm. I do want to switch this over to my single site data. This will give me a look into the storm, and we can show you the actual data I like to use. Now, what you're going to see on my app and most apps out there is going to be the radar I was just showing. It's called a composite radar. A composite radar takes all the scans, the lowest level one, the next one up, the next one up, the next one up, and it tells you the highest reflectivity value at any one of those scan levels. This is just the lowest level scan, as close to the ground as we can get. There is a hail core out here. This has to be pretty close to that Apple Valley and Monoman area. As you look out here on 1804, you're crossing out from the University of Mary and heading off down into parts of southern Burleigh County at this time. So those storms are not severe at this particular time. They are ugly. They're very heavy rain, and that's the second round. I wouldn't be surprised if you're going to get some more street flooding on the south side of Bismarck. Here's Lincoln just off to the east, and again moving out in that general direction of Menoken, south of Interstate 94 out there. That's in the capital city of Bismarck. That extends down to Cannonball. Here's what's moving into Emmons County for you folks in Hazleton, a non-severe cluster making its way right there. Again, some smallish hail and some gusty winds. Here's a look at what's going on. Let's review what's happening down here outside of Aberdeen as we go into northeastern South Dakota. This was our first warned storm with regards to what's making its way into the area. And let me see. It's not being have. See if it'll switch the radar over for me. Okay, so while I wait for the radar data to load, I don't know, there it comes. Okay, so the storm system is advancing to the north and east right now. It remains severe. The severe thunderstorm warning says the storm is still moving at 35 miles per hour to the north and east. The hail core is near Corona, 1 inch diameter hail, and 60 mile per hour gusts will be possible with this storm outside of Ortonville. It's crossing as we go up towards Browns Valley and the Traverse Lake area. It's crossing over the River Valley, and we'll be heading into Minnesota here shortly near Barrie and Graceville. So this storm, again, hail and gusty wind will be the main threat. And it's in an environment that's spinning, so I'll be keeping my eyes on the risk for that as I do so real quickly here while we're communicating from Aberdeen. There is a little bit of weak shear showing up on the backside of this storm on the south side where you'd expect the updraft. Motion towards the radar, weaker motion away. So there is some spin. It's not the textbook yet. It's not really super duper strong, but it's there. So a rotating thunderstorm has now developed south of the Corona area, north of the Corona area, south and east of Wilmot in South Dakota, heading in towards Highway 109 right now. This is the rotating part of the storm. Hail and wind are the threats. There is not a tornado warning for this storm. It's just a rotating supercell that's working its way to the north and to the east. So that's what's going on right now in our region. Now let me go ahead and field a couple of questions. We started with a look at your forecast. We started with a look at will the cap break, and look what's going on even down here in the real hot, sweaty air down by Brookings. Bruce, Esteline, as well as the Clear Lake area, starting to see some thunderstorm development down there on that southern side. Will Grand Forks get this storm tonight? Thanks for your question 1 minute ago. That is Geyer, is that right? Oh, Gunner, I'm sorry. So yeah, there is going to be a chance for some storms in and around your area as we go through the evening tonight. So keep that in mind. Just doing some more analysis here because that's what I do. Okay. Back to the radar here real quickly, and then I've got some other information for you. The storm warning has been dropped for the storm. It has reduced below severe criteria. We got Kindred and a strong storm in northern parts of the Richland County area, not far from Abercrombie, Walcott, Christine, Comstock, Tiffany. I know that you got your camera excited here. This is not a severe storm, but it is coming right towards you, moving to the northeast. Horace, we have a cell forming here. These cells are just south of the FM area right now, and at this particular time, this one is not severe. There could be a little bit of hail in the core right here as it's building, and it's just starting to do its thing. So keep that in mind, that this storm is a building one, and if it takes off, we could see something a little bit stronger. But right now, a non-severe thunderstorm is going to cross over the I-29 corridor near Christine, heading into Comstock in mere moments. Let's see if this one even has a cell marker on it so we can take a look at the latest speed markers with it. Okay. Let's hit the wrong button. I'm like, what did I do? Okay, so give me a second to see if the radar here from Aberdeen is tracking it. Yeah, we do have a hail marker moving. Look at this, right in towards Fargo. So these first markers of speed from a storm can be off. Why? Because as a storm is just forming, sometimes it grows to the north, right? And the thing looks like it's moving north, but it's just an updraft growing to the north. So we have to let the storm settle and develop a little bit more to get an accurate sense of the speed that they're moving. But a northeasterly direction, not out of the question. I think the best chance for the movement with this storm is going to be right into that Comstock to Christine area and head in on in the general direction of you folks in Sabin as it works its way through. I think that'll be the more than likely chance that it's going to kind of do one of these things. South Moorhead, Sabin, maybe parts of South Fargo out down here towards Horace. That it could skirt that area as well. We'll keep you posted. It now says the potential is there for close to 1-inch diameter hail as this storm is increasing in its intensity. Is there any spin in it? This is from the Aberdeen radar. Nothing organized yet. It's still an updraft. Likely none of that pink that you're seeing there is all reaching the ground at this particular time. It's still an updraft building, and we'll see if it turns into something that we need to be concerned about here as we continue through into the evening. Norman County, Ada, we got a little marker of a cell trying to get that cell under control. Someone was asking about Gary. This is forming right over Twin Valley to Gary. As this grows and develops, it's going to move in the general direction of Gary and Winger as we go through the next little bit with that northeasterly movement of the storms. Now, in and around Grand Forks, we were asking, or you were asking, so I'm going to cover these cells as well. Let's turn on the Mayville radar. As that loads, we have a few cells starting to fire not far from Northwood, hit by a very nasty tornado some time ago. And now here is Larimore, a couple of storms forming there. Tornado watch has been issued. A tornado watch has been issued for the region. So we'll go over that for a few counties off to the east. So we'll go ahead and take a look at that. Let's see if it's even up on my map yet. Sometimes I get, yep, new tornado watch now includes almost all of northern Minnesota. Let's check the time on that. Okay. Tornado watch extended until 1 a.m. and it's again 70-mile-per-hour gusts or more. 2-inch diameter hail and tornadoes are going to be the main threat tonight. If we do get tornadoes, they could be strong ones. That's why Hutch is here babysitting storms and watching them for you. Moving out of Hubbard County towards Brainerd, we have some storms firing, and it's the firing of this cluster of cells here that's going to be moving into the area that has the National Weather Service and Storm Prediction Center concerned. It's also near the warm front that we've been analyzing throughout the afternoon together. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for this line of storms moving northeast, and that's moving through and into the Towner County area. Once again, the tornado warning storm has been expired. Bismarck, you got got your line of storms moving through your area. We're watching Grand Forks County. We're watching you folks in Nelson County as well, seeing a strong thunderstorm in and around Mackville to Michigan, Lakota, seeing this storm pushing its way through non-severe. Maybe one of the stronger ones is just outside of Carrington on Highway 200 right now. That one's moving into Grace City. There is a little bit of a hail marker with this particular cell, so the potential with this one is for some hail with the cell. What size is the hail and what direction is this storm moving? It's likely going to be moving east-northeast, but let's go ahead and check it out. Pardon me while I get the loaded information here for the cellular data of this storm. Okay, so let's see what the markers say as they come in. So at any rate, this storm is also likely moving off to the east. I can hit the loop on it here and show you what the loop is doing. There you go. It's kind of drifting off to the east-northeast, so a little bit more east. Behind this, we're likely seeing a little bit of a chance for some winds from more of a westerly direction as this system is working through. So Mackville, Kensal, northern Stutzman County, including the reservoir up here, in the path of a line of thunderstorms that are making their way into your area right now. The environment here is still one with which there is some spin, but as we analyzed a little bit ago together, and we'll do so right now, I will show you that tornado parameter on the latest model run. The 0Z data should be coming in for many of these models, not quite yet, but it's not too far off. So this is the progression of the storms. Notice now is the time for the Red River Valley and westernmost Minnesota, and then they move out pretty quickly, although we do have a couple of trailing storms back here that the model is not doing the best job of picking up. But what I do want to show you is our risk of severe weather in that tornado parameter. This shows us where we have all the ingredients for tornadoes, just for your information here. Any storms forming here with the new tornado watch, boom, we got a lot of spinnies here. Why? Cold cluster of thunderstorms move through, dropped a belly load of cold air, hail, and rain in this area of Minnesota. We had temperatures in the 70s most of the day. We get up to 90 up here. This is your warm front. Boom. Along the warm front, we have rotation and spin. It's enhanced here. Energy in the atmosphere is very high with convective atmospheric potential energy at over 4,000 to 5,000 joules per kilogram. What that generally means is the upward velocity in the storms will be quite strong. The air is going to want to rise rapidly if it breaks the cap. So now it's what we're seeing. As these storms make their way through the Red River Valley into western Minnesota, it does look like the area with the spin is enhanced there. Some of these values making its way into Polk County as we look here at the map, showing, well, let's see, what is that? That's Becker County. That's northern parts of Otter Tail County. These are significant tornado parameters, which is what we're looking at 8 or 9. So northern parts of Hubbard County on the southern part, Wadena County, this is Becker and Otter Tail County, as well as this is Monoman and Norman counties here. This is Clay County, so Moorhead towards Holly, Audubon, and Detroit Lakes are in this area where the spin is extreme in the atmosphere. That is a very, very high level of the significant tornado parameter. That's why we're worried about a strong tornado if these storms form. Up in the Grand Forks area, yes, we do have some spin, we do have some shear with these storms, and we do have some areas where the tornado parameter is going to be quite high according to this model, and that's not always exactly right. What do we got going on here? St. Cloud going to get whacked? If that's a question, St. Cloud is going to be in the area of some significant spin, and yeah, there is a chance for some stormy weather out there. As far as the watches and warnings go in the area, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch in St. Cloud that's been issued just now by the National Weather Service in the Twin Cities. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible. But to conclude my analysis of the shear, this is the time print for about 8 p.m. tonight. And then as I look for my window here of control, now let's put it into motion as we go toward the later night. Look how quickly things evolve and move out. So the spin and that threshold makes its way out to up the 35 corridor, up here into the Bemidji area, Park Rapids area. It doesn't mean everybody along here is seeing a tornado. I want to make that very clear, but it's just the spin and the lift that's all come together here. So if a thunderstorm forms in these areas, we will have to watch it very closely. So I'm doing my best to communicate the facts of the matter here, that when we see these numbers on some static posts online and we go, oh my gosh, look at that, everybody's getting a tornado. Nope. It's not going to be an outbreak everywhere. In all likelihood, we may get a few tornadoes tonight, and they could be strong ones. Now, by the time we get to midnight to 1 o'clock, look at this. Storms are moving out. The significant tornado parameter minimizes for most of the area until we get into northern parts of Iowa, and that's it. Now, we have some remaining on the back side of it, but it skedaddles out of here, pardon me, as we go through the morning hours tomorrow. So if there's storms, they could spin tonight, and that's the fact. That's what we got. Now, if you have a question, drop a question. I'm going to look through a couple of the most recent posts here, and I'm going to start with my YouTube channel. So it says, let's see, Psalm says, okay, Hutch, apartment is on the east side. My windows are on the east side. All right, so that's what you need to be on, because if your apartment windows are facing east, and if you're in Duluth, is that right, Psalm? Or let me know, you're in Grand Forks, right? So if you're in the apartment and your windows are on the east side in Grand Forks, okay, the storm, when it comes through with gusty straight line winds, is going to be blowing in from the west in all likelihood, or south gusty straight line winds. Tornadoes, it doesn't matter what side of the building on, it just depends on the track the tornado takes through your neighborhood as to whether it is. So good idea now, and anybody in an apartment building, know somebody that's on the lowest floor, or know a hallway in the lowest floor that you can get to where you can seek shelter. A very good idea there. Sounds like I'm getting more weather information. Do we have another thunderstorm warning? We have a rotating storm pushing up out of Sarles into parts of southern Manitoba right now. That's that explanation. Let me go to another question before I go back to the radar data here real quickly. I don't see an active thunderstorm warning just quite yet, so I'll keep you posted. Oh, goodness. I am going to keep you posted. That's my job. Okay, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Wadena County for the storm that's developing out in your area just now on the far southern side. The National Weather Service in Grand Forks has issued that. Fargo Moorhead has a severe thunderstorm warning now, so we also want to get that out there. Let's go right back to that. We'll get to questions later. Do storms ever go east to west? Yes. When storms do go east to west, that's not the most usual thing, but we call that retrograding, kind of going against the jet stream flow. Is a storm rotating near Fargo Moorhead? So let's go analyze that right now. Wadena here, we had a strong wind and heavy rain earlier today, and now, oh no, we got some more storms pushing their way in. The Wadena County storm, if there's indeed a storm warning there, is moving out of Staples and north on the eastern edges of Wadena County. So allow me to flop back over here and put on the radar data for us. So, whoop, the wrong radar. Let's go. Thanks a lot for all of your questions. I really am sorry I cannot answer them all. I'd love to go over more analysis with you, but I was going to show you that cap is gone. The cap is gone from the balloon sounding that just came in from Aberdeen. It's done. There is not much of a cap anymore. Now, as we see, Fargo here has a severe thunderstorm warning. Is this storm rotating? It's a thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, first of all. I am going to stop the rotation so I can plot the data. We're looking at 1 1/4 inch diameter hail moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. I was just analyzing this little jelly bean down there, and now it's turning into a severe thunderstorm. Gusts of wind to 60 and over 1 inch diameter hail heading into the FM area. If your car is parked outside, which mine is, this first storm did taper off and kind of fizzle dizzle out here, this guy, but this is the main event right here, and that one's coming up towards us. Will it last? Will it continue? Will it stay? Well, there is some south wind feeding into this storm. We do have a hail core outside of Christine. Remember, I was talking to you about that Christine to Comstock area. So one of my famous photographers, Tiffany Qualley, out in this area here, takes a lot of photos of storms. Be safe. This is a severe thunderstorm just off to the east of you. It's moving northeast. Remember, I was saying South Fargo, South Moorhead. It looks like to me that's the area of greatest concern with this cell as it's moving through now. So the speed of motion of this storm is moving off to the north and to the east. It's moving at a clip of about 35 miles per hour. I need to pause the roll here and pause the scroll to give you an estimate of when it's going to be here. Now, the first thing that's going to be here, again, not every place under this storm is getting rain hitting the ground yet, but it looks like it, right? But this storm has an updraft side on the south side, and then it probably has the downdraft side on the north side. As the updraft goes up and the upper level winds blow it this way, and then boom, down comes the rain and hail. So the rain and hail is going to be starting to be falling on this side of the storm first. This is the updraft part where we're starting to build up some 1 to 1.25 inch hail balls ice balls out there. On the south side, on the inflow side, we have a little nugget on the back side there. Is it rotating? Is there rotation on this side? We'll keep you posted. And I'll look right now. If you're in Fargo, particularly South Fargo, particularly Horace and points east, so Osgood will be right in the direct path of this particular storm as we go through. Let's go ahead and look at the hail core here. I'm going to mark this, move it up here with a 35 mile per hour speed, and this is the most likely timing for us. Comstock 8 o'clock, Horace 8:02, Frontier 8:09, Oxbow 8:16. I think you are right in the path of the storm. Sabin and Moorhead between 8:15 and 8:20, the storm will be there. And then Fargo 8:19, that's counting towards probably on the southern and eastern fringes of Fargo, right in the river valley here. So Oakport area of town, that will have a better chance at seeing this hail core. We all could see some rain showers from it, but you know how these storms go, right? We got a warning for the whole area, and now we end up with this little sliver here. This little sliver that part of the town will get rain, and the other part of town in West Fargo might get missed altogether. So keep that in mind. That's just the kind of, I call it luck of the draw, but it's not lucky at all. This storm continues on towards Glendon and Dilworth and Felton as we go from 9:20 to around the 9:45 to 9:50 mark as it gets up out of the warning box area here. Severe thunderstorm warning. Is this puppy rotating? We got a hail marker here of now up to 2 inches. It's getting stronger. The updraft is stronger. That's the value of having a meteorologist like me talking about this. The warning's been issued. The hail is intensifying with this storm. So if you're in Horace, if you're in South Moorhead, which is where Hutch is, it's time to make sure you've battened down the hatches. You got vehicles in the driveway or the hot rods in the driveway, time to pull that puppy into the garage and then seek shelter. Stay away from windows. If we get gusty winds from this storm, it's going to blow at us from the south or the south-southwest. So that's the direction you want to avoid. Windows, you don't want to sit there gawking out the window and have a tree branch come through and slap you in the face. So this one here, now picking up on that hail intensity, the chance of 1-inch diameter hail is about 90%. And we could see some hail balls even greater than 1.25 inches here. It looks like it's picking up in intensity here. So that's the latest on this storm. Now let's analyze if it's rotating or not. Is it rotating? This radar value scan is from the Mayville radar. We just saw the sweep coming through. We got motion towards Mayville here and then away from Mayville here. We have some towards here. It's not organized. So no, I'm not seeing a strong organized spin with this storm at this particular time. So that's a good sign there. So no signature that I can see that's very concerning there. Let's go ahead and take a look at that Hutch's wind burp estimator. And again, it's the warning is for 60 mile per hour gusts. Here's the strongest wind potential from that. That's from the hail core. If and when that hail core starts collapsing and falling down, then that rain-cooled air gets denser and it starts accelerating down toward the ground and it spreads off in all directions. Once it hits the ground, it creates a gust front and it creates what's called a roll cloud or even maybe a shelf cloud on the edge of the storm. So it might be looking pretty ominous as we look from the south side of Fargo Moorhead. Speaking of that, let's go take you to the front row seat. We got DOT cameras right on the state line here, but let's go take a look at the North Dakota side of the river first. Boom, we're gonna go out on the south side of town and look into the teeth of this belly, the belly of the beast, if you will. The thunderstorm is coming our way. Looking at the south direction on I-29, there is some dark cloudiness out there, but unfortunately we're watching the road here. There's some rain that's put in. So you notice, remember what I was talking about? The rain or the downdraft side of the storm is hitting us first. You can see the very, very dark clouds out there and just how low they are. Remember, temperatures were around 70. The dew point was around 70. It's just juicy, loosey out there, hot and sticky. And I'm hearing rumbles of thunder here in South Moorhead right now. As we look into this storm from a little bit farther north, let's see if we have any sky views. That's looking off to the west. That's looking south. I'm not seeing anything there that's too dangerous, and we got some nice clean wheels on that vehicle. Let's go ahead and take a look a little bit farther closer to town. I'm just looking for the one that gives me a view of the clouds that are approaching the area as this storm that's making its way in does work its way in. This is looking in the wrong direction. Look how high the storms are on the north side of town there. Then as we come in and check things out, Boom, now we're looking south. Now you can see how low these bad boys are. This little thing here could be the lowering of a wall cloud. It's very grainy and a little bit difficult to see, but that looks like a wall cloud to me. That doesn't mean it is a tornado, but a wall cloud is where we get the updraft part of the storm, rising air into the storm, and if that wall cloud is spinning, that means that the updraft is spinning. We should see that on the radar as close as it is, and I'm keeping my eyes on that very closely as this storm moves into our most populated area here in eastern parts of North Dakota and western parts of Minnesota. Again, we'll be watching that very closely out there on this side. No, so you see the rain-free base here. That tells you this is the building part of the storm. Then you look over here, you can't see the sky behind the storm or down lower. Either the clouds on the ground or that is your downdraft side, and that's where the rain is popping into the soil and really wetting down things. Now I am starting to see a little bit of shear on the storm, but it's not too organized, so I'm not getting crazy excited about that. I do want to see if I can get another view of this storm from the south side. So I'm going way back down south here. Nope, I'm not. I'm going to go maybe maybe I'm going to look from the bridge, the I-29, I-94 bridge, and let's take a look at that and see, because we get a little bit of elevation up there. Yeah, it's looking, I think there is the right direction. So now we're just seeing the gray skies making their way into the FM area. I'm hearing a constant rumble of thunder and lightning. I do want to share this with you. I'm here in Moorhead. If we take a power hit, I may go down for a little while. If we do, I'll be back up shortly. I do have uninterruptible power supplies on my equipment here, but if there's something that happens where I can't have power and I can't get out, I will be back on as fast as I can or use my cell phone to keep you informed, and I can do that. So keep in mind, there is a chance of some power outages as the storms work their way through and into the area. I am going to go to the end on site here real quick and look at this mean set of storms punching their way into the FM area. We're going to take a look from the south side, if I can, at this storm that's pushing up our way. This is looking west, so we got some really wispy looking clouds out there. We got a thunderstorm here with some rain between us and that base right there. That's a pretty healthy looking storm, looking 2 miles off to the west of the Wolverton area there, and that's what's going on there. Now, as we look in just a little bit closer at this cell as it makes its way, and let's see if we can see it from Castleton. Woo-wee! Pancakes in the sky, baby. This is what I was talking about, the updraft forming here, and when it hits that upper part of the atmosphere called the tropopause, and the stratosphere is just above it, it pancakes out. That is a classic anvil cloud. We got some developing storms here. There, the cap is broken completely. We are looking off to the southeast of Castleton. Southeast is in the direction of some other storms, if that's right. No, this is located in Castleton, looking southeast. Southeast is looking at the cell moving into Fargo right now. That's the edge of the tower, the menacing tower that's heading into Dodge. Dodge being Fargo Moorhead at this time. Now looking from Fargo, this will be from the north side of town. I don't know why it's not working. That camera might not be up. There we go. This is looking west from North Fargo. So we see the low clouds starting to roil into West Fargo out there from the Fargo view and vantage point. If we look at this storm from Wolverton, oh yeah, we tried that before. So that's a look at the storm. Let's go get you back at the radar data here, and thanks for your questions. If you're nervous about storms, I'm here to inform you and let you know that now is the time to seek shelter from this storm. I'm watching the velocity to see if spin does develop, and I'm watching every scan that comes in. I can tell you right now that I'm not seeing strong rotation in this storm. We have motion towards, we have some reds and greens next to each other. I'm watching this. Don't worry, we'll keep you informed. There is some areas of weak shear, but it's weak at this time. So this is what we have moving into the FM area right now. If we take a look at the regular radar data here, which is going to be more helpful to watch the hail core, I do want you to know, if you are at Luther Family Ford, one of my fine sponsors, hail's going to be extremely close to your south side of town. So there's Prairie Rose, there's Frontier, and this is moving to the north and east. So All of you folks out there with vehicles outdoors or whatnot, pop them puppies inside. This is going to be the potential for some significant hail making its way in. The update from the Weather Service says the hail core, yep, it went up from 1.25 to 2 inches. 2-inch hail balls coming from this storm now as it works its way through. I think you can hear me, and I am going to go take a look as we go through. I am starting to see just a little bit of a thumb starting to form on the backside of this called a hook, and I'm not seeing any spin or shear on that yet, but a mesocyclone or a rotating thunderstorm sometimes takes a little while to develop. As that lift comes in, it starts stretching that rolling tube of air over the top of the FM area. Remember that some of the spin in the atmosphere seemed to be a little greater on the north side. See that? Now that hook has a little bit more definition to it. Doesn't mean there's a tornado, but it's moving towards Sabin. And here the hail core is passing into Frontier right now. On the I-29 corridor heading into Briarwood, this is University going down here. So if you're on University down here, we got a big time hail core moving into Briarwood and points south. Notice this, that it's moving past you folks over there on the I-29 corridor here. So as you're going out towards I-29 and say the 32nd Avenue exit down here, it does look like the biggest of the hail is going to pass to your south. That's good news. Now, if you happen to be out here, if you're in South Moorhead, which is where Hutch is at, we got some mean business coming into town here. And the meanest of the business is right here. There's the hail core. I'm going to track that for you as it's moving off. This says more northerly though, so let's go ahead and loop it for you here to show you its motion. Here's the hail balls right here. Hail balls, hail balls, hail balls, hail balls. It's going to shave right really close. South Fargo and Hutch's place is going to get whacked here. So I'm going to keep talking and I'm going to keep walking and I'm going to get you an observation from outside. Stand by. You're watching Hutch's Weather. I'm walking through my home office here and I'm taking a look outside. So hopefully my wireless mic has the umption and the gumption to keep going. I want your comments to let me know if you can still hear me. Pedro, you stay here. Okay, we got big drops of rain coming. No, you stay, Pedro. It's very hot and sweaty outside, and I'm seeing the rain hitting South Fargo. Looking outside, and the trees are at a standstill. That's good news. And we do have some folks with their garage door open. I'm telling you now, close your garage doors if you're watching Hutch's Weather. Gusty winds from these storms. Let me know if you heard me the entire time. I'd love to know. Tell me right now, did you hear me while I was walking outside for an observation? So the hot swamp fanny air is still here in the FM area. The hail core is moving in this general direction. It does not mean every place is going to get hail on the ground. The radar is seeing these hail balls up at cloud level, but it's going to be cycling. It's going to be falling somewhere and it's moving through. So we got very hot air. Here's a little finger. I'll watch that for some rotation. Could you hear me? Yes, we heard you. Okay, audio was perfect. Good. Then the wireless mic is working pretty well. That's good. I don't feel like Bob Barker with the stick mark. God rest his soul. Now let's take a look at what's going on here with the severe warning. Here we go. Now, as we're looking at the radar from the Mayville area, it's important. There was the little curve or hook echo showing up on the south side of the storm. There just simply is not that much with regards to strong shear showing up with this storm at this time. So my concern about a tornado right now is pretty low on this. I do not want to neglect any of our other storms viewers here, but we do have a line of storms that's punching its way. This is moving out of the warned area now from Wales and the Alzen area, as well as you folks out near Calvin and Munich, and it's moving right into Langdon. Look at the lightning from this redonkulous thing. 77 strikes in the last 15 minutes here in Tacoma, Osnabrück. This hail increase is a sign that that storm is really going through some intensification. It does look like we have a hail core there as well as that's making its way off. Let's go ahead and move it, shake it, and bake it. I think what this thing is doing is moving up in the general direction of Langdon. I thought I asked it to shake and bake here, but it's not baking or shaking. There we go. Okay, so yeah, this hail core is moving up in the general direction of you folks in Langdon. If you happen to be up here in the Netchie River Valley up there, you want to be careful in Valhalla. That storm is going to be moving not too far from you as well. So again, moving off to the east and northeast, it's going to pass pretty close. Here's that valley. A lot of rapid moving water potential there. Look at that ridiculous lightning that's coming out of that storm. Just increasing, just like that, with a lot of lightning. There is not a warning on this part of the cell. It has exited this area. The warning for this area is in effect here. It likely will be expiring. That storm has moved up into southern Manitoba. It's not as strong as it was either earlier, but that storm is working its way up there. Tornado possible tag on this storm. You can actually see the radar returns having this curve and circular shape around it. So for those of you in southern Manitoba, please heed your warnings from Environment Canada regarding that. I'm going to check that right now. It is not a tornado warning for that particular storm, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning for that. Oh, no, we do have a tornado warning now. So if you are in southern Manitoba, we do have an active tornado warning with the extreme alert on there for that. Now I will turn on my reflectivity sight here. Let me get to my southern Manitoba viewers out here and give you a little bit of coverage as well. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your trust. And if you have questions, let me know. So what we have here is a tornado warning in this area. It looks like it's orange, which is a thunderstorm warning. But I clicked on it and there's both a thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning there. I don't know why it's showing up below it. So what we do have in this area is some stout thunderstorm activity that's working its way through. I'm going to turn on not the differential reflectivity. Let me turn on the velocity. My apologies. Man, Fargo, Moorhead, get in the basement. Close your garage doors. Gusty winds can trash your garage if you leave the garage door open. So please do that. Here is a look at the storms moving up towards Morden and also towards Manitou. Tornado warning. This is the area of rotation right here. This number F5 moving right into Manitou. Please be seeking shelter in an interior room. There is some rotation on this particular cell. There's a tornado warning moving up in your area. In Morden, the rotation is not as strong, but the problem is this is getting a very long ways away from my radar here that I'm using from Mayville. But nonetheless, it's the information I have. There's some very weak shear on the Morden cell. This one's a little stronger. See how it's separated by gray though? That's called the zero velocity sign. What that means is we got rotation that's pretty broad, but it's still rotation. It's a supercell thunderstorm. So we got broad rotation here. It's separated by that. If the reds and the greens are immediately next to each other, that's called gate to gate shear, and that's what we'd be looking for there. Thank you much. 1957, the last tornado in Fargo. Let's go ahead and get back to the FM area here and cover what's going on as this storm cell's working its way into town right now. It's hot. It is super duper muggy. I'm hearing just a ton of lightning going its way through. Here it is moving into South Moorhead right now. So this is right over Hutch's house. Hutch's home office here is in this general vicinity right here. So we're in South Moorhead broadcasting. There is a hail core that has shrunken aerial coverage. It's shrunk in size, meaning that some of those hailstones are either getting lofted higher up into the atmosphere on that towering cloud shot that we saw, or they're falling down to the ground in town. Again, I will double check this storm system. I'm not seeing a classic hook echo on it. It's continuing to roll its way through. Hold on. I'm hearing something outside. I don't know if it's hail. Yeah, I think I got at least some small hail shots coming here and there, but it's not solid, so that's good. This warning is just has been updated. No, 2-inch hail, 60 mile per hour, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So that's the latest on the severe thunderstorm warning there. I will just double check the storm relative velocity and see if we're looking at any rotation. And what we're seeing here is just kind of weak flow toward the radar, weak flow away, nothing super strong here at all, showing tight gate to gate rotation, just weaker shear. This is away and towards. Now I'm hearing, I think it's wind. Oh my. Okay, folks, I hope your garage door is closed, neighbors, because I looked out. I'm going to take a look. I'm not looking out the window to the west facing, or the side that it's coming in from. Yep, I got hail. Okay, so I got hail. We're going to go outside and I'm going to broadcast and look here and see. There is not a real, well, there is now a little bit of a shear marker right here, just outside of Sabin. So there is some evidence that we're starting to see that. I have hail in Moorhead right now that's working its way out the window. Let me see what we got here. Yeah, trees are bending, not breaking. Big time wind gusts though. Trees are bending over. I'd say they're at least 40 miles per hour based on the Beaufort scale, but let's go ahead. I will stay with you. Let me know if you're seeing anything out your Don't look out the window, but let me know if I cut out when I come back. Please drop it in the comments. I can hear the hail. You'll be able to hear it soon. Oh my goodness. Big hail. Big hail. Moorhead now. Big hail. I've got hail. I'm grabbing hail. Ah. Ow. Okay. Oh my gosh. That was a huge hail. Damaging hail right now in Moorhead, Minnesota. South Moorhead, coming down like cats and dogs. We've got easy some 1-inch hail out the door. I just got whacked in the skull. Big hail in the yard right now. I'm taking a video. I'm leaving the door open and I'm watching. I'm covering this live. This is there's 1-inch hail or more here. Oh my gosh, I got 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail in Moorhead right now, South Moorhead. Bouncing out of the grass. This is crazy. So again, Hutch Johnson covering weather. We got major hail walking up me. I got 2-inch diameter hail sitting in. Ow! It's hitting me in the feet. Let's turn this around. That's what's going on. We got hail really clipping in. Oh man, it's shredding trees out here. Our cars. I'm sorry, Fargo, Moorhead. This is bad. Terrible. I don't know if I can get a piece of hail. I'm going to try. Oh my gosh. Okay, let me show you this. I'm coming back in. Let me know what you got. It's nasty. Big time hail in the Moorhead area right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at this together. This is a hailstone. It's melting in my hand. I hope, did my audio come in? Look at this. Huge hail. Look at how it's all got. This is a conglomerate, a cluster of hailstones that have stuck together. And I do have a ruler here somewhere. Let me get a measurement. So this is what I'd like you to do. Stay in your safe place. We're going to analyze this. It sounds like the hail core is moving through here. And this is 1 3/4 inch diameter hail, and it's melted in my hand. 1 3/4 inch diameter hail here in Moorhead, Minnesota. This is what we got coming down, and that's not necessarily the biggest one, but it's the biggest one I could find in my sock feet. Holy crap! This is something else. This is not good. Big time hail falling from this guy. We do have a spin marker here in and around the Sabin area. That does not mean there's a tornado, but this storm may be getting a little bit more organized as we go through. Hutch coming in the clutch. Well, I'll tell you what, I got whacked in the skull by some 1 to 2 inch diameter hail. And that's some nasty BS. I'll just put it that way. Not blowing snow either. I'm not talking blowing snow this time of the year. You can get out of here with that. Here we got the rotating part of the storm right here. There is some spin out there. Don't go outside and look at this. The only place to see this storm with any confidence is going to be from this direction and looking and seeing, but you might even still be getting blocked by rain. I'm in South Moorhead. I can't see nothing. I can't go out and see anything there, but that storm does have a little bit of a couplet, a rotating couplet. This is what we call gate to gate. Here's one gate. Boom, it's getting brighter than there. But it's not, it's right over the Sabin area right now. Let me go in just a little bit more. Yeah. So here's one range gate. Next to it, red. It's not really super bright next to super bright though. So, but it's a rotating couplet moving through Sabin right now. If you're in Sabin, seek shelter. Stay in the lowest floor if you can. It's still daylight out there. Pretty bad storm. We have a spinning environment. This storm's starting to take on some spin. And 1.75 inch hail just now in Moorhead. I'm going to pass that along to the National Weather Service. Oh my goodness. Just gotten rocked out here, folks. I haven't had hail like that. Uh-oh, my screen just flashed. Am I still on? Am I still streaming? Check, check, 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Okay, let's see what that is. Tornado warning, Clay County. This is it. This is a tornado. I called it in Sabin. That storm is rotating. It's moving through Sabin. Let's see what we do have as we go through. If you are in Sabin, get to the basement of a sturdy structure right now. Hail balls 1.75 inches in diameter. There's your rotating couplet. It is right here. It's right over Sabin as we speak. Let's see what the National Weather Service says about this. We have a tornado that's indicated by radar. Nobody has confirmed it. 2-inch diameter hail. That's what I just saw. Up to 2-inch diameter hail. I got what I could out of there. 1 3/4 inch diameter hail hit me in the head. And if I'm a little loopy, now you know why. 9:15, 47 mile per hour movement to the north and to the east. So I'm going to track this hail, but if you're in Sabin, you are under the rotating part of this storm right now. Here it is, Sabin heading in towards Glendon. Again, please shut your garage doors right now. This wind gust will be coming at you. The wind was coming perfectly as I expected from the south and from the southwest as we went through. So south-southwest winds coming out of this storm, burping out. That's what's heading towards Glendon. That's what's heading toward the I-94 corridor here as you're getting on the corner outside of town near the highway 336 exit out here. Then you go down to the Downer exit out here. These areas here are going to be seeing this storm. Let's get you caught up on the exact communities. This rotating part, it's taking on a classic hook shape now, stronger velocity towards and away right there. And that is a nasty storm. And I'm telling you what, that hail was hitting the wall, the glass sideways on my house a little bit. I've seen stronger winds. I have an anemometer upstairs. I may have to run up and see what my measurement was. Quarter-sized hail in Dilworth, thank you. Copic is right by Sabin. Thank you very much for that. We got good eyeballs on it. That's what we know. We got you, Hutch, on YouTube. Thank you very much. Looking fine as ever. Thank you. Mild rotation west of downtown. Thank you for your reports. Anything coming towards DL? This storm is heading in towards the Becker County area on the northeast side, but let's go ahead and get this zoomed out. Again, the tornado is moving to the north and east, 47 miles per hour over Sabin right now. There's a new scan that'll be coming in here momentarily. So again, that's a pretty good clip of movement. Again, what did it say? 47, right? So that's pretty fast too. I'm not sure if I believe that speed of movement, but we'll go ahead and go with it. Boom, oh boy. Try and do I think, no, come on, computer. Okay. All right. So here we go. Where is it? It's not letting me do it. I may have to reload this scene. Okay, let's go ahead and do that then. I'll get right back to that. We'll track that storm next. We're going to look at our temperatures here. Rain cooled weather making its way in. It's still swampy out there. 84 out here at the Moorhead Airport. 84 in north parts of Moorhead right now. Storm is moving through along the warm front, and ahead of the warm front, we do have that storm system moving to the northeast, a tornado warning in Sabin. And now let's see if my radar will be cooperative. If not, I've got a big stick in my pocket, and I'm going to take that out and rock it. You know what I'm talking about. Here we go. Let's clear that out. Now let's go down in here. And again, 47 mile per hour movement. I'm going to look at that. Sabin is the area of the rotating couplet. Let's go here. Shazam, boom. Moving up this way, 47 miles per hour to the north and east. There's 38, there's 46, there's 49. Glendon, that tornado is on its way towards you out of Sabin. It's in Sabin now. Seek shelter if you are in Glendon, okay? And areas east towards near Dilworth here, and areas to the east near Holly and to the west near Dilworth, my apologies. That's the aerial coverage where this rotating part of the storm will be crossing. It looks like it's heading straight towards Glendon right now. The Glendon gun range, the Highway 9 exit, the racetrack right out here, the RV campground across the street. This is where we go down here to have a good time out there. If you're going out to the pumpkin patch area downtown, east of town here, and right in the Buffalo River Valley, we want you getting shelter right now. Again, it's moving off to the northeast at a very fast clip. It will be near Glendon at 8:33, moments away from you. Eulin 8:59, and my socks are wet. Hard to think when you got wet socks. All right. Okay. Siren and Moorhead, thank you very much for that. Glendon, if you're in Glendon, please seek shelter right now. That rotating part of the storm is in your area, and that storm is nasty. There was a hail core that was over Moorhead that's moving into Glendon now. So if I erase this tracker, Twin Valley, if the storm persists 9:10, it'll be near you. Now, the hail core has fallen apart a little bit. It's not as big as it was when it moved through Moorhead. I'm telling you, I got this off the ground outside. I might go back out there now that the hail has stopped here and get a good report. But again, the rotating, this is another area of the storm back down here that could be rotating too. But Sabin, seeing that, let's go double analyze that, make sure we're checking this right. Yep, there's the tornado. on I-94 right now, over I-94, just as you go out toward the bend, after you exit Moorhead and you go through the 336 exit and you curve out. This is by the Highway Patrol Station right here. Shazam, shadingle, we got us a shingle blower right here. This thing is moving its way to the north and east, and it is moving towards Glendon. Down south of town, you got the gun range out here. Anyone outdoors right now, send them a text, say we got a rotating thunderstorm with a tornado warning heading in towards Glendon. And again, if you do have family watching, let them know Hutch is here covering the weather. I do appreciate it. Word of mouth does help. Doing my best. Here is a look at a hail marker. This is in the Moorhead area. It says 1.75 train spotter, Moorhead. That might be from my area, because that's about the same thing that I have right here right now. I will go look for bigger balls out there as soon as I can. So now what we got going on is a tornado warning moving through Sabin, heading right into the Glendon area right now. No confirmation as of yet. I hear the sirens too. Sorry about that. I had to give a listen. So that's what's going on. We got one tornado warning. We have no other severe thunderstorm warnings as we speak. If you are in Glendon, if you are in Sabin, I want you seeking shelter in your safe place out there. We do have this time of the year now as we close out the month of June. June is the very busiest month. 1 year ago, a little over now, we had the Enderlin tornado, this storm system making its way through as well. Still some daylight left, so we have something. The Enderlin one was overnight, and just an absolutely terrible one. That was late, I should say, not necessarily overnight. But again, active weather, it's that time of the year. I do hear the sirens going off in the FM area. The tornado warning is in effect for the eastern sliver of Moorhead right now, and due diligence is to sound the warning. Here is the rotation showing up on the radar right now, crossing over exit 336. It's heading off towards Highway 9 to the east of Glendon. This is Highway 10 here. So Glendon, Dilworth, Felton's up to the north, but this is the area. This is pretty strong, by the way. Let me see if I have any debris signatures on here. That would be a prudent thing to do. What we're looking for is blue, and yes, we do have blue. Blue is where the rotating part of the storm is. Blue means that we have targets that are not similar. There's a low similarity. If we're throwing debris up in the air, then our targets are not similar. Think of it that way. So there is a possible debris marker here. Now we'll look at the change in reflectivity, and in the same area we saw the blue, I would expect to see red. I'm not seeing it. I do see some up here, but essentially not 100% confirmation of something on the ground or that something has been on the ground, but there is that evidence on the correlation coefficient. I abbreviate it CC, where we're starting to see lower reflectivities in this particular area here. So that's what we have going on. If you bear with me, if you are in Sabin, if you're in Glendon, and all areas here, we're talking about the racetrack right here at Highway 9. You're talking about the exit on Highway 9 going north. We have an area of rotation that's very tight. It's right here where you see the blue ball. Now let's go ahead and turn that velocity data back on so we can get you caught up with the latest scan. Still pretty strong rotation. It's moving into the south part of Glendon right now, south residential Glendon as you come off of Highway 10 and go south. A lot of big homes out here. Get in the basement, close the garage door, expect very gusty straight line winds to rock through from the south and from the east. I am here. I'm going to cover storms. I'm going to go outside and look at something. Again, tornado warning is in effect. This tornado warning is in effect. You should be in the basement. If you happen to be in the Comstock area, the storm has exited your area. If you happen to be down here, the storm has exited your area. It's pretty much all clear here. We have getting towards Sabin and points north. That's where our concern is. The warning's until 9:15. Hutch is going to grab a bucket, and I'm going to go get me some hailstones and make sure we got a good report here. And I will keep you on board. Thanks for watching Hutch's Weather. Let me go ahead and put this into motion and get this off your screen so you can see. Ulen, Felton, Hitterdal, all in the path of the tornado. Ulen, Felton, Hitterdal, all in the path of the tornado that's moving this way. Again, not a confirmed tornado, Doppler indicated tornado, but very tight rotation. Big time hail falling here in South Moorhead on Hutch's Weather. And I got to tell you what, those balls were flying through the air. So I'll go ahead and try to gather just a couple, pardon me, while I'm running out through my home office here and trying to see what I got out here. So hopefully you can still hear me. I hope I'm not breaking up. Pedro's falling to make sure I'm in good shape. Okay. I'm still here if you can hear me, and I'm going to run out to the just outside the door, go in the grass. I'm saying that in South Moorhead, my trees are now still. The air is so hot, the hail balls are still out here. And I'm telling you, I've got some dandies in the grass. So the grass will hold them a little longer. If you can hear them clanking, yep, we got hail clanking here. I'm going to look for the biggest hailstones that I can find. And that's how we want you to do this. We got a hail ranging in size of big to big. So 1 3/4 looks to be, I think, the average, but I'll measure them when I get them inside. Just a ridiculous amount of hail here in South Moorhead. Okay, looking at the house, I have no windows broke. I see sun. I see sun. I don't think I have windows broke. That was big hail. I'm gonna check the cars. Holy smokes. Nope, I think I got some hail damage. We'll assess all of that later. Big hail. 1.5 to 2 inches for sure. And we'll come on inside and take another look here together. So thanks, Pedro. You're a good helper, buddy. Okay, everybody. Certainly there's bigger hail that can happen, but that storm formed pretty quickly. And I got a pail of hail. I just grabbed a few of these balls out there. And you can see here, if I stand in front of it, they're in the bottom of the bowl. They've melted a little bit. And we do have all of them are about the same size. They all have a look of a conglomeration of hailstones that glued together. It's really interesting. These were probably what I would call pea-size or smaller. Pea-size hail. And those were, it's a 1 3/4 of an inch. A little bigger, 1 3/4 of an inch, a little bit bigger on the largest end of the diameter. Taking my ruler, putting it up here and measuring. Yeah, 1 3/4 inch solid. So 1.75, 1.8. Putting it in the freezer. I hope you could still hear me out there. It looks like we might have dodged a real big hail on 32nd Avenue across from Lakeland Mental Health. Joe, thank you very much. I appreciate your feedback. Dan Anderson, we have modest clouds on the front edge of the storm. That happens near Ada. Rising updraft comes and it gets blown by the upper level winds. And it's so turbulent in the atmosphere, you get the modest clouds. We still have the rotation right now. Where the rotation is very important. As I tuck away my hail balls in the freezer here, there is rotation. It is not as strong as it once was, but it's still here. There's some on the north side of Glendon, and there's like a stair step here, right? We got another area here. We could have a wall cloud that's cycling with this storm. Bear with me. I'm putting my balls in the freezer, or my hail in the freezer here. Just 1 second. I'll be right back. So, as we continue to cover weather here, that was a close call. That was some big time hail here. I hope that your vehicles and everything are safe out there as we continue to cover what's going on in this ridiculous weather pattern we're in. It is so hot out there, by the way. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Okay. So for those places that were reporting 3.5, 4 inch hail, I don't like it. So that was not fun. Okay. So thanks a lot. Thank you. That's awful that you have damage when you're helping us. You know what? I'm glad I didn't have to jump into the closet with the tornado warning, but it looked like it was off to the east of us with the spin and the storm. And then the tornado was warning after you're analyzing it. That's the difficult part, is knowing when. This is picking up in intensity again. So we have a solid area of rotation right here in the storm, away motion through Glendon. So the rotating part of the storm has moved to just to the northeast of Glendon now. It does continue off to the north and east. I am going to pop up a look at the hail cells and take average looks at the speed of each of these cells that are making their way to the north and east. So we'll let this populate for a second. There's the hail core on that particular cell, and that's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. 100% chance of some hail, 60% chance of 1 inch hail or so. So we still have the severe hail probability up to 1 1/2 inches in diameter. The rotating part of this storm is working its way all the way up towards Glendon now. The tornado warning is up to the north and east of that. And now we'll take a look at the leading edge of the rotation right here. I'm only timing and estimating the location and movement of the tornadic part of the storm. I'm going to move it at about 45 miles per hour. It's heading towards Ulen by 9:02 and Twin Valley by 9:16. Ulen and Twin Valley, if you're in the path of this storm, please seek shelter now. Not everywhere in this area is going to see a tornado, obviously, and this storm is rotating tightly. It doesn't mean that there's always a tornado on the ground, just like when we see hail showing up on the radar here. It doesn't mean that hail's always going to hit the ground of that size everywhere either. So that's what we have going on. Fergus Falls, I've got a hail marker heading towards you. I've got a little bit of shear showing up on this. That's heading right into Fergus Falls. You had a morning round. Thank you for your photos this morning. Unfortunately, for Fergus Falls, it looks like southern and western parts of Otter Tail County are under the gun for another round of some potentially strong thunderstorms. So no warning on that yet, but there is a 1-inch hail marker here with a probability of severe hail around 60%. So we'll keep our eyes on that unit as it's moving to the northeast. That's moving northeast at about 60 miles per hour. This other one moving northeast at 49 miles per hour. Moving north at 41. So we'll go 45 for an average speed of movement. Let's go to the regular radar display here. Here we go. So this little line of thunderstorms here is really growing. You can see the hail core. Here's the leading edge of the heavy rain and hail moving in the general direction at about 40 miles per hour. We'll put it in Fergus Falls by 8:57, Elizabeth 9, and Dent by 9:32 if it continues off into central parts of northern Otter Tail County right now. So that's what we have going on with that. In Fergus Falls, there's not a warning right now, but there is an increasingly strong thunderstorm cell working its way to the north and to the east at this time. So again, thank you for your concern. I could not tell at all whether all my cars, they're all parked outside, many of them, not the hot rods, though the hot rods, thank goodness, are in the garage and well protected. I have you on 2 TVs in the house and on my phone. Thanks for your hard work. Oh, Sean, thank you very, very much. I do appreciate you. That's a cute looking puppy on your image there. So thank you much. Pedro says hi. So Fergus Falls, southwesternmost parts of Otter Tail County, crossing over the highway corridor here. That's going to be, oh shoot, it's escaping me now. 220? Yeah, at any rate, that's what's going on. It's 210, I'm sorry. So got a lot of things going through my old noggin right now. Okay, so some storms moving into your area. We have a solid line of storms, Morris, Benson, and also for you in Grant County that are developing now in this spin-rich environment down there. We'll keep our eyes on that. Grand Forks, Grafton, we have some thunderstorms out here. Very thin thunderstorm cells rising up in the updrafts here. So some thin thunderstorms starting to form out here, isolated in nature. This one does not look particularly severe or strong, but there's likely some torrential rain coming down from this. Again, I got the rain gauge outside, but I haven't checked that. We got a hail ball report of 1.75 inches and a 1.25 inch hail ball report 5 miles east-northeast of Horace as this severe thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado works its way north of Glendon with a hail core here and and also we've got the spin part of the storm right here to the north and east. There's a bite taken out of the storm. That is it. That's where the rotation is. There could be another rotation on the south side of that storm as we look south of Glendon. Let me reanalyze and reassess. Nope, this is the main area of spin right here. We have greens and reds next to each other, but if you're looking at a radar like this, you can actually see, and this is why Hutch likes to use the non-smooth radar data, you can see the individual radar beams and these little boxes called range gates. And that helps us see at one spot if immediately next to it we have red and green next to each other. We have a little bit, but it's pretty weak. What we do have is bright red and bright green next to each other, but it's out one more range gate. What this means is lower in the sky, this is moving away from the radar. Higher in the sky, this is moving towards the radar. You know what I call that? I call that a roll. So we got some rolling air here, and also you have air moving towards the radar here and away from the radar here. So there's also a little bit of convergence in the air along that area, but also I think more roll in the atmosphere, which does indicate we have that spin in the atmosphere at this height and at this level because it's pretty uniform right here. Keep in mind, we do have some big, strong rotation now that's working its way up in this general vicinity. I'm going to take a look at the correlation coefficient. I'm going to look at the ZDR and see where we're getting anything. at all. Let me mark a spot or two. Let's go back to the storm relative velocity, and here's our couplet all in this entire area. So I got 2 markers here. Let's see if we see blue. Little blue. Okay. Now let's see if we see some high levels of difference in red. Little red, excuse me, little red right here. I did not mean that. Just a bird flying through my studio. Okay, so keep that in mind here. This could mean that we do have something in contact with the ground kicking up some debris in these areas here. So we could have a tornado on the ground. I do not know, and I have not seen. I'm going to look at my link to the National Weather Service forecast office here and see if we have any confirmation of anything on the ground from them. Hail balls are coming in. City of Fargo, South Moorhead. Yeah, big time hail. Reported there. Wow, that looks really big. I can't even see the cat. So, oh my goodness. 40th Avenue and 3rd Street South in Moorhead. I can't see what size those are, but those are taking up somebody's whole hand. So big time hail in South Moorhead. We definitely will have damage from this storm on the hail side. Street flooding reported in Milner. Hail reported in and around, this is from, I think it says, this is from Moorhead too. I know that person. And very good. We do have another one here. Big time hail in and around the Fargo Moorhead area out here. Generally between 1 and 2 inches in diameter was the main burst from that particular storm. So we still have this tornado warning that is in effect. This storm is working its way through. It says for the, pardon me. There we go. So for this thunderstorm warning, the thunderstorm warning does continue for this area, but you can see we're all clear here in Fargo. We're all clear in Dilworth. We're all clear down here now south of the Sabin area. But what we do have is this little cluster of thunderstorms exiting here. There's still a thunderstorm warning in this area for this little part of the storm cell here that extends back down. We could still get gusty winds, and we could still get a little hail core falling out of this bad boy as it continues its trek through. So the severe thunderstorm warning for that area does continue until 9 o'clock. We'll keep you posted. Barnesville got a heater. It's starting to develop south of you. I am going to promise you, I'll keep my eyes on that. If you're in Barnesville, these are kind of moving in this northeasterly direction. It's going to skirt right across the northern part of town as you're turning the corner to come into Barnesville. So keep that in mind. Now, I do see a new thunderstorm warning here for Felton and also for Borup, Ada. Oh my goodness, check this out. We got another big time hail core starting to form out here. The Glendon storm with the tornado warned storm is right here. It's kind of catching up to this bad boy, and they're kind of joining together. That's not a good sign. Now let's see what we got going on with this storm here. So moving into parts of Norman County, west of Borup and south of Ada, is a hail core. That hail core and that storm looks to be pretty healthy to old Hutch here. And now as we take a look at this, the warning's in effect until 9:45. The movement's north or just east of north at about 50 miles per hour. 1 3/4 inch hail possible and some 60 mile per hour gusts possible. Let's take a look at what's going on with that movement now. That's pretty stout movement. That's pretty speedy movement. Let me get a look at the cells and reanalyze, just double check a couple things. And we're seeing a hail marker on this moving northeast at about 43 to 45 miles per hour. This cell here is going to be pushing right in towards Ada. So if you're in Ada, prepare for some very strong gusty thunderstorm winds up to around 60 miles per hour. Some big time hail between 1 and 2 inches in diameter are on the way towards you. And I did see some of my neighbors with their garage doors open. These winds are going to gust out of this storm from south to north. So if you have your garage door open and it's facing south, if your garage door is open, that wind can go in there, and even a non-tornadic wind can cause your shed, your yard shed, or your garage to blow the roof off the thing, and then there you're left with a mess. So close your garage doors, please. And also batten down the hatches and make sure your trampolines aren't going to fly up into Fertile. Ain't nobody in Fertile wants your trampoline from what I've heard. So now as we take a look, as we go, this storm system here heading towards Ada, we'll go ahead and time it out at an average speed of about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Here's the leading edge of the hail core right here, moving north-northeast at 45 miles per hour. We'll put that puppy in and around Borup by 8:48. It's now. So it's moving very close to Borup. You can see the hail core is right here. So I do that for a reason, because there's a new scan coming in and you're going to see this thing jump. Oh, there it is. I told you so. Now that new scan just came in. This is a perfect example of the timing, 8:48 for Borup. It's right near you, but just off the big hail core, just off to the west. Now, not everybody seeing a hail core like this is getting the hail balls falling to the ground. The radar is seeing hail up at the cloud level. Those hail balls could be falling to the ground here, or they could be building up and then falling to the ground in Eta. We'll watch and see if the hail core is intensifying or decreasing. So Eta by 8:59, we'll have that storm moving right into the West Main, okay, out there where we all like to enjoy a little slice of pizza from time. Beltrami, 919. It'll be up in your neck of the woods between Beltrami and Fertile on County 1 here. Please keep in mind there, that storm has a long ways to go. It's not a guarantee we're going to see the hail. Gary, we do have this storm that's working its way through the Felton area. There is a tornado marker on this one now, that tornado vortex structure, and it's a 5, which means it's a pretty good bet that we have a chance for a tornado. So that's a strong indicator there. We'll go back to that new tornado warning for Buxton. So things are getting busy here at Hutch's Weather. If you're in the path of these storms, not everybody's getting a tornado. I just want to be clear, but we just want you to be seeking shelter and taking these warnings seriously. Here's a look at this storm. This storm is moving right over the I-29 corridor right now. It's north of Hillsboro. The warning is not for you. The storm is north of you. This is a radar indicated tornado. It's moving northeast at 33 miles per hour. Hail, not as much of a concern with this skinny, slinky looking, long, skinny thunderstorm working its way here to the northeast at 33. Help me remember that, northeast 33. So now that that storm's moving northeast at 33, where in the world is the rotating part of it? I see an interesting feature here, but I do oftentimes the tail hook of this storm right here where we see that little faint cloud could be the inflow on that. Let's go take a look. This is a radar indicated tornado, northeast 33. Storm relative velocity should help me locate where that tornado potentially is. And I got to tell you what, as we're looking at this is kind of a muddled mess. It's very close to the radar site. I'm going to go up in elevation, see if I can see any more clear indication in the cloud level where the tight rotation is. And no, I'm not blind. This is not rotation here. This is one gate closer to the radar. It's red. One gate farther away, it's green. That is not, that's a roll. Now, as we look up over here, we have some possible shear or spin right in this area. And again, that's what we're seeing on this particular radar scan. So again, I'm going to look up a little higher in the cloud, and here I got it. So this storm is starting to show some evidence of some shear and some spin right in this area, up in the mid levels of the cloud, just a little bit above the ground actually, as it's crossing the I-29 corridor. Here is your rotating part of the storm right in this area, right here, okay? And it's moving off to the northeast at 33 miles per hour. So we'll clock this for you and give you an idea of when this rotating part of the storm, again, it's not going to affect every community in its path. It's going to affect the ones where where this movement extends. Right now, we're estimating that 33 mile per hour movement to the northeast. And here's the best estimate that Hutch can provide you in climax by 9/17. It will be in your general vicinity. So again, this is making its way across the Red River Valley. Do tornadoes cross rivers? You betcha they do. So keep that in mind here. You're not safe just because there's a river valley here. There's a lot of trees too. You can't see what's coming at you sometimes. Fisher, 937. I'll be on up towards the bend on the highway here between Grand Forks, East Grand Forks, and Crookston. So we'll see if it continues that long. This radar is very close to this. We have some bright greens and some reds forming right here. This is an outflow, a rear flank downdraft. This is the inflow into the storm, and that's where your rotation couplet is, and it's moving to the northeast. It's moving at 33 miles per hour. Rural portions of northern parts of Trail County, here just off to the east of Mayville, at the Mayville exit, that storm is moving to the north and east in towards southwest Polk County at this time. Oddly enough, we've talked about this multiple times, but Polk County is one of the top 2 counties for most frequent tornadoes in Minnesota. The number 1 is Otter Tail County. Sent clutch for 30 joules. Hey, thanks, Cara. I think that's good. I don't know what that means. If anybody wants to tell me what sending jewels means, I would love to hear about it. Again, 2 active tornado warnings, one right over the Trail County I-29 corridor here, moving to the north and east at 33 miles per hour. We still have an indication of extremely strong spin and rotation in this storm right here that's working its way. It is now northeast of Glendon, and it's northwest of Hawley, and it's pushing across the Highway 9 corridor. It is over the Highway 9 corridor and moving off to the east of it. So to give you an actual bird's eye linear measurement of where it is, from Glendon, it is 8.5 miles to the northeast of Glendon, and that's where that rotating part of the thunderstorm is. So if I circle that, you can see what it is I'm talking about. I got to turn that off. I'll turn my Crayola on, and this is the area that I'm watching for the spin. So thought I turned my Crayola on, but maybe not. There it is. So there is the rotating part of the thunderstorm right here, and that is the spin that's evident in it. It is heading towards you folks in Ulen. The latest speed measurement on this bad boy is moving northeast at 37 miles per hour, northeast 37 miles per hour. So we'll take that off. I'm going to turn my Crayola off, hopefully. Let's see, my Crayola looks like it's gone. Northeast movement. Here is a look at the rotating part of the thunderstorm. Drawing it a little bit ahead because a new scan will probably come in while I'm analyzing. 37 miles per hour. Now this is going to jump outside the tornado warned area. I have not heard any reports of tornado on the ground. That is a good sign. I've been watching pretty closely here. This one moving northeast, let's put it right there. And it's going to be in Ulen by around 9:12. So you got yourself about 18 minutes or so. Make sure that you're getting out of mobile homes, manufactured homes. If you happen to be in some sort of a camper trailer, get out of those, seek shelter in a more sturdy building. This storm means business. We had some 1 3/4 inch diameter hail fall in South Moorhead right here at Hutch's Weather in the home base broadcast station here. We had a 1.25 inch hail outside of the Horace area. Some pretty strong wind gusts here. I didn't get my measurement off my anemometer yet for the peak gust. And that storm system is moving northeast now into the Ulen area. It developed a tornado signature right over the Sabin area. And that's what we have right now. Looking at my National Weather Service colleagues' input on this, let me see if they've gotten any feedback on this particular storm. Okay, so there's a little circle on the tail hook, Charlie, of the storm that's making its way through parts of the I-29 corridor right now. So let's go ahead and go back. It seems like the radar has froze up for just a second. I may have to go back and look at some temperatures for a second and give it a break. So let's do that. Dew points right now as we look at the area. We were in the upper 70s to near 80. Look at Cooperstown. Look at Valley City. I mean, this is so ridiculously humid. You're praying for rain. You want some rain out there to fall just to get this soupy air with dew points in the 80s out of here. Fergus Falls, we had a storm moving towards you. We'll reassess right now as we're coming through. I hear a lot of dinging going on. This might be a great time to answer some questions. I'm going to put the regular radar back up. We have 2 active tornado warnings in effect right now. Let's go back to the radar site. 2 active tornado warnings, one on the I-29 corridor north of the FM area, I believe just north of you folks in Hillsboro, moving off in the general direction of Climax. This is Tailhook Charlie right down here, and that's the area of concern. This one has a bite out of it here. It might actually be by Buxton now. Let's go ahead and turn on the storm relative velocities and see what we got. The radar was having problems with this. I wonder if there's a data issue with the velocity stuff. Let's look at straight velocity. Nope, it's not liking that either. So we'll go ahead and just look at the regular radar data for this point in time, but we do have the spin showing up right in this general vicinity, outflow boundary kind of showing up right out over here, and it's moving up to the north and to the east. It'll be crossing the Red River Valley. It's moving northeast 33 miles per hour. For you folks down here in the Fergus Falls area, we got a storm right on the doorstep here. It's got what's called a V-notch in it. Boom, boom. You see that? So you've got a thunderstorm here that's starting to take on the looks of a supercell. I don't know what it looks like in Fergus Falls, but you might be getting some of the mammatus clouds working their way over town right now. We've got a hail core out of town. It's not particularly huge. It's between the Fergus Falls area and Campbell, and boom, now it's just jumped a long doggone ways as it's crossing into the west side of town. Now this storm here has stayed lower than severe criteria over the life cycle so far, but you're getting a torrential amount of rain potential and some hail likely on the western and then northern side, western and northern side of Fergus Falls. The hail potential with that particular storm, it looks like this. So we'll go ahead and look at the hail cores across the region if it decides it can load for me here. And I'm hoping that it will. So that's what's going on in our neck of the woods. Multiple hail reports. We do have the tornado warning moving out of the Glendon area, passing its way on up towards the Ulen area. We got one on the I-29 corridor crossing over to the north. We'll let my radar have a break for just a second while we take a look at the heat index values. This is what it feels like outside. The heat index values across the region. And we're still waiting for the computer to think about catching up to that data. So I may have to shut down the radar data. Let's go and have a look at some of the images and photos that have come in. I'm sure I'm getting a lot of those and I've not ignored them, but I've been monitoring the other data coming in right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we got all kinds of stuff coming in here. So thank you all for your submissions from these storms as they've made their way through. I've got so many, I've got to click on each one and approve it. I'm not going to watch the videos, but I'm seeing some big hailstones out here, just like the ones we got in Moorhead as the storm made its way through. Okay, so we're looking at some numerous hail reports here. You can check these out with me on your mobile device while you're watching me on your YouTube channel by going to hutchesweather.com and viewing the uploaded pictures. I am now approving something like, I don't know, 20 of them. I don't know what that is, but we'll take a look at it together. Oh man, we got some video clips here. We got more hail to show you. Unbelievable hail, all getting approved right now. I've got 2 pages of them, so I'll do my best to upload these and show folks what we got coming in here. Let's go back to page 2 and see. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for all of your uploads. I'm going to do my very best. I wish I could control. Let me try it. Nope. I wonder if there's a select all. Nope, not a select all. That would be kind of a cool way to do it, but I'm supposed to look at all of them to make sure somebody didn't send a picture of something they're not supposed to, right? Okay, big time thunderstorms, all approved. Hailstone updates, all approved. I can't believe some of these pictures. Sorry, I can't share them with you in real time here until I approve them. That's kind of the way it goes. A lot of big hail have fallen in the area. Ooh, I see a very, very fine thunderstorm photo as well. Looks like Jamestown getting in on the action. Brooke sending some Sturham area photos in. Thanks to all of you. Austin, thank you. God, that's 2 pages for the storm that made its way through the FM area. Now we're going on to page 3. Okay, so tornado warnings do continue. I'm not ignoring anybody on purpose here. I'm just trying to catch us up with what's really happening in real time. We do have some major developments tonight with these storms as they've come through. Big time hail hit part of South Moorhead, South Fargo. It moved out over Sabin, became a tornadic thunderstorm with a tight rotation, moving now off through the Glendon area and on in towards the Ulen area right now. And now I've finally caught up with all of these thunderstorm pictures out there. So again, my radar is really acting up here and I apologize for that. So I apologize. Let's go ahead and get back to it. Tornado watches are in effect for much of the area right now. I think I might be having a radar data problem from Mayville. And if that's the case, I'm just going to sneak the radar for momentarily purposes to Aberdeen, and here it comes. So there is a data outage from the radar in Mayville. Could it be the tornado warned storm that's causing that? Yes. So we might be having us a little bit of a data snafu out there, or a power problem from the radar itself. I'm not sure if that's the case. So I'll double check and see what my National Weather Service friends are saying out here. I'm not seeing anything from them. But for now, my Mayville data is out, so we'll rely on the Aberdeen radar to take a look. New tornado warning has just been issued. That is for this storm here. It looks like it's been extended. Let me double check that. Monoman County, Clay County. Yeah, so we have an update. There's a brand new tornado warning extending the tornado warning from Ulen up into Waban and Monoman. So for our viewers in the northwesternmost sliver of Becker County here, not far from White Earth, we have a tornado warned storm out here for you. Now the tornado warning is in effect effect until we get to the 9:45 time frame. 2.5-inch diameter hail now from this storm, and a tornado, radar indicated tornado. Wind gusts are still going to be a possibility from that storm, but I haven't seen any measurements of anything as strong as what we might expect from it. But I haven't looked at my anemometer to see what the wind gusts were. Now, this radar that I'm using right now is a long ways away from this particular storm, so we'll try to upload the Mayville radar. For whatever reason, I don't have that right now. But here, even from even from the area in and around our friends in Aberdeen, we're seeing the rotation on this storm. So it does continue. The tornado warning is continuing to move. It's likely going to move between Twin Valley and Waubun, right here down the middle of this cone. It could skew a little bit of a ways either side. So if you're in Twin Valley, or if you are in Waubun, or extreme northwestern portions of Becker County here, north and west of Callaway, straight to the west of White Earth, that's where the rotating part of this thunderstorm is. Let me see if there's another radar. We can double check the positioning of that. I can go to Duluth. That's, I think, even farther away. I will try Mayville once again, but I think there might be a data problem here. There it is. Boom, it's back. You're back. Welcome back. Okay, so now we've got the clear indication, motion towards Mayville, motion away. We got one very distinct rotation here, and then we got motion towards and motion away. So we got some other weirdness going on there, but that is not the rotating couplet. Here it is, right here on the line where the warning was issued. So it's moving into Ulen now. If you're in Ulen, you should be in your tornado safe space at this particular time. Thanks to all of you who are uploading photos to my Facebook session. If you're uploading photos to my Facebook stream, please do know that I can't get to those right now, but if you upload your photos to my website, then I can share them with people right away live on the stream. So upload your photos to hutchesweather.com. Go to the viewer photo section, or better yet, download Hutch's Weather app on your mobile device. Upload it right from your mobile device as you take the image or the video. Again, this storm is moving northeast. It's moving northeast at about 40 miles per hour. Let me get some people. Ulen, it's over your area right now. You should be in your safe space. Get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes. Get out of RVs, tents, campers, and porta potties, or whatever. Not going to withstand the wind that these storms can produce. Now, it's moving up to the northeast. It's about 40 miles per hour. So we'll click on the old magic button here and show you that it's going to be most likely to be making its way into Ulen now, Mahnomen, by the time we get to 9:39 here, and then on towards Bijou as we go in towards 9:50. So we got Ulen, we got Mahnomen, and we got Bijou, and that's where this storm is heading. Again, all of you people in this area should please seek shelter in that interior room. Stay away from windows. Get to the lowest floor possible. Put as many walls between you and the storm as you possibly can, as that storm system does continue to show very tight rotation. Looking at what's going on here in the climax storm, a little bit on the muddled side with regards. I am seeing a signature of some shear and spin way up on the north side of this storm system right now. So I'm going to loop this data. If it has any, we'll see, and we'll kind of see. So things started out, okay, they moved the box. See that? They moved the box, and there's not a clear marker right in here where I would probably expect to see it. I do see some shear right here where there is not a warning. So if you're in the path of this storm, let me get to a look at the actual radar data here. There is not really a clear indication. There is this tail hook right down here that could be capable of a tornado, but I am seeing evidence of some shear or spin in this part of the storm right here. So please keep in mind that sometimes these things can meander to one side of a warned polygon or the other and kind of steer its way over that way. Let's go ahead and take a look at a couple of things. Number one thing we're going to look at is the end-on sites, and take a look on the northern I-29 corridor here, just north of the FM area. I got no cameras there. I can't see much. I will look from the Trail County cam. Look at this. As we're looking off to the west, you're seeing storms out to the west out there, probably out in Stutzman County and the like, popping out that way. As we look at this storm from the other side, let's look at the the roll log camera and see if we can see what, no, let's go up here. Let's go to Foston and see what direction we're looking. Southeast at the storm. This is the big beast that made its way out of the FM area, pushing in that general direction of Foston right now. As we look from Fertile, this is what you're seeing. We do have some clouds with the lowering base out here a little bit. We are looking in a direction that is west of 4 miles north of Fertile, Minnesota. So we're looking to the west toward the Red River Valley area in that particular view. Now, I do know we have some great views on I-29 that we can take a gander at together real quickly and see what's going on with this Hillsborough area storm and points north. Look at this, a beast. There is the low part of the cloud on the side. There's Interstate 29, and now you're looking at the railroad tracks and the crossing. This is Buxton, I-29. That is the updraft base of the thunderstorm. The good news is it's not showing me a tornado on the ground. There's some murkiness to the shot over here, but that is what we're seeing up there. That is up at Buxton and a view from there. Let me go ahead and see if there's any other views of that storm from Buxton. It looks like we have a few more shots. There is another view right by my melon here of that low hanging cloud again. That's how close these clouds are to the ground with this humid air in the region tonight. So keep that in mind, that these clouds don't have to reach down very far for us to see a chance for a tornado tonight. They are simply just right there on the ground. Let me see if I can lower this just a wee bit. Yeah, so there is a look at the base of that thunderstorm cloud from that particular view as well. So that's what we're seeing there. Again, low clouds. I'm not seeing anything that's a tornado on the ground yet. That's the good news. Now let's cross the river into the Minnesota DOT cameras and see what we can see from there. And then we'll move along and continue with coverage of the entire region. Thank you for your support. Thanks for watching. I'm meteorologist Hutch Johnson, and if you're just joining me, welcome to my page. For the past 30 years, I've been broadcasting as a chief meteorologist here in the Northern Plains, and now I'm very happy to be doing it on my own platform, Hutch's Weather. Now, as we take a look from the Minnesota side of the river, we do have a camera from the Beltrami area looking right into the teeth of this storm. It's a severe thunderstorm warning coming in towards the Beltrami area. You're looking at the Beltrami elevator out here, and you're looking south into the storm. It's a little bit far away, or is that? I think that's Beltrami. I cannot see, but that sure looks like the elevator up there. And then as we look on the other side, now we got this real low-hanging cloud right over here as we're looking along Highway 9 out here outside of Beltrami. So this is working its way and looking off in the storm's distance out there. So some mean-looking clouds in, and that last picture was probably looking at this bad boy right over here. Severe warned storm for a tornado warning taking place right now in the climax area. I have no cameras up here from the DOT to take a look at that bad boy at this particular time. Now, getting up a little bit farther, let's look at the Monoman camera. We can give you a look. Oh my goodness, look at this. You got the red hue in the sky from the setting sun out there. We have a lot of photos coming in. I can hear them already. Thank you, thank you, thank you for taking part and being a part of Hutch's Weather. Now we're going to do our quick regional look, and we'll look at your photos. A continuance of tornado warnings for parts of western Minnesota and the Red River Valley counties in North Dakota. That is a tornado warning times 2 right now. We have 3, but there's 2 storms that are warned for tornadoes. This one is exiting this first warning out here by the Ulen area and the Glendon area. Now that's moving up towards Waban. It's moving up and through the Monoman County area. That is a nasty storm. Look at now, it's building up its hail core. Here's the bite out of the storm, and that curve in the bite here is where we have that tornado. It's right over Ulen right now. Now we're seeing an increase in hail. This is crossing up to the north-northeast. That hail core is going to shave very close to you folks in Twin Valley. As you go through beautiful Twin Valley, it's heading out here in the general direction of Monoman at this particular time. Now, again, that movement was about, I think, 40 miles per hour or so. Let's double check that. 40 miles per hour, 2.5-inch diameter hail now possible from that puppy as it's moving off to the northeast. The rotating part of the storm, you can kind of just see that you got this curve into the storm right there. That's likely where it is. We'll confirm with the velocity display just on the north side of Ulen right here. Let's see what shows up, if anything. I apologize. I don't know what's going on with the velocity display on there, but for whatever reason, it is out to lunch. So I'm going to go get the other radar here and take a look at that and see if it's out to lunch too. If it's out on both radar displays, then then we got problems. So here's a look. We got a thunderstorm warning for you folks out in Mott and Regent right now. We'll get to you guys in just a second. We got a cluster of thunderstorms moving into New Rockford, Carrington, and off to areas near Rugby, moving quickly up towards the Canadian border. So here's a look at the velocity data. This is from, let's make sure we're from the Mayville radar. It is. So the tornado warned storm near Ulen, you can clearly see there's your rotating couplet. It is near Ulen. That is in the exact area we were looking at moments ago. And that storm is crossing right in and over the Highway 32 and getting right ready to move right over the top of that area right now. So if you are in Flum, get ready. This rotating storm is very tightly rotating here, and the tornado warned storm is going to be right over your area in coming moments here as it moves off to the north and to the east at that clip of about 40 miles per hour. So please keep that in mind. Let me see if I can go ahead and do a... Okay, let's see if it'll let me do it. Nope, it's not letting me do that. Okay, so that's measuring. Okay. Bottom line is that rotating part of the storm is moving up towards Flum. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour. If you happen to be in the Fossum area, it's going to come very close to you as well. That's the rotating part of the storm, and there is a significant hail core associated with this storm as it moves into this general area as well, heading up in the general direction of Mahnomen. Notice this line is drawn where the expected path of the storm is going to be. So Mahnomen is in the direct path of that particular storm. Let's analyze with the Doppler radar view of velocity here from Mayville and take a look at this storm. Again, very weak, if not muddled signature here from the velocity display. Let's take a look at straight velocity and see if that's giving me any clearer indication of where we have rotation. It's just not very easy to see what it is I'm looking for here with regard to this storm. There's a little bit of weak shear still way back here at the very tail end of that storm out there as we're looking in just off to the west of Nilsville and heading towards climax. There's another little bend in the storm right here, but I'm not seeing the strong velocity couplet. There was something up here in the kink in the warning that we were seeing before, and that still exists. In fact, there's a storm marker in that particular area as we take a look at it. The storm is look at the information on it. Moving 24 knots in a direction, it says 217 degrees. So it's moving up there to the northeast. So that's what's going on there. New thunderstorm warning has just been issued. Look at this long, skinny beast. So this is for the severe thunderstorm moving through Norman County right now. It's going to push in through and race through Polk County to areas east of Crookston. So that looks like Fertile on towards Red Lake Falls and Thief River Falls in upcoming minutes. So again, let me double check the Fertile area. It's just off to the east of you. So here's Mentor, here's Fertile. This storm is not warned for in Fertile. It's going to pass off this way, head toward Gently, heading into the Red Lake Falls area, and then eventually up to the north and east of there into the Fergus Falls. We'll keep you posted. So let me go back to my other radar data here, and we'll take a look at that warning from that one and see if it's going to behave. If not, I will shut it down and come back to it. So warning is not even updated on this particular storm, and so I'm not sure I trust what's going on here with this. Seems like the data is getting a little bit on the flaky side. Look at this moving into Beltrami, 1 mile east of town here maybe. If you happen to be out here 1 mile east of Beltrami, we do have a hail core making its way through Beltrami on the south side, moving in from the south. So hopefully this isn't hitting the ground anywhere near the area, but that is a pretty good size hail core right there. The hail size estimates on this, let's see if this works here and see what it's estimating with those hail cores with regards to that storm. That is right over the Beltrami area right now. And it's thinking. So yeah, that Beltrami area has a strong hail core with that cell moving to the north at a very fast clip, folks. It's moving at 50 miles per hour. We could be seeing some hail, according to the National Weather Service, of 1.25, but that last hail core showing some increase in the hail potential with that cell as it moves to the north and east. I am going to switch to the other radar here real quick. I'm going to do a little trick where I shut this other one down, and then we'll reload it here, and it'll take it just a second. So we'll let that one rest. This is literally, my computer's been going nonstop since this morning. It did lock up on me and shut down this morning and then restarted. So new severe thunderstorm warning for the storm that's over Beltrami now, is moving into Red Lake Falls and Thief River Falls in the near future. It's moving at a pretty good clip. I will see if I can get the information from the National Weather Service here on the severe thunderstorm warning. So I'll move my melon here and see. It's max wind speed about 60 miles per hour. Max hail size about 1.5 inches in diameter. And this storm is moving to the north at about 55 miles per hour, moving north-northeast at 55 miles per hour. So that's going to move fairly quickly as we go through. And in 1 hour's time, it's going to go 55 miles. We know that the core of the storm is here near the Beltrami area right now. A lot of lightning going on there. Hey, don't do that. Okay, there we go. So it is about 14 miles from Gently, and it's working its way at 55 miles per hour. So we'll just call it 15 minutes from Gently, mile a minute. In the Red Lake Falls area, mile a minute puts it there in about 20 minutes. So that storm will be near you by 9:35. And then as we move this up just a little bit out of the way, if I can, we're going to measure from Thief River Falls about how long it's going to take to get there. If it keeps moving at 55 miles per hour, I'm seeing a measurement of 41 miles, so about 40 minutes. Add 40 minutes to this, and we're looking at about 10 o'clock. So 10 o'clock-ish, the storm will be pushing in towards places like St. Hilaire and you folks in Thief River Falls, also in the path of that. Thunderstorm warning, expect hail potential and wind gusts to about 60 miles per hour. So thank you again for all of your photo uploads. Let's go ahead. I'm going to reload my radar display here and let that puppy start loading. Oh my goodness, I got more pages full of data here. You guys are the goodest. Yes, that's awesome. Okay, it's time to share pictures and let people know that are in the path of this storm that this is a powerful one. As you saw, I was running outside barefooted. Well, it's actually in my dress socks. Don't tell anybody because I'll have to sew them up later. Collecting hail balls out of my yard. Ooh, I see a 2-inch diameter hailstone in South Moorhead. 2-inch now, the largest stone I've seen from South Moorhead. Thank you so much. I can't believe all these photos. You guys are just amazing. Amazing, amazing. We're going to show them to you now because all of you deserve the credit for taking the time to upload these photos to me. You deserve the credit. Ooh, wow, we got us a low-hanging cloud outside of Barnesville. Wow, awesome shots here. Okay, I got to go just double check and see if we've got a page 2 coming. There we go. All right. I know that sometimes I have to stop, but to keep the continued coverage going, I have to stop and do maintenance here as we go along and do things. So that way I don't go away for a break. You know, I'm just right here covering the storm as we go through. I've got a new warning to let you know about. Thank you very much. If you're new to the channel, please consider liking the content here, but more so, if you're watching on my YouTube channel, please hit the subscribe button. I'm really trying to grow that, doing work and multi-streaming here, so that helps. If you want notifications of when I'm going live, please let me know there as well, because that would be helpful. Now, if you're watching on my Facebook page, I do want you to know, thank you very much for following me. I would love to have you follow me by clicking the follow button. The more people that follow me and like the videos as they come out, the more people that the old algorithms serve the information up to. So now let me go ahead and take a look at the radar site. I'm going to turn this over to the radar site in Bismarck. I'm sorry, I'm going to move this. Turn that off. There we go. Okay, now I can switch radars. We're going to look at Bismarck and check out this severe thunderstorm warning in Mott. You're looking at the velocity data here, high resolution velocity, thunder and lightning with the storm, but not rotation on that storm. That's good news. It's a severe thunderstorm warning just north of Mott out there, not far from Regent. You're talking about the area just south of Interstate 94 here, heading in the general direction of New Leipzig. That storm is moving off to the east. Its movement and speed is about 30 miles per hour. So 30 miles per hour will put that storm, and it looks like it will stay moving east, not go into Mott. You are on the sliver edge of it, heading up to areas north of New Leipzig and Elgin in southwest North Dakota. So a severe thunderstorm warning roaming through the valleys there. Now we do have some strong but not severe thunderstorms that'll be moving into Carrington here. That's a pretty healthy little small hail core that'll be moving into Carrington as we speak, and we're watching that for you as well. A lot of heavy rain on these showers here as you travel up the Harvey, Wells County area on your way up towards Minot there. So those areas, Drake, Animus, getting more gully washer rains. That's all heading in the direction of Rugby, who was busy last night, Minnewacan and the Devil's Lake Basin, non-severe storms presently. And as we go to the east on Highway 2 from Larimore straight south towards Coop in Griggs County here, a strong thunderstorm cell closer to Cooperstown. Just some more garden variety thunder showers here moving out of Larimore, heading into Walsh County, North Dakota. Here are your photos that you've uploaded. Thank you also very, very much. Let's get a start on these. Unbelievable the amount and number of storm photos that we've seen so far. So let's go back to some of the latest ones. And again, I am going to give you a pat on the back right now. Thank you very much. And I'll give you a round of applause too. So many photos to go through. This is a look at the sun shining through south of Barnesville. Cheryl, thank you for uploading. Look at that low cloud dangling on the participle on the backside of the storm. This is called a wall cloud, a lowering of the thunderstorm cloud base. There's a little weird looking cloud dangling out of the back of that. Is it rotating? If it was, that might be considered a funnel cloud. Here's a look again. This is Cheryl again at that similar storm. That looks like that wall cloud there with the sun setting behind it. Absolutely stunning. I hear your photos coming in. Thank you all. This is the leading edge of a storm. This is northeast of Trail County by Anthony. Thank you so very much. Monday, taken at 9:02 p.m. out there. And I do appreciate your view out there in Trail County as those storms move through. Now, there was that tornado-warned storm not far from you as well. So it'd be interesting to see if we got any shots of what's going on with that. Again, Fergus Falls, some dancing clouds for sure. Look at these ones. These are not attached to the parent thunderstorm. So this is some inflow clouds, rising clouds. As the air rises, it's so sticky and humid, we get a cloud forming. And it's Kai, I think Kai Lee, thank you. Fergus Falls, clouds dancing around for sure. Not attached to the parent. They're called scud clouds. I like to call them scary looking clouds. It looks like we're laying on our back here, eating Fritos and checking out the clouds right above us. What I used to do as a kid, I used to love looking at clouds and watching for shapes like dogs and elephants and all kinds of fun stuff. Clouds and rain in Fergus Falls. Kai, thank you much. Let's check out your video clip here. Boom, they're circulating around, and some of them do have this this shape of low clouds in there, some ugly looking clouds over here. And as we continue to look around, that's the Fergus Falls storm that was moving in. That one never did produce a warning. This one later tonight at 9:00 p.m. Thank you so very, very much for sharing your view of the clouds. And I believe that we're going to get a zoom. There it is. Look at that. You got those, definitely some shear or spin looking. And in fact, you kind of get to this feel that that cloud is spinning. But you know what? As that air's rising, it can expand. And as that air rises and expands due to lower pressure, the clouds can look like they're growing or twisting. So indeed, ominous looking skies. Kai, thank you very much. Look at this pancake in the sky. This is a cumulonimbus cloud. There is your tropopause. That's the area of the atmosphere where the troposphere ends and the temperature structure of the atmosphere changes. We get into the stratosphere up there that ends up with a flat top. If you see one of these flat top thunderstorms from a distance and you see a little hat on it like that little bubble up there, that little bubble can be called an overshooting top. On the satellite view, we were looking at the visible satellite that casts a shadow on the top of the cloud, and you can see those little bubbles marching across the land. If you get an overshooting top, that means the updraft is so strong we could be getting some big hail out of a storm like that. This is facing east from the apartment. This is taken of a pancake cloud. Thank you very much, Dakota. I appreciate it very, very much. That was on June 29th today, 8 p.m. This is from the driveway in Enderlin at the Anvil. This might be the one that was pushing up toward the FM area. I'm not sure the direction, facing east. So that's the storm that developed and moved up toward the FM area, I believe. Thank you so much, Dakota. I'm sure glad you had a storm not pass directly overhead tonight. You've had enough to go through your area in the last 12 months. Tornado warning near Hillsborough. Thank you very much, Franco. Appreciate that. That's the storm. That's the one I wanted to look at. So we're taking a look over here. I'm seeing a lowering of the cloud base right here. If that's attached to the thunderstorm here, the parent thunderstorm, that's a wall cloud. Franco, that's a good view. Thank you very, very much. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right. It might be Franco, but I apologize. I do the best I can. I was a lot gooder at math and science. Fargo view. Christian, thank you much. Behind the apartment building, wild skies, wild clouds, and look how much we've greened up in Fargo. My lawn was crunchy bunchy as it was working through. Thumb-sized hail out there as we take a look at this is from North Moorhead. Noel, thank you very much. So not only did South Moorhead get whacked, that's a big-time stone working its way into parts of North Moorhead. And again, if you take it in and throw a ruler on it, that does help us. There's the big pancake, right? That's a cumulonimbus, top of the anvil, spreading out. Up underneath here, if you're under that, you might even see some modest clouds north of Buffalo. Looking east towards Fargo, that is the storm that hit Hutch in the head with hailstones. Thank you very much. I'm not very happy about it myself. Breckenridge, but I'm the one that ran outside. Taken by Matt. Fergus, looking at Fergus from Breckenridge. So that's the storm that was moving into the Fergus Falls area. That has an updraft here. That's a new cell forming. There's another one on the backside, and I hear your photos continuing to come in. So now as I see if my radar software will reopen while we're looking at pictures. Oh man, on the dock at the lake, passing storm 4 miles south of Fergus. Thank you very much, C. Johnson, with that shot out there. Low ominous clouds making their way in underneath that thunderstorm cell, and there's a little pocket of a V shape underneath there. I don't know if it was rotating or not, but a wild day along Ottertail Lake. Look at the sun glistening off this tower here. This is from Gal Shoot Dirk. Thank you very much. Look at that shot. Wow. Do you have a hot air balloon, Dirk? That's amazing. Amazing. Looking northeast towards the severe thunderstorms out there. That's the northeast storm. That would be from Gal Shoot, looking at the storm that went through Sabin and hit Hutch in the Melon with some hailstones out there as we were collecting those bad boys. Oh, goodness. This is a handful of nonsense out there. Again, South Moorhead, after melting 5 minutes, still out there. I know the feeling, Alexis. I went out too, and you know what? In the grass, it was still holding on, but it's so hot and sweaty out there, they still melt. So I put my little pail of hail in the freezer so I can go back and enjoy it later. I don't know about enjoying it. We got a low-hanging cloud right here that if it's attached to the parent thunderstorm, which it looked like it could be, there's a little light here, but that could be the sunlight reflecting off this. This would be a wall cloud out there. This is 5 miles east of Sabin. Leslie, this is the storm that prompted the tornado warning. So it's very wonderful to have your submission on hutchesweather.com. Look at this. I'm going to put in a, I don't always do this, but this time I'm going to. This is a moment of sound effects. Oh, look at that shot. Absolutely amazing. West of Blanchard. Tim, thank you very, very much for your view of our storms 9 p.m. I do want to let you know we have a tornado warning continuing for the Monoman area and Waban. We'll get back to the radar here just momentarily. And I am still getting a blank on this particular software for radar data. So allow me to get this right. You fired. Oh boy, we got us a, was there a funnel cloud sighting outside of Mott? There was. Okay, so in and around Regent, 4 miles south-southeast on the Enchanted Highway, there was a funnel cloud out there from that severe storm. Multiple sources reported a funnel cloud west of Mott around 8 p.m. tonight. So thank you very much for the reports out there. National Weather Service says that storm's moving east, and it's moving in the general direction of rural portions of the county, north of Elgin, north of New Leipzig, north of Mott right now. Hail reported in Regent was about a 1/4 inch in diameter. So thank you very much. Now, let's see. I do not know why my radar is just being very grumpy out here on this particular software program. So I'm going to ask it one more time. Here we go. Okay. Thank you. Hutch doesn't get grumpy. We just find another way. I guess Pedro would attest to maybe he's seen me grumpy once. But that was a long time ago, Pedro. He's looking right at me. Okay. Thief River Falls, Red Lake Falls. The storm's moving into Red Lake Falls, not far from Dorothy, north of Crookston. We have a cell coming in. Carrington, a strong storm pushing in. It's your area as well. Your pictures continue to come in, so I'm thanking you for that. We'll get back to some of these photos here in a second. I do want to get back to storm tracking here because we have communities in the path of tornado-warned storms. Let's get you to the latest. Now, as we look out to the west, here's the storm I was talking about. Bismarck radar says, yep, this is a strong storm. There was a funnel cloud. That now has a hail core on it and is sliding right in towards Elgin now. So that hail core is kind of falling down to the south side of the storm. Non-severe storms moving out of Richardson-Taylor area towards Hebron right now. Thunder, lightning, heavy rain pushing into western Morton County. The mean part of this storm is going to be crossing right into Grant County here as we go into the next few minutes. So if you're in the path of this storm, please prepare for some 1-inch diameter hail and also the chance for a few gusts up to 60 miles per hour. Now let's take a look here at what we have going on to the north near Newtown, up in the Minot zone. Nothing severe up here. Good old garden variety showers and thunder showers. Your cooler, drier air there making a difference on what we're seeing with regards to your thunderstorm activity. Looking at the Minot radar, we can see what's going on near the international border. Strong storm south of Granville. These storms are almost moving off to the north and east. Carlsruhe, it's in and on its way into your general direction at this time as well. So these cells are moving to the north and to the east. As they do so, there's going to be a hail core with this Velva storm here, it looks like. It's moving out of Karlsruhe with a backward C shape. So gusty winds, possibly as high as 45, maybe 50 miles per hour, and then some hail that has just developed near the Velva area, and it's pushing up towards Granville, heading in towards Towner. Several rounds of strong to severe storms there. Maddock moving towards Minnewacan, some exiting showers and thunderstorms, kind of exhausting, collapsing, working our way through. The strongest in this cluster heading into New Rockford right now, Cheyenne, that one's pushing through, a lot of lightning with it. Little bit of hail possible in and around Carrington. So if you're in the Eddy and so Foster and Eddy County areas here, we do have some strong storms pushing their way in towards your area with lightning and some hail potential. Hail likely on the order. Well, it looks like it's collapsing now as it moves into the Carrington area a little bit. Let's get now back out to the Mayville radar. Active tornado warning does continue. Oh, it just looks like it expired. Yes. So tornado warnings look like they are expiring right now. Let's go to that. Let's go to the newest scan. And now we'll see if the Mayville radar will light me back up here. Here we go. Okay, so this is what we have going on. From Mackville, southern parts of Nelson County, northern parts of Griggs County, and through Cooperstown, we have a strong cell right here. We'll keep our eyes on that. Fordville and central parts of what is Nelson County and eastern parts of Nelson County. That's moving up to the north and east. Here's an outflow boundary from the burps out of these storms. That's a roll cloud you might see rolling along all by itself, pushing its way in towards Hope. Behind it might be a gust of wind that beats you first before the thunderstorm and the rain moves towards you. Grafton, you have a strong but not severe storm near you and Minto, and that is working its way off to the north and the east towards Drayton. On the other side of the Red River, as we get into Minnesota in Marshall County, we do have Stephen, Argyle area, and Alvarado with some thunderstorm cell, again, non-severe. Now to get you back to the storms that are moving into Red Lake Falls right now, looks like heavy rain with the hail on the west side of town here. This is moving north towards St. Hilaire and towards you folks in parts of southern Pennington County, heading up towards Thief River Falls. So right now in Red Lake County, we do have Red Lake Falls and points west. That's the hail core with the storm out there. I will try to analyze if it's rotating, if my velocity data will show up. Here it is. Okay, so with regards to this storm, looking at it from the Mayville radar scan data here, let me just zoom out just a bit here. I want to just double check. There it comes. Okay, so I'm not seeing any organized significant shear with this particular storm as it's racing its way to the north. This thing was moving at a pretty good clip, and the National Weather Service says it's going to be 58 miles per hour, 1-inch diameter hail, 58 mile per hour with gusts to 60. All right, so we do see a little bit of shear on this side of the storm here, but the beam is going to be pointing into it. So that, nope, that's not necessarily shear. That is a little bit of rolling, if you will. Also some muddled radar data, but nothing strong to indicate strong rotation in that particular cell. Moving to the north at about that 50 mile per hour clip. Let's go back to the regular radar data. I'll do my best to give you an estimate there for areas north of Red Lake Falls. So we'll time this cell on the south side here, moving its way north at about 55 miles per hour. That puts it in the St. Hilaire area, 945, 954 Thief River, New Fulton, 1009, Middle River, 1018, as it works its way to the north and to the east. So there's that storm. Now I'm going to time this storm moving up towards New Fulton and see where that one's going. I do want to get an idea of the speed of movement of this individual cell, so allow me to pop that up here for you. And that gives me some double checkery so I can see the average speed of movement of these cells. Northeasterly in towards New Fulton, here is this cell right here making its way in. It's moving at about 40 miles per hour. This one's 32 miles per hour. So let's use those measurements, shall we? 40 miles per hour for this left edge part of the severe warning storm. Oopsies. My Crayola struck me again. There we go. We'll do 45 miles per hour north-northeast. That's going to be heading in the general direction of New Fulton and Viking. Viking 945, New Fulton 958, 1004 for Strandquist, and on towards Greenbush if it lasts that long, on towards about 1028. I'll keep you posted if that returns with a chance for severe weather. By the way, the latest hail detection having some 1.25-inch diameter hail for the cell that's just east of Red Lake Falls heading towards Thief River Falls right now. That's some pretty healthy hail in that cell at this particular time. So we'll have to keep you posted on that. No more tornado warnings in our area. We'll get down to Alexandria. I see storms forming there. Bemidji, oh my goodness, not again. Here we go, Bemidji. Another hail core starting to try to form near you. Here is a look at the Monoman storm. There was the tornado warning on this. We have some damage reported here in Ulen. This is trees down 20 feet in height. Trees down estimated 20 feet in height. That's in Clay County in Ulen. That report was at 9:08. So thank you for all passing along your reports. Thanks for all your photo uploads. I can hear them coming in. So hail core back here, moving into Waban now, 1-inch diameter hail. Hail core moving into Monoman and Bijou right now, 1-inch diameter hail pushing to the north and east. Some 60 mile per hour gusts that have a history of tree damage working their way into Monoman County now on the western flank, pushing into southeastern Polk County. Here's a little notch. We call that a V notch. That does indicate that this thunderstorm is rotating. The southern flank is rotating in the counterclockwise. The northern half up over here, if you call it northern, we'll call it northwestern. That's rotating the other way. That's what creates the V notch, and that is a rotating thunderstorm called a supercell thunderstorm. It doesn't necessarily mean a tornado is on the ground though right now, but that's one of the pieces of evidence that show us what we're looking at. Let me see if that storm is still showing some signs of rotation. There was a tornado warning on it earlier. We have motion away from the radar here, motion towards, and that would indicate a clockwise rotation, and here is a counterclockwise rotation. It's very, very weak though, so not nearly as organized. So on this severe thunderstorm warning from the National Weather Service, it says that 1.25-inch hail and 60 mile per hour gusts moving northeast, 43. Help me remember that. Northeast 43. Hey everybody, meteorologist Hutch Johnson joining you. I'm checking out. Thank you to all of the viewers tonight who have come and checked me out. If you're new to the channel, please consider hitting my subscribe button. I'd really welcome you on board here. There you're going to hit that notification bell if you don't forget, so you get notifications of when I'm going live. Thanks for joining me on my YouTube channel. We're going to time this out. 43 mile per hour north-northeast moving through the Monoman County area right now. Let's go ahead and track the hail core of this storm, so I'll turn back on this data. Moving into Bijou and out of Monoman right now is a hail core. I know that you folks are probably uploading pictures and letting me know what's going on. I do appreciate it. I will take a look at this as we go through the evening here, but Bijou, it'll be there by about 9:44, so it's on its way pretty quickly to you. We have Winger by 9:51, Macintosh by 10:05. If it continues, 10:05 also into the Boston area. By the way, as my little blue colors change here, that's the first 15 minutes, the second 15-minute interval, the third 15-minute interval. That gives you an idea of how we've separated that out, so you can help read that for your own if you happen to be in areas in between the communities there. Now, Waban, this storm here in the Waban area, let's take a look at that one. Then we'll get south into the Fergus Falls area as we've got storms moving through there. This storm capable of some 1-inch plus diameter hail moving into Waban right now. I'm not seeing quite as bright a blue with this. That's a good sign. It's on the doorstep. Just missing and shaving White Earth on the west side of White Earth as it heads in the general direction of you folks in Natiwash. Weather Service says it's moving northeast. 39 miles per hour, some 1.5-inch diameter hail potential with that cell. So again, 39 miles per hour. Boom, there's the leading edge. There it is, moving at about 40 miles per hour, puts it in White Earth by 9:43 or now, and that's pretty accurate. It's on the west side of White Earth. Natiwash by 10:04, moving towards you and on towards Bagley as we look into beautiful Clearwater County and not far from the headwaters there of the Mississippi River. So a beautiful country up there. I got to tell you what, some strong thunderstorms and severe thunderstorms pushing their way into your area. Perham, we got a strong storm developing over your area. Frazee, we already had a line of storms this morning move through. That was the big monster storm that moved out of South Dakota. This little pimple here is going to be making some hail potential. May not be falling down right now. It may be a developing storm. But in all likelihood, that one's going to cause some mean weather in your neck of the woods. I do think we got a new warning or watch in. Maybe some counties were carved off of the watch. National Weather Service. Minneapolis says in Alexandria we have a strong but not severe storm. We do have some Glenwood area hail cores though right here. Let's see if my hail core tracker works as I restarted the software and see what we get for an answer on that. And we do have some hail. I do think that isolated areas in this box could see severe sized hail upwards of 1 inch or more. Let me take a look at the latest measurement on this. And this is showing that we could have 1 to 2 inch diameter hail. So in Glenwood, I think there's a reasonable chance to suppose that in this area between here and Glenwood, we could get some 1-inch diameter hail or a little greater hitting the ground. If you're in Glenwood, this is not a severe warn storm, but Hutch feels in his elbow here like there is the possibility we could see some of that hail make its way down to the ground. That is severe in isolated places. It's right over Starbucks now, so grab your coffee, get indoors, and make sure that you're ready for this storm. It's going to produce some hail, some gusty winds on the order of maybe 50 or 55 miles per hour. We do have some hail heading into the Alexandria area, but it looks to be non-severe and an inch or less, we'll call it. So maybe up to 1 inch. This is what we would call that threshold, maybe severe, maybe not, but more likely by the time it reaches its way down to the ground from the cloud, it's going to melt a little bit and it'll be a little smaller. Lowry, you got some 1 or just over inch largest hailstones. So what reaches the ground might be close to 1 inch. That's moving towards Ferrata and also in the general direction of Nelson. So those storms are moving off to the east, northeast, I do believe. Let's go ahead and float that and see if it's accurate. Yep, Hutch says northeast. It's moving northeast towards Villard and Nelson at this time. So keep in mind that there could be some brief periods of hail in isolated places from that cluster of nonsense there. North of Marshall, we got a Cottonwood storm out here that has some purple in it. Purple bad. We have 2 to 3 inch estimates on this cell as it's working its way towards Granite Falls. There is no warning on this storm as of this time, but that is a building storm with a hail potential upwards of 2 inches in diameter, maybe a little bit more, as it moves towards Granite Falls, Minnesota. The track on that, if we let it loop just a little bit, that is a developing hail core too. It may not be reaching the ground in Cottonwood yet, still could be building up hailstones, and that could be falling in and around the Cottonwood area. Allow me to turn on the hail core cells here. We'll look at the motion or movement of that cell as we stop the looping, and that cell is moving. Still thinking. Okay, there it is. So the radar I was looking at was from a long ways away. The Minneapolis radar not tracking as big of a hail core there. 1 to 1 inch hail maybe making its way by Hanley Falls here. So we got a 1 inch hail marker moving into Granite Falls. A chance for up to, say, Nichols, maybe 1 inch diameter hail working its way to the north and east. The speed of movement of this bad boy, let's go ahead and track that for you. Latest estimate at 1.25 inch hail. Chance of severe hail is only 50%. So an isolated hail core or hailstorm or two area could pick up some hail balls upwards of 1 inch in diameter. It's moving at a speed of 44 miles per hour to the north-northeast. So this hail core right here, leading edge, north-northeast, 45 miles per hour, puts it in Granite Falls, Clara City, and Wilmer area in the upcoming amounts of time. Hanley Falls, 9:48, Granite Falls, 9:57, and Clara City, 10:14. My phone is making a lot of noise. That usually means I'm getting some updates from the National Weather Service. The I-90 corridor south into Sioux City, Sioux Center, seeing some stout thunderstorms with some hail cores out there. Hail ball reports out here in the Yankton area, upwards of 1 inch in diameter at this time. Let's go ahead and check out what's going on. We have a huge area of a notice from the National Weather Service for a line of storms moving north out of Minot and the Highway 2 corridor north towards Saskatchewan. So that's moving north. We'll let the radar data kind of come in and populate here, but no hail of significance on this side. I take that back north of Williston. We could be seeing a hail marker here of up to 1/2 inch hail. So nothing too big out there. Let's go to the regular radar data and show you that this line moving out of Newtown in the Highway 2 corridor near Williston will be moving up towards the Kenmare area and areas just west of Minot on Highway 2. Now we do have some Rugby storms pushing in. For my friends in Rugby, please make sure that, well, you're ready for some more of just ground soakers out there. These are worm stranglers. The birds love them. The worms not so much. Granville, a lot of lightning showing up with this. We still have some curvies here. So as this heavy rain comes out, we could have some brief gusts in these storms over 45, maybe 50 miles per hour. And look at this, more heavy rain in and around Maddock. We're going to do a check of our rainfall totals for the day here shortly as well. New thunderstorm warning, 1 inch hail for the Becker County. Is that right? Becker County, Clay County area. Let's see. I'm not saying that must be old. Okay, all right, so that's for the sliver of the cell here making its way out of the Becker County area and through Monoman County and on in towards Fosston now. We did get a report of what looks like a tornado. So let's go ahead and see what this says. This is a tornado, was reported by a storm chaser. Multiple reports of brief touchdowns here. This was from Flum. We were talking about that. 3 miles southwest of Flum as that storm made its way into your general direction. So that was a tornado warned storm as it moved out of Sabin through Glendon and on towards Ulen, and then boom, a tornado made contact with the ground as it worked its way into the northwesternmost corner of Becker County right here. So that's what we saw. Tornado warning has expired for that particular cell. So let's take a look at the velocity data. Let's see if I can get into the radar here in Mayville and give us some more close data. on this storm. So let's see if it's rotating. This is a storm that prompted the warning. As we take a look, we've got motion towards next to motion away, but it's not gate to gate that we like to see for that. So we do have some shear along the leading edge of the storm. There is some gate to gate shear or spin on that part of the storm. This is a rotating thunderstorm, so I think that it's possible that we could see a brief or isolated tornado. But the chances of it are not great. Hail size 1 inch, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible with that storm as it makes its way to the north and east. It's moving through the Bijou area right now, heading right in towards Boston. And again, as we take a look, you're seeing greens next to red, but this doesn't indicate rotation. That indicates a little bit of roll in the storm at that particular elevation of the cloud. So that's what we're seeing there. Let's go back to the regular radar data here. We'll track it on up into the Boston area here, moving off to the north at about 43, northeast, I should say. That storm there from Winger down through this area is where the hail core is. It's already showing some rain possibly in and around the Boston area, but Boston 9:59, McIntosh about the same time. Lengby and Trail about 10 to 10:15, and then Gully by 10:19 if it continues along that path. Waban, we have a hail core just east of town starting to show up near White Earth. This is a storm here that has a little cutaway on this backside. Let's check it for velocity and see what we got. Storm relative velocity, White Earth, boom. We do have shear or spin on this storm right here. So this may be the one that could have possibly produced, nope, it's coming from the southwest. So this one passed out of the Lake Park area. There is some shear or spin with this White Earth storm. If you're in the path of this in White Earth now, or areas in southern Monoman County here as it crosses through Becker County, there is rotation right now just off to the east of White Earth. That storm is working to the north and east. It's near Ogama too. So Ogama to White Earth, we do have this shear marker showing up on that storm. Does not mean a tornado is on the ground, but it does mean if I was in the path of this storm, I would seek shelter and get to the interior room of the lowest level that I can get to now as we approach the 10 o'clock hour. So a rotating storm pushing its way north and east out of that area. A tornado was spotted with this cell making its way towards the Boston area right now, and that's what we have going on with these storms at this particular time. As we look down to the south, Alexandria still seeing storms. Let's plot the regular radar data here so we can all see it. And now I'm going to take a drink of water. In Duluth, I see a few more storms coming in towards you. Copious amounts of lightning heading into the Devil's Lake Basin out of New Rockford. A new message from the National Weather Service on this storm cell in the Carrington area. So let's see what that says. Special weather statement. We could see some nickel-sized hail, some 50-mile-per-hour winds from that storm here. That you can see the movement is to the north and east, heading into areas near New Rockford and points east, and just an abundant amount of lightning with that particular thunderstorm cell. Okay, so this is looking a little bit like our forecast model that we talked about. Boom, storms formed here right in the Red River Valley and moved off to the east. Some models showed them forming out here and moving over. They're not incorrect. We did have storms form out here in parts of eastern North Dakota and move off to the east. We had storms in western North Dakota and move off to the east. But the ones that really are in the rotation-rich environment out here to the east. We're not seeing an outbreak of terrible tornado activity. I'm really happy about that, quite frankly. A lot of heat and energy in the atmosphere. I've got a what looks like a marker now of a new tornado or funnel cloud. That looks like a funnel cloud report here of a funnel cloud that was taken from 8:22 this evening near the Brainerd area, east of Brainerd now as those storms move through. So a funnel cloud at Highway 25 and 18 in Brainerd was spotted here a little bit ago. So if we loop that data, look at that little storm that did that. Let's see, where'd it go? Is that it? Is it the one up by Emily now? We'll see. They are moving in a northeasterly direction. It happened at 8, so it was quite a while ago. Thinking, calculating. I'm going to say it was probably associated with what we're seeing here in the Emily area because that one looks like it's moving a little bit more north as opposed to east. Bemidji, let's check in on you. You've had a heck of a last couple of years of weather, single site radar data, popping in on the Mayville radar and looking in at your area. Once again, damage reported in Bemidji from storms earlier today. Very windy storms that wrecked the tent there as we looked at the lakeside area. And now we've got the Wilton area with the hail core making its way through, moving a little bit more north of east and out of your area. But there is another hail core not far from you, just off to the west as you go on Highway 2 towards Wilton, pardon me, and towards Solway. So strong thunderstorms right now, no active tornado warnings that I can see. Alexandria, Park Rapids, we talked about these storms moments ago, but Ferrata, Glenwood, Osakis, I think we're seeing the potential for some 1-inch hail and would love to hear what you got going on there. Let me see here, got a couple of photos to add to the mix, and we'll go over a couple of those real quick right now. HutchesWeather.com. Thank you to all of you who have uploaded photos. Are you uploading from my app or are you uploading from the phone? We're going to do some Q&A. Here's a look at some of those photos. On the website, though, you can upload your photos here. You can download my app here. It says download the app. Make sure you go there and get the app. I'd love to have your feedback on how that app is working for you. Today would have been a great test because twisting storms are present, and mine is the only app that gives you early alerts to twisting storms. Did you get one of those? I'd love to read your reviews as we go through here, but that's what I'm wondering. The winds here in Alexandria are bending trees in our front yard. We've already had one come down with the first few gusts. Okay, thank you very much for that report. Red Sire. I'm sorry, I'm not pronouncing that right. So thank you very much. We have a power outage in Callaway. Okay, thank you very much for your reports out there. The Callaway area in Becker County reporting some power outages as storms move through. Is Crookston in the clear? Here the deal is, as the storms are moving through, they're passing through the Crookston area, and the chances of Crookston seeing another storm tonight are not good. And there is a band of storms moving out of the Devil's Lake that is moving in a more northeasterly fashion and easterly. So I'm not going to say it's not going to happen or we're not going to get thunderstorms, but the chances are diminishing as we head into the evening. Thanks for your question. I do appreciate it. Now, as we take a look at the Hutch's weather app here, let's see if it's showing up. I've got so much going on my phone because I got a lot of messages coming, but let's see here. Here's a look at my weather app. You go to it on my home screen here and we click on it. This app does show us power outages. So I did want to show you that my app is a very powerful tool to keep you informed about what's going on. Here we have our tornado watch in yellow. This is a heat advisory down in eastern Minnesota and a high excessive heat warning out to the east in pink. That's what those colors are. I'm going to go up to this menu bar up top, or you can click on where it says National Radar. Either one, you pick. Now, this is the data you're plotting. The radar isn't a bad thing to plot, but right now let's look at the power outages. So we can look at county power outages. Which counties in our area are without power? It's going to turn off the radar briefly. Now we want to go to the overlays, and I want to turn the alerts off so that we can see the counties get filled with colors to describe which ones are without power. And now we can see as we look, all these areas of blue showing us some counties without power. I'm not seeing the Callaway outage yet. Look at the lightning going on though as we look up in that direction. We do see some Clay County power outages in blue. That means less than 10% are without power in these counties with blue. We do have some areas out here off to the east of Bemidji and the Leech Lake area. We have some areas out here as we sneak in towards the Brainerd Lakes area without power. Again, less than 10% being reported. Western metro area and the Minneapolis-St. Paul here, less than 10% of 5 million is quite a lot of people possibly. So keep that in mind. And we are just getting some power outages not far from the Mankato there. So far, the good news is they're lower amounts. Now look at what's going on here as we look into the Highmore area in South Dakota. This is where 130 mile per hour winds toppled wind towers down in South Dakota. If you have pictures of that or the damage, you can upload them at hutchesweather.com right from the app, by the way. So this area has red. Red is 50% of the area without power in this area of Highmore. That is basically out here in western parts of South Dakota out and central parts of South Dakota, I should say. So that's what we got for power outages. It's just a neat part of the tool here on Hutch's Weather to keep you ahead of the storm. One-stop shopping is what I made efforted for with regards to this. And when you go to the home screen on Hutch's app and take you back to that, you can get your hour-by-hour forecast telling you when your chance of rain is the highest. That's a real useful tool. If you click on this button here, you get to select current conditions, hourly forecast. Click hourly forecast, and where you go here, you're going to see your percentage chance of rain each hour, each hour. This is based on model data, and you know my feelings about models, they can be wrong. Showing a 0% chance of rain as we go through the remainder of the night tonight and heading into our forecast for tomorrow. That means Hutch is not going to be on your screen for hours and hours on end as we go through the day tomorrow. Your extended forecast goes out 7 days. Don't ask me for 15 or 20 days. I'm not going to do it. These accurate forecasts stop and they go way, way down after we get beyond day 5. So really, when you look at 10-day forecasts, those numbers change every day, sometimes by 15, 20 degrees, not worth it. We can't be as accurate with those forecasts typically unless we're in a stagnant weather pattern that hasn't changed for a long time. In places like the desert Southwest, sometimes you can get away with a 20-day forecast with every day being triple-digit highs and lows in the 70s, but we can't do that here. So I take it off. Now that's a look. You got other things on the home site page here. This is where you can upload your photos right here. Boom, share your photos right from your mobile device. Also, we have a Weather Kids segment. You can sign up your kids to help Hutch do the weather at Luther Family Ford. Thanks to my sponsors for helping me take care of that. You can click more details to learn more about how to set the app up correctly, and I'll keep adding content to that as we go through. So that's what we have going on Hutch's Weather app. Thanks to all of you who have downloaded it and tried it out. Is Thief River Falls going to be clear for tornadoes? Right now we have a tornado watch. There's no way you're getting me to fall into that and say, yeah, that's all clear. But right now, no. There is a thunderstorm moving towards you right now, and that thunderstorm is severe. And as we take you back to it and look at it, it's moving its way in towards Newfoundland now. That Thief River Falls area does not see the storm moving in. This is moving north. There's other cells out here. So your chances just went down, and that's good news, right? Because this one looks like it's missing you. Newfoundland, it's heading into Newfoundland and Viking and passing through. That's a hail core, but it did not hit a direct hit into Thief River Falls at this particular time. So that's what's going on. That storm is at the end of the warning box, and it's going to move up to the north. Wow, what a fast mover, huh? Moving north 72 miles per hour. Are you redonkulous or what? That thing's really racing through there and continuing its trek to the northeast right now. So I'll keep you posted on that. But you know what? We do have a few more storms off to the east. Our risk is going to go down. We do have tornado watches in the area. Foston, we have a storm that was showing some signs of spin and rotation. Also, this storm down here was showing some signs of spin and rotation as it worked its way towards Nadawash. Look at that hail core. This is probably the strongest hail core we're seeing right now, moving right through White Earth. There's this little dangling participle right here that we could call a hook echo, but let's go ahead and take a look at the velocities there. Good and prudent to do so and see what's going on. No, I'm not seeing as much gate-to-gate type of spin or shear. There is a little bit right here, and it's not super weak, but it's not the strongest we've seen. This is moving northeast. This is the rotating part of the thunderstorm right here. So we have a supercell thunderstorm. There's continued rotation. It's off to the east of west of Nadawash right now as it works its way through. Let's go ahead and check that distance so you can have a linear distance to know how far it is away from Nadawash. As you go off to the west, here it is. It's about 5 miles due west of Nadawash. It's moving to the northeast at this particular time. So that dangerous storm is continuing its path off to the north and east, and we hope and pray it stays out of Nadawash and stays over rural country. If you're in rural country out of the area here, seek shelter in that interior room from that storm. There's not a tornado warning on this cell, but as we look at what the National Weather Service says, some 1-inch hail, gusts to 60 miles per hour from this severe thunderstorm that is showing some signs of rotation. So what I'm doing and my job is to basically look at areas of concern in these storms and let people know where those concerns are exactly. what communities have no more worries about it. Now, as you look off in Monoman, that storm is pretty much exiting the Monoman area right now. There's a little bit of a little blip of radar data continuing over there on the backside of this storm, and that is it. So main energy moving into Lengby, main energy moving towards Nadawash and points east, and that is what we have going on right there. So these storms are moving through. As far as their intensity goes, they remain strong to severe. Let's update you on the watches that are right now in effect for the area. So bear with me while I pop that data up. Here we go. So as we take a look, the tornado watch is now done for North Dakota on the east side. 10:04 right now, you're watching Hutch's weather. It's broadcast time. The tornado watch does continue across Minnesota. There are a couple different areas of tornado watches here. You see there's a red line separating them. This is the original watch. For Fargo, our risk effectively of seeing another tornado in the area in towards Moorhead and Clay County is very, very low. There's no development out to the west here, so that's good. We got a new thunderstorm warning. We'll get to that here in a second. This watch is in effect till midnight for the next 2 hours. We still have storms moving up into northwest parts of Minnesota associated with that watch, so those will be the ones we'll need to watch for the development of any tornadoes. Down here, we're pretty close to being done. These storms are going to skirt their way off to the east, so we'll probably see the watch maintained up here. Not so sure about anything developing in our neck of the woods in the southern Red River Valley. That's just my gut feeling. Now, we do have a a tornado watch that also is in effect for you folks in Bemidji. We do have 2 thunderstorms here working their way towards you and another one down to the south. The warning that was just issued is for these storms, not for this puppy, for these storms making their way into Bemidji. We'll talk about those in a second. You also have this one heading north towards the kind of the Leech Lake area out here, and areas just off to the east of Bemidji and Black Duck. So these are moving up in the Black Duck area right now. This now is a warned storm for the storms that we've been talking about down here. I said I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some hail. We'll get to that. This tornado watch out in central Minnesota that includes Hibbing area, Bemidji, Brainerd, Fergus Falls. It also includes you folks up in Redby, Red Lake, Waskish, and also up into Lake of the Woods County is in effect until 1 a.m. for the clearing of all these storms. Some models have these storms kind of percolating along the international border for some time. Winnipeg, strong storms. If you happen to be in and around Winkler, things are passing through and hopefully going to be ending for your area in parts of southern Manitoba. If you're in Duluth, another round of rain and thunderstorms for you is taking place right now. So let's get to these latest areas, but it does look like we'll continue to see tornado watch boxes lopped off as our storm threat clears. So that's what's going on at the big picture. Do we have a severe thunderstorm still out west of the Bismarck area? No, it is moving back in towards Bismarck, Mandan, who had very active weather today. Tornado warnings in and around the area. Now we do have that New Salem Sioux cell out there, not severe. No severe thunderstorms in and around the Minot zone. In fact, some of them are falling apart, but torrential heavy rain continues to work its way through. Let's get you caught up on the storm cells that are working their way in towards Bemidji right now. The warned storms are the ones on the left side of the screen that are just off camera here, so I'll move this back. Okay, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 11:15. The storm is moving northeast at 52 miles per hour. 1.5-inch diameter hail potential from the cells, the main hail core right here. There's that tornado that was seen from this. That was right in the northwesternmost corner of Becker County. And now that storm is moving off in the general direction of southern Clearwater County here. So if you're anywhere in and around the Itasca area, keep that in mind. Those storms are not too far from you. And moving to the north and to the east, what was the clip and speed of movement? 52 miles per hour. Single site radar data helps me track a little bit better the individual cells. Now this storm near Bemidji isn't as weak as the other radar did take it out to be. So this storm does have severe properties to it as well. Hail core, a couple of them working its way in areas along and north of Bemidji right now. So let's put the thunderstorm cells on so we can track them through this particular area and take a close look at what these are doing. So let this populate. It'll take just a hot minute. moving northeast. So if you're in 10 strike black duck, that looks like it's going to pass off to the northeast of you. There is that hail core there. That hail core is essentially 3/4 inch diameter hail, not quite severe criteria. And just off to the east of Bemidji here, in and around over the lake right now, is a hail core making its way through. That is non-severe size hail. We could see some gusty wind from this. This does have a little bow shape to it, so that's a possibility. Solway, another little hail core making its way. These hail cores just increased in intensity, by the way, and are increasing. That's going to be moving in towards the Turtle River area, Black Duck area, and on towards Kelleher as we go through the next little bit of time. So that's one cell. Then we got the Nadawash cell out here with hail probability of about 70-60% probability of severe hail. 1 to 1.5 inch diameter hail is heading into the Bagley area right now. Here's the leading edge of that. It's got a backward C shape. We also have this backward C shape, meaning gusty winds. That's called a bow echo. And that's this storm has capability of some wind gusts that'll be very strong. And this thunderstorm cluster moving towards Clearbrook has the same thing. So both southern and northern Clearwater County have a couple of different thunderstorm areas making its way into your area. This area near Nadawash has some big time hail making its way into your area right now. 1 or greater inch diameter hail possible from the cell as it works its way to the north and east and toward the Highway 92 corridor out there. And let's go ahead and analyze that for some rotation just to be on top of things here because we are in a rotating environment. Here we do have, well, let me take a closer look at that and see if there is some gate. Yeah, there's 1 or 2 pixels of gate to gate shear right here. Red away, green towards, near Nadawash and point south. So the storm that's moving south of Nadawash, it does not mean that a tornado's on the ground. It does mean there's some rotation found. This is very high up above the thunderstorm cloud. So it does not mean that we're actually seeing anything on the ground that we can confirm with that. But way up high, how high is this rotation? It's 7,200 feet above the ground, over a mile above the ground, because it's getting pretty far away from the Mayville radar site. So up above the ground in the cloud, we've got a rotating thunderstorm here. There is some spin and shear in this counterclockwise fashion that's going to be moving into and near Nadawash soon. I'd seek shelter in that interior room. The new warning takes over. This one will be canceled here as the storm exits the warned area, but you and Nadawash are still in that thunderstorm. Waubun, that warning is gone. It's out of your area. It's out of White Earth, and that storm is moving off to the east, but still impacting these areas of the county here. Now that warning will take over, and that's the southern part of the storm moving into southern Clearwater County. That particular cell, let's go ahead and analyze the cells here real quick and get the average movement. We'll analyze each cluster of this storm moving into Clearwater County and towards Bemidji. This one, and this one. So this cluster of storms moving into Nadawash here looks like it's moving northeast right now, and it's moving at a speed of about 43 miles per hour. This is the one with the rotating part of the storm and a hail core potential moving northeast at 43 miles per hour. There you go. That's 53. Okay, so this storm moving towards Bagley, 1036, Shevlin by 1044, Solway, 1049, and on towards Wilton and Bemidji as we approach the 11 o'clock hour. So that's what's moving out of Nadawash towards Bemidji, and that's why you have the thunderstorm warning out until that time frame. However, we do have some storms near Bemidji that are moving into the eastern reaches of Beltrami County as well. We'll clock those here in just one moment. Now, this storm moving into northern parts of Clearwater County is moving at a clip of about 47 miles per hour, pretty similar. So we'll go ahead and clock that puppy and give you an idea of when the leading edge of that storm is making its way through. There is some really prolonged or elongated shear along this area. So that's more looking like some outflow from the storm there than an individual isolated spot of spin. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the leading edge of this storm. Let me turn on, see if that doesn't make it crash here. 47 miles per hour. Well, that wasn't a very good pencil drawing, Hutch. Okay, so these are moving in the general direction of you folks in the lower Red Lake and Red Lake itself. Clearbrook, 1014, the storm will be there near you any moment. Leonard, it's going to be pushing in by 10:22. Then for Red Lake, a little bit later, about 10:44. If you are on the shores, camping, on the camper, in the RV or anything like that, now is a good time to get out of those things. And gusty straight line winds on the order of 60 miles per hour will be on their way. Now the Ponema area and points north, and as we go to the upper Red Lake, about 10:57 for your particular area. So that's what's going on there. Now let's clock this storm here and see how fast it's moving out of the Bemidji area, forming over Bemidji and points south, moving out. That's moving at 63, 52. Okay, so let's go with the average of 63 and 52. That would be about, let's go with 58 to 60. Leading edge of the hail core, exiting this part of Beltrami County near Bemidji. And here we go, Turtle River. It will be in your neck of the woods by 10:16, 10 strike 10:22, Black Duck 10:30. I know there's no warning here, but this storm is just forming and kind of increasing in intensity a little bit as it started over the Bemidji area. So you can expect this to move out of the warned area and push in towards Kelleher and Black Duck along the highway here as we go through the next little bit of time. So keep that in mind. Even though there's no warning in your area, you have an increasingly strong storm. Let's get down here into the area of the cities. Let me see if I can switch the radar over to the Twin Cities radar. And now what we're going to look at is the Osaka storm pushing into Long Prairie and Browerville here. And this storm cell here is working its way through. We've got a hail core that has moved through this area of West Union here. And let's take a look. This is West Union hail core, 1.5 inch diameter hail from that puppy as it made its way through. 1 inch diameter hail, or maybe a little better, severe hail probability on that part of the cell, about 30%. So there is that risk for some hail. The National Weather Service has the warning out for some clocked movement to the north and east at 49 miles per hour, 1 3/4 inch hail, 60 mile per hour wind from the cell. Look how big it is. So we got individual thunderstorm cells. There's multiple ones in here that we're tracking, not just one. So some of them are moving in different directions. This likely is the outflow, downflow part of the storm. It's moving in the general direction of Staples, Motley, and Brainerd, Pequot Lakes, and on towards Nisswa. That's where that's part of the storm is going. The hail core doesn't look as strong on that part of the cell, but down here by Long Prairie it is. Now, I don't believe that this storm is moving straight north. I do think it's moving northeast. Sometimes when we have a newly developing area of cellular development, that it's not moving in the same direction each scan, because it's growing, and that growth makes it looks like it's moving in a different direction. We're going to go from the core or center part of the storm. We're going to move it up here, not 65, but about 43 is what it said. And now we're going to look at Long Prairie by 10:24, Eagle Bend 10:28, and Clarissa by around 10:28. So those storms are continuing into lakes country out here as we get out into the Brainerd Lakes area here in the upcoming little bit of time. Staples Motley by around 10:50 or so is when the storms will be in your area. We have a couple of cells dancing around the Wilmer area, a couple cells dancing around the lake shore out here on Lake Superior near Duluth and out towards Ashland as we get again out toward the Great Lakes and Apostle Islands. The I-90 corridor rather is seeing some strong but not severe thunderstorm cells there. So that is what we have going on at this particular juncture. You're watching Hutch's Weather. Here's a look. Now I'm going to go ahead and look at a couple of questions. I'm closing at the hanging hoping there's no hail damage on your car. You trying to get me to read something that's not real, or is that the real name of a facility in Grand Forks, Johnny B? I don't know what you're talking about there. What's Grand Forks looking like for the next few hours? You think you're dealing with the rookie here? The hanging. Let's see. How about Roseau County? Yeah, Roseau County, we do have some thunderstorms working their way up. It looks like we got more damage in Alexandria. Thunderstorm damage reported in Alexandria of trees down in Alexandria. That was at 9:55, so a little bit ago. Any new storm reports coming out? Let's turn this back up. Let's look at Roseau County. We got a lightning strike up there. We got a couple of thunder showers up in your area that are making their way through, and they're moving to the north and east. So this guy here is moving very fast out of Thief River Falls area heading north. Many of these are accelerating, and they're moving about 35 to 50 miles per hour depending on the individual cell. So these are going to race through, but you got 1, 2, 3 cells that'll be moving through Roseau, Badger, Greenbush, and the areas of western Roseau County. And up in the War Road area and the Big Lake, it looks like 1 or 2 cells. So Roseau County, nothing severe. There is a hail marker on this one that could be up to maybe nickel-sized, maybe 1-inch diameter hail. Howlock, if you folks out here, as we go in towards the Kennedy area, we had a pretty strong cell moving into Donaldson, by the way. This one has a hail marker on it. It could be some nickel-sized hail as well as it's pushing in. So a couple different thunderstorm cells. Lake Bronson, one's moving out of your area with some maybe nickel-sized hail west of you towards Lancaster and also up towards Donaldson. Thanks for asking. If you do have a question, I don't catch them all, but I'm trying my best. As we look at Lakota and Nelson County, we do have some 1-inch diameter hail starting to show. This storm has had a lot of lightning with it, and it looks to be pretty strong right now as it's moving off to the north and to the east at about 60 miles per hour. A lot of these cells out here in the Devil's Lake Basin are racing. In the Devil's Lake Basin, they're racing 60 miles per hour. Let's see how far racing we're going to get to at 60 miles per hour. That's going to put these bad boys up here to the north and to the east. Let's put it near the Lakota area by 10:31. This is a pretty skinny or narrow band of thunderstorm activity, but isolated places could get some hail out of it as it works its way through, and the hail could be up to about nickel, maybe up to 1 inch in diameter. Michigan, 10:38, Petersburg, 10:42, 10:52, Adams, and we'll see if it continues up in towards the Park River area as we go towards the 11 o'clock hour. But by and large, this is going to be moving and racing through Nelson County, the Highway 2 corridor now, and then it will push on into western parts of Walsh County in North Dakota. So that's what we have going on. Can-do, we're showing a little bit of a rotating thunderstorm marker as this moves into Rock Lake. That does not mean a tornado's on the ground. It is picking up some evidence of some supercell structure in there and some rotation in the thunderstorm. Notice it's a lot of rain as we go out towards Upham, Willow City, Tower, Rugby, all the way up into the Belcourt area and pushing in towards Roulette right now. As it works its way through. So if you're in Bisbee, you got a pretty good hail marker there. This was showing some rotation, so it'd behoove me to take a look in a tornado watch of what's going on. And here we have your rotating part of the storm. Motion away, Rock Lake, motion towards. This is some motion that we're watching, and it's moving into Rock Lake. So that's a rotating thunderstorm that's pushing its way in as we head into the area. It's going to be moving up towards Sarles and quickly up towards Manitoba as we go into the next little bit of time here. So let's get back to the regular radar data and let's go and continue on. Now, the forecast for tonight. These storms are going to continue off to the east. It doesn't look like Hutch is going to have too late of a night tonight because these are racing north and this northern flange and fringe is going to go out. These are moving a little bit more east here, so these could last for a little bit longer here as we continue into our evening. Severe thunderstorm warning now. A sliver remains of the cell that's moving its way along the I-94 corridor right here. And this one, well, let's get down on it here and see what we got. Alexandria, Long Prairie, southern parts of Todd County, seeing this with a hail core marker here of 1.5 inches. National Weather Service issued a severe thunderstorm warning for this one, and that's until, let's see, that report was at 10 o'clock. Here's your severe thunderstorm warning details. If you're south of Bertha, if you're out towards the Long Prairie area, 60 mile per hour winds and observed hail threat of 1 3/4 inch diameter hail as it moved not far from the Sauk Center area. So keep that in mind. Moving northeast, 49 miles per hour. So I'll get my big old melon out of the way here and we'll go ahead and track this one. 49 miles per hour. Hail core is long and extended, so I'm going to do my best to take the hail core part of the storm right here. Moving northeast. There you go. So if you're in Long Prairie, it's going to be there now. Clarissa, it won't be much too much longer for you. Browerville, 1029, it'll be near you. On to Randall and Motley in the about the 1050 time frame. Pillager out here, closer to the 11 time frame, and then as you get into the Brainerd Lakes area, Baxter and Brainerd, your area, and the East Gull Lake area as we go in towards 1110 to 1115 or so. for you. So that's what we have going on with that particular cell as well. Thanks for your questions. Let me head over and see my friends over on Facebook. First of all, thanks for watching. Send Sunshine for 200 joules. I like that. Tell me what these joules are. I don't know, but I like them. I see some popcorn there. That looks kind of fun. I like popcorn. I could sure use a bowl of ice cream to cool my old throat out. So maybe I'll have to take an ice cream break here in just a bit, but we're going to make sure that we're not having any tornado warnings, and we'll take a look at that. Okay, thunder and lightning visible from Roseau. We just covered that pretty well up there. Steve Houston, joules are like 1 cent, Hutch. Oh, well, thank you very much. I am new to what those joules and things are, but thank you very, very much for supporting Hutch's Weather, to each and every one of you who have done so. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, as we take a look, I see that I've got comments back here that I haven't done a good job of keeping up with. It's been very active and busy enough keeping up with all of these storms across the region. But what I do want to do is give some love to those of you who have shared some photos and uploaded with all of us. You've efforted to take a look at what's going on, and we're going to effort to give you some credit back here for your work tonight. Thank you so very, very much. No possible way I can get to all of them, but I'm going to get some heat lightning north of DL. Miranda, thank you very, very much for uploading your video here. Let's go ahead and see if I can click on the play button and see what it does. Oh, wow. You know what? That is just absolutely amazing show that you had there. This is the lightning that was moving through the white earth area, and there was the tornado with that storm. That's likely the one that you saw there. Wow, thank you, Miranda, for that. Look at this towering, powering storm system column out there. Please share. Puffy clouds, 8 p.m., Highway 13. This is Justin. Thank you so much, Justin T. I do appreciate that. Flat thunderstorm base, towering pancake hitting the top of the atmosphere, not quite flattening out, but it did on the other side there. So this was likely a developing storm that at this particular juncture. So thank you very much, Justin. I appreciate you very much. Another photo that was shared here, distant thunderstorm clouds trying to rise. Notice how shallow these ones are here. This photo could be some development caused by an outflow of a thunderstorm, and it just kind of rolls along, called a roll cloud. This is more in the Justin area near the Cullum area in North Dakota. Thank you so very much. What a beautiful scene that you have there. Now we got some mean looking clouds here. This is just east of Argyle. Matt, thank you so very much for taking the time to not only take this, okay, at night we start looking for the lightning, and we start looking for the low-hanging fruit on these storms here, and we start looking for wall cloud. There's a lowering of that storm way off in the distance back there. There is a roll cloud that's rolling on toward the surface. Beautiful shot there, Matt. Thank you very, very, very much for uploading your video clips to Hutch's Weather, and encourage your friends to head over and check it out. We got this bird saying, yep, I'm out of here. That storm looks mean. This is another one from Justin in Cullum. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Now this is I-94 between Rothsay and Barnesville. Look at this amazing shot. The sky is on fire out there. So at night we call this heat lightning. I've seen arguments people make that says there's no such thing as heat lightning. Well, you know what? That's a term that's been around for an awful long time. Lightning is lightning. Lightning is a static discharge in the cloud. And when it's inside the cloud or cloud to cloud, it lights up the cloud at night. We can see it. That lightning and heat lightning or cloud to cloud lightning happens during the daylight hours too. We just don't see it all the time. Oh no, we've got a tree on the ground out here, a lot of branches around Winger, Minnesota. Ruben, thank you very much. That looks like some work to do. Is that a big pine? It sure looks like. Oh, it's snapped halfway up too. So big time winds in Winger, big time winds in Winger out there. Ruben, thank you very, very much for taking the time to upload. We got tree damage in Winger. We got the storm past Crookston right now, and that's a look at that shot. That was at the 10 o'clock. Lauren, thank you, Lauren. Big time hail reported here. Look at that. That's some punchy oblong hail. Take a measuring tool and measure the longest diameter of that. It was sitting in the grass for 20 more minutes before you picked it up. Big, thick hail, South Moorhead, MSUM. And thank you, Rain, very, very much for sharing that with us. Unbelievable. That looks very similar to the stuff that came down on Hutch's place out here in South Moorhead. Clouds, bird, please share. Thanks, Justin. I appreciate that. Oh, I got a sideways one. Okay, you turn your head like Hutch here and you're going to see the thunderstorm cloud. I'll have to go in the software here. Adam, thank you so much. Fox Home looking east towards Fergus Falls for the storm that made its way in tonight at 9 o'clock into southern and western parts of Otter Tail County. Another beautiful, look at all these videos. Thank you. Gosh, look at this. Huge cumulonimbus cloud. There's the big towering anvil top at the top of it. And here is the inflow tail. And that storm there is where we got the inflow rising up and it's feeding hot, moist air into the storm, and there's even lightning in these little developing cumulus clouds in this tail of inflow into the storm. Unbelievable structure there. Thank you very much for sharing. Connor Fields, east of Reynolds, North Dakota. Thank you so very, very much. And it says, looking northeast towards Thief River Falls at the storm from east of Reynolds, North Dakota. Wow, that's amazing. What a shot, and what a huge storm that made its way through Red Lake and Pennington counties earlier tonight. Callaway, Julia sharing this 2 miles west of the Callaway area. Hold on here. Okay, just checking I'm not missing anything here. So let's keep on the stroll through your awesome uploads. Callaway, Julia, thank you very much. Ominous gray skies working their way through the region. And there's a lonely tree out there, if you can believe it or not. Now, as we take a look here, we got a dangling participle out of this one. What is that, Hutch? Okay, let's take a look at this. Tail on a cloud. Good call, Julia. This is 2 miles west of Callaway. So what I want to point out here is that we got some what looks like some mean looking clouds up over the top, but this looks like, see how this looks like it's detached from the parent thunderstorm above? This is a roll cloud. Roll clouds are caused by the burp of wind pushing out of a thunderstorm, a gust front, if you will. And it's that cold, dense air pushing out that causes warm air to rise. So this is the warm air rising over the top of that cold push of air. And yes, we can get ugly tails out of there, but because it's not attached to the parent thunderstorm, not a funnel cloud likely, and not a tornado. There could be some spinning, rolling clouds in there. This is called a roll cloud because it's detached from the parent thunderstorm. It looks an awful lot like a shelf cloud, but that is a roll cloud. Here is a thunderstorm cloud with a flat base trying to grow up into a big boy out here, and it's doing real good. It's got an updraft base. This is where the radar hits a cloud like this. Okay, and the radar beam goes in it and shows hailstones forming and maybe some big raindrops forming. It says rain. Look at that. Ain't no rain falling out of that right now. So building thunder clouds like that can produce some echoes on the radar, and when it moves over your town, you're like, Hutch, your radar says it's raining here. Well, you're under this bad boy. Yes, it's dark. The radar's seeing what's up in the cloud. Oh, thank you so much, Sky. That's in Ada. What a great shot out there from Monday, June 29th at 8 p.m. Thank you so very much. Look at this, more clouds. Fertile. Thank you, Bo. I appreciate it very much from the Bo boys out there. I appreciate it. Whoa, look at that. A lot of clouds all over, maybe even flash of lightning that you caught somehow. That is amazing. Thank you very much. Now we look at more dark clouds here. Now, if this is attached to the parent thunderstorm, looks like it could be, but sometimes we get some fooled by what's going on here. But if that's attached to the parent town, that is a shelf cloud. So that is a supercell thunderstorm, shelf cloud there east of Mahnomen Airport. If it was east of Mahnomen, that's the one we just looked at that was making its way into and around that Nadawash area. Again, pretty nasty looking storm there in the making. And thank you very, very much for uploading your photo. I can hear more coming in right now. We got hail compared to, what is that? Is that an earbuds case? There we go. AirPods for comparison. Thank you very much. Big time hail south Moorhead. Joey D, thank you very much. I got to tell you what, that hit and see. When I picked these up, I saw hail balls like this. They were conglomerations of small hailstones that got glued together. I mean, you think somebody's up there in the cloud gluing a hailstone together? It's just amazing. We get some soft, lumpy balls up there and they kind of bounce into each other and stick, and then they hit the freezing layer of the cloud and things get a little wacky with our hail balls. They look a little different. So let me see what's coming in here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything. New thunderstorm warning has been extended. Oh, event canceled, tornado watch. Event extended, tornado watch. I'll get to that in a moment. Tornado watch likely extended for northwestern parts of Minnesota is my guesstimate. That's where the tornado threat will continue. Parts of the Southern Valley have probably seen it removed as the storms are exiting our area. Thanks again to all of you. And Joey, thanks for your comparison. Oh no! What's going on here? Okay, this is what happens when you have something that gets scooped up by the straight line winds. It flew about 75 yards wind damage today. This is from south of McIntosh. 3 by 3 miles. Jen, thank you very much. So that truck topper there got picked up. It looks like there's something sticking into it. Is that a tree branch? I can't see, but that's what it sure looks like to me. Ouch, that don't look like fun. And that's what I mean about battening down the hatches. You can't do anything about it. Oh, golly, we got us a low-hanging fruit on this storm. Video from our back deck of what we think could be a rotating section of a tornado-warned storm. 847 just north of Hawley. That's a storm that moved through the Sabin area where the hailstones hit Hutch in the head. Then it moved to Sabin and it became a tornado warned storm right there. We were seeing the rotation on it and boom, a tornado warning was issued. Let's watch. Amazing shot. Okay, yep, beautiful structure. There even looks like there could be a funnel maybe on the bottom side of it. But at any rate, what you want to do is watch this wall cloud for rotation. The front clouds here are moving this way. You can actually see something wrapping around the backside. You see this moving this way, the stuff moving around the backside. That is a rotating wall cloud and wouldn't have been much for that to put down a tornado. So that was a tornado warned storm that was making its way through just north of Hawley, Minnesota. Golly, that's an amazing video. Thank you so very, very much, Jill, for uploading your video right there. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm glad it didn't touch down. There's the edge of a cumulonimbus tower, a thunderstorm anvil cloud. Beautiful shot, Lee, north of Thompson. As you're seeing the edge of one, what a perspective you had from that view. Choppy waters, walleye chop, getting more humid in Pelican. Chase, thank you very much for your shot. Oh, it's not a shot, it's a video. So let's play what we got. Ooh, okay, we got some wild looking clouds moving into the area on the dock out here. You're looking at another thunderstorm cell on the other side out there. And you're getting in the boat and saying, you know, it's time to get off the water. Good call on that because Mother Nature was a little hairy today. Oh my goodness. I wonder how wide that was, Joey. Is that one that you put by the earbuds down there? That really does look pretty large out there. Thank you for sharing your photo. Again, though, we got the good and the bad here. A low-hanging cloud out there. That looks like it's funnel-shaped or any whatnot. We do have a wall cloud here, a lowering of the flat thunderstorm cloud base, and a rainbow all in one shot from Horace. Looking at the edge of the storm out there, that was at 8 o'clock. Absolutely stunning view there. Thanks so very, very much. This guy out here looks like we're having the thumbs up and time of a lifetime. Do you see this thunderstorm cell behind? We must be chasing. We're getting it done, Jackson. Thank you very much from Ada. Awesome to see you out there. And I'm going to give you a thumbs up for being a weather enthusiast, it looks like. How awesome is that? You should sign up to be a weather kid, Jackson. Okay, big time thunderstorm cloud. Attached to it is a lowering base called a wall cloud, taken from West Fargo when all the sirens were going off this evening. This is from Eleonora. Thank you, Eleonora, for this about 8 p.m. Can't see behind that roof, but you can tell how low that was to the ground. That was extremely scary as that was moving through. And if you're looking from West Fargo, and this was the one that was moving through South Fargo and into Moorhead at the time, that's the one that dropped the hail balls on Hutch's head out there and became the tornado warned storm. That's amazing looking structure there. Wow. Unbelievable. Here we have Horace, North Dakota. This was taken. We got the full rainbow out there. So get your shovel. Well, maybe not quite full, but pretty doggone close to it. Grab your shovel, head to the end of the rainbow and see if you can find you your pot of gold. I'll bet it'll be good. Hutch Johnson reporting here. Now, as we take a look, we got the pancake in Castleton. I think we saw that. Elena, thank you very much. The trampoline's still intact, it looks like. And that's a good thing because that thunderstorm didn't blow your neighborhood around it too much there. Bagley, Minnesota, in the backyard, big time trees and dark skies out there. And another view of a thunderstorm cloud leaning over and bowing to the winds of the upper atmosphere, flattening out as it reaches up in toward the stratosphere. Storm east of Grand Forks. as viewed from Northwood, east of Grand Forks, viewed from Northwood. Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate that, Jody. What a great shot. Northeast of Leonard, North Dakota. Look at the color, crepuscular rays coming out of the sky. We do have some awesome looking colors bouncing off the back of the clouds. Thanks, northeast of Leonard by Breezy. Thanks, Breezy. All right, this looks no fun. This is a video of the hailstorm from the window, 16th Avenue and 20th Street in South Moorhead. Okay, so South Moorhead, Trenton, thank you very much. This is what I was running out to grab out there, hitting the rock pile out there. Those cars are not having fun. There was close to 2-inch diameter hail popping its way in and around the Fargo Moorhead area here as that happened. Unbelievable. Thank you for doing that. That looks like a pretty cool spot to look at stuff and not get whacked in the skull like Hutch did by hailstones. Now, wind is picking up. Pelican Lake, Chase again, thank you very much for this bird's eye view around the storm as it's working its way through. That looks like a similar one to what we saw earlier, and I appreciate you. Northeast of Leonard, Breezy, this looks like a video clip out there. Now we're getting the perspective. Oh yeah, look at the tower off in the distance. One thing that's fun to do is take a video or a picture like that where you're looking at a thunderstorm tower in the distance and then jump on Hutch's weather app, go look at the radar and see how many miles away it is from you. Because sometimes you can see for miles and miles. Look at these rays coming in through the clouds out there, the clouds casting their shadows, watching the system start to move in there west of Holly. Laura, thank you. What a spectacular photo there. And I'm just going to make sure I'm not missing anything. There's Bismarck. There's Duluth. Okay. All right. So again, thank you so very, very much. I literally have dozens and dozens of photos, and thank you also very much. Look how straight up this tower grew. So this is the explosive rising air that a thunderstorm can have, growing from near the surface to 55,000 feet tonight. We saw storms rolling out. Grand Forks, Jonathan Woods, thank you very, very much for that. That was about 9 p.m. What a spectacular show of the power of the updraft, if you will, from a thunderstorm. Here's a 2-inch diameter hail. So this is a 2-inch diameter hail in South Moorhead. Scott, thank you very much. So that would be worthwhile sharing with the National Weather Service that we did get up to 2-inch diameter hail in South Moorhead. Thank you so much for your report. Let's see, we've got North Moorhead panoramic picture taken. This was 10 miles north of Moorhead. And the Ada Twin Valley cell that was working its way north of town. Another video, this one west of Holly. Laura, thank you very much for your submission here. Let me put the clicker on this and we'll play it out here. And you can see the clouds. We're looking into them, looking for motion. And a train spotter is going to look for that wall cloud and the low cloud, and we're going to start watching and seeing if we're seeing any rotation. It takes a trained eye, and it takes a good. This cloud is changing very rapidly as it moves over, and there is a neat little lowering out there. And again, a lot of these storms were in that environment, Rich, tonight in the chance for some spin. Here's another look. Such fast, volatile clouds west of Holly. Laura, again, thank you very much for your submission. This is a clip of the fast cloud changes going on over the Holly area as they move through. And indeed, you can just see what looks like this is lowering, right? So that is changing even as you speak. So awesome videos out there. Thanks for keeping your eyes on the skies. And that gets us through, so many of these pictures. Check out some of these. Bagley, Minnesota. Thank you for your photo. Trees. This is another one. More hailstones in here. Ping pongs in South Moorhead. John, thank you very, very much. Here's a look at that tower from Grand Forks. Storms rolling in. Jonathan, thank you for your photo. We're looking at Pelican Rapids and Matthew out there with that one. And look at these hailstones here. That's shared. This is in and around the South Moorhead hail and tornado warnings out there. Tracy, thank you so very, very much. Look at those hailstones out there. Sometimes I like to put the hailstones in there and go back and put them in the freezer and go back and look at them later. This is facing northeast. That storm blew up in Hubbard County around 8:30. So let's go ahead and take a look at that video here. Oh, wow, look at that, a nice time lapse. Look at how fast things are moving on that. Amazing. That's really cool. Thank you for sharing that, Andrea. I appreciate it. Very cool. So thank you very, very much out in the Hubbard area. And I know an Andrea Larson. I hope you're doing well, Andrea. Thank you for submitting your photo. Now let's take a look. There's another video, this one uploaded here. Oh my goodness, this is Buxton. Cam, thank you very, very much. Massive wall cloud, definitely a lowering. There is a shelf as well, and then there's the lowering down over here. Let's take a look at what we got going on here. So yeah, as you're taking a look at this, that's a shelf working its way. It is attached to the parent thunderstorm. Looks like a massive lowering, but what's going on is in that outflow, it's kind of scooping under the cloud and it's making a new cloud that's attached to the parent storm. That is massive. You're right. That is very cool. And actually at the beginning here, let me put this on and I'll hit the pause button right in here. What you're looking for as you're scanning the skies here is some lowering clouds. There's some scud on the backside, but again, ominous looking clouds over the skies of our area as we went through the day today. Fergus Falls, Kai, thank you very much. Tail end of the clouds. I think we may have seen this together earlier. Yeah, as you're looking up, ominous twisting going on there. Let's see if we scroll through more hailstones that we got here at Fergus Falls. I know that there were some reports of some spin going on there. This is Kai again. Thank you very, very much for that. Then more hailstones out here, and I know we saw some of these earlier. Amber, thank you very much. Some big balls of ice indeed. I sure appreciate it. Thank you for submitting your photos. Oofta, yuck. And look at this. This is something kind of cool, but I don't recommend you do this unless you're super duper careful. But if you cut a hailstone in half, you can actually see rings almost like a tree. And what that can tell us, if a hailstone goes up and the updraft is pushing it up and it's going through raindrops and water, cloud drops are freezing to it instantly. If they're super cooled and it grows, and then it falls down through into a warmer part of the cloud and the hail starts melting and you get a clear layer of ice that slowly freezes as it goes back up. A hailstone can go up and down like a ping pong ball up in the cloud. And that's how they can get to be so large, because they're making multiple round trips. I know I saw and shared this photo just a little bit ago. What a beauty out there, Cheryl. Thank you very, very much for that. Let's see if we can get back down here. Big time 2-inch hailstone reported in South Moorhead here. Looking at what looks like South Fargo looking east from a huge high location. Amazing shot taken with a Mavic 3 over South Fargo looking towards Sabin. That was a tornado warned storm as it worked its way in toward the Sabin area, and the hail fallen, and look at all the wet roads out there. Amazing shot. Thank you very much. What a cool perspective with the drone. Another hail shot here from Jordan and Moorhead. Again, we'll just scroll through these. Look at all these ominous pictures of clouds. Let's take a look at this one here. Dark skies here, updraft part of the storm, no rain, big time. See the bright whiteness of this? This is likely a hail core falling out. Distant photo of the tornadic storm from the road, border of Dilworth and Moorhead. Isabel Anderson. So big time hail core popping down out of that cloud over there, because when you see it that white, that often is an indicative that we got some hail blended in with the rain as it's making its way down. And you can particularly see that if you get that backlit sun behind it. Look at these bad boys. We're going to check this out, Crookston. That is a funnel. That sure looks like one here. This is some scud clouds on the side that the rising updraft is turning. These the air condenses the moisture in it. Boom, we get a cloud forming, and that sure does look like a funnel cloud out there. Did go back right back up. Says is it Lacia Hansen? Thank you, Lacia. I do appreciate that. But that's what that looks like. Funnel cloud, big, Erie, North Dakota, Erie looking storm looking northwest, I'm sorry. Kelly, thank you very much for submitting your photo. Tree down. Then we have some really super duper low clouds off in the distance, 850, looking in the direction northeast of Moorhead. According to Brandon, a tornado touched down in that direction. Moorhead, North Dakota, looking northeast. Miguel, Thank you very much. Again, we're seeing this downdraft part of the storm right here, and we're seeing that white color there, likely a part of the hail core. And sometimes these storms get rain wrapped, and I'm thinking these are clouds that are developing in the sky up in the distance, and that is not a funnel cloud there. But sometimes Hutch's eyes, after covering weather since last night, can get a little tired. Wow. Just wow. Erie, North Dakota. Kelly, thank you very much. Again, so many photos, so little time. I don't know what this is. Looks like some hail. Oh, yeah. We got hail in the sink next to quarters there. Big time hail. So if you take the quarter, move it over 1, 2, definitely some 2-inch sized hail out there in South Moorhead. Thank you, Carissa. Looking pretty big. I got to tell you what, that's some big hail. Taking Bellesley Boulevard out there, 10th Street South, roughly 8:30 p.m. Hail had been sitting and melting for a good 5 minutes. Largest ball, 2 inches. That's an awesome report. Thank you very much. Is it Joel? Thank you, Joel, for sharing your hail report. Oh my goodness, look at that. 17th Street in South Moorhead. Derek, wow. And even some grass in there. That's a big old ball of hail out there. I would love to know what the diameter of the large size of that was. Southwest of Azul, Hornbachers. Azul, yeah, very good. Hornbachers in Moorhead, all kinds of hail balls out there. Kids out helping after the storm, find the biggest ones. That's the way to do it. Thank you all, Matt Oy. Appreciate it so very, very much. Check this out, busy house. Moorhead, hail in Moorhead, indeed. That is a big hailstone there. Big time storm here. Ashley captured this east of the Park River area, 8:47. And now we change the page and go to the next page. You won't believe it. We'll go through this page fairly quickly, but look, big time hail balls, all of these out here. Look at this one. This is a big time wall cloud out here. This is off to the west edge of town, looking east from West Fargo. So the west edge of West Fargo, looking east, is the storm that was dumping the hail on Hutch's melon out there as it made its way through. Looking at the radar, I better get at it. We got a tornado warning again. This is the Little Falls area, and this is what's going on right now. So we'll go ahead and take a look at this. Here in Little Falls, this storm is showing rotation, moving its way to the north and to the east right now. This is a tornado warned storm for this area until 11:15, so for the next almost 30 minutes here, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So we're going to switch over to the radar. That one I'm using is too far away. Let's try to get to the Minneapolis radar here. We might get a closer look at this cell. Now we'll take, yeah, it's got some, I think they're changing scan types here because it's looking a little muddled, but we're going to look at the velocity signature on this and see where the rotating part of the storm is. Pretty bright rotation up here heading in toward the Pillager area. That's motion towards and then motion away, and that's really bright motion towards the radar. So again, that's pretty noisy radar scan right there, and I don't trust it. Let's go up an elevation angle, see if it's less noisy. No. We'll have to wait for the next scan sequence likely to get rid of that noise, but I can also look at this same storm from Duluth. That'll be fairly close and about the same distance away. This is moving in the general direction of Brainerd and the Fort Ripley area right now. This storm has a couplet on it that's making its way through the region. This is motion towards the radar, and then that pink stuff, let's take a look at that as well, is outgoing wind. Look how strong it is. There it is. The tornado warning till 11:15, 55 mile per hour. It's a radar indicated tornado. This storm is moving right towards Fort Ripley in the area of the Brainerd Lakes area right now. There is your rotation. It's pretty gosh darn tight spin in that area of Fort Ripley at this time, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour. We'll see if the Weather Service continues this warning, but this must be something that came up and was displayed a little bit ago right as I was going towards my discussion of photos. So again, this radar from Minneapolis showing this spin right here and on this side of the storm as well. So right now, this is the rotating part of the storm. Here we got motion towards, motion away, and that is where it's located on that particular radar. and we do have it moving in the general direction of Fort Ripley. So both radars are showing subtly different locations here with regards to the shear in that particular storm. Dangerous storm moving in towards Fort Ripley and Pillager and Brainerd Lakes area right now, and Brainerd, and the tornado warning does continue. We've just amended it and added it on. Fort Ripley, here is a look at the tornado warning, and the tornado warned rotation is right in this area moving in towards Brainerd. If you're in Brainerd, seek shelter in that interior room, stay away from windows. Moving northeast at 38 miles per hour is the tornado in this storm. So let me go ahead and plot that out with the rotating part of the storm and time it for you. It will not be all that long, 35 miles per hour. It's near Pillager right now, near Fort Ripley, and it's heading in the general direction of Brainerd at 39 miles per hour. Fort Ripley, 10:55, Baxter, 11:04, 11:11 for Brainerd, and Riverton by 11:26. Tromald by the time we get to 11:29. Ironton, Crosby at 11:39 as we head into the toward midnight hours. So we'll keep you posted on whether it makes it all the way out toward the Aiken area here, but that is a dangerous storm system with a Doppler indicated rotation right now. Let's go ahead and take a look at the big picture on our region and see what we got going on elsewhere. Severe thunderstorm warnings north of Devil's Lake, Roseau County as well. So while I was showing pictures, we had some increase in intensity of a few of these thunderstorm cells here as well. If you are in Langdon to Walhalla, this line of storms pushing its way towards you is moving off to the east-northeast, kind of like this. Now, as we take a look, we do have a very strong amount of lightning coming out of this storm in northwestern parts of Grand Forks County right now, and that one is likely increasing in intensity. Most of the thunderstorm warned area here in Hallock and Kitson County, for you in Roseau County, has moved north and has exited the area. So those strong to severe thunderstorms are now exiting. Those were really ripping fast at about 55 miles per hour. It's not like I was showing pictures for an hour. Grand Forks, northern Polk County here, Fisher, all the way up in towards that Argyle area, Stephen. We're seeing these storms here making their way up in towards the Warren area too, exiting Alvarado, working their way through the region right now. So that's what we have going on. This storm's here in northern and western parts of your folks in the Grand Forks County area south of Fordville. Looking to be pretty strong, like it's a lot of lightning, and now we got some hail starting on the southern flank of that, heading in the general direction of Gilby rather. And let me go ahead and put this into motion so you can see. So that is moving north and east towards Gilby, towards Grafton, towards Fordville with this hail core right here. These storms are exiting up to the north and east, moving through the Munich area and Langdon. Still very, very strong storms, and the main threat from these storms as we look at the warning is going to be 70 mile per hour winds, and it's observed. So those storms burped out some gusty winds, and we have this very long thunderstorm warning that does include you folks in Langdon, you folks up in Walhalla, you folks out in the, I think, Sarles area here, also seeing it towards Calvin, Munich. Gusty straight line winds, observed 70 mile per hour winds from this cluster of thunderstorms moving northeast. Not everybody is going to get the 70 mile per hour winds, but it is a certain possibility with them. So keep that in mind. Now let's take a look at what's going on with the storms up here in Roseau County. Those are exiting north into Manitoba right now and moving north. They're moving at a very fast clip. We're talking about 45 to 55 miles per hour as they surge their way to the north. I will pause the looping of the radar data here momentarily, load up the cell data so we can see how fast they're moving, and I'll give you a more accurate assessment of that for our viewers up there in parts of southern Manitoba, south and east of Winnipeg. So these cells are moving and racing in the general direction of a north-northeasterly direction at 50 miles per hour, 76 miles per hour. What? 61 miles per hour. It can't make up their mind. 70 miles per hour. Okay, so these are racing. They are racing north. So that's what's going on with them. Now, the other thing is these are a long ways away from the Mayville radar. So it's taking estimates of the motion in the cloud from the mid-levels of the cloud, which can make it be a little bit stronger than what's going on at the ground. So I think maybe 50 to 60 mile per hour is a good estimate for those as they move their way north into parts of southern Manitoba. So thanks everybody for being a part of Hutch's Weather. We continue to broadcast here. I do see here that we got a lot of questions that have come in. Well, we might get more stuff. A line is developing by Warren and Grafton. So now we got a new thunderstorm warning for the storm I was just assessing here, moving in towards Grafton right now. Let's go ahead and get you caught up on that. Yeah, you might get more stuff. Indeed, you are absolutely accurate on that assessment. Giving you the gold star here. That's a good assessment. Damage threat considerable. 1 3/4 inch diameter hail from this cell. Look at that. Maybe 60-mile-per-hour gusts as well. That's a serious damaging thunderstorm hail core right there. That's right over the Inkster area right now. Moving through the Gilby area and points north towards Minto. This hail core is moving at a very fast clip. If you look, it's moving off to the northeast. It's moving at 60 miles per hour. So Minto, Grafton, the I-29 corridor will be seeing that storm as it pushes its way through. So in and around the Inkster area, big time hail core. Let's go ahead and time that out for you folks. Moving out of northern parts of Grand Forks County into eastern Walsh County. And it's moving fast, over 60 miles per hour. Peasic by 11:03, Gilby 11:04, Forest River 11:08. 11:14 for Minto, Grafton, and Drayton by between 11:15 and 11:30, and on towards Stephen and Kennedy as we get out towards about 11:40, and we'll reassess a little bit later. Now, I do want to take a moment to peek at the velocity data with these storms. There is no more tornado watch in and around North Dakota. That was dropped, and we'll get back to those other watch changes going on there. And we don't see any shear. Wait a minute. This radar beam might be, there it goes. Okay. So yeah, the radar beam is catching up to me here, but yeah, there is not shear showing up in this particular storm here, just big time hail potential with it as it works its way through. Hey, Ashley, good to have you on from Little Falls. What about the Ripley right now? Yep, let's go back to the tornado warned storm right now. If you're in the Brainerd area and Ripley, we do have a tornado warned storm. I'm going to get to a different radar here and let you know that in the Brainerd Lakes area, let's go to Duluth. I like that radar a little bit better. It's pretty far away from any radar site, but we'll get the closest one we can here and get the best reading on it that we can. Yes, you can see with me that this is the way the beam goes. So this is one gate here in this green cell, and then next to it's red. Green is towards, red is away. The green is towards, red is away. So we have an area here of, if this is away from Duluth and this is towards, this is clockwise circulation moving over Ripley. In Brainerd here, you got some areas where we have some counterclockwise circulation, and over here we have counterclockwise circulation. So there is the possibility of the tornado being right on this south edge of the warned area with the rotation right here. So keep in mind, Camp Ripley area and moving up the 371 corridor into the southwest part of the Brainerd area is where we're seeing that rotation. We're going to confirm this, or try to confirm it, with another look at a radar from the Minneapolis area here and see if it shows the rotation in the same spot. I put my cursor there to mark it, waiting for the data to come in and see if it's thinking or if it's going to say, well, I don't want to work. We won't see anything from Aberdeen, but I think I just need to load up another radar site and then try this one again. There it is. Okay, so for whatever reason, my radar is acting a little bit goofy, but here is a look. We do have Fort Ripley motion towards Minneapolis right here and motion away. Again, that's more of a clockwise signature, which confirms what we were seeing on the other one. There is a counterclockwise signature right here, which would be tornadic. This is the area of concern right here in and around Fort Ripley, and it's moving off to the north and east on the south side of the Brainerd area. So Fort Ripley, this tornado warned storm continues, and the rotation is not far from you. This is the area of spin right here, working its way out towards Highway 18. So if you are in Brainerd Lakes area, a tornado warning for Brainerd proper is still in effect. It looks like the south side of the storm here is the one where we have the rotation. I will go ahead and time and clock this entire area of shear right here, moving off to the north and to the east. And we'll put it up this way. Again, Baxter 1107, so very shortly. We're looking at Brainerd at 11:15, Riverton 11:30, Ironton 11:35, and Trumbull by about 11:36 with Crosby as well in that time frame. So that is what's going on with that storm. You should be seeking shelter. Make sure you're getting out of things like mobile homes, campers. Of course, you got a lot of lakes up here, right? If you're in Nisswa, you are in the thunderstorm warning part of this. Is there spin or shear in that? Yeah, but it's really long, oblong shear on the inflow side of the storm. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But this is the area of concern that has been there, showing that shear marker for quite some time. Now, I'm certain that we do have some areas up here that are getting Sir lags a lot. I'm in Brainerd now. How much trouble am I in? Well, the Brainerd Lakes area is seeing a rotating storm. It's going to be really close, particularly on the south side of town. This is where the main shear marker is with this particular storm as it's moving to the north and to the east. So definitely making its way through. If you're in Brainerd and Baxter, you should be in your tornado safe place, the lowest floor in the interior room away from windows. Okay. And again, if you happen to be out at any lake here, Long Lake, Gull Lake, or if you're up even up a little bit north of the warned area, not a bad idea to get out of mobile homes, manufactured homes, and into something more sturdy as this moves its way off towards the Crosby area. Again, this is the area of concern right here on this inflow side of the storm. We do have that rotation showing up there again, but this entire area under a tornado warning right now. And this area here is the area I'm concerned about being the spin. The hard part with reading this, and to be flat out honest with you, is we're so far away from radar sites here. We're looking at spin in the mid-levels of the cloud. So let's go ahead and take just a moment and take a look at the Minnesota DOT sites here and see if we can get any help in the Brainerd Lakes area with a look at a cam of some sort that's in the path of this storm, preferably from the south side. I know Hutch is being picky here. Pardon my wandering eyeballs here. So here's our tornado warned storm that's moving towards Brainerd. Let's see what we got here. Okay, getting a little difficult to see as is obviously the case, but definitely if we're down towards the Fort Ripley area here, still don't see a ton of cameras. Here's one from the south side, but I don't know if we're going to be able to see anything with all the trees out there. So no, I'm not going to be able to get any ground truth out there. I think it's just very wise in this entire area, Fort Ripley on up towards Brainerd, Baxter. If you're in that area, please seek shelter, get to an interior room. A basement is best. Get out of campers, mobile homes, manufactured homes, Baxter, Brainerd. If you're out towards Pillager, though, the storm is going to be out on the other side of you and moving off to the east. So there is an area where we're not as concerned for that rotation or shear. A little bit of shear moving in on the Gull Lake side of the storm as well. So please, if you are in this area, seek shelter in that interior room of the lowest floor possible as this one moves by. The warning is in effect for quite a bit of time yet, so please make sure that warning in effect until 11:30, that you just head into your safe space and stay there and wait it out. That's heading off in the general direction of Riverton as well. So please heed that warning. Big time hail potential from that storm as well. Here's a look at the hail tracker, and we'll take a look at the core of hail with that storm. Okay, so the hail marker is not working on this particular radar. I'm going to sneak up to Duluth and see if we can have more good or luck with that. There it is. So the hail part of the storm is moving into the Brainerd-Baxter area. This is likely where we have the strongest updraft too. So we saw that shear right here. It's leaning into this storm. The updraft is strong. It's creating hail. That hail could be falling out, making its way into Baxter right now, heading up towards East Gull Lake and the Brainerd area. So this north side is the hail core. The rotating part is right here, making its way through the Ripley area and heading up to the north and to the east right now. So again, heed the warnings. Big time hail is going to be a possibility. The latest indication, though, is a little over 1 inch in diameter. Maybe there has been a collapsing of some of the hail core with that cell. That would be good news there. So hail, tornado, gusty straight line winds, all of it possible in and around the Brainerd Lakes area. As we are seeing right now. Now, as we take a look at the hail core sizes, we do see some hail dancing about in and around the Red Lakes area here north of Bemidji. In fact, a little hail core near Bemidji here on the latest scan. So if you're in Bemidji, we do have a chance for some hail. This hail marker here showing a hail report that happened at about 10:05, so an hour ago, 1-inch diameter hail. Some of these hail core markers are not huge. North of Keller, as we go into the landmass in between the upper and lower Red Lakes, we're seeing a little hail on the Red Lake area itself. So this cluster of storms capable of up to 1-inch diameter hail, but gusty straight line winds, likely in excess of 60 miles for some. Moving off to the northeast at 75 miles per hour. I'm all for this storm moving and getting out of here as fast as it can. 75 mile per hour is fine with me. Because it'd be nice to see things wrap up here for all of us. This hail core here is moving on to the Walsh Grand Forks County line. That hail core there has an estimated size for you folks in and around that area, 1.5 inches in diameter. North of Gilby, heading in towards Minto, moving northeast at a very healthy clip. I believe it was close to 60 miles per hour, but we will double check what it says on the radar sheet here. So the Weather Service says moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. So that's the hail core part of that storm. And again, we do have some very strong thunderstorm cells. Wind, the main threat on this Langdon area storm, not necessarily the hail core. I'm going to get my wind burp technology out, the gust estimator, and see that the wind is also co-located with the hail potential there. This brighter orange is what we're looking at. Though we're looking at 60 mile per hour winds. This one does have and did have a measured 70 mile per hour wind gust with it. Right now we're seeing about 60 mile per hour wind gusts along that leading edge. Outside and Belcourt too, you're getting strong winds upwards of 50 mile per hour potential in your area. Still 50 to 60 mile per hour gust potential right at the international border near Sarles, Tahana, and Wales as it's making its way off to the east-northeast. So that's what's blowing through there. The wind gusts associated with the hail core here pushing now into the Walsh County area is around 60 miles per hour. And now we have some gust potential from this. Again, now you're looking at the Crookston area, Fisher area, and north towards the Warren area, another storm where we could have some 60 mile per hour gust potential from those storms. So gusty winds. And if you want to think about it, if these storms are moving at 60 miles per hour, it's moving along at 60 and it decides to drop out some hail, which causes wind. We're going to add 60 miles to whatever per hour to whatever wind it's dropping out. So that does give us credence to the fact that we could be seeing some very strong winds. We do now have an extension of our warning in the gust area out here in the areas of the you folks out here in the Beltrami County area, heading in towards you folks in Koochiching County, 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. These estimates can be a little bit skewed. We're looking pretty high up into the cloud level at these storms, but again, gusty straight line winds has been a common thing in and around the Beltrami County area for the last couple of years, and you're getting another chance tonight, and not a good chance, and I know you're not happy about it. Brainerd Lakes area, your gusty wind potential is upwards of 65, maybe 70 miles per hour in places with the storm that has rotation on it. Some of this lighter orange color here on Brainerd and the north side is where we have the greatest wind. That's where we saw the hail core moving through Brainerd and the north side. With on the south side of the hail core, that's going to be the spin moving out of the Fort Ripley area. So getting back to your view of the spin with this particular storm and shear with the storm, let's take a look at that. Okay, storm relative velocity, we're looking all the way from the Mayville radar in North Dakota, so that's an awful long ways away. Let me go back over here and measure this from the Duluth radar, if it'll let me. There we go. Okay, so what we're looking at is reds next to greens as we see it from gate to gate towards Duluth. And yeah, right here, let's see, we got the wind blowing its way towards the radar inbound, and this is outbound. 70 mile per hour, did you see that? So we do have some 75 mile per hour winds. It's awful noisy data in here, but that's 70 mile per hour winds incoming. This is incoming data here. Where's the outgoing stuff? Let me go in. Okay, so there's incoming. The red is the outgoing, and here's some outgoing stuff. Okay, that's all. So there is your shear area right in this area here. So we got motion towards the radar, motion away from the radar. It's very close to Brainerd on the south side of town and east side of town. So stay in your tornado safe spots in Brainerd. There is some spin on this backside over here too, and this one could be embedded in rain and may not be able to be seen here as it's moving along Highway 18 right now with some shear in this area. The storm does continue to show evidence of some tight spin. We'll take a look at another Doppler radar out here and go ahead and confirm or deny what we're seeing with regards to that risk and that spin location. This one's a little bit farther away, but we're seeing, again, this would be the clockwise rotation, so I'm not happy about that. But in this area here, we got motion away and motion towards. So a lot of muddledness to the storm radar data here where we see the purple colors, meaning we can't really use the data in that area to define anything. So I will just continue to say, if you are in the path of this rotating storm right here, heading into the Brainerd area, it does look like the south side of town here, making its way on up towards Crosby right now, is that rotating, spinning part of the storm. It's moving to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour at this particular time. If you're in the path of this storm, please stay in your tornado shelter in the Brainerd area and be ready for it to be making its way right across the east-west highway corridor here as you head out towards Mille Lacs here very, very shortly. So it's moving at about that 35 to 40 mile per hour range. Let's put it there. Brainerd, 1117. It'll be in your ballpark right now on the south side of town, moving to the east side of town. Riverton, 1134, and Trommeled by 1138, Ironton by 1140. So that's the best estimate I can give you with the muddled radar data that we're getting so far away. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for the next hour. Damaging threat is going to be considerable, tornado possible, and the hail threat 1.25 inches in diameter. So what that means with this extension where it says tornado possible, in all likelihood, when the storm does get to the leading edge, they will not continue with the tornado warning, but we will see because things can change and the couplet can increase in intensity as we go through. So I'll be watching those scans as we continue. So active weather continuing, racing off to the east towards the Arrowhead of Minnesota, racing through and out of the Red Lakes area here at 70 miles per hour, racing northeast at 60 miles per hour into Walsh County, racing at these to the northeast as well. Let's go ahead and take a look at these storms near the border. We'll call them the border racers out here and see what we got going on. With regards to these storms, I'm going to turn on the regular radar data here and show you that the hail core seems to be collapsing a bit out of this Grafton storm that's moving towards you. Still sizable hail, still moving ripping fast. And I do think gusts will be a significant problem with this storm as well. Because it's moving so fast, any burp that it puts out, it's going to be moving at 63 miles per hour. Any burp will be having a chance at being greater than 60 miles per hour. So keep that in mind. Minto, the storm with the hail core right over you, 1 3/4 inch diameter hail could be going there. What are you getting? Thank you very much. Static radar does not help. Well, I get it, but I need to analyze it when it's still, when I'm looking at the rotation. So it does help me analyze where the rotation is. That's all I'm trying to do. It's moving northeast. So if I put this into motion, then we can take a look at that. New warning has been issued. It looks like, oh no, that's an old warning has been canceled up to the north. Here we go. Now you can see the movement of that northeast. It's moving at a clip of about 60 miles per hour, and it's heading up towards Drayton. It's heading up into the Kennedy area, so you can see the motion that it's moving. But again, the point is we're going to take a look at the cells here, where there's rotation, where there's not. And I do want to update the watches for everybody here as well. So let's do that while this is looping back here. Now on the radar, we do have severe thunderstorm watch down in southern Minnesota. We have one severe thunderstorm that was in effect earlier that has been allowed to expire. Don't look at this radar data. It's a little bit, well, let's turn on the composite radar data for you. And then that way we'll have some radar data down there. On the Iowa border, we have stout thunderstorm cells. There has been some wind damage from these storms moving out of Sioux Falls, moving east and northeast. Tornado warning does continue for Brainerd now, but they have added on a new thunderstorm warning up to the north and to the east as we go into the evening hours. stopping the loop. There it is. I got to get on the newest one to show you the latest radar trend. Now, as we take a look at those watches again, I'm going to pop that back up here. The tornado watch, they did extend the time for the watch until, well, this is still at midnight. It goes out of effect, but there really is not much of a tornado threat in Fargo now. All these storms are sweeping north and Moorhead. I do think that our risk is lower here. I do think that our risk is lower as we look down here in Ada. These storms are moving north and east, and those are going to be trucking on their way in towards parts of north central Minnesota. So yes, we'll continue to see this threat. Models did show these kind of skirting along the international border in a due easterly fashion as we go through the evening hours. Here's Red Bee and the Red Lakes area. Those storms are moving off into parts of Koochiching County here very shortly as we go through. The tornado watch, by the way, as you're looking out here near Hibbing, is in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. Down to the south, the severe thunderstorm watch that does include areas like St. Cloud and down towards Wilmer and Mankato is in effect until midnight. So midnight, this part of the tornado watch expires, this expires, and our risk looks to be expiring. I will show you right now the latest forecast so you are up to date with that as we cross towards the 11 o'clock time frame, past the 11 o'clock time frame and into the midnight hour tonight. So here we go. Here's the newest model. This will get us to the next few hours. Watch how quickly these are moving. You can see here as we go towards 7, this is going to be about 2. This is 7Z, subtract 5 hours. That's going to be 2 a.m. And we're pretty much done with our threat here in the next hour and a half to 2 hours. So these will be racing out. Cooler, drier air will sweep in on the northern tier of counties with these west winds out here. We will still have some laden still stuck heat and humidity in the southern part of the state. But if we go ahead and show you that humidity here momentarily, you'll see what's coming our way. These red lines indicate warm air, warmer air, warmer air, hot air. So this is the hottest core of air leaning back into this air with cooler air over here. Now let's take a look at those dew points that have been in the mid 70s to near 80 tonight. And now this is a look at the dew point temperatures that are forecast from this model. Here are your dew points that are near 80. This is as we start now. Now, as we put this into motion, what's coming in from the west is dew points in the 40s out there. Much drier, more comfortable air. It's a dry heat, Lewis. So that's what we're expecting out there. If your name is Lewis, yeah, I'm talking to you. And now as we continue through the overnight hours, we start to see that drier air with dew points in the 50s replace dew points that were in the 70s today by